Hello and welcome to the OGA Dota pit where we are going live for day number 2 and we have some fantastic games lined up for you people as we are well into this playoff bracket. And just a reminder, there are no group stages, there's no groups in this tournament. We are straight into the playoffs and that means that the brackets are looking a little bit spicy. So we're going to start things off today with LGD versus T1 and we're going to move on to our second series of the day, which is going to be Tundra versus Fnatic. After that, we move down to the lower bracket where we've got Spirit versus Undying, and then we have Thunder Predator versus SG. Those 4 teams going to be battling it out for elimination in this event, and of course, they're all fighting for one thing: that first place, that grand finals finish, and their lion's share of the $275,000 prize pool. It's all getting very, very exciting. And here to revel in that excitement alongside me, we have 1437 and we have Lizard. Gentlemen, how are we doing today? And are you excited for today's games, Lizard? Woo! His mic is turned off, so you didn't hear that.
I am excited for today's games, Nomad.
So to the audience there, I was just being blanked and really excited about it. I was just Theban, how about you? What series are you looking forward to the most? It's an easy question. A nice slow ball to start off the day, Theban. Your mic is also turned off.
It's a great start.
Great start, guys. Really nailing it this morning. Good job, everyone.
Sorry.
Can we just start the show again?
Yeah, let's just rewind that. Okay,
You
let's
can
just
cut
rewind
this,
that.
right? Oh, you're like,
Okay, all right. Well, to answer your question, there's no ever any stupid question, guys, right? But it's obviously LGD versus T1. Yeah.
Yep.
It's just hands down. Like T1, their number one nemesis has been LGD since the major, right? They made it to top 3, and then here comes the brick wall that is LGD, and it just crushes any dream that they ever had of winning their first title. And then they go to ESL, and the same thing happens there. And now they're here in OGA Dota pit, and they're gonna go against this Goliath one more time. And I'm not too hopeful. But that being said, LGD is playing with the stand-in. So, if there was ever a chance for T1 to build themselves some confidence and take out LGD for the first time, this might be it.
Yeah, and I think, honestly, if T1 are on really good form when TI rolls around, and if all of chips fall in the right places, these 2 teams could be very big contenders for some of the top spots at TI. So this is a seriously important match to preview what these guys are offering. And yeah, it's going to be a blast. And I don't think either of these teams are going to be holding back in this one either, even though LGD are playing with a stand-in. Xiao is a monster of a player. He's very, very good. He's not like a coach who's stopped playing Dota so much. This dude plays Dota all day, every day. He's just like the rest of the pros, where he's, one of the highest ranked guys out there. Like, do not underestimate Xiao. I mean, I don't need to tell you guys that. You've been watching the tournaments. You've seen what he can do. And LGD are just absolute maniacs in their current form right now.
Let me tell you something about Xiao, okay? This guy has literally played every single role throughout his career. And he's been like at the top of the Chinese scene forever. Okay, he won TI playing offlane. Before that, he was playing middle. He played support. I think with LGD at TI 6, right? There was that. Then there's nothing that this guy can't do. And now as a coach, he brings his team to a major championship, and then he stands in for him, and he still destroys playing mid lane. Right? Like, that's probably the hardest role for someone to I'm going to come out of retirement because I need to, stand in for these guys. And they give him the mid role.
I was gonna bash him for being old. If you're old, of course you're gonna play everything throughout your career, but he's not even that old. He's like 2 years older than me. I have no excuses. I can't build myself up here. Yeah, but I maybe we're both old for the game. Maybe that's
he doesn't show it.
He's that way, yeah.
He's aging very, very well. And with that said, We have the draft, so we don't want to miss anything. You don't want to miss anything. I don't want to miss anything. The viewers don't want to miss anything. So let's jump into this draft for game number 1, and I'll let Lizard continue his point.
Like, now that we're in the draft, my points are useless, but what I wanted to say is that he even owned mid lane yesterday. He was getting first bloods. He can play anything, and it's very obvious when they even play something like a Spirit Breaker. Thank you very much, PSG LGD, for making this even better. They play it mid lane, and they make it work. If you couple it with something like a Silencer, you can charge in global silence. The cow is hitting you, the Silencer is silencing you. Sure, why not?
The Spirit Breaker's breaking you, the Silencer's silencing you, and what can you do? What can you do? I do want to know a little bit about just a very brief explanation of T1's path and how they actually made it to TI. And since, Lizard, you were commentating a lot of their games, why don't you give us a quick breakdown on how T1 got here?
Oh, come on, you were there as well. You know everything that was happening. We were watching them together. I mean, it was a nice... well, not necessarily very nice start for T1. They really struggled at the beginning of the DPC season. The first season really wasn't that great for them. Then when they went to the major, they were playing with stand-ins, so that didn't look that great as well. They changed a couple of players. They got 23 Savage in. Again, they didn't look good, but when they gelled, when they found the right synergy, they started looking better and better. And in the last major, this team already looked like a well-oiled machine, which is something that they're showing here in the Dota pit as well.
Absolutely. Alrighty, let's get into this draft then. So yeah, Spirit Breaker and Silencer, as you mentioned, great little combo. You can just charge yourself in. Silencer pops you.
I was joking, by the way, but thank you. Like that combo, I don't think anyone thinks about that as a big combo, but thank you.
I mean, if LGD think it's a good combo, then I think it's a good combo, and that's all the convincing I need. Meanwhile, on the other side, talk to me about the Shower Demon Leshrac, tale as old as time, Theban.
Why you gotta do that to me? Are you trying to tell me I'm old again? Because I remember running this combo back in 2012 with Mouse Sports. Okay, that was one fun combo with my boy Sing Sing. You know, it's very simple. But back then, though, Soul Catcher used to amplify damage instead of removing a percentage of your opponent's HP. So there it is for some of you guys who haven't played Dota that long. Yep, and it was really cool.
Was that even that long ago, right? Like 5 years ago or something? They changed it.
They changed that. Yeah. So you got a nice setup. You know, you just disruption. Leshrac has enough time to pop his Diabolic Edict, then get the stun off right after the illusions come out, and you have so much damage right there with those two. Plus, you have a save for the Leshrac as well in case he gets gone on, and it's really good against the Spear Breaker. But yeah, like a lot of LGD heroes, you know, they're kind of like, okay, T1 just went balls to the wall right here. Holy smokes. But this is what I was theory crafting yesterday, guys. So when I was thinking about the drafts, you know, after the day, I was like, if you have first pick, right, and you have this double pick in the second phase, like you always want to pick like a combo together. And the team that has like the most amount of combos available from first pick are going to take advantage of first pick, because people do prefer second pick right now, I think. So you get this Omni Sven like this is like new thing to Captain's mode, right? And you can see other combos like that too, like for example, Shower Demon Leshrac or whatever it may be.
Yeah, you just have to think about banning out one of these heroes to break the combos, right? In the first phase, you need to ban out one of them, and it might be helpful. I don't mind the Necro. Versus Shadow Demon, it's maybe a little bit iffy because of not only Demonic Purge, but you can save people with your disruption. So not sure about that, but versus Sven and Omni and Lesh, it looks all right. By the way, this Monkey King, even though Ame definitely can play it, it's one of his favorite heroes. Still remember, can be 4, and yesterday it actually was played as a 4. He went for that very early Mage Slayer, and Zincu was pretty much carrying the game afterwards.
That's something I wanted to say as well. Like, surely versus Leshrac, Mage Slayer seems really, really good. I don't see why you wouldn't want to do that.
To be fair, guys, I don't really think LGD's heroes are kind of locked in any way, right? They can flex all of these, except for the Necrophos. I mean, Necro too. It can go mid. It can go off lane. I know Zhao, he loves playing that hero too. They can play Spear Breaker, Necro off. They can play Silencer middle, Monkey carry. There's so much stuff going on right now.
I'm actually just waiting for one of these days when Silencer will be played mid or safe lane as a core. His problem remains the same as always. He's one of those glass cannon type heroes, but the shard and what it does to you, the amount of damage that you can dish out later on in the game.
Yeah, it's crazy.
I played a couple of games with no one in pubs, and he played Silencer mid. I mean, it's no one and it's a pub, so it's not really the same. But what this hero can do is pretty scary.
I mean, it's one of the few heroes that has infinite scaling as well by getting int. And there it is, the last pick, Mars. And wow, LG.
Oh,
snapping.
the LGD Tinker.
All right.
Xinkyu.
Oh, Xinkyu support Tinker. Nice.
Yeah, it's a support Tinker.
Cool.
It's... I don't know if you guys have noticed, but this is probably the most picked support at the moment in pubs, at least in EU. Like, constantly I'm forced to play with or against Tinkers.
And why very quickly, what does this hero achieve as a pos 4 just before we get into predictions, does it?
Well, he's very greedy, that has to be said. But besides that, you have multiple styles of playing. You can play like a normal Tinker, or you can be just that mana utility battery. You just TP somewhere, rearm, constantly fill your mana, TP base. It's pretty annoying when they're just... You have a portable little fountain TPing around the map.
Does sound pretty annoying. Alrighty, well, based upon these drafts, which team are we expecting to take this first game? Because, I mean, LGD with their textbook, non-textbook gameplay, and T1, things looking a little bit more normal for them, so we're going for the chaos or the calm.
I think Zhao might actually be playing that Tinker...
Spear
Breaker on the position 4, and maybe that's Xinkyu playing mid in this game.
True,
possibly.
they do that as well, don't they? Yeah.
But in terms of who I think is going to win, I think T1's probably got this game. LGD, their draft is too high IQ for me. I can't really comprehend it. So, when you don't understand something, you got to go against it, right? That's just the law of humans. So, yeah, I'm going to go with T1 here. I get their draft. It's very solid, very strong.
I'll be the contrarian. Yeah, I'll be the contrarian. Zhao 8, Spirit Breaker, mid lane, Shadow Blade, Echo Saber. Put me on that bandwagon. Davai.
I mean, for me, my head is going for T1. My heart is going for LGD and their chaos, but then my other heart is also going for T1 as well. Because I kind of want them to finally beat them. Yeah, like demons of the brain. I have another heart. Yeah, my heart's heart. So I'm going to go with my heart's heart on this one. I'm going to go for T1, and hopefully they can finally bring down the Leviathans of LGD. Let's find out if they can manage that in this game 1 brought to you by Bkop and Mofarah.
Thank you very much, Nomad, coming into this first game of the day number 2. It should be a good one. Should be a fun one with LGD. Where's Zhao 8 gonna be, Mo? I gotta know. What are you thinking right now?
I'd be more persuaded in the Spirit Breaker pos 4 this game, I would assume.
You think so?
Tinker pos 4 is really fun to watch. So honestly, I'm happy with either.
It's just expanding the Xinkyu hero ocean that he's got going on.
I'm really excited to see what this silencer does in this game, honestly, for me. Obviously, it's something they've theory crafted against the Shadow Demon in particular. These defensive supporters don't like playing against the global. You pop that ult, all of a sudden the defensive supports, if they don't have any way of taking off global, they don't really offer a huge amount in that time span. And then they pick Omni Knight into it as well. And I'm like, oh god, like this silencer all of a sudden looks really good for this game, right? So it'd be interesting to see how T1 approach team fights in particular as well, and if they can make the most of the downtime of global.
Little do we know it's Y actually going mid. That would be the wrench and the game changer.
You'd love to see it. Yeah, it looks like it's going to be the Tinker mid.
And it should be Y. I thought he's only throwing the spray, but I'm pretty certain they threw their ward down first and saw this ward get placed mid. And it's going to be Xinkyu, yeah, like you said, over mid. So we'll see who comes to deward this mid one.
This Spirit Breaker's game looks really good though as well for Xiaowei, in the sense that I think he has 2 lanes to play with between mid and bot that he can have relatively decent kill potential with. Like with the Necro, you have this really strong lane against the double melee, right? And then if he ever charges mid, the Tinker has so much burst damage that they can work with.
Some Faith Beyond to start. It was actually T1 who placed their ward first, so they do know that there's a mid ward, or should know there's a ward over mid, and get some gold off of. Faith Beyond already losing his courier to Whitemon. Question of the day is what's he eating during the draft? Meanwhile, first answer of the day is who's going to get first blood, and it's going to be Zephyr.
That was with poison as well. They didn't even have their level 2s. Like, it wasn't a disruption into a spear or anything. He must have just died to poison and right clicks.
I wonder if Cuckoo may have caught him with a quelling blade and cut him out of the tree.
Is Innocence in trouble as well?
Yeah, I think he might just be dead too, especially if this last one hits. And yeah, Zephyr all of a sudden, 2 kills in this top lane. Not the lane that I exactly thought was going to go upside down real quickly for LGD.
Oh, what a Heavenly Grace. Takes off the bash straight away. Whitemon, a psychic. He knew. Yeah, I agree. This top lane, I didn't think it was going to go this poorly at the start. Giving away 2 kills so early as well. Really beneficial to T1. They're going to have that big level advantage.
I'm going to spring down, and last word out on a Cuckoo. And at least for the moment, Y is going into the Arcane Curse in the last word harassment instead of Glaives. And I think we've seen a lot of silencers kind of skip Glaives earlier on.
Mm-hmm. You can't really trade with the Shadow Demon that well, though, right? He's just going to stack the poison on you anyway.
Ooh. Primal Spring, that's going to land. Last word comes out, and there's a kill for Y.
And all of a sudden, those 2 deaths don't matter anymore, because the Silent gets +2.
No, he doesn't.
Easy peasy. Oh, is it attached to Glaives? Oh, no.
Yeah.
Oh, no. Should have leveled Glaives. I take it all back.
Yeah, should have leveled Glaives. He's never going to... So that's what I think I've been noticing, is that like you skip Glaives for a while, and then like you don't get these +2s in these early kills. And it makes this massive difference. Although Whitemon in some trouble. Stormhammer thrown over onto Faith Beyond. Whitemon.
God, I completely forgot.
He's got 5 stick charges.
I'm so sorry, Twitch chat. I didn't mean it.
He's come on, Twitch chat. Give him the business.
Lovely people. Yeah, they'll be fine.
I'll give him the business.
Oh, okay.
let him hear it.
I told you I'm a changed man, Bkop. I told you yesterday.
Why? Because you're a mod and not a man of the people.
Yeah. Kyle having a really good laning stage mid so far, slightly out CSing the Tinker. I mean, to be expected. You know, the thing is with the laser on Tinker, it's really good against certain heroes, right? But against the Lesh, even if he gets blinded up, he can still last it with the lightning. So.
Ooh.
Oh god, the bash.
No more mana really here for Whitemon. He's got 5 stick charges, but Xiaowei just needs what, 1 more bash.
Oh, he cuts down the tree on Cuckoo.
And that'll stun up Ame, and Zephyr and Cuckoo trying to get a kill here onto this silencer once again. Arcane Curse, Zephyr getting low. He'll die after killing off Y, so it will be a trade.
Solo XP for the Monkey King. Nice one.
Yeah.
Yeah, something else we should say about this lane that we haven't mentioned yet. Obviously, having the curse up against the Shadow Poison spam stops him from just being able to constantly use it over and over again, right? Because the curse just stacks up in time.
Yeah, and he's got a level 2 already. Not like the Arcane Curse, the Silence Penalty Multiplier. He put that on with the last word. Whitemon going down bottom to Faith Beyond.
And leave a purulent corpse.
We've been playing a little bit of Necro mid. Been pretty fun. I enjoy this hero quite a lot, especially you get that feeling of that Reaper Scythe, always a good time. Meanwhile, Spear comes out into Ame. And that'll lock him up for a second, and Cuckoo just standing there and allowing that Jingu to go off as Ame's looking to maybe get the kill here on his Zephyr. Boundless Strike, Primal Spring, all coming through. And now they land a Spear on Y, but the damage now, we've got the silence on the Zephyr, but he's getting helped out by Cuckoo with that bottle. So he gets a sip, takes a sip.
Yeah, they missed the curse from the silencer onto the to the Shadow Demon there. Otherwise, they might have found the kill. And now Monkey King Ame.
He's in trouble, but they've got the Arcane Curse. They're putting the damage on. Carl gets a solo kill on Jinkyu while this is going on, and Ame ends up dropping in the top lane. This is all wall bottom. They're going after 23, and they'll get the kill onto the Sven. Zephyr falls over to Y, and there's kills all over the map.
I can't believe the Observer didn't catch all 4 kills at once there. That's unbelievable.
Oh! Oh! Now he's got the glaives.
Never in doubt.
Now we can start getting +2s.
And they're going to keep pressuring. This is what I was saying with the laning stage as well. The Spirit Breaker has so much kill potential in this lane. It gets to like the level 4, level 5 mark on the Necro. You just have so much like constant harass potential. Especially into the double strength lane. Another bash? Any bashes? No? Okay. Oh god, here comes Carl.
Oh. Disruption, chasing him. Oh boy.
They don't even have to use the stun there because they know he has no more charge as well. So, easy peasy. But these side lanes have gone so well for LGD so far. Bot lane especially, but the top lane, it looked like it was going to have this really difficult start, but they've managed to recover it nicely.
Oh.
Faith Bian.
3 heroes down bottom for T1. Charge coming out from
level
Joey.
6.
Yeah, Sven might be in some trouble. Ooh. Reaper Scythe didn't get the kill, and now can they kill off 23? Jinkyu's down here, so they'll at least get that. They brought 4 heroes down bot for LGD, but Carl comes in, and he's silenced. Pulse Nova going off. They've got the Heavenly Grace, so chase down the tanker. Silencer trying to do all he can to get a kill here, but now Zhao 8's going to fall too, so 4 heroes come bottom, 4 heroes leave bottom, all in a body bag.
I mean, that is the problem with LGD's draft in general, though, is they have all this damage output right from like Jinkyu and things, but their lockdown is so lacking that when it gets to this point where the Necro wants to be dealing the damage, Tinker wants to be dealing damage, they have no heroes to keep them still. So like this Lesh is able to just run in, and especially when you have Heavenly Grace on you, you don't really stop the Lesh from just controlling the whole fight. Just doing whatever he wants.
Charge, Carl. He's in some trouble here. Zhao 8 needs to be careful with how far he's chasing. And they're unable to get this kill on the track.
Just out of range of the laser on Carl there. That was very close. Zhao gonna have to take the regen rune, but that's absolutely fine. As long as the Lesh doesn't get it.
Arena down, Jinkyu caught. Jinkyu looking very dead here. They're gonna bring over Y once again. Carl looking to charge through mid. He's got some help from Whitemon too.
And again, like how the fact that Kyuki's able to just...
And they have purification. They have the Heavenly Grace, which was put on a creep, but still, they'll get the kill on a Zhao 8.
Honestly, the fact that Carl's able to just run down mid with Cuckoo, and they can't really do anything about it. This is what we were saying. Like, Cuckoo's able to just walk under the tier 1 arena and spear the Tinker, and the Tinker dies. Because they have no counterplay. The only stun they have is charge. And unfortunately, it was already used. So, that's just the way it is. They really need the level 6 on this Silencer as well.
All these kills, it's only a 1k lead at the moment.
Yeah, but, I mean, it felt like it was going really well for LGD a second ago, and all of a sudden they just get run over in that bot fight. Lose a couple of heroes mid.
Yeah, it's like 6 kills for T1 in the last 2 engagements.
And the Tinker's really far behind now as well. If you look at the net worth, he's struggling a lot. Going first out in Blink as well, before the boots or anything.
Zhao 8's charging into Carl, and this has just been a bad plan every time, it seems.
Here comes
to get the spear out on a Faith beyond the arena. Boundless Strike, Cuckoo in trouble. Cuckoo very dead. Faith beyond, he did have the Reaper Scythe, didn't have the range to get in and use it. They're going to look over at Zephyr and try to get themselves a +1, and that should probably lead to the tier 1 tower bottom going down too, with creeps pushing in on it, and 3 heroes being here. So a decent move there for LGD, but still T1. They've got Carl going out of control, 5-0-3. 23, he had used God Strength before. He's got it back up again. He was using it to farm up in the jungle as he's kind of trying to hide away and elude any pressure coming out from LGD, as his lane didn't exactly go too swell, but it wasn't like awful.
Yeah, I mean, this the Carl on the Lesh is the hero that's becoming a really big problem for LGD, right? Especially when people talk about this Sven Omni a lot, and we have over the last little while with the series yesterday as well, but I think Lesh Omni is equally as terrifying, if not more.
Now, the Lesh Omni seems to be a gross combo. Joweit's kind of throwing his head literally at them, and they seem to be a wall.
The only thing you would say about the Lesh Omni is the Lesh wants to basically just be charging in and getting in the middle of the fights. And Omni, obviously, not wanting to do that so much. Stay a distance a little bit more, so sometimes it can be a bit difficult. But look at these stacks taking for 23 Savage.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Using that God Strength, cleaning it all up. He's going what? Echo Saber, Blink, BKB?
Yeah, that seems to be the typical build at the moment, is you go the Master Commanders and the Echo Saber.
Yeah, and then you dismantle the Echo Saber.
And
finish the BKB and build it back.
He has the Shard queued up as well, which is obviously really good against the Necro, because it dispels off the Ghost Shroud. And it can dispel off the Jingu from the Monkey King as well, which is pretty good. And it reduces the cooldown, so why not? Oh, swinging a miss on the spear.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Luckily, you get 3 strikes in baseball. Spear missing. His game with the Blink Dagger first isn't exactly going to speed up here.
No.
But he does have the keen conveyance, so...
I mean, the problem with the new Tinker, right, is that you don't farm anywhere near as quickly as you used to because you don't have March. Obviously, Laser's AoE, which helps, but...
Yeah.
Army! What just happened?
He's going to get caught here, going to the Wukongs, but he uses it and immediately dies. They've got the Reaper Scythe now thrown on a Cuckoo. It ends up being a 1-for-1 so far. They'll chase Zephyr, should be able to get the kill. He'll disrupt himself. Jowie ready for when he pops out. And they want to get this kill. It takes a lot longer than I thought they were thinking it would take for them. And they finally get themselves a second, but they lose Ame. And again, you're taking out Ame. InQ, like you were saying, without the March of the Machines, it's not as easy to farm. He's using that laser to farm.
Yeah, which is your farming capability now. I mean, at 20 minutes, he'll get the shard and it'll give him the March again. But I will say 23 Savage wasn't even in that fight, right? Like, he's pushing top lane the whole time, so... Effectively, taking a 4 versus 5 and still killing Ame on the Monkey King is more than okay.
This is why you're not seeing Tinker exactly in these prime positions. No March, he's just not farming nearly as quick.
It's still a potent hero, though. Like, the fact that you don't need to go BOTs anymore is such a...
Saves you some gold.
A big upgrade as well.
And the Kin Conveyance is quite nice.
I have a decent amount of Tinker games, but... When I try to play it again, you have to get used to the hotkeys a little bit. Like, it's a bit weird, right? Happens on, you know, many heroes over time, but I think it's a cool change.
Would you have been alright with it if they just added King Conveyance to be like his shard or something? Or is that
no,
just... I guess that's...
You wouldn't have got the free TP until 20 minutes, right? And then it's just... The hero feels awful then.
Yeah.
It'll be interesting to see how much the defense matrix can do this game as well, because obviously the status of Citizens is pretty solid. And
ends up being just as good as Heavenly Grace at level 4, right?
Yeah.
Well, actually, it's 50.
Well, you don't get the strength, but...
Well, no, I just got the status resistance, but Balustrade comes in. They've got the arena down. They're going to go to the Wukong's command. The global silence, the end of the Reaper Scythe. They'll get the kill on the Zephyr. That's going to be the Shadow Demon dead first. They're chasing Carl to finally kill him off. They'll end his streak. 3 heroes down to the side of T1, and LGD are getting away with it. They'll go after 23. But with that Quelling Blade, he'll save himself.
And this is what we were saying at the start of the game. LGD, if they get this really great initiation, and well played by Army to get into a good position there, if they pop the global, the 2 supports do not do anything for the whole global duration until they get ways of dealing with it, right? And you see instantly in that fight that Omni just dies in the Wukong's. The Shadow Demon dies just before him as well. And really good targeting by LGD to find those supports first. Make sure they can kill them in the global duration. Now, I think it's up to T1 now to make something happen before this global's back up again, like we mentioned before. Like, you want to try and fight before that big ult's available so the supports can have their full impact. I like this build from Arme as well on the Monkey King, going for the Echo Saber into the BKB. I think when you have this more like position 1 kind of hero mid in something like the Tinker, you want to be a bit more of a semi-carry.
Zephyr, he's going to drop to Y. How much does Y have now? 12 permanent intelligence stolen.
God, I can't believe Army's managed to get away with that.
By the way, I do love that the tooltip still says Silencer will permanently steal 2, 4 with talent. Would you like to show me that talent, game?
Dire's structures are fortified.
Sorry.
Oh, there's so many stupid things like that. I mean, I wouldn't even... Like, there's one on the Kotl tool, one of the tips as well that comes up on the, you know, when you pause. It's like, hey, you can use this recall, even though they changed the recall to the shard.
Also, by the way, I love the defense matrix. Do you know those, like, inflatable balls, or not even those, but the balls that they put the humans in, and like you get put in like the hamster ball, and you run at each other, and you bounce off each other when you're in them?
Bkop, the way you said it there, you made it sound like you're not human. Carl's going to go on Jin Q here, though, in the top lane. And,
get that kill.
Very dead.
Yeah,
when they put the humans in the balls, you're speaking like you're something completely different. I love it.
Don't call me out like that. I'm definitely human.
Oh, Cuba's only level 10.
Reina, that's going to come down, and now Faith Beyond going with the Reaper Scythe to get the kill here on a Cuckoo. Back over in the bottom lane, they'll go to the Wukong's command. They'll go after 23. He's going to be slowed up, and Zhao 8 trying to get the kill here with the help of Ame. And while they've got the bashes, they'll have the damage. They'll get the kill. They'll take out this Sven, and the game, net worth-wise, still sitting pretty even.
Oh, they see Zephyr as well here.
Oh boy. Boundless Strike after the Heavenly Grace. Now he's got the Disruption. The Zhao 8 charging. Does he want to commit all the way through? Global Silence committed. And that's
Carl's just by himself here.
Right there by the tier 2 by himself. He does have a haste, though. Ooh, double stun. That's going to potentially lead to both kills. Oh, yeah.
Jesus.
And they'll at least trade White Mom, but wow, Carl kind of getting away with a lot there.
He had a haste
by himself, having that haste and then getting both supports. That feels great.
I didn't realize he had the haste rune, otherwise it would have been a bit wacky to just get that TP into the bot tier 2 there, but he gets away with it because of the haste rune, and yeah, really sick split earth. Turns the fight completely. I will say though, that death on 21 Savage in the bot lane before it's kind of setting back quite a lot here, and Faith Beyond's so farmed on this Necro. They really need to get 6, man. They really need to get this like Shadow Demon Purge onto the Necro or something and find a way of blowing him up, because it's not easy. And you can see both the supports have Lotuses queued up on the Radiant side as well, like we talked about, to help deal with the global. Honestly, if they can get to the late stage of the game where both these supports are going to be able to like finish that item off, I think they'll feel really good. In like the sense that like how their game should be able to, and their fight should be able to play out.
What if that Jinkyu just doesn't have boots at all? Oh, BKB.
Oh my
killing
goodness.
his Zephyr. Balance strike coming in. They've also got the ult from Zhao 8. Using that nether strike to lock up Whitemon. They'll get themselves 2. They're going to look with the arena as well as the spear that's going to be out of Jinkyu, but they've used the Wukong's command. BKB gets popped by Carl. They'll get the kill on a Jinkyu. Trade a 2 for 1.
23 average? Oh, he's okay.
A 2 for 1 there, and we continue to go back and forth.
Ooh,
Zhao 8.
Zhao's so fast. But you know who's faster? The Disco Pony.
He's trying to avoid that stun, hoping maybe he can charge, but unable to do so. Carl landing that stun.
Look at Shinkyu's net worth on the Tinker. Man, this guy's really struggling.
Ooh, 23. Reaper Scythe. Whoa! They were really trying to get that kill. Global Silence, Arcane Curse with the last word. It was doing a lot of damage to 23, but they've got the Heavenly Grace. They'll save him.
Oh, they were really hoping to hold that Reaper Scythe ever so slightly longer until the last word damage came out, but...
Dire's bottom tower is under
Probably would have ended up dead.
Yeah, I think it would have been. But they get away with it.
He's going Overwhelming Blink, so he's gone Radavatos with the Mech Hood Blink, Overwhelming Blink.
Yeah, I don't mind that though, if they can get to the backline quicker and try to deal with the supports. So even when they get the Lotus, they have kill threat or something, right? So I think the Blink in itself is really good, but Overwhelming, we've seen LGD... Didn't they pick this item up a lot yesterday? I can't quite remember.
They have 2 yesterday?
I think, because they had one on the... They had a Centaur and a something else, I think.
Yeah, they picked up 2, I want to say.
it was a
Radavatos,
Sven,
they'll have the charge. Stormhammer already used. There's the Balance Strike. They've got the Arcane Curse. They're going to slow him up and get an easy kill here onto 23. I say that, but the Guardian Angel,
Rockets
I
coming
spoke too
through.
soon. However, the charge finishes from Zhao 8. They'll finish off 23. They'll look with the Nether Strike. That kills off Zephyr. So Zhao 8's got a double kill going after Cuckoo. And, well, they should have a third. Radavatos, the charge from Zhao 8. The blink away.
He's
should
going
have
for
a
this.
third. Won't have a third. Man, I am speaking in definitive sentences that just almost happen to not be true.
I'm a bit disappointed he didn't try and complete the charge. I was really looking forward to it, but no, it is what it is. It's fine. Good fight for LGD, though. They can't really move into the Roche pit, which is a bit unfortunate for them. They don't really have the lineup that can do the Roche very easily. And they have laser and stuff, which is fine, but I don't know. They don't really do the damage.
I want to see if he goes Ags next on Tinker.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Just shrinks,
it.
man.
I like the Shivas is really good. I think it gives you the wave clear as well because he hasn't gone for this shard. I'm really surprised. I thought he would, but we'll see what he goes for after. I think Overwhelming Blink on the Tinker as well with the Shivas is pretty ridiculous when you get to that point.
He's also holding the Philosopher's Stone.
Yeah, I mean, there's some of these cores that you can get away with it, the Philosopher's Stone.
Mid-lane,
Oh my
Stormhammer not
God.
going to land. Now they've got the charge coming out of 23 as well as the Radavatos. They'll drop down the arena with the BKB being popped by Ame. Gets that Jingo to go off. And now the right click's coming through with the Wukong's command, trying to get the kill here on a 23. Goes after Carl instead. Nether Strike hits on 23. Stormhammer going to land on the 2. They've got the Reaper Sight, but there's the disruption save. They'll save 23. He'll blink away. He gets out
my
for
goodness.
now. But the rockets are flying in. The Radavatos is still going to land on a 23. They're going to continue to chase. They've got the Goat Shroud. Rockets coming in. Whitemon in trouble. Here comes Ame. They'll at least get him.
middle tower.
The Rockets hit Carl as he's in between the tier 4s, and 2 Euros will die on the side of T1 as LGD come out ahead.
Well played by Zephyr, though. You see him holding the disruption, ready to save from the Reaper's Scythe. They can't manage to get the Reaper's Scythe off while the Global's going on, unfortunately, so they do manage to save the Sven. Yes, they lose 2 heroes. It's still a great fight for LGD, but I think looking how that fight could have gone, so you want to be happy that it wasn't worse.
going BKB next on Jin-Q.
Yeah, I think that's fine. I'm surprised. I think it's okay. Like, I don't really understand this new Tinker fully yet, so I think I find it really difficult to like comment about exactly what he should be building and stuff, right?
Especially when it's thought to be this support, but it's playing in a core role. Like, switches us off of that, and is he going Ether Lens and Octarine?
Who knows, Bkop? Honestly,
We'll see.
I have no idea.
Uh-oh, Jin-Q, he's in trouble. Goes up into the air, and he's going to be very dead.
He's going to really wish he had a BKB there. That would have been...
Does he queue back up?
I think every time you kill a Tinker like that on the map, it always feels so good though, right?
So he's got level 4 in the defense matrix. It's 50 status resistance, where Heavenly Grace is 50% status resistance.
Oh yeah, what's the difference between 50 and 50%? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, and then you've got Spirit Breaker, who's got 70% status resistance with the Bulldoze. But that,
what's the damage
with the Zorb defense matrix?
What's the damage block from the defense matrix? Is it like, I can't remember exactly what it is.
It's 320 damage absorbed.
320. That's pretty good.
Always try to do some math here. Never leads to any answers, though. Yeah.
So, I mean, Roche is still up here, and we haven't seen it taking it, but both these teams don't, like we were saying before, don't really take it that well. So they're more focused on just shoving the lanes out and things all the time, trying to gain any kind of map control they can.
Well, 23 could take it, right? They need to win a fight, I think, to feel comfortable going for it.
Especially against, like, Wukongs and everything as well, global. You'd probably have to end up popping God Strength as well, so... Like you say, you want to win the fight
given, right? Yeah. Oh. Ame just fainting that Boundless Strike. It's like when the Sand Kings feint Epicenter these days.
Oh god, I hate that new one.
Slapping the tail.
You know when you're in Arena and you watch the Dota Live and stuff, and you can hear the bass sounds like really heavily?
Yeah.
I can't wait for the Epicenter cancel over and over again. It's going to be awful.
Just shake the arena. Everybody's just kind of like bouncing back and forth.
Yeah. The tree overgrowth was the funny one that I heard before. Yeah, that was good.
Beyond's almost got this overwhelming blink, just 300 gold away.
They're eyeing each other up a lot, aren't they? I mean, they're going to see this Observer Ward with the sentry they've just placed down, but T1 holding the high ground really well. They want to kind of force LGD into a position that they're not comfortable with.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Ame with that long melee range will take the sentry out.
Really good discipline from both these teams, though. You can see how much they respect each other. And like the panel was saying before, they've played each other so many times now. Oh, hang on, they're going in.
Yeah, that's Faith Beyond going in with the overwhelming blink. They've got the stun coming through on a Carl. Carl getting locked up with the Nether Strike coming up from Jowade, but they get the kill on a Y, and Y's not going to be able to get anything really off afterwards. Jowade also falls with Faith Beyond. 3 heroes dead on the side of LGD. They go after Jin-Q trying to get the kill into the Stinkers. The Wukong's command is going to be around these heroes on the side of T1, but they've already taken out 4 on LGD, and they'll lose everybody on LGD as a clean sweep comes through for T1. A 2K lead, a 5-man sweep, and they'll be going into Roche.
Really well played by T1. They managed to isolate and find the right kills first. Like, they kill the Silencer straight away, right, which is the big one. And this Wukong goes down, but their damage output aside from that felt so lacking. Faithman, crazy to just go in first straight away, I think.
Yeah.
I don't think he's the guy you want to be initiating. Great arena, I will say, by Cuckoo as well. Sets up the whole fight so nicely. And this Tinker's kind of like within touching distance of the fight as well, which is not really what you want.
Bottom tower is under attack.
So he's easy to just get on top of Fakar, gets the free use up into the air on the Tinker. And now all of a sudden, this is what I was saying, if you can get to this point in the game for T1 where your supports have the ways of dealing with global, they'll feel really good about the fights. They're firmly in the driving seat now.
Is under attack.
I kind of wonder if you would want Shard here on Tinker at this point.
At this point, I don't think you do anymore. There's probably just better items you want.
Dire's middle tower is
Shall
under
we?
attack.
Okay.
Like, would you not want,
Everyone's invis.
I don't know, a fight that takes that long, just everybody standing and marching the machines like that? I guess that
I mean,
puts him
March
in a
isn't-
bad spot.
March is a massive amount of damage, you know, like...
Yeah. Forces the BKB.
Carl's almost level 25 as well. 31 minutes into the game.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, the experience lead for T1 is probably massive at this point. At least it certainly feels that way. This is
okay.
I'm not sure if that's really effective, not hitting anything.
He's going to be like, guys, why am I out of mana?
Okay. So he's picked up a casual
25.
soul booster and going into the BKB for Jinkyu.
I mean, I'm assuming he got the soul booster last fight and is now like, oh, I really need this BKB.
I just finished it off. Why getting killed off there by 23?
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Wise had a little bit of a struggle after a decent start, but he's going into the Ag, so he'll have the last word AoE, which could be pretty significant. However, I say that now, well, you've got no why. They've got Ame trying to go after Carl for a second, but thinks about that, and, well, he's ready to pop the BKB and get out of dodge.
Yeah, I think his car has Aegis there as well, right? So even if he gives his life, the Monkey King's going to die for it if he sticks around. So, yeah, just not worth it for Arbe. Good TP.
Dire's bottom tower has
At T1, they're going to be relentless here with this Aegis, though. They really want to try and get, you know, as much value as they can. You know, obviously.
Oh, Faith Beyond spotted with this ward from Whitemon. And they just rip right through him.
under attack.
They popped that God Strength, though.
And he has no buyback as well. T1 are going to go for this.
Yeah, and they're going to take the tower very quickly, if not the full set of racks. They've got God Strength. They've got Carl level 25, who's got the extra Diabolic Edict explosions. This is at least the set of racks. And they're going to blink and look for an arena that doesn't catch anybody.
Or the charge giving vision for the Rockets.
Cuckoo pops the BKB. Rockets coming in. They're going to go back onto the high ground. The Global Silence gets forced. Okay.
It's really tough. Oh, Savage just with the end of his BKB. Not getting hit by the Boundless Strike there. They want to try and catch somebody here, but... He's saying they don't really have the best catch to begin with.
Never heard this many Shivas go off at the same time like this. Except when I spam it in the demo lobby.
What are yours?
Ooh, all right. Looking to get Carl, and they are going to catch him.
Do they have Wukongs?
With 40 seconds before his Aegis was set to expire, the overwhelming blink gets over to the side that doesn't land on anybody, and now Faith Beyond might be in a little bit of trouble. The Ghost Shroud's going to be purged off thanks to the Shard on the Sven. Stormhammer coming in. They've got themselves the Wukongs, but the Balance Strike doesn't land on anybody, and now it's just a defensive circle. There's the Ags for the Silencer, so now that last word's in an AoE, which could be quite nice, because obviously he gets that extra
Tinker.
silence multiplier. They do catch themselves Jinkyu, and he will not survive. He's only an Ogre Axe into that BKB.
Well played by Carl there. Finding the vision with the Shivas. I don't. It feels like when LGD's fights go badly, they look really bad. You know, like the Wukongs goes down, but like I said, the lack of catch means they can't really keep people in place for the Wukongs to do damage. And without the Tinker being up here, they're going to try and force the high ground, see if they can poke for a buyback.
Ups the God Strength. Charge comes in from Zhao 8. They're going to go through. They've got the disarm, and now 23 is going to start taking away with the God Strength. The Cleave doing so much damage to get the kill to Zhao. They look over Mame. They'll take out the Monkey King. No buyback. They buy back on Jinkyu, but with no Monkey King, this is a tough hold. They already got the tier 3, and now they're going to look at the set of racks. The charge comes out from Zhao 8, and now they've got the overwhelming click coming out from Faith Beyond. They look for the Reaper Scythe for the disruption save once again. Zephyr on it, Spear lands, Faith Beyond, he's in trouble. Stormhammer hits, and they'll get the kill onto this Necro. Zhao 8 can only just charge and hope, but Zhao 8 now on the run, and he's killed too. 3 heroes did without buyback. Finally, Jinkyu takes out Whitemon, goes after Zephyr, has the lasers, the rockets, the Yules, though, from Carl. Gonna land the stun, and, well, there it is. They've got the last word as well as the Arcane Curse, but it's just Wise standing his ground, trying to do something with nobody else alive to help him out. And this might just be the kill that gets the 2 Gs called from LGD, although Zephyr... All right, well, he'll use that Lotus Orb. They'll get the kill. They'll take the set of racks up top. They still have a tier 2 to take over mid, but they could go for the tier 4s. And with knowing that, LGD will call GG.
I respect the play from LGD. You know, they want to try and fight on the high ground, try and get them before they're ready to fight on T1, right? Like, you try and take them by surprise a little bit, but great turnaround by the Sven. I think he had Satanic there at the end as well. Just turns around with the God Strength. Phil heals up back to full again. And, yeah. I do think the lack of catch really hurt LGD this game. I think T1, they never really felt like they were out of it, but there was that one really good fight in the mid lane where they held the high ground well next to their tier 2. Right. And they kind of forced LGD in a little bit, and they kind of met in that bit of a middle ground, but it was slightly towards T1's side where they were prepared to fight. And yeah, it feels like LGD, they were doing really well when they had this global to play around and everything, but like we said, when the items come out to deal with it, they can't really deal with you saw the constant saves from Zephyr onto the Scythe and everything as well. So yeah, a good game, I would say. It was a bit wacky by LGD, but the calm draft from T1 comes through and wins.
LGD were close. I think if one of those later Reaper Scythes gets there and hits its target, maybe they have a chance to win those games, but that's the power of Zephyr on the Shadow Demon. He's able to get those saves and save T1, and ultimately they get a victory. So T1, they have a 1-0 lead over LGD. Can they finally defeat LGD and get their way into the upper bracket final? We'll find out. Game 2 coming up next. Stay right there. We're going to take a quick break. We'll see you in a second.
sorceries avail. Just don't know where
attack. Dire's top tower.
No sorceries avail.
Hello and welcome back to the OGA Dota Pit, where we are now into game number 2 of this series of LGD versus T1, as T1 take a step forward, one game now only away from perhaps beating LGD, the team which has beaten them at every turn so far in the last few events they played in. And man, what a performance. I mean, T1, why do they look so good, Lizard?
You know, I wanted to believe. I believed in the Spirit Breaker. I believed that it might be something crazy as position 4 Tinker. And he did play on mid, but eventually it did look like a position 4 Tinker. I think that's one of the reasons why the game went solidly for them. However, when you look at their draft, there's only one problem that they're facing. It's global silence. The moment they get items to deal with the global silence, they're completely fine. And that's what they did, right? They got 2 Lotus Orbs on Zephyr and Whitemon. Suddenly the team fights became so damn easy for them. I completely agree with T-Ben and what he said before this game. I went a little bit Davai with the Spirit Breaker prediction, but the draft of T1 looks way more solid.
I mean...
Yeah. I'd have to... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I don't blame you for going for LGD, because their track record of doing crazy shit and getting away with it, and in fact making it look awesome, is very strong. So when I look at LGD, I don't really look at their heroes. I more kind of just and think about where they're going. I kind of just look at the overall idea. But yeah, I mean, this time around, I don't know, man. Omni Sven just feels so damn strong, Steven.
Yeah, I think it's not only the Omni Sven, it's also the Omni Leshrac. It's just his ability to just play behind another hero who's not your Sven, take objectives early game, and just provide so much space for your Sven. Like, everything on T1 was just perfect, right? And they had the Shadow Demon, which was actually hard countering Necrophos. And I'm not so sure why they picked the Necro. I get it. Like, it's a good fighter. It pairs well with the Spirit Breaker, but you're still playing against the Shadow Demon. It's got the save for the Reaper sight. Then it can also purge off your Shroud. And that's just horrible for Necro. Like, Fate Beyond overperformed, in my opinion, in this game, right?
Wow.
Like, he punished some of T1's movements, and then he got really far ahead. You know, he had a lot of net worth, but at the same time, like, there's limitations to this hero when it's against the Shadow Demon. So T1 overall draft wise, it was just far superior. I get what LGD were trying to do with the Tinker. This defense matrix on your carry, it's insane in the late game. And as long as you can like get to a point where you have this Blink Dagger Shivas or Blink Dagger Aghanims, people are tending to go for no boots build because you don't really need it on Tinker because you're just like TPing around and blinking around anyway. If you can get that without losing too many of your towers and too many deaths, like, it's going to be insane in the late game.
Yeah, for sure. And to me, part of it was kind of this Monkey King ended up being very poor. I think their lack of ability to make plays on the map on LGD really hurt them in terms of, you know, how much they could control, how much they could farm, where they could farm. Do you think that's true, Liz?
Yep, for sure. Like Necro and Tinker, they're a little bit, maybe Necro not as much, but Tinker definitely is still on a little bit more on a greedier side, which makes Monkey, well, it forces him into more of an active role early on. But for me, the reason, I can see PSG LGD's plan. I can see this, okay, you have Shadow Demon, we don't really care. We're just going to combo it really well with Reaper Sight and Global, right? Global Silence. The problems really start when you get those first few items that deal with the Global Silence. Lotuses, Greaves, whatever. From that point onwards, your game is extremely hard. You cannot initiate on anyone on the side of T1 because you have Shadow Demon to save them, you have Whitemon to save them. And how many times did this Omni just rescue 23 Savage out of bad situations? Same goes with Zephyr. He disrupts him, suddenly there's a blink out from the Sven, and they wasted like Wukong's command global and whatnot. So a very difficult game for PSG LGD once T1 gets their items. And T1 will get their items because PSG LGD's draft isn't a draft that finishes the game that early on or chokes you out that early on around the triangle, right? So it was inevitable in hindsight, but yeah, it was inevitable.
T1 in this, I was just gonna mention something real quick. Like T1 always played the way that they play, right? Whenever they see openings, they're gonna push their limits. The only reason why LGD were kind of like able to come back into this game is because they didn't really wait for their BKBs. The initial BKBs that T1 get, that's how, Silencer loses a layer of its, whatever it can do. The global silence, like that's just gone. And the secondary layer comes off when the supports get a way to remove the global silence. This hero feels really bad if you're not snowballing the game. Silencer, that is. So this game they didn't, and it was just... And Spearbreaker's kind of the same thing too, right? Like they had a lot of these snowball heroes on LGD, and their early game just went horribly because of T1's expert, super top tier draft.
Yeah, really nice stuff from T1. I just, and I loved how we mentioned things we liked about the draft in the actual drafting phase, and we were like, yeah, no, it looks really solid. And then we actually see it in the game. We're like, oh my god, it's like really solid. Like this is actually such a strong 5-man lineup. Like one thing I haven't really thought about, but it makes a lot of sense, is like the double save for the Sven, as you're mentioning. They were always able to keep him alive, and for Sven of all heroes, that makes so much sense. You just keep that God Strength going. You don't worry about him dying once. Even if he's got an Aegis, you still don't want your Sven to die. Like dying as Sven with God Strength up is always bad if you've got an Aegis or not. So you just get like the double save supports, and also, as you mentioned, already a really, really good Shadow Demon game. Just buy those Lotus Orbs to stop the Silencer having much of an effect. One thing I did want to ask though, just before we jump into the next game, is what did you think about this Ags rush on the Silencer? Is this something which you think is a good idea?
I actually don't know what you can't go for and what you should be buying in a game such as this one. You're a position 5 Silencer. He went for a Veil and then into an Aghanims. I think we're looking really at the wrong spot. I don't think it really mattered that much. Like you could buy a 4 staff instead of it. It wouldn't really change the state of the game.
Right. Okay. I mean, it kind of felt like he was trying to make up for the damage issues in his team, which was something they very much.
If you're a position 5 trying to make up for the damage issues of your team, there's something wrong.
Yeah, not sure about that one. All right, well, we do have the draft available for game number 2, so let's waste no time in jumping into this one. What do you think? Is this going to be... Oh, man, we're really into this draft. Okay.
Very quickly.
So we have a Clinks and an Omniite for T1, and we have a Batrider and a Monkey King for LGD. You guys surprised to see this Omniite getting through again for T1?
Kind of, and not really. There's just too many good heroes right now. Especially because people are still experimenting. So whatever like comes out and it dominates a game, you feel like, oh my god, it's so OP. Like you can't think about every single one of them. And definitely in the last game, I felt like Shadow Demon had more impact than Omni in a lot of ways. So they're just gonna get rid of that. Keeper of the Light, we know why. It's just so good too. And for me, the biggest thing in this draft that's a big change is them getting this Batrider on LGD side. That hero, man, we saw 9 play this hero. It just looked insane.
Just looked really, really strong, and I wouldn't even mind seeing something like a Silencer again for PSG LGD now with the Batrider. I think that's an insane combo, and when you're playing versus Omni Knight, it can be really good. If you buy yourself something like a Ghost, just so you don't die from Clinks as he finds you somewhere,
10 seconds remaining.
you don't have to contribute much. Just press that global when Batrider goes in with the lasso,
remaining.
and you should already be having a pretty decent team fight on your side. But there you go, T1 realizes it, they ban it out.
Makes
Good ban.
sense. Yep, absolutely.
Now, PSG LGD probably with a Bkop, maybe a Storm Spirit here to ban out.
Dire team ban.
Okay, Invoker instead. Sure.
I think Storm is a brilliant ban because it actually counters both Bat and the Monkey. It's hard for you to jump onto trees and get away because Storm can just zip in and break it. And Batrider always been a counter. Like in the mid lane, you can always drop the Remnants if the
10
Batrider tries
seconds
to go
remaining.
over you, do damage to him when he's diving. Or in the mid late game, just
5
catch him
seconds
while the
remaining.
Bat split pushing with his Boots of Travels. Very good hero with Omni as well. You know, you got that status assistance on your Storm and they can't stun you.
Yeah, just overall looks pretty solid. I'm not sure what else you can go for to pick now versus the Bat, right? To consider a higher threat, let's put it that way, than a Storm is. I think that should really be their next ban. Meanwhile, for
It's just such a value pick.
Yeah. Meanwhile, for T1, it's just a bane because they don't really worry about anything. Usually, teams ban out PL, right? Versus when they're picking Clinks, they ban out PL. These illusion-based heroes, we've seen that yesterday as well. But you already see the Monkey King, and you're kind of guessing, I guess,
10
that
seconds
it's Ame again, or else you would be focusing on those scores.
5 seconds remaining.
It's true. That's true.
Yeah, because Zinq did play it yesterday, right? So not only yesterday, multiple times. So they can put the 4 Monkey.
China staple for sure.
Ooh, oh, please let me see a Storm right here.
Lion.
Okay, not yet. They're holding on to it still. But Elder Titan too is like it gets hard countered by Storm Spirit. Like you can't stun him. He's gonna want to zip into the backlines and get on top of you too. And this Lion pickup, I think the idea behind the Lion here is if they need to, they can put the Lion in the safe lane if the Batrider is going off lane, and it's really good.
5 seconds
Just being able to have the 2 disables against Bat, you can do a lot of damage to him or just stun him under your tower, which is also nice. But you have Omni Knight, like you have 2 different ways that you can deal with this hero now, regardless of where the Batrider goes.
Lina instead.
Lina instead.
Oh,
okay. I would actually prefer this because if you go Storm, can't you? Like, isn't Monkey a hard counter Storm at mid, or at least historically?
Dire team ban.
I'm not sure really if you can look at it that way. I mean, overall, Storm would be good. Like, look, even this Nature's Prophet, this game looks like a perfect Storm game. But yeah, they went for Alina instead, and I'm not sure how T-Ban feels about it. But I don't like it nearly as much as I would have liked. Storm.
I think the idea behind the Lina is that they have no lane shove on T1, and they don't want to be overwhelmed with just heroes pushing out lanes and just running at you nonstop while your heroes are like slowly trying to get creep waves out. If you have a Storm versus a Lina, right? And with Lina mid, like you can still spam the Batrider down, make them low health so they can't dive you. So it's a different kind of gameplay. I feel like they think this hero will make their lineup more cohesive than a Storm would.
But it doesn't, does it? Like in my opinion, the way I see it, it kind of does the same job that Clinks would do, and especially now Clinks can shove waves as well with his barrage. Storm Spirit could have done the same job of shoving waves.
I agree with you.
This
is a beautiful Storm game for sure. Unless they like put Lina off lane for Cuckoo and get a Storm right now.
Theban, you've changed, man. You've changed. I remember OGA China, Church of Lina, you and Mira going on your tri-rays, trying to get people to sign up to your Church of Lina. Now look at you.
Church. I do like these 2 picks now with Mars though, right? Like Mars is a rare hero that makes everything kind of compact on the side of T1. They really needed to find the right offlaner, and Mars was an obvious pick, I would even say. Now you have this front line that can protect Lina and Clinks while they do their business. Another one was Void, but you couldn't really fit the Void in your draft, so I like it.
Yeah, definitely so it is going to be a Monkey King support here with a Spectre carry, and Yeah, I think the Mars makes so much more sense now too. Like just to like if the monkey was gonna be the carry, then Mars as a melee hero would have done the best against it because you can always just spear him away. Other options to have someone as a body for your team probably would have got punished by a monkey carry.
All right, well, these are our drafts. These are our 5 heroes for each team. I feel like, we were favoring T1 early on, but they took it in a bit of an odd direction. Are we still thinking it's going to be a T1 series, or do you think LGD is going to even the odds?
Yeah, I'm gonna go with LGD this game for sure. Like the last game I went with them for the memes. This time around, I don't know. What did you say? Your second head, your second heart, and whatnot.
Yeah, brain.
The brain.
What have you got a second of?
For me, it's pointing in PSG LGD's direction. You have so many ways of cutting into these backlines now with Spectre, with Nature's Prophet TPing behind Lina on mid lane, with Batrider stomping and going in. It can be difficult for T1. Though.
So Lina needs heroes, like she needs to be able to tank through stuff, but this game, there's a Batrider lasso into a Spectre haunt and an NP like TP in or an ultimate. This looks like a hard game for T1. I think they had some good things going in game 1 in terms of the draft. This one I don't like as much, and I think LGD are like, guys, we ain't losing this. So yeah, I'm gonna go with LGD. Their draft looks damn good this time around.
I'll go with T1. I'm not a big fan of Spectre right now, and I love that hero. Omni compared to the dagger now as well. There's a few things which I think lean it in their favor a little bit. I mean, I will edge towards T1, but guys, why haven't we do have the game paused so I can ask you this question? Why have we been seeing a drop-off in the Spectre recently?
Just some other heroes are a little bit more popular, but it's this circle, the cycle of life in this game, right? Like you get the meta heroes, then suddenly these heroes that aren't really meta come back because they might be strong versus certain ones. And here you go. That's exactly why the Spectre was picked. You not only do you have a way of getting on top of Lina, but also the Clinks.
Yeah, and carries like to farm, and that hero doesn't farm as fast as all these other heroes that are able to be picked right now. Like the more net worth you can amass, the quicker you can get into engagement. Spectre kind of needs to have a good, decent laning stage and have impact with that haunt. This game, I think, though, the Spectre is going to have a lot of impact with haunt because you can provide vision, and then the Wrath of Nature is going to hit everybody, and that's so much damage right there.
Well, the game is now underway, which means we can throw it over to our casters. And for our first caster, if he started on OnlyFans, I'd probably subscribe. It's Bkop. And joining him, if he started on OnlyFans, well, he'd probably be charged for crimes against humanity. It's Mofarah.
Jeez.
All right. Is you.
Oh.
So how much am I charging? How much do you think
I feel personally attacked, Bkop.
I feel personally built up. I don't know what you're talking about. I feel great.
I'm willing to take the flak to build you up, Bkop. It's fine.
Yeah. Build me up, Buttercup. Okay. All right. Are we watching this? Are we watching the Monkey King going into the base? He's in looking for couriers.
I think they're heading back. They've seen him.
He was looking for couriers.
Yeah, it's a good play though if you can get away with it. I think good teams against the Monkey King though will always check to see if he's in the base. Really looking forward to seeing how the laning stage plays out, especially in this top lane. I think for T1, the Clinks on the Omni I think might struggle a little bit. Obviously, Faith Bian. This Nature's Prophet against Clinks matchup isn't as good as it used to be. Obviously, you have the AoE now on the Clinks to be able to help clear trees. But I think having this Monkey King that can play against the Omni Knight and like the side of the lane almost. I don't know how Omni Knight's supposed to like trade in that lane ever. This Monkey King would just he has 6 armor, like Jingu to be able to trade hits at level 1. It'd be interesting to see how T1 decide to try and play that lane.
Let's see how this goes. Back into that courier form. Moving real quick. I do think Whitemon spotted him, though. He'll get through around the back, get the Jingu going. Oy. Alright, finally gets the Jingu off. He's taking a lot of damage.
Yeah, he is, but at the same time, Clinks isn't CSing, right? So It's kind of the trade-off.
Still trying to just use this Jingu. There was one courier that came over, and that was Omni Knight's courier. But Y's going to lose his courier, so Zephyr will get the kill on that one. So the first courier to go down is an LGD courier, despite the aggression on couriers from LGD. And again, Jingu goes off, and Whitemon has to just stand there and kind of eat it. He's got the Heavenly Grace, but that's about it.
I love that they're pressuring under the tower here as well. They like Jinky could have moved that quick wave round behind, right? And they could have looked to try and bring the lane back. That they want to keep the pressure up. Basically, I'm going to be more than happy with how this lane's going so far. How's mid lane going? Because I feel like this this Batrider should have a bit of a difficult time. We've seen some good Batrider performances so far this tournament, but the lane against the Lina not easy.
It's got 5 stacks of the sticky napalm, and see if he can put another one on. Ooh. Now starting all over again. But we've seen it. We saw 9 kind of able to dive these towers to get these kills. But I'm not sure if that's going to happen in a matchup like this. Carl on this Lina should be able to really keep his distance from Jowade on this Batrider.
The reason this matchup's good for Batrider isn't because of the laning stage, though, right? Like the panel we're talking about in the game later on, you know, you find this really easy entrance into the backline of like the Lina and the Clinks because you have the Haunt Vision.
Right.
And I think LGD's lineup in general, they have this really good like gank potential, right? Like especially if Monkey King finds anybody on the map with this like really high mobility, they have Batrider that's going to have BOTs, they've got Haunt, they've got the teleport from the Prophet. There's so many like ways of them just getting on top of heroes.
And you could definitely go as pairings too, and have the Monkey King in the trees, pair him up like you said with the Spectre, or just really have him there with the Nature's Prophet. I don't know if you need much more than that. Just got to make sure that the Nature's Prophet doesn't Nature's Call the tree that Monkey King's standing on.
Oh, I can't wait to see that this game actually.
Oh. Pops the Jingu on Whitemon, then throws the Balance Strike at 23, doing a good amount of damage. Immediately, the Heavenly Grace is placed on the Clinks, but that is not a good feeling if you're this Clinks up here.
He's getting some CS though, he's doing okay. Especially considering how the lane's gone in general for them. But this level 2 Jingu now, yeah, lane does get very difficult, but I think T1, considering how this lane could have gone, they'll be more than happy.
Are these tree and cactuses with scarves on?
I never thought I'd hear a question like that, but
They
look like it, don't they?
I don't really know what's going on. Like, aren't cactuses in the desert? Wouldn't that be hot? Wouldn't you just be hotter in a scarf?
Stop questioning the frog, alright?
I'm done. I swear. Zephyr coming around over towards mid, maybe looking to try and get a kill here on to Jowade.
With the Lina coming up to the level 6 mark, I'd assume as well.
I already spotted him though with that
probably
ward.
about level 5.5, but yeah. So they know there's a ward there.
Yes, vision, yeah.
And I love that as soon as they see the line, the spot lane, they try and like punish this Mars, right? They know that he doesn't have a huge amount of help, so.
Actually pressuring top as well. They've got a sentry down. They'll take out the Dire sentry. 23 turns around for a second. They are pushing Whitemon and 23 kind of to the edge on this lane and making it very difficult for them to stay. That being said, still 23 is CSing pretty well.
He's trying to come back around again to get back to the lane because he doesn't want to miss out on the XP, but oh, they see him.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
It's really difficult to get on top of him though. Oh,
They've
no
dusted
quelling
him
on
up.
Whitemon.
Yeah, and he's Heavenly Grace himself. Jingu taking a lot of damage, gets the Jingu off. Boundless Strike needs to be careful for the Clinks' damage. Carl, meanwhile, gets first blood on Jowade while there's 2 kills up towards top. Faith Beyond will gonna get a second. And 23, one more shot, will get run down by Faith Beyond. A TP in from Zephyr. Treant's body blocking. And good Sprout.
He has a TP in 5 seconds on the Prophet to get back to base.
Zephyr has Hex, but he won't see him.
He doesn't know he's there, especially at night time. Lack of vision. Great kill for the Lina though onto the Batrider. If you look at the difference in CS between these two heroes though, this Batrider is not having fun whatsoever. And if LGD, it's not the end of the world because they have this position 3 in the Nature's Prophet that's kind of like a semi-core, right? Like it can scale well going into the late game. So the Batrider is kind of like the POS 3 in that sense. And we've seen that a few times from Joey.
Oh,
You know, we saw him play Underlord yesterday as well.
more Quelling Blade action, and he knew exactly what tree GQ is on.
Yeah, it's important that you build these Quelling Blades against the Prophet in particular though. The Monkey King kind of just helps
Ooh.
out a little bit.
Oh, he knows. Does he know? Oh,
That was close. They have Innocence here as well. They want to go on 23 Savage.
yeah, they want to get the sweep if they could slow him down with the Primal Spring. Now they've got the Sprout, but he's also got that Quelling Blade. They'll grab the Treants.
I think they're trying to force this line to come and have to play top. Because what they really want is the Spectre to just be able to 1v1 a Mars, right? Oh my god, look at this Lina's net worth. Jesus.
Jowite's really struggled mid in terms of keeping up, but he's always kind of found a way to make up for it in some shape or form. Another Quelling Blade shot onto the tree that Jinkyu is on. And with Cuckoo here, this is looking like certain death. Oh, Arena, unnecessary, but...
And this is what I'm saying, that the Spectre now gets the free farm bot lane, right? Like, as long as the Spectre's having a good time, I think LGD will be okay. And the fact that, yeah, they're getting Arena out of it as well is more than good enough.
Pretty unnecessary Arena, too.
Oh, Faith Man got it! Yeah, they just want to make sure they get the kill, though. I don't mind it too much. Jowite making stacks for himself.
Always nice to get yourself some stacks.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
We talked about the Batrider having a rough time, but 23 Savage has still got less net worth than him because of this pressure that's been coming out on the top lane so much.
No, he doesn't have a tower to farm under. They're going to smoke up, though, and look to get something here. Jowite in the trees.
I think Cuckoo saw the stacks that were being made for the Batrider, and they wanted to make a smoke to try and contest them, but they're ever so slightly too late because Jowite's already just taken them. And they're looking for the Lina here. In the mid lane.
Oh, Carl getting run down. They're gonna bring over Faith Beyond, unneeded. I mean, it's got that haunt used. They get a kill, and now they've got a lot of heroes here to go and take this mid-tier 1.
Dire's middle tower
No,
is under
everybody's
attack.
all of a sudden is collapsing. Jowite sees the Mars TP as well.
Dire's structures are fortified.
A little bit of a late sleep. I don't think this is gonna matter, though. I'll kind of back off the tower and missing that sleep.
God, the trees.
I don't think they were gonna go for a kill anyway.
They do not deal with these trees well at all. They're really struggling with the wave clear. Oh, he's going Echo Saber on the Spectre. Okay. I was wondering whether he might go Blade Mail or something this game. Especially for the armor. But going Echo Saber instead, which is more than fine. Is there a carry hero that hasn't built Echo Saber yet, actually? That's probably the question we should ask. Like a melee hero.
I was just gonna say Clinks, but now you put it only to melee heroes and you make your question unanswerable. They'll get the kill on a Zephyr, they'll take him out. Y gets credit for that one as he's hitting for an extra 40. So 103 total.
It feels like T1 are losing more and more of the map, right? They don't really have anywhere to play with. These trees are giving so much vision, giving information. Like Jinkyu's jumping around the map, finding loads of information as well. And they're just finding all these pickoffs, and T1 aren't really ready to fight yet. They need the level 6s on their supports, I think, to really have that big game impact to make kills happen on the map.
Wheels up into the air with the LSA. They've got the Arena, Laguna Blade. They'll get the kill on the Jowite. The sweep, though. Emily Grace will wake him up. Whitemon being the alarm clock that tells Cuckoo it's time for school.
Got the LSA off before the start.
Boundless Strike. Ooh, was looking for the finger. Not even needed, though. Get the kill into Jin-Q. They'll take themselves a second. Faith Beyond standing around with his Togemon Treants, but won't be able to do anything.
And with the catapult wave here as well, there should be a mid-tier 1. Obviously, there's the ET to worry about a little bit, but I think they can go for this.
Might be tough if he could slow it down.
They're going to be able to just about defend it, and I assume they're going to deny the tier 1 as well. So, well played by LGD. And 23 Savage is finding his way back into the game here as well. Like, he's managed to get a little bit of space to farm up again. And we've seen how quickly this Clinkz hero can farm. Yeah, it is pretty scary.
Spectre, Echo, Ags. And that Ag's looking to jump the back lines. Again, having another jump with this presence of Bat Rider and Nature's Prophet, as well as the Monkey King, really can make things difficult for this side of T1.
Not what I would have expected. Nomad's going to be bursting with joy at the fact that Spectre's building an Aghanim's, because this is something that he's been trying to make work for ages, even when it's been really bad. But yeah, I guess they're just doubling down on the effect that they want to be able to get to that backline, like you're saying, and find these pickoffs around the map with the high mobility that they have.
Yeah.
I think Manta has such high value on this hero, though. I'm surprised he's going... Like, I like the Ags in general, but I think as a second item, it surprises me.
Bottom lane, they have found themselves Whitemon. He'll try to TP out. Balance Strike is ready, though, from Jin-Q. They'll get the kill to Whitemon. Y gets credit with another one. He's 2-0-1.
Oh. Elbow Smasher says, they're my creeps. Sorry.
And he takes another one. The Hellbear Smasher was leveling up after all those CS. I haven't used Finger of Death just yet. They do have the double burst damage with the Laguna and the Finger. They're going to go to the Haunt now. Let's see who he's going for. It's going to be 23. They've got the Balance Strike from a distance. Faith Beyond gets credit for the kill onto 23. And now they'll look for Zephyr, who stands in the Earth Splitter from Y. And Jin-Q gets himself a kill. It's another pairing for the side of LGD that they'll take.
Yeah, they could just offer so much like kill threat and aggression on the map. Anybody who walks around by themselves on T1 have to be careful. You would like to see them pair up here. You see Whitemon kind of walking around by himself a little bit, going to stack some Ancients, but I'd worry that they need to make sure they can defend these Ancients, right? They don't have the best Ancient takers. I mean, Clinkz is okay, obviously, with the new AoE, but... He's actually
farming
really
now?
well on the Spectre.
Yeah.
I guess he can disassemble the Echo Saber into the Axe as well. Makes sense. Yeah, and they are going to get the Ancient steps.
Yeah, the Maelstrom with the Burning Barrage really helps out.
It's ridiculous, isn't it? But it's not, it's not massively quick. It is quick, but...
And there it is again. It gets much quicker with the Burning Barrage, that's for sure.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you definitely wouldn't have done it before that before that change. But they haven't really stopped the Spectre from farming at all on T1. And you remember what the panel was saying before, that the Spectre will give so much information with the Horn, and if it's able to get onto these squishy backliners in the Lina and the Clinkz, they do die really easily. I'm assuming after the Axe he'll go for some like Manta Skadi or something. And the Skadi against the two ranged cores is going to be so effective.
I'd love to see anything. Like, just go wild in your build.
Yeah. Jin-Q and Innocence are so rich as well on the supports. I think that's where most of the difference comes from.
You've got Jin-Q just farming top. He's got the Primal Spring only level 1, though.
Dire are scanning.
It's usually a big help when you've got that level 4 and you're able to just Primal Spring these creep waves. Arena down, Jowie caught with the spear. They've got the Earth Splitter and the sweep on a 2, but the Finger comes in with the Earth Spike from Zephyr. 4 heroes in. Now Jinkyu looking to land that Wukong's as well as Balance Strike, but they've got the Guardian Angel, and the Luna Boy comes out on a Y. Dragon Slave follow up with one more right click from Cuckoo, gets themselves a second, could be a third.
Goodness,
Jinkyu surviving, doing a lot of damage, kills off Zephyr, looks over at Whitemon, Carl goes down, and Cuckoo is next. 4 heroes are gonna fall here on T1. Jinkyu making it happen himself, basically, to start, and then get some follow-up help from Zhao 8 and Faith Beyond.
All of a sudden, he's just level 10 as well. I think that was so sick by him. He gets the Jingu stack charges up so that he hits 4, waits for the Guardian Angel to end, so he gets the full lifesteal onto, like, I think it was 2 heroes, maybe 3.
Let's watch it again.
I mean, this looks really good for T1, right? Like, they find these... LGD are trying to find these, like, pickoffs, but T1, like, read the play really well. And they desperately want to finish this ET off, but the Monkey King's the hero that's going to cause big damage. You see, he waits for that GA to finish, instantly gets the lifesteal, and the Wukong's just doing so much damage.
Faith Beyond had come in, and then they had Zhao 8 a little bit late there. Lasso comes out into Cuckoo, and they're going to kill him off again. All of a sudden, a 4K lead and a top of the net worth Spectre with that Ags using that Shadow Step to come in.
And Jinkyu's like almost doubling up the net worth of Zephyr at 17 minutes on the post 4s. Like, that's ridiculous.
Toast from Faith Beyond. They've got Zhao 8 here. Help get this kill on a Zephyr.
Is he going Glipnir on the Prophet? It looks like he is.
Yeah, he is. And then Monkey King's going to Fusel. So Shinkyu's going to be kind of going into this pseudo cosplay 4-core.
And it looks like I think that was Orchid queued up on the Spectre as well.
Oh boy, they caught him. But now again, Amit going in with the Shadow Step will have the Haunt to follow it up. They'll look for the LSA, but that's only going to be an illusion. He's jaunting and jiving around as he's going for 23. They've got the dust onto the Clinks. They're going to try and catch him. And another Quelling Blade Earth Splitter forcing 23 over to the side, but they've got the Arena coming down that saves the Clinks as well as Gar on the Lina. They get the kill on the Jinkyu, but now, what else can they get? The sweep comes in from wide. They have the Rod of Atos on a Cuckoo. They're not going to follow this up with anything more. That was Shadow Step and Haunt looking to get a kill here. Spectral Dagger thrown forward. Zhao 8's a little bit too far in, but behind them is Faith Beyond. They'll get the kill on Carl. They're going to look over the rest. They look over 23, but the Spear's going to land onto the Nature's Prophet. They get the kill on 23 as the sleep hits on the 2. Separate can only stand and watch as they've got the Glaive here. They'll throw it onto these 2 heroes of Whitemon and Cuckoo and kill them both off. 4 heroes down on the side of T1. Long drawn out, but eventually a victory there for LGD.
I mean, in these really scrappy games where there's so much like early fighting going on, this Spectre Axe is actually doing huge amounts of work. My goodness. I mean, 23 Savage is doing a really good job of trying to like delay the fight as much as possible, right? Like, he gets away from the stomp, manages to slowly get out, but without the Clinks, their damage output is so limited. Oh, and the Shadow Step.
It's so good. Zephyr's gone, and another kill for Ame.
And when he gets this Orchid, like, we've talked about the pick-off potential from LGD all game. Like, they have catch from the Prophet now because of the Atos as well. So, like, any combination of 2 heroes kills anybody on T1.
Top tower is under attack.
Which is an absolutely terrifying thought, really, if you're a T1 fan.
There's the Orchid for Ame.
And what's their play to the Orchid? Like, they have Heavenly Grace on the Omni, but if the Omni's ever running in to cast Heavenly Grace on somebody, I think he's dead this game.
Well, if he's in Vision, he's getting Shadow Stepped on.
Oh, for sure. I mean, he's #1 target for LGD.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Are scanning.
Someone shows mid.
Yeah.
Dead.
And there's the Shadow Step with Faith Beyond using that Wrath of Nature. And now they're going to look for more. Cuckoo going to use that Arena, but the Wukong's command comes in. The Ear Splitter flies through. Gleipnir on the Cuckoo. They'll get the kill on the Mars.
I think, did he just BOT on the Batrider to a Nature's Prophet tree as well? It's really nice. Yeah. They cannot feel safe anywhere on the map right now on T1. And if you do not feel safe on the map, you're not going to be farming, right?
And there is another Shadow Step, this time on a Whitemon. Faith Beyond in for the finishing blow, and he is now on a monster kill streak at 8-0-10.
Yeah. Something I want to mention as well that Thieben talked about earlier on the panel, like, when you have the vision for the Horn, this Wrath of Nature just hits everybody, right? And that spell is absolutely terrifying. Like, I don't think people realize how, like, the last few bounces of that spell does so much damage. I really want to set on for Faith Beyond, but I actually don't think he kills Faith Beyond. Like, he's hoping that he can get a +1 or something, but there's nobody near.
Top lane, Xiao 8 and Jin-Q. Jin-Q does have this defusal now. It's crazy because Jin-Q's having such a wild game, and yet Elder Titan has more net worth.
That's true. We haven't even really talked about Innocence that much, but he's having a great time.
Innocence going for the 4 staff. They've got Faith Beyond pressuring the top tier 2, and if anybody comes over, well, Xiao 8 and Jin-Q are ready to go. And here they are, Carl. He gets the BKB off, but they've got the lasso inside the Wukong's command. They're going to bring 23 in. Ooh, they bring 23 in. Why are they bringing 23 into this? That's right into the Wukongs. He's in so much trouble. They get the Kona White on the take out 23. They look over at SAPPHIRE. It looks like not only a 3rd, but should be a 4th. They'll lose Xiao 8 in the process. Cuckoo. The fact that he's got the arena allows him to walk out. LSA hits on Faith Beyond. Is he going to lose the undead streak? The Laguna barely does anything. It doesn't scratch the surface. Cuckoo now slowed up by the diffusal blade of Jin-Q. They'll chase him down, and eventually, if the Jin-Q procs, Cuckoo will die, and it's looking likely that it'll do so. Although Jin-Q going back and forth and kind of playing with his food a bit, allowing Cuckoo to blink out. He was 1 shot from dead. I'm surprised he didn't finish him.
No, he didn't have the range, unfortunately. No Boundless up either, because he tried to use it on the Lina before and missed. It happens, but I appreciate T1 bringing the clicks over. I know you're saying about, like, you know, why is he here and stuff, but honestly, if they lose that fight, I think the game's pretty much over if it's not already, right? So they need to bring everything they can to potentially try and win it, even if it's like, you know, if they have a 2% chance of winning that fight and a 1% chance of winning the next fight, they might as well take the biggest chance they have.
Yeah, I think just the tough thing is you're going right into the Wukongs.
Yeah.
Would it have been better for him to, say, TP into the tier 3 and fight?
Yeah, potentially, but I don't... It probably wouldn't have made a huge difference, honestly. He probably clicked without really looking first.
12k lead here for LGD. Spectre Manta next.
What's nice is seeing this Spectre do so well with a different kind of build as well. Like, it's not the standard Spectre build, but it shows that there are different alternatives, that, you know, the way you can play this hero. I'm a little bit worried about any gank coming through here, so just hiding in the trees. Xiao 8's doing the same. They know there's something up.
Xiao 8, he doesn't have a lot of kills, but he's 1-5 and 16, so 17 of 24 kills he's been involved in, really putting the pressure on. He's helping with that lockdown, helping with anything he can. And arena used.
It's like we said before, the Xiao 8's kind of the POS 3. Like, if you look at Faith Beyond's net worth in the game, like we said, he can scale, so the Xiao 8 having less net worth doesn't really mean like that the game plan's not going well, right?
Yeah.
He started mid, but yeah, doesn't really play out that way.
And that's gonna be the haunt committed for this. Left near Whitemon, he's caught for a second. They've got the flame break to push him back into the lasso, so they have the connection to get this kill onto this Omni.
Do they see
Spectre
23
back
Savage
down
as well?
towards bottom. They've got to assume that somebody's nearby, right?
I think they know he's down here somewhere.
Ooh.
Or they see him. Oh my god, they caught him with the dagger. Is he?
He's out of vision now.
Oh, they brought Dust with the Prophet, but
Radiant are scanning.
oh god, he's so scared.
He's still sticking down here, though.
Yeah, nice play by 23 Savage to keep himself alive, though. Last minute, you know, ballet shoes, turns the other way. Yeah, I mean, he's staying down there because he's so scared to walk anywhere. He doesn't know where to go. He doesn't know where they have vision or anything now.
Surrender to the omnipotent. patience.
So what's the way back in here?
Oh, don't ask me that question.
T1.
Oh god.
I got to. I get told that I should ask it more.
How do they get back into the game? It's a fantastic question. I mean, the Omni ult is a big deal, right? If they can get a good GA off it, like, it negates the damage from, like, the Wukongs, for example. They don't have a huge amount of magic burst on LGD. And they need to try and find a way of, like, who do you even kill first on the LGD side? They effectively have 4 cores. I think if they can kill Faith Beyond, it would be huge, but it's so difficult.
He hasn't died once, so it is very difficult.
Once
And they're
they get
going
the
in a
Scardy
rush.
Once they get the Scardy on the Clinks, maybe they can kite around a little bit, but... Yeah, again, they're so far behind. He does have the Scardy now, okay.
Faith Beyond, Ame, Jin QY, all here.
Radiant's bottom tower.
You'd have some Togemon helping him out, but now they'll get themselves the Aegis into the hands of Ame, who's always ready to make a jump with the Shadow Step and the Haunt. 2 options to really dive in, and they're going to dive on in, going in here. 423, they've used the Haunt, they'll get the kill, and, well, he's without buyback.
Yeah, I'd be really surprised if at any point in this game T1 are holding on to gold for buyback. It's like the game yesterday that we were casting, that you're so far behind that you need all the net worth you can to try and win fights. Right?
Where Ame wasn't holding buyback, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And then he was once the buyback from Zhao 8 was used when he was playing with Shrek. Spear hits on a Y, they've got the finger, and now the lasso comes out onto the Mars, and they're going to go to the backlines with this. They've got Faith Beyond going through with Ame, they've got the Hex out onto the Spectre, but they'll look over at Carl. They're trying to get this kill here onto the Lina with the BKB TP out. He'll escape, but the arena is down, and now Cuckoo trying to survive, but he's chased down by Ame, who is now unstoppable. 3 heroes dead on the side of T1 as they had killed 23 earlier. They do end up losing Innocence, but that's not really gonna stop them from moving in on mid.
Nice play by Ame as well. They basically, instead of focusing the Omni down, he just runs in, orchids him, and then they focus everybody else. Like, Lina only survives by the skin of her teeth, by the TP out. And it's just a different kind of way of dealing with Omni, where normally we see it get run down first all the time. They don't need to this game. And that's a mind breaker for Spectre. Good stuff.
Mindbreaker, have that silence and the Orchid.
Oh, Zhao 8 has the gem now as well, so they're even going to start to lose vision.
Which basically means if anybody shows and the Shadow Step is on you, First Strike silences you for 1.75, then you've got the Orchid that's going to silence you. So you've basically effectively got 7 seconds worth of silence. If we're rounding up here.
Yeah, and if you look at the minimap, like, T1 don't see anything. They literally see nothing, right? So they have to leave the base altogether if they're going to go anywhere. While LGE are, like, just controlling so much more of the map. There's no rush for them to finish if they don't want. They can just carry on looking for pickoffs and find these slow objectives. Yeah, I think the main way they throw this game on LGD is if they try and push this high ground too early.
And there it is. Forcing the BKB, and now, ooh, they've got the Sprout. No. He actually blinks into the Sprout, and this is a problem for T1. They're all here. The Guardian Angel's going to come out with Zhao going in with the BKB. They've got themselves the last one that comes into the Omni Knight. Ame looking for a target. They'll get the kill on Whitemon. Now they'll look for the rest. Arena down, Spear hits on a Faith Beyond, but that's only taking him out of the fight for a second. Cuckoo, he's silenced. He'll TP out. All they get so far is Whitemon, but Zephyr looking like the next one to fall. Gleipnir is used, and they'll lose both supports on the side of T1. All 5 heroes were there, and that was potentially devastating. But they somehow hold on, and by hold on, I mean they escape.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Are they going to go for this straight away on T1?
They're going to go through Gleipnir onto 2. Manta, Ame might lose this Aegis. The rest of the team is kind of far away from him, so do they have the ability to save Ame? LSA is going to come through, and they've got the damage to get this kill on Ame.
Wow.
They're taking out the Spectre, well done by T1, and a little bit of just leaving their carry alone for the moment.
They want
And they're
more,
still
though.
going for Faith Beyond. They want to kill him for the first time this game as they've taken out Ame for the first time. He's now 6-1 and 14. Earth Splitter coming through. 23 trying to fight with BKB popped by Jinkyu. Now they've got the Wukong's command down. 23's run in too far. Oh, man. Balance strike on into. They've got the BKB popped by Xiaowei. The Gleipnir's going to lock up the other two heroes on the side of T1, and this is going to go awfully for them. Whitemon, Zephyr, Cuckoo, all gone. 4 heroes dead on the side of T1. They've chased too far. They've overplayed their hand.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't end up going well for them, but I think they have to try and take that fight while there's no Spectre, right? Like, the thing is, Ame has buyback as well, so even if the fight looks like it's close, he can just buy back and come back into the game if he really wants, but if they'd have caught Faith Beyond originally before he hits that high ground, it would have been fine, but they, unfortunately for the Clinks, he runs up into a sentry, right? It's kind of like, oh, there's an ET here waiting now.
So who's ready with the Earth Splitter, and we've seen Innocence kind of preemptively throw that Earth Splitter knowing what's following it up.
Oh, they have
Flame
the last one to
Lasso. This would finish the wipe. Boundless Strike, Flame Break, the control is there. Carl gone for 80 seconds, no buyback.
That wasn't too right.
Because it's kind of like what we said before, right? That bot fight. If they have a 2% chance of winning that, but a 1% chance of winning the next fight, you always take the 2%. So, yeah, it doesn't work, but they're not spoiled for choice at the moment, unfortunately. They just kind of take what they can get.
Always a fan of the 2%. Good milk.
Are scanning.
21,000 net worth lead here for LGD, and Lena's trying to get a Silver Edge. You've got 23 trying to get into the BKB and the Daedalus. He has not really had the best game in terms of farming compared to Faith Beyond or Ame. His lane was rough. He lost that tier 1 very early on.
Oh, Whitemon!
Lane break. Oh! Shadow Step to try and catch him, but he just TPs away.
Yeah, good TP. And they didn't
Have
find
the
the ward
ops.
on
There's
LGD.
the arena. They were trying to break this tree on Jinkyu, I believe. They get the kill to Xiaowei, and now they're going to start to right-click on Cuckoo, and that only popped to Jingu. He's able to BKB TP out.
Good pick off for T1. But not sure how much it gets them back into the game. They need to try and get out and... again, it's the whole thing where somebody's dead now, so they need to try and make the most of it if they can.
Right.
What's the cooldown on Shadow Step?
It is not long. It's only 30 seconds.
Ooh, okay.
Bottom lane, Haunt used, committed, and they've got the Boundless Strike. They're going to look over at 23 and get the kill here onto the Clinks. Again, it's just having that Orchid, having the silence once you jump in, making it almost impossible
Well, he has the
to
Cloak
leave.
of Flames on the Spectre, so doesn't
Yeah,
even
so
have
it's not
the
the
Mind Break
7
anymore.
seconds, now it's 5 seconds.
Shadow Step
And
again.
Shadow Step once more, and this is jumping into the whole side of T1 because they've got Faith Beyond going in with the Gleipnir. They're going to pop the BKB on Carl. Faith Beyond's popped his own BKB as they'll finish off Whitemon, and this is a fight that takes place right by the tier 3 over mid, which could mean that LOGD are going to look to take the high ground right after those kills, and that's exactly what they'll do. They'll step up.
You have to feel for tier 1 because it's horrible playing Dota like this, where like everywhere you show on the map, it just feels like you die, right?
Has fallen.
They just have so, like we talked about, they have so much pick-up potential. It's so difficult. Lyman's going to buy back, but what a great force.
Interesting.
That's-
Force Staff.
think-
And now
They
they're going
tried
to get
to-
the lasso out on a Cuckoo.
Was that the Lena force stuff? I think they tried to go for 2 separate plays at the
Yeah.
same time, where they both would have been really good individually, but they kind of cancelled each other out instead.
They go after the Lena. They've got the Yules up into the air. Carl gonna hit in between the tier 4s, but he is sprouted up. Flame break back and killed off. Now the arena's gonna be around on 4. They've got buyback available on Carl, but Cuckoo already leaving the fight with the BKB being popped by Xiaowei. They're going to TP right into this one. Whitemon right into the middle of the fray, and he takes about 75% of his health in damage immediately. Gleipnir thrown in. They've got themselves the Wukong's command. Carl steps up for a moment. They get the kill on the Jinkyu. They'll end up losing Cuckoo. They hit the sleep on the 23, and now they're draining the mana away from Faith Beyond, but he is fine with the BKB and the right code's coming away. They'll buy back on all 3 heroes on the side of T1, looking to chase. Faith Beyond not speared up, ends up leaving, and the burning barrage that comes out from 23 is just a miss.
So what you have to respect, what the good thing about all these like really strong teams at the moment is they never give up as well. Like it's 30k net worth at 35 minutes, right? And they're still like, we want to try and find a way of coming back into this game, which I think is such a good mentality to have as a team.
And they're gonna five-man smoke. They're gonna look to make the last-ditch effort play.
I think this is a good idea. They need to try and again, it's the whole 5 versus 4 thing.
He's got a BKB, and that is a 9-second BKB that he's taking advantage of. They're going to look for the sweep. That's going to land on a 23. He's woken up a Cuckoo now low. He ends up dying. He's going to be dead for 100 seconds without buyback. They're onto the backlines. They've got Joey going through with the lasso on the 23. They'll take the clinks. They've also killed off Whitemon. 3 heroes dead on the side of T1. Make it a 4th and a GG call. We're going to a game number 3 as LGD will take game number 2.
A really solid performance from LGD. I think the laning stage, obviously that top lane 23 Savage really having a difficult time at the start of the game. Kind of always playing from behind, and that Spectre just had complete free farm. You know, we saw how the Mars TP'd up to try and help the Clinks, but it means that they leave the Spectre alone to do whatever he wants for a while. And honestly, I don't think I've ever seen a game where it felt like there was so much pressure on the map at such an early point in the game, and part of that comes down to the Spectre Ags. You know, again, I said it before, really cool to see something different.
Yeah, very interesting to see something different, a different Spectre build that comes out. The global presence was way too much. The aggression completely overwhelming. And LGD, you know, everybody's counting them out when they lose game 1, but they always come back and win game 2. That's been the story of LGD quite often. And now we're going to be to a game 3. So we'll be back with game 3 in just a moment. We're going to take a quick break. So we'll see you in a second. Stay right there. We'll be right back.
Guide my arrows. Triple kill. This was over.
Dire's top tower is falling. Radiant structures. Radiant structures are fortified.
Hello folks and welcome back to the OGA Dota Pit, where we are now into the third game in this very exciting series of LGD versus T1. That's right, LGD were able to get the win, even out the series, and push T1 to a Game 3. But how exactly did they do it? Well, they were everywhere on the map at once. I mean, Theben, I feel like you've been in this position before, probably at some point in your professional career. What's it like to play against a team which can just be on you whenever they want, wherever they want?
I mean, if I'm in T1's position, I feel so outdrafted right now. Like, you pick Klinks, you pick Lina, and you're so weak against the Spectre. And the way that he played Spectre was phenomenal, right? You get this Aghanims, now you can just Shadow Step, you can meet up with your Bat Rider, you can meet up with your Monkey King, and then your Nature's Prophet can also have all that global presence. And like, normally there's some kind of a weakness with this lineup, but because T1 had both Klinks and Lina as their two cores, they couldn't abuse the weakness of this global presence because they didn't have this body guy who can just constantly run in, who had also good amount of farm. Like, the Mars was that, but there's only so much a Mars can do. You know, one bad arena and he doesn't get a kill, and all of a sudden your team is just dead in the waters for like a minute plus. And that's so much time for this global team to find some kind of a pick-off, especially when you're trying to come back into the game.
Lizard, what could T1 have done differently in your eyes to make this game a little bit more winnable for them?
Maybe old chat. You know, like, you run in, Cuckoo runs in at Mars, he screams, "Hit me." What, are you scared? You write something.
Fight
I don't know,
me, cowards.
This, just like the first game, this one was inevitable. Right? It had to go this way. Only if PSG LGD did like 20 mistakes in a row would they have lost this match. Because when you look at it from the analyst's perspective, the observer perspective, when you're looking at it from the outside, you're not playing, right? You can really see in how much problems T1 are. And that Aghanims on Spectre is just a nail in a coffin. It's just an addition to an already pretty much solved the equation. They knew what they needed to do versus T1 with the draft that they had, and they did it. I still can't get my head around this Lina pick. I think it's an overkill. Even when you not only does it not synergize that well with Klinks, in my opinion, Lion as well. It's a support that brings this extreme amount of burst damage in the mid game, and then you have the mid laner that kinda, let's say, excels at the same thing. You're not really filling the gaps that need to be filled in this team, and most of them are, you don't have this playmaker that can also be frontline. Any sort of a Spirit for me would have done a better job than Alina Bkop.
Agreed.
Storm, Ember, Void Spirit, pretty much whatever you wanted.
I think something which sums up Carl's game pretty well is the items which Carl had to build this game. He's like, all right, I'm going to need a 4-staff this game, then I can get some damage items. Like, okay, I'll need my Yules to set up and, you know, to break all these silences. That's fine. Okay, now I need a BKB. Pretty normal items. Now I need a Shivas because I'm just dying every fight. Like, there is no aggression in this build at all. It's just, please, for the love of God, stop killing me. I want to do some damage in these fights, but can't do so because there's
remember
just heroes on my face all the
also
time.
Remember that he had a really good laning stage. Just imagine what would have happened if the laning went poorly for him.
Yeah, that 5 might be doubled, and not the kills I'm talking about. Unfortunate game for Carl there, an unfortunate pick. I mean, we'll never really know what the reasoning was behind it, but certainly not what we wanted to see from T1 in the end there. But man, I mean, LGD, do you think we're going to see them playing with the Spectre a little bit more? Because that looked really, really comfortable for them.
I think they're going to pick this hero as long as they see like a Klinks plus another hero that is very weak against Spectre. Like, Klinks has always been countered by Spectre because you can always gap close, you can find him even when he's invisible, you can TP in, haunt in, dust, and then just dagger him, catch him with your team. So there's a lot of good reasons why Spectre can be picked up, I think. And is great. And before, I know we're gonna move on to the next game pretty soon. Can we give a huge shout out to Jin Q, guys, for that massive play he made bottom lane? That was one of the most impressive things I've seen in a while. Like, he just 1v4 them with a position for Monkey King, and that was just absolutely insane.
Yeah, I mean, they're also rich on the side of LGD, but it was ridiculous how much fun. Like, Jinky was another core. Like, he was another core, and honestly, Innocence was getting there as well. He had a BKB by the end of the game. Like, these guys were so rich because they had the whole map to themselves. You can't move out onto the map when you're playing against a Nature's Prophet Spectre lineup, and they're this far ahead. So everyone just gets rich. And so much patience from LGD as well. You know, they didn't force the issue. They didn't throw the game by just trying to force the high ground, because that's not what the strength of their draft was. The strength of their draft was just controlling the map. They knew that doing any other objective other than just controlling outside of the base was kind of secondary to them. They knew that eventually they would win the game if they just kind of control everything and own everything. And that's exactly what they did. Really nice game plan, you know, really just perfect usage of the heroes they had in the situation they had to completely shut T1 down and make it feel like there was never a chance. But I do want to give a shout out to T1 though, because I think it's nice to compare this game to like maybe the SG Tundra game yesterday. When SG were in the similar position as T1, you know, they just kind of collapsed. They didn't really, there didn't seem to be any thought behind their moves. T1, they're still trying to min-max. You know, I like what Mo was saying. It's the 2%, 1% difference. You know, we know there's a slightly higher chance of us yeeting and going for this fight right now. We're going to take it. And sometimes it worked. Sometimes they did get themselves a cheeky kill or two and just made LGD work for it and kept looking for the crack in their armor, which they could maybe exploit to get back into the game. And that's a mark of a team which is really, really strong, because you know that they will just end up winning more games than other teams because they never give up. And now let's jump into the draft for game number 3 as we find out who's going to be taking home this series. Will T1 be beaten once again by the LGD powerhouse, or will it finally be T1's day? We will find out right now as we get into this one.
A cheeky little Leshrac. In it.
You love a cheeky little Lesh.
Worked in game 1.
In it, bro. You trying to be British, mate?
No, I would never.
I had a British cousin who came a couple years back, and he said "in it" all the time.
In it, mate. In it. I'll bet you.
Just like me.
In it.
Yes, the moment the broadcast ends, I actually do revert into my true British form.
I wish you were just being yourself, no man.
Oh, that's
Right now.
sweet. You wouldn't like
Are you drinking any tea right now? Bkop asks. In it, man.
I'm not a tea drinker actually. I'm very bad. I do
really?
like scones though. I do love scones. Yeah, I don't like tea, but I do like.
You like
scones,
what?
So.
10
Scones.
seconds remaining.
What the hell is cones?
Scones. It's like a lovely
5
sweet
seconds remaining.
Lovely
bread.
jelly.
Yeah, so it's kind of like a cross between cake and bread. You know, you put butter on it. It goes with
do you eat
afternoon
that
tea.
It usually goes with tea. I see.
Radiant
Okay.
team
We call it afternoon tea because it's like tea and scones and sandwiches and
Alright, I'm
nice
sorry
stuff.
to interrupt your food session, guys, but we got a draft underway here.
We have a watermelon
Nice.
as well.
Yeah, we got a watermelon, sure. We got a disco
It's not very
pony.
British.
I mean, we got some really cool heroes. I think LGD now, like game 1, they did some experimental stuff, and this seems to be LGD's trend. And then once they lost the game, they're like, all right, guys, let's just be serious now. And then they're busting out the Tide
10
Hunter
seconds remaining.
plus the Church of Lena here. There's so much team fight already. And Leshrac, I
5
think it was
seconds
against LGD, right? Game 3 versus Undying, when we saw Leshrac just get destroyed by Tide Hunter. Like, you try to go to a tower, you try to run into a fight, you just keep getting ravaged. So this Lesh of most likely, I believe it's going to be Carl, needs to play a bit more patiently, farm a bit more, get to that BKB before they do too many early game actions. And Lena also stops you from taking towers, especially the mid one, because you're constantly shoving that lane out.
Overall, the matchup is good for Lena on mid lane, right? So
Yes.
that's something that's good for PSG LGD, and maybe T1 will adapt to it by putting Lash on the offlane. It's something that SCA teams really don't shy away from. Neon, T1, all of these teams, they like to sometimes put Lash safe lane, even sometimes offlane. So maybe it's an option. I like the ban from PSG LGD. I really like the Medusa ban. You really don't want to be playing versus 23 Medusa plus a Vengeful, either support or offlane. It can be extremely difficult to deal with that combination of heroes. But as we have seen in the last couple of days, there are many other options for a Vengeful Spirit when it comes to these 1-2 combos. Many range heroes work just as well with her, or she can just be that offlaner with the Aghanims that's so annoying to play against. That's why it was banned almost every single game yesterday.
Just doesn't die, but we do have the Bane coming out from PSG LGD. That support hero we haven't really seen so far today in this series, but does raise its ugly head.
You know what we haven't seen yet? Okay, well, that's one hero as well we haven't seen yet. Oh no, we did see it once.
But he didn't see
that's the
us.
hero we haven't seen yet. There we go.
That was a good one.
Lizard.
Not gonna lie, that was really good.
Warlock though.
I'll show myself out. Yeah.
That's a lot of team fight. I mean, they're just trying to match LGD's team fight, right? There's like two ways you play against a team who wants to pick team fight. You either try to play faster than them with low cooldown skills and abuse their long cooldowns, or you match their team fight with your own team fight. And T1 is going for that route. They do still have some low cooldown skills with the Leshrac and the Vengeful Spirit. So LGD, now they have the option to actually play faster than T1 because I think T1 do have these two extremely long cooldown skills, and they go with the Monkey King. I love it. I think it was so good in game number 2. Game 1 with Ame, it didn't work out too well, but I don't really feel like it was his fault, to be honest.
10 seconds remaining.
They can still put the monkey on 4 or safe lane, right?
Yes.
They can decide what they want to do. My only small issue with the monkey is Venge. Like, you have the swap to play around the Wukong's command, which can be a little bit problematic. But besides that, yeah, they make it work.
I don't know.
So
they do, but I don't like this monkey pick. I'm gonna be brave and say that.
Well, the thing is, like, the way that he's playing Monkey King is not. I mean, I assume it's probably gonna be the position 4 again, because you can do pretty well against Warlock and Faceless Voice. The way he's playing position 4 Monkey, he's not really using this Wukong as like this big team fighting tool, right? It's more like to fend people off and like get some picks on side lanes, just like do damage and such. So I'm not too worried if it's a position 4. Like, if you have to swap a monkey as a position 3 Venge into a position 4 monkey, then you're going to put yourself in danger too, into all this team fight of LGD.
5 seconds remaining.
Yep. What do you guys think what will be? But just let me say this, with the Viper ban, it makes me think that monkey might be the core a bit more, right? Or I won't mind the 4 as well. Just the Viper ban kind of makes me think it might be a...
it could be they're kind of protecting the Tidehunter as well.
Yeah, that's true. Can they... Would they pick Spectre again? Is like banning out a Viper, picking up a Spectre? That might not be as good of a game as the last one, but it's doable.
Yeah, I mean, I still kind of like Spectre and Bane. It's a cute combo. If you ever find someone alone as a Bane, then you just Haunt or Shadow Step on top of its target, and you're like, it's just free kills. Like, the Bane becomes this hunter in the night.
How do you feel about Anti-Mage?
Please, no.
No?
I mean, it's good. For PSG LGD, why not? Like, it's actually pretty good in this game when you look at the heroes that T1 has got.
Damn, you're right, and I hate it.
Now, if T1 even gets something like Sand King, or if this Vengeful isn't offlane, I'm not sure if Venge will be 3 or 4 here. I guess 3, right? And they need a Zephyr hero in the end.
I mean, they can pick something like a Venomancer as well if they think the monkey is going to be the carry, but like T1 can't really commit to that because Jinkyu will just pick up this monkey. They're going to pick another carry anyway. So LGD are in a great position right now to pick whatever they feel like is going to pretty much dominate the lane. Night Stalker.
I mean, doesn't this put monkey just on position 1, right?
Yeah, I think it does too. So it's most likely going to be the bench position 4 here. Unless they do some support
10
Night Stalker
seconds
and bench
remaining.
3, which I think is also viable. That might be better. So they're gonna what they're gonna do is they're gonna see whether the monkey is gonna be the position 1 or position
And then decide,
4.
right? Yeah.
Yeah. I think if you have position 3 benchful and then position 4 Night Stalker, you can do a lot of work against Monkey King.
Yeah, I like that. I mean, I do worry a little bit about Night Stalker against Bane. You just kind of put him to sleep, and he's not going to be the hero he usually is. But of course, if the Night Stalker can get on top of a key hero, then it makes all the difference. I think T1 needs to be on the front foot in this game, and Xingqiu is going to be on his Elder Titan. That'll be the final pickup for ED.
It's actually Zephyr playing the Venge, so it's going to be position 4 Venge, position 3 Night Stalker. All right. I guess the reasoning is what Teben said, you couldn't be sure if Monkey is a core or not, so you picked something in which you have your own game plan, and you're going to stick to it no matter what. So if it is or isn't, it doesn't truly matter to you. You just stick with the plan that you've got, and that's it. Because you can't overthink and mess up your whole draft by picking some Venomancer and then be all over the place when it comes to the way you're supposed to be playing the game.
All right, well, guys, what are we thinking? We've got our drafts, we've got our teams. Who's going to take this game 3 and be the first team in the upper bracket finals?
I'll let you go first, Lizard.
This one is a little bit harder to call.
It really is. It's tough.
Yeah. On one side, what do we have? Lina, Tide, and Monkey King. On the other, Void, Lash, and Night Stalker. What does the Night Stalker... Where does he fit in here? Who is he jumping on? What's he preventing? I guess the Bane?
It stops Ravage, which he's one of the few heroes which can actually stop Ravage coming out with his silence because it can't be Kraken shelled off.
I'm going with PSG LGD.
I see, so I make a point in favor of T1 and you're like, oh,
points just
sounds like Nomad's going to T1 there.
You know, I actually think T1 might have it. I think this might be the first time T1's gonna take out LGD. The face is Void and the Night Stalker, like you said, it can pressure the Tidehunter, right? They have ways, and they also have the damage and the Leshrac. I don't think they have sufficient damage. Plus, the Venge has more value against Monkey King now because it's a position 4. You can actually swap the Monkey out of the Wukongs because it's actually important for the team fight of LGD. So, yeah, I'm gonna go with T1 this game.
Yeah, I'm going T1 as well. I'm joining you. I think I really like the synergies they've got going with T1. I see their game plan, and it makes sense to me. LGD's doesn't. But we're going to throw it over to our casters to see some action going on straight off the bat. Bkop and Mofarah, take it away.
Thank you very much, Nomad. Yeah, coming into this one, there was just a couple of right clicks over on tennis. He's A-okay.
These panelists just don't shut up, do they? Especially that Nomad guy. Jesus.
He's got the the most words per second there. He's not stopping.
30 seconds to battle.
Yeah, I actually I quite like T1's draft personally. Like we know I'm a Night Stalker fan. I get that. But my worry for them is their lineup's a little bit greedy. Like if they start to fall behind, I think they're really gonna struggle. But they do have good team fight to rely on as well. So they have ways of coming back into the game if they do. But it's going to be really difficult. So looking forward to seeing if LGD can push the momentum this game. They really prey off these active cores that they have and that can group up early.
I kind of worry for these fights potentially, depending on how Xingqiu uses this Elder Titan. Like, yeah, you could land a Chrono, but who's to say you don't get slapped? Who's to say the fight doesn't get turned off? Something that the Elder Titan can get away with now in this 4 position, getting a little bit more priority in farm. Like you said, it's a little bit greedy. If it's slow to the jump, I worry that it may not get to the jump at all. And we've seen like Venges in the 3 who are specifically trying to go for that first item Ags. I would maybe venture to say it's probably not first item Ags like that for this Venge. Because from the 4, it's going to be tougher, right?
What's Bane got skilled up here? Because if he's taken Nightmare, this could be really bad for the Venge.
Yeah, yes.
Because all of a sudden he can't make this creep pull happen anymore because the creeps lose aggro.
And he's going to take a lot of right-click damage, and this is going to be very problematic for Zephyr. If Ame were to step up on this, he could have just been dead. And you've got Nightmare up again in 5 seconds. You're just doing so much damage, and he's going to try and wrap all the way around, potentially get a courier kill, and
He's going back
this
again
way.
though on Innocence. He's doing the same thing again. He's going to try and stop the pull again.
Ooh, right into the courier.
Dire's courier
That's
has been
unfortunate.
killed.
But now the right click. Does he wait for one more right click and then go for it? He might just have this kill. Zephyr just taking so much damage.
He's got boots on the bench.
Oh!
Oh my god.
Oh!
Never in doubt. He's fine. It's fine. Look at the denies on the Monkey King though. Like this. Because they can't play the Nay normally on the Venge and the Night Stalker, right? So trying to pull the creep wave's the right play on T1. But this Monkey King's just having absolute free farm because of it.
Those Wild Wings were like, nobody would expect us to get first blood. It should show up the same way. If somebody dies to the neutrals first, it should say Wild Wing gets first blood.
See, he's going again on Zephyr.
Oh no.
Trying to pull the wave.
And the courier's in the creep wave. Ooh. Now Zephyr stops that long pull from happening for Y.
Honestly, Innocence is like dominating this lane just by his movements and things around. He's doing a really good job.
Ooh, this is a decent pull here just to get the range creep, or at least he got one range creep out of the mix. Not awful.
Dire's courier
But a courier will end up dying as Zephyr gets credit for that, and well, that clarity will be stopped. Magic Missile comes out, and now Zephyr eating some right clicks. So is Y from these Hellbears. Bottom lane, though, they're going after Whitemon in 23 as Carl gets the kill on the Zhao 8 over mid.
I feel like that probably shouldn't happen. I mean, we haven't been seeing how this mid lane's been going, but I think Lina should be able to keep the distance right all the time, so I'm not sure how that happened, but...
And Nightmare with these right clicks. Magic Missile. Oh! Has the Brain Sap for the kill.
Yeah, the cast point on the Brain Sap as well is so good now. Jarrett can't get in range for the LSA.
Yeah, otherwise Carl might have been in trouble. We accidentally kind of baited the observer to look bottom when that kill mid happened, because there was a fight happening.
Well, what do you mean we? What do you mean we?
Whoa, we both said bottom. I feel like
yeah, okay. We might have done.
I was trying to share the blame.
Oh, mid lane. Jarrett's fine. They're going to get double 4-minute runes though on the Radiant side, so Jarrett not going to have the bottle
Radiant's
refill.
courier has been killed.
Boom. 23 going to lose out on his boots for a minute 10. Not great. And Faith Beyond continuing to have a good time here. He's 21-4.
I mean, look at the Night Stalker CS though. That's the big worry. I think he went over to try and farm the small camp there and then realizes it's stacked and he can't do anything about it now.
Primal Spring from Ame, just putting the pressure on Cuckoo. We'll go back over to the creep wave.
Yeah, nice posturing from Zhao as well, just pushes him off the XP.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
They see the Bane coming, so they know the wraparound's coming from that nice ward they have in the top jungle. And Carl probably going to have to walk all the way back to base here, potentially.
Nightmare. Carl getting a little bit low, and they've got Jinkyu coming over. They're looking for the sleep. It does land on Carl, so Y will get the kill. He'll lose his life, but to kill off Carl and lose your own life, I think that's fine, especially with the massive rotations from T1.
I mean, they brought 4 heroes over to protect Carl, and Carl ends up dying anyway. That's not a good scenario for T1.
No, not at all. And the CS for all 3 cores on LGD is A-OK.
I mean, the Night Stalker's net worth is the one that needs to be really looked at. Unfortunately, he's below the Bane now because the Innocence is doing so well, like we mentioned before.
But already picked up for Faith Beyond. It's the D ward, now the Nightmare. Zhao 8.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Never throwing the LSA, they're just sharing the Nightmare.
Yeah,
All having bad dreams for a split second. Double sleep. Y trying to walk away. LSA finally hits, and now we've got the Fatal Bonds on 3. Carl, though, looking for the stun. Lands on 2. Magic Missile now. All 3 are stunned. But they do have the kill on to Carl regardless. But now they're still sharing the damage from the Fatal Bonds. Brain Sap Pi gets a little bit more health.
And like the whole time in this bot lane, like Void's getting CS, like he's laning against the Tide, but Tide's going to start to take over the lane. Monkey King's owning the other top side lane as well.
He's going for Cuckoo, who does use that clone blade.
They've had good practice on this now, T1, after the last 3 games.
Certainly. And already a 2k lead here for LGD.
Hello. This is, and this is what I was saying, if they do fall behind on T1, they're really going to struggle, because their ways of coming back into the game aren't great. Like, they need the Venge to be playing with the Night Stalker really and trying to find kills, but they're also tanky on LGD. Like even the Bane is really difficult to kill because of the effective HP with Brain Sap.
Feels like LGD kind of heard the panel and they were like, and then I took that personally.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like LGD's lanes have gone much better than they potentially should have, and that's obviously the big reason why they're doing so well right now. But I like how they let the Warlock complete the pull, because now Tide can just farm both at once. Like,
thanks, White Man. Appreciate this. Magic Missile. And the Split Earth on the Y. Why giving up his life, but he's the more farmed support at the moment.
He's also going to know there's a ward up on the high ground now, because he got stunned from the low ground. So he gains information off his death at least. But still good for T1.
The potential gold.
Yeah.
Elsei hits and Zephyr. No Laguna Blade for Xiaowei just yet. Two-man Split Earth, and then they've got the Fatal Bonds to work with. Nightmare and Primal Spring on a Cuckoo. Boundless Strike, the damage is there. They'll get the kill. Whitemon just standing his ground, but that may not be the play for him. Y coming in, doesn't have Brain Sap or Nightmare for a couple more seconds, but will continue to chase with the help of Ame and the sweep from Jinkyu, so they'll get themselves a second. They take out Cuckoo, they take out Whitemon. LGD have 2 more. Again, that's with Tide continuing to farm bottom, the pressure being put on mid, and potentially getting a tier 1 tower with this aggression. They want Zephyr, and Ame for a second thinks about using that Primal Spring one more time, jumping into the trees as Carl tries to defend with the help of the Venge. They'll bring in Cuckoo again. They do still have this ward, so Y's in vision. But it won't matter.
Yeah, they're trying to defend their mid-tier 1 as much as possible on T1. They need to keep the map control up and alive. And if that mid-tier 1 falls at a decent time, they're really going to struggle. What does the Tide have, by the way? We haven't really talked about that hero this game too much. Yeah, and there's the D ward.
And I was wondering if he'd go for... and he's going phase boots. They're coming out right now.
Yeah, I was wondering if he'd go for Helm of Dom or something potentially, but I don't know how good it would have been.
Top lane, stun out on Ame. He's in some trouble. And he'll throw out the Balance Strike. He's trying to run away from Carl. Has some help from Jinkyu with a sleep landing on 2. That'll keep this Monkey King alive. They don't have Fiend's Grip yet, as Y is only level 5 at the moment.
Yeah, really good TP from Jinkyu. Uses the Fog to get the good stomp off. Can't complain. And yeah, now Tide's going to take over bot lane here. The Void can't really lane there anymore. And the Warlock's going to come and try and take XP, but if they get 1 rotation through... Yeah, he's not even going to try and defend the wave, I don't think. Oh, he is. Oh, God. Honestly, if you die here, but you get a whole wave of XP, it's like completely worth it on the Warlock.
Top lane, Jinkyu trying to get himself some solo experience as well.
Yeah, Ame's farming his way back to base since he got low before, so Jinkyu's just going to take over the lane. Going for that Echo Saber first again, no big shot.
I want to see if he goes for anything different on this Monkey King, considering he went for a different build on the Spectre.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And he's going to get the TP out.
Does almost get a full level out of that, but unfortunately he never grabs the whole thing. Jinkyu in a bit of trouble, but the Primal Spring now... Oh, they've got the silence onto the Monkey King. They get the kill into Jinkyu. They're going to bring over the Tide Hunter. He's going to look to Ravage probably immediately after coming into this, but they already get the kill on Ame, and the Ravage is going to be a little bit late. However, they look over at Carl. They've got the Anchor Smash. They need 1 more shot to kill off this Leshrac, and they will.
Yeah, I think if he'd have tried to Boundless heal off the creep wave instead, he might have lived on the Monkey King, but I think he tried to be greedy and get both and ended up not hitting any of the creeps.
White has Fiend's Grip, so if Cuckoo sticks around too long, he might just get, yep, Fiend's Gripped and killed.
He's level 7 on the Bane at 11 minutes. He's going to be really happy with how his game's going.
I like that the cosmetic shows the little blue brain that comes out on the Fiend's Grip.
Yeah.
Although Bane's got that blue brain, it kind of looks like the brain from the aliens from Mars Attack. I don't know if you know that movie.
Absolutely not. Do I know a movie, Bkop?
It's an old 90s movie, which I was 3 when I first saw. It's a comedy. It scared me for my entire life.
We know that I don't understand any of your references, Bkop, and I can live with that.
That's why I keep going until we hit one.
Invis on the left.
Oh, gosh.
Well, okay. Bit of miscommunication. Honestly, I think I kind of understand why White Man's coming from. He's like, guys, like, we just chase up the high ground. Carl doesn't feel so confident, so they're just not on the same page. And it's just a farming wall cult, dude. It's fine, right? You must have used a farming black hole before as well. It's similar.
No, I don't play that hero.
Okay.
I don't want to embarrass myself. They're gonna throw a Laguna Blade out and get a kill there on his Zephyr. They don't even kill off Y with the chase from 23. He's gonna TP over towards mid as now they'll take the tower. They've got the Chrono down onto 2. All right, Jinkyu's gone. Yule's up into the air. Xiaowei trying to help out. They'll land the LSA. The right click's coming in from 23. Faith Beyond taking a lot of damage. He's got Ravaged in 25, so it's a long way out of this fight. They've got the heal, but it's not gonna be enough. They've got the Brain Step coming in. Xiaowei finally falls to 23. But they're controlling up this void. Again, they don't have Ravage. Time Walk trying to run. There's the Gush. And why with a double kill in this fight?
Good try by T1. They missed the initial stun on the Lina, unfortunately, because she moves north side. And unfortunately, after that first stun misses, the fight's going to be difficult for T1. They managed to get a good chrono off, right? And they get a couple of heroes, but when you have these kind of like long cooldowns like this, you're really hoping for more, right? When you're this far behind, you need your big spells to give big benefits, and it doesn't really seem to be working like that at the moment for T1. So LGD, what can they do now that they know the chrono's down, right?
Yeah, it's kind of tough for them. Chaotic Offering still on cooldown for another minute as well. T1 are in a little bit of a bad spot as Ravage is up, Fiend's Grip is up, and pretty much everything that LGD need to grab a couple of kills or even try to take a team fight is there for them, except for Wukong's, which with what they've got right now, I think they don't exactly necessarily need.
I mean, LGD, it feels like they're farming on like 4 to sometimes even 5 heroes at the moment, right? So if T1 are hiding, LGD are all farming, they are going to be more efficient, but I'd like to see them pressure for more, right? Like, they have Ravage up and stuff, so looks like they will here.
Top lane. Fiend's Grip again. And they've got the Earth Splitter from Jinkyu to get their kill. And it's Fiend's Grip that is securing kills constantly. And Y still the more farm support at the moment. You take a look, you see the total net worth is getting towards that 10k, about 7,000 though right now for LGD. So we round up here, just about 10k.
Carl's waiting to get a Yules off here to try and catch the monkey. Yeah, this is going to be the go.
Can they kill him quick enough? Yeah. They should be able to. Wukong's trying to survive, and now that's just down on cooldown. And he survived a second longer. He might have been saved by Y and Jinkyu, but doesn't get there. Meanwhile, Faith Beyond takes the top tier 1. And he's only 200 gold away from an Ags.
I mean, that's a good move for tier 1, right? Like, they know they can't
still
fight
kill
Faith
Carl?
Beyond right now.
Carl's gonna look for the stun, but here comes Y. Chaotic Offering to follow it up. That's gonna land on a 3. Faith Beyond does have Ravage if it's needed, and it's not. They get the kill into Carl. They'll take the golem. They'll look over now at Whitemon. Fatal Bond's on a 4, but there's no follow-up to that, so it doesn't exactly matter.
Yeah, and they have Chrono back up again now on T1, so maybe they can try and make a move, but they're falling further and further behind. Like, you get the Monkey King, it's great, but then losing the Lesh afterwards, it's not going to feel fantastic, is it? You know, all of the good work that you've done suddenly becomes undone.
There's the Aether Lens for Y. He'll be able to get that Fiend's Grip off from a bit further out. Keep himself a bit safer. Especially until Night Stalker has a way to jump him, and he's only going to the BKB. Then he'll probably go Blink, like we've seen in the past with these Night Stalkers.
Oh, the grip. Don't let the neutral
there
get
it is
the kill.
again.
Oh, okay.
Every Fiend's Grip has turned into a kill here for Y.
And it feels like he's using it off cooldown as well, right? Like as soon as it's ready, they're in position, they're ready to go. And he's so tanky, he just runs up, he doesn't care.
Yeah. And ooh,
oh dear.
Top lane, Laguna Blade used, they get the kill on the Cuckoo. They're gonna look over now at Whitemon, Earth Splitter coming through. Fatal Bonds, and he's trying to heal himself up with a Shadow Word. That'll be enough to get out, but now they've got the Nightmare out on a 23, Chrono on a 2.
Yeah.
He needs to be careful. Ravage, feigning it. Gush gets thrown forward. Y doesn't even die there.
He has an axe on the tide. Sweet Jesus. This is... okay. So that was the Chrono that we talked about, and Bane being so tanky lives because he's got all these small items, right? But... oh dear.
Now Chrono's down.
Oh no. Poor Carl.
Well, Ravage comes out. Carl ends up dead. They've got the silence on it too, but it's not going to matter. Cuckoo's been caught, and they've got the Yules. They should have the kill to follow this up, and they will.
Oh, they found Ame though.
Ame low and
what a
gone.
bash.
23 gets the kill with the bash health.
Oh, sick. 23 Savage is like, please man, we need something to go for us. There it is.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Double damage top.
Could have been a Roche potentially for Dire, for LGD. Obviously they have the Gush as well with the minus armor. So, goes down relatively quickly. They might want to wait for the Monkey King, but...
and they bottled it up, so... and they've got the Crystallis on the Lina, so... Zhao 8, once they've got the Monkey King, could just go for this.
Yeah, they see the Bane under the ward here on T1 as well. I don't know, like, the problem with Bkop is, if you go Roche, it means you're just going to have to stop killing people. And I don't think they're willing to do that on LGD, you know? They want to keep slaying.
They're slaying Roche.
No, that's not a hero, though. This doesn't inflict mental damage on the opposition, Bkop. You need to understand.
He lives longer than the heroes on T1, though.
That is true. To be fair, I hope Roche would live longer than a lot of heroes. And they're going to have Ravage back up again soon on the tide, so they're smoking up. Grip ready and available.
Yep. Nightmare. They've got Chaotic Offering. They'll look for the sweep that hits on a Whitemon. Now the Earth Splitter to follow it up. They're actually going to the other side. They'll use the swap to save Cuckoo. There's the Chaotic Offering coming down to the 3. They'll look for the silence. They get the kill on Zhao. They took him out very quickly. Now Y falls 2. Faith Beyond, he's in with no Ravage available. For 40 seconds, he's all by himself. They'll look for the sleep. Oh, Yules from Carl. That stops the sleep from coming in, but the Gush doing a decent amount of damage. Faith Beyond still very tanky. They've used that Chrono. They get the kill on the Jin-Q. That's going to be 3. Looking for a 4th. Faith Beyond still throwing the Gushes out, and eventually he will fall. All 4 dying on LGD.
Oh, really well played by T1. I mean, LGD, they wanted to smoke in, find a kill with the grip, and just get out again, right? And then just go Roche with the DD, but they go ever so slightly too far, and without the Ravage, I mean, great spell usage by Radiant side. They get a great Fatal Bombs off. They get the really good silence off by the Night Stalker as well to get into the back line.
There's the Axe for the Venge.
And we've seen when Vengeance are losing, but they pick up this Axe.
And it usually happens down about 7,000, 8,000 every time.
But the turnaround can happen with this item.
Yeah.
They're going to deny the tier 1 on LGD. We haven't really seen Ame play with the rest of his team yet, though, right? This Monkey has kind of just been doing his own thing the whole time. It'll be interesting to see when Ame does eventually come round to like joining up, trying to take this big 5-on-5. I don't know what they're, timing they're waiting for. But they're smoking up because they know they have this Ravage again now, and there's no Chrono, so time
No
to
Chrono, no offering.
time to see what they can do. And they have this really deep ward down still that they got down before, so they know where T1 are going to be hiding.
23's in the trees. Primal Spring. BKB preempted from 23. That might keep him alive. The Magic Missile. Now he's in the trees, but the right click's coming up from Zhao 8. He's got that Chrysalis. They're trying to TP out. They've got Y coming in. There's the Gush. LSA comes through with the Laguna Blade thrown over onto Zephyr. He's going to have that Axe, so he'll be able to do quite a bit once he's dead anyway. And, well, now that illusion is there. Magic Missile once again. They get the kill on a Zephyr. He's the only one to fall, but so will the tier 2
Bot lane as well.
Bot lane, they're looking over at the Lesh. They'll kill off Carl. That's 2 more kills for LGD.
Oh, Whitemon, please. Oh, the Earth
Anchor
Splitter.
Smasher. Splitter doesn't land. Illusion throwing the Magic Missile, and now Whitemon will use that Essence Ring to try and survive the land the sweep. 23's coming over. He's got Chrono in 10. And Magic Missile was thrown, but immediately he's helped out with the Kraken Shell Dispel.
With the Anchor Smash on the Void, though, they just don't do any damage. So Faithfully, he just runs away casually. It's not even like he's taken a dent in his HP, really. He's fine. Yeah, good rotations by LGD. They take the good fight and they instantly punish the Lesh bot. Great setup from Innocence. Right place, right time. And there's the blink on the Tide as well. So their goes and their initiations are a lot easier now in LGD. They still have the Ravage available. They can carry on looking to be aggressive here.
Bottom lane.
They're TPing in.
They have found Cuckoo. Carl coming in. They've got the swap once again. BKB gets popped by Ame. He's thinking about throwing down the Wukongs, but he'll stop that. Now 23 comes over. He does have himself the Chronosphere. They've got themselves the Wukongs. He's trying to get out of the range of the circle to get that swap off, and that's exactly what he's going to do with the Magic Missile. Now they've got the Ravage. Chaotic offering goes down to the high ground over Jingyu. They've got the Laguna Blade to get the Cuckoo, and now they've got the Chrono from 23. But the Nightmare not going to be enough to save Zhao Wei for the moment, as he's getting right clicked by 23, but he doesn't have the damage to finish him off. Gush comes in, hits on a Whitemon as well as Carl, and well, Whitemon standing his ground with the upheaval. They finally get the kill on the Zhao Wei. Carl turning on Faith Beyond. Sleep coming through from Jingyu, but avoided with the Yules. Gush again. Whitemon low. Anchor Smash hits, but it's still not enough to get the kill on this Warlock just yet. They've killed off the Leshrac, and now finally they'll take out Y. 23 gets the kill on the Bane, but they end up losing the Warlock. 4 is dead on the side of T1 with a triple kill there for 23. Time walk forward, trying to slow down Jingyu. Got that Lotus Orb, he'll walk across the river and escape. Still, though, LGD with a 10k lead. They do, however, lose 3 heroes in that fight, and 23 starting to become a problem.
Yeah, I mean, Ame is all diving so far to try and kill this Venge. We've seen it time and time again. It's so easy to get punished when you go on this hero. There's just no damage. The 23 is becoming a problem, but I don't know, if they focus less of their time on this Venge and more of the time on like this Lesh or Warlock or something first, like Ame got, pulled himself so far out of position.
It's also about dealing with the Venge, right? Because he gets the kill on the Venge while he's in the circle, but Venge knows exactly what he wants to do. Walk out of the Wukong, swap him, stun him, and then they'll get the kill.
Yeah, I mean, maybe Ame was thinking that he'd be able to kill the illusion straight away after in the Wukongs, but with the speed
just too close to the edge.
Easy.
Yeah.
And they're going to take the Roche now. There's no Chrono, so really difficult for T1 to try and contest. They're kind of bound to their long cooldowns, unfortunately. I think even against the Aegis, I think T1 are probably going to be trying to, willing to, give it a go with these fights. Because they do have good poke damage and things. Like with the Lesh going in, they have the Night Stalker that can poke and prod. The Venge is obviously pretty good at it as well.
Nightmare on the Venge.
They really want the Void, but
yeah, they
get the
found
grip off.
The Boundless Strike. They've got the Fiend Script. They'll get the kill to 23. They'll take out Zephyr. Ame stopped the first Boundless Strike through the second that hit the Void that allowed them to get the Fiend's Grip off, and they'll take out the Illusion from Zephyr as well.
Yeah, that was so well played by OG, actually. They find that they just about managed to get onto both. And the Stomp comes through to stop the stun coming through onto the Fiend's Grip.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Okay. Poor Ame.
Radiant's
Now they're going to go to the high ground. like you said, they're very locked to their cooldowns, and those are, well, now off cooldown, but they don't have these heroes. The heroes are on cooldown.
I was going to say, they have Glyph on the Dire side as well, so they can keep the Catapult alive, which is going to be huge here. I think, yeah, you carry on going here. You have Ravage up soon as well.
Yeah, they're gonna get out. Gonna start to walk away with the rest of his team. Do they want to chase? Carl just gonna clean up, and they're not gonna go. They don't have this void to go after them with, and it's again fighting into the Ravage and the Aegis.
And the thing is with LGD, like the last 5 minutes haven't even been like massively always clean, right? Like they've made some mistakes and things, but because their early game went so well, it allows them to make the mistakes, right? Like they can afford to make a bit of a mishap, and they're still right in charge of the game.
Excellent.
You know, T1 have got so much to do to try and come back into this. Feels like LGD would have to make so many mistakes. Maybe like 3 or 4 bad fights in a row, and I just don't see that happening.
Had this Aegis for a long time longer. And Carl's been spotted by Zhao 8. They've got the Yules, now the Yules from Carl. And he'll land that stun. But he doesn't have a TP at the moment. No. Now there's the Laguna Blade, and eventually Carl, it seemed inevitable that he was going to die.
Got to appreciate the effort, though.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
It's like watching OpenAI when they used to like run down lanes when they were really far behind, right? You try and get as much as you can off the map, even when you're behind.
Now finally Zhao 8's got that Daedalus. He's 8-4-7 in this game, doing really well. Going to the Satanic next. He's up towards top by himself. And he's under the tier 2 tower with the creeps pushing in. There were 3 heroes here for a moment for T1, now just 2. They're not pressuring the tower, they're just farming the jungle.
Arme going for this Skadi next as well, by the way. What a game for it. Up against, you know, like the healing of the Warlock, it's good against the Void as well, but also that 50% slow against the Lesh stops him being so maneuverable in these fights.
We're in smoke from LGD. See if they can find anybody.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
By the way, Faith Beyond has picked up a Chrysalis of his own.
I'm the carry now. I mean, it's a really good value item for damage, right? I think it's the best value damage item in the game. We were talking about this yesterday when the Gyro picked it up early on.
Right.
And this is like the last-ditch attempt. I think if this fight goes bad for T1, then the game's pretty much over, so they need to make the most of this.
It will be Ame. They've got the swap right into the Faceless Void. They'll pop the BKB, and he's going to go look for the Wukongs, but that will be immediately stopped as the BKB gets popped by Cuckoo. He's trying to chase Ame, but into the trees, down to the trees, down to the ground once again, back into the trees once more. He is really able to maneuver away from this T1 side so quickly. And well, that's a BKB down for the Night Stalker and the Monkey King, but Monkey King, of course, still working with that Aegis.
Yeah, they were so close there on T1 to finding something right, but they're a bit scared of the Wukongs, a bit scared of the Ravage that can come through as well. So they had to play it safe. Again, if they weren't so far behind, that would have been a great entry to the fight, right? But it is what it is. Right, Bkop, how did T1 come back into this game?
I'm not the analyst. You can't do that. They have to win a fight, and I think it's tough fighting into the Aegis, but like with the Venge, they've done it bottom. Like it was shown bottom. It's got to be a little bit cleaner than that, though.
Fighting into the Aegis is really difficult, especially when you have this Void, right, where the whole point is that you get the numbers advantage. Picking someone off straight away, then moving on to the next target.
Yeah, I think it's all about if they can fight around the Wukongs, and then...
Ooh, this is DD.
Depending on how 23 can get in with that Chrono and get the damage out, if they can fight while there's no Aegis, take out the Monkey King, which they were able to do in the last exchange bottom, you could potentially win the fight. But again, it's about not losing your own numbers as well.
And they're going to look to try and force the high ground here by the seams of it.
There's the Time Walk in. The Chrono comes down to 2. It's going to be out of the Tide Hunter as well as the Lina, but they've got the Fiend's Grip all the way from the start with the BKB being popped by 23, and now he needs to get out, but he can't. They've got the Fiend's Grip. He doesn't have buyback. They've killed off 3 already. They're going with the Ravage. They've got the BKBs popped around the horn. They'll take out Cuckoo and Carl, full team wipe there for LGD, and they don't lose anything.
Yeah, I mean, it was close in the early stages of the game, but it's got out of control really quickly. I mean, they're going to try and buy back here and defend, but T1 not giving up here. The SCA mentality in full show.
Now the strike chaotic offering comes through with the fatal bonds, but now they're trying to make something happen. They'll get the kill into Zhao Wei. They'll at least find one. Ame, he's got about 66% of his health to work with. As the gushes are coming through, and they get the kill on Faith Beyond. They've killed off 2. He doesn't have buyback, but they fall back on Zhao Wei. Zhao Wei's going to go through and try and kill off this illusion. That makes sure the Venge is out of the fight completely, and there it is. So 57 seconds, no Venge, but they've got Cuckoo back up in just 5. They haven't defended the base completely. They've lost the bottom set of racks, and now LGD will transition over to the mid-tier 3 and set of racks still look for Megas. Cuckoo goes in, he'll pop that ult, going with the BKB as well as the silence coming into the Monkey King. Whitemon trying to do what he can, but the damage coming up from Zhao Wei on a Cuckoo is enough to get this kill and take out the Night Stalker as quickly as he was alive, he was dead.
And Void's about to come back up again, but he doesn't have Chrono, remember, here either. I mean, that fight in the bot lane...
at least.
Yeah, I mean, that fight in the bot lane was so well positioned by LGD, though. They managed to get the grip onto the Void as soon as he comes in, right? But also at the same time, they have the zoning in the background from the ET Stomp. And so he gets the support so that they can't use the swap to save the Void. Great execution. 23 Savage showing off his dancing moves.
And they're going to try and fight through Megas. They're down 23,000 net worth.
And the
Very
thing with
savage
T1
number.
is, like, this game, they've had some really good moments in the game, right? It's not like they've just completely rolled over. But
Doesn't it?
they were just so far behind to begin with that all the good plays that they made,
Time is money.
even when they get this like little bit of net worth increase, LGD are just going to run at them again. And it's so hard to have these perfect fights just over and over and over again.
Right.
This is the last hurrah for T1. They want another scrap. Easy courier. See you later, Rags. And LGD is just going to back off. They know the Megas are coming in. There's no need for them to take a fight. And it's a relatively quick Roche.
Aegis Shard.
Radiant are scanning.
I like it a little bit better now that it's not Aegis, Cheese, and Shard. I think that was just so much for a second Roche. If it's going to be that much, I think Roche just has to be stronger. Blink Ravage through on a 23, gone.
The stomp hit Zephyr in the backline as well, so they couldn't even get the swap off.
Yeah, Zephyr's dead too, and, well, I'll call GG. A little bit anticlimactic, but LGD, the reverse sweep to take the 2-1 over T1. And
I like the...
really well done.
I like the point that the panel made earlier as well, and we saw this in OGA China when LGD played too. Game 1, you know, they're picking like Punch Safe Lane, they're doing whatever they want.
Yeah.
In Game 2 and Game 3, the serious faces are on, and they're not willing to lose any series, ever, is what it feels like. So, T1, they meet their kryptonite again, unfortunately, and LGD pull through, and for T1, it's, again, they had some good moments in Game 2 and 3, but they were never really in it, you know, were they? So, I'm looking forward to seeing them, how they can bounce back from this, because they're such a strong team, right? But LGD just, you know, we run out of ways of saying how good this team is, and they steamroll on again.
Yeah, missing one of their most crucial pieces still, and Nothing to Say. And I think the joke right now is that Nothing to Say just doesn't have a team anymore. He's going to keep working over there and not join the team at all. So, well, LGD, they take the 2-1. To break it down even further is the panel. Throw it back over to you guys. Take it away.
Yes, LGD proved the doubters wrong once again. This team is just too damn good. T1, you know, they gave it a good effort, but unfortunately just didn't really work out for them. And I want to ask, you know, Fibben, you had a lot of faith in this T1 draft. You thought it would go their way. What happened versus what you expected?
Well, for me, it all started with this top lane, the Night Stalker and the Vengeful Spirit. So we talked about in the draft a little bit, like maybe they should have the Venge position 3, Night Stalker position 4, so they can get a little bit more freedom in that lane, but that monkey crushed the lane. There was a point where Zephyr went to pull the creep camp, he got slept, then he went to pull it again, and then he got slept again. But what Innocence did was he let him drag the wave just enough so that when the wave comes back to the monkey, the lane will be pulled back. Like Cuckoo almost had the wave in front of his tower, and I think Zephyr made a huge mistake in trying to make that second pull, and then it completely ruined Cuckoo's lane afterwards. And that kind of just like bled into the mid lane where Innocence is now free to roll mid. Then the Leshrac got punished. You saw him go with the sleep play mid, and Cuckoo even had to TP as his under-leveled, under-farmed Night Stalker to a mid lane to try and help him. Leshrac still dies, and the game just kind of unravels from there. I think this top lane was just the biggest problem for T1.
It really was rather messy, wasn't it? I mean, LGD, they just kind of took the game in a chokehold, and it almost looked like more convincing than game number 2, just because I didn't really feel that T1 were coming back. Like, yeah, they had this void, they had the chrono, but I don't know, like there was just something missing from this team this time around, where they seemed like they didn't really try to make the same formulated plays we saw in game number 2. Like, did you feel that as well, is it?
Yeah, for sure. The two... First Void, a long cooldown, then Whitemon on Warlock, long cooldown. The duo of supports is something that I don't really like as well. Venge plus Warlock as supports just doesn't strike me as that great, even if you're playing versus Monkey King. But the MVP of this match for me is Innocence. Why? T-Bans talked about his pulls, but after the pulls, after the sleeps on the bench, he was constantly using that Fiend's Grip and killing off heroes. Every single time it's off cooldown, the moment it comes out of cooldown, a core is dead. And then after a core dies, he makes 23 Savage even use a chrono on him, in which he doesn't do anything. Actually, it wasn't a successful one, as Bane lives. That's like minute 17, in which Fate Beyond already has Aghanims. This game, like first two games, you could really say it's inevitable, because the outcome was inevitable because of the drafts. This last game for me was a major outplay. I still favored the draft slightly, but I think it was playable on both sides, and PSG LGD just played better. They dragged T1 across the map. They just spread them out and picked them off one by one, 24/7 in this game. It never really felt like T1 had their hands on the ball. It never really felt like they were in control, or they were about to be in control after getting some extra item.
Yeah, it really did. I mean, T1 just kind of knocked down at every single opportunity. And yeah, as you say, there didn't seem to be much potential for them to play themselves out of this one, because LGD were just a step ahead, and that's what it is. And I guess that's going to be it for this one. I mean, what a series coming out from LGD. As we say, game number 1, bit interesting, bit exciting, tend to I don't want to say mess around, because they're obviously still trying to win the game. They're trying out some new things, but in the end, it just didn't really look very concrete for T1, as once LGD got themselves into gear and started rolling through it, and yeah, they'll take another 2-1. I'd love to see a stat as how many times LGD have lost the first game and then won the next 2 games, because I feel like it's going to be a lot. Gentlemen, any closing thoughts on the series until we move on to our next one?
I just want to see these guys play against each other again. It's so nice to watch LGD versus T1. But right now, I feel like LGD are kind of just bullying T1, and T1 is just missing one little tiny information in their gameplay, to be able to flip the tables on LGD here. So, another series again with these two teams is going to be amazing.
Yeah, and we have Tundra versus Fnatic next, right? So.
Yeah, another great series just
hype,
around the corner. It is indeed. Yes, get excited for that one. We are going to throw it over to a break, after which we shall be back with Fnatic versus Tundra, the other upper bracket match here in the OGA Dota Pit playoffs. We'll see you for that one in about 10 minutes.
sorceries avail.
Has fallen.
Just don't tell my father. Fear not heresy. I am without end.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower.
Never hear the end of this. Your desolation now follows. Part of us all. No sorceries avail. Execution style. Fear nothing. No sorceries Fear not heresy.
Radiant's mid.
Triple kill.
Dire's top tower has fallen. Dire's top barracks are under attack. Radiant structures. Radiant structures are fortified. PSG LGD victory.
Impurities.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Of your kind have fallen before me.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Hello and welcome back to the OGA Dota Pit, where we are jumping into our second series of the day. It is the second upper bracket matchup. Here we have Tundra versus Fnatic battling it out for their spot in the upper bracket finals against LGD. A formidable opponent awaits them. Who will take this one? Well, I think we might have a favorite here. Guys, I mean, should we expect Tundra to take this victory after their recent successes?
You know what? I don't think so. I think Tundra was so dominant yesterday, and they're definitely the favorites, no doubt about that. But we should not sleep on Fnatic. Like, these guys, they can be really good on their best days, and I think they can take the series off Tundra. It's funny because before this event, though, like before their last tournament where they won, like if this was the LAN or like a tournament that happened, I would have said Fnatic were favorite.
I just wanted to make it clear to everyone that and for everyone to understand that Nomad is a fanboy of Tundra. This is the second time in a row that he's asking, so guys, how easy will this be for Tundra, okay? Come on, man, it's Fnatic. It's a major organization. It's I don't know, the best team, one of the best teams in SCA, and you're just asking if they have a chance. Of course they have a chance. Tundra is looking solid.
They have a chance, but
they're
I
looking
expect
really
Tundra to
strong.
win. I expect Tundra to win. I said the same thing yesterday. They had the clean 2-0 against SG Esports. They looked super dominant. Fnatic did well versus Thunder Predator, no doubt, but Tundra have just been like, they won ESL full. Like, this team is good, and Fnatic have to make sure they're bringing everything they've got to this fight because Tundra won't go easy on them.
I'll tell you one thing: Fnatic is definitely no SG Esports. So if Tundra, they had an easy day yesterday, like they should not be expecting an easy series today.
Yeah,
that's for
absolutely.
sure. And because you are the most recent champion, everyone's looking at you. Everyone's trying to study you and figure you out. Like, Fnatic, they're super motivated in this series to beat out Tundra because they know, like, if we can beat these guys, like, we got a shot to win this whole tournament. And that's a huge confidence booster for them. And, like, competitors like us, like, when we play against someone who everybody else thinks is better than us, we're extra motivated.
Mm. You actually play better versus teams that are considered better. That's the same for everyone, because it's not only that you are playing better. Just put yourself. Maybe it doesn't really relate to this series, but put yourself in Secret's shoes, and they're playing versus my Pro Dota or something like a few years back. Like, they don't care. Like, you think Puppy is gonna prepare for me and my stack of scrubs? No, they won't. But we will. We will prepare heavily for them. That doesn't mean that we will win, but one out of 10 times it does happen. In this is a completely different scenario, though. Jokes aside, I think Fnatic is really strong right now. I also think that they have this honeymoon phase going for them, in which, well, not necessarily complete honeymoon phase, but they have made some changes to the roster, and right now, at least, it looks like they're having a lot of fun playing.
They certainly do. We do have a draft underway, so let's see how this one is going to shape up as Fnatic go up against ESL champions Tundra. Of course, Fnatic, they've been switching around a lot. They've been changing, chopping and changing. I still think, for me at least, I'm still trying to get a power read on this team. Like, I don't know if they're really good or if they're just good. And that's something which I'm really hoping this series is going to try, hopefully spell out for us. Do you think that's fair?
If there was like a S tier list for TI attendance, I think Fnatic is sitting around tier 1. Like, it goes S tier, tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, something like that. Yeah, I put Fnatic at tier 1.
For sure, they had problems, right? When you think about their old roster, with Moon and Masaros being in, Masaros wasn't really that flexible on offlane, even though I don't think he was truly a big problem. Then they switch him up for Chuan, who's not even an offlane player. They just made a lot of mistakes when it came to just sorting out their composition of the team. However, right now everyone is in their own position. They even, I would argue, they have 2 position 4s between Jabs and DJ. Like, they're just on a different level in SEA. So I want to see that Pudge. Yesterday, I didn't really see it. So I would love to see some fudge.
10 seconds.
Slight technical issues yesterday.
Jabs actually wanted to play position 4. So previously, DJ was the 4 player and Jabs was a 5 player. But Jabs wanted to experiment. He wanted to do position 4. He was even looking at other possible teams to go to, but Fnatic's like, maybe we can make it work with you two. And then now DJ has taken that 5 role. So there's also changes, even though like these 2 guys have been together for a while. Like, there is a lot of differences there too. And like you said, it's just been a real rough year for Fnatic. And I think right now is when they've started to gel together. And it's like the perfect time to gel.
Yeah.
10 seconds remaining.
Tundra, meanwhile, they're willing to do anything they feel like, especially when it comes to 9. He's such an adaptable player. He will play anything. We've seen him play Coddle. We've seen him play all sorts of crazy stuff mid, even before like these tournaments recently. I'm sure he's one of the first guys to really start spamming Grimstroke mid and stuff like that. Wyvern mid. This guy plays anything.
Fnatic's turn to pick.
What else did he play? Between Grimstroke and Wyvern, what else did he play mid that
Keeper
was really out there? Yeah, Kotl. Yeah. Okay, I'm sold. 3 of them. That's more than that.
That's a lot already.
Yeah.
Radiant team.
Spirit as well.
Oh, that's true. Earth Spirit, however, was popular before as well in mid when he just came out. And when it comes to this draft so far, nothing extraordinary. We have a Bane and a Monkey King on the side of Fnatic. Just 2 heroes that we have seen in every single game today. Am I lying? I don't think I am. Monkey was either 4 or 1. Meanwhile, Bane was picked by one of the teams, I think, in every single game in the first series.
You know what? Lizard, this might be the strongest safe lane at the moment that we have seen throughout this whole tournament. Like, we saw what it could do in the last game, but obviously it was against a Night Stalker. But I think you can have a very similar laning stage, maybe not as good, but still a very dominant laning stage. Like, both these heroes got buffed, especially Monkey, and on their own they defeat the core versus core matchup and the support versus support matchup in the lane.
Yeah, is there anything like you could still go for something like a Venomancer, right? You leave the Shadow Demon perhaps on or you get a Lycan instead.
Yeah, boy.
Okay.
This is what I've been looking for, the Lycan.
You guys liking this pick?
I'm liking it. I'm liking it. It's most likely going to be position 3. by 33 here. I just wonder, like, why Lycan over Beastmaster?
Because they're liking it this way.
You
Well,
can't.
the
10
third time,
seconds
you know,
remaining.
kind of.
Talk about beating a dead
For me, it
horse.
was bad the first 2
Radiant
times. I
team
just wanted,
bans.
you know.
You just
why
want
do
to
they
be part of the party. I get it. It's
yeah,
okay.
that's it. Why do they pick Lycan here? I'm actually not sold on the hero at all overall. So
Right. So I think the idea is just an overall Bane counter, just running
10
summons at
seconds
Bane, right?
remaining.
Like you've known, like we've all known for a while, like Banes hate summons. They can't do
5
anything against
seconds
them.
remaining. Turn
So-
to ban.
We've seen also in the last games where Bane has been played, he plays a crucial role in all these team fights. So if you have these wolves and then you have the Dominator creep just running in at max speed, then Bane can't grip, he can't cast the spells. You pretty much take the position 5 out of the fight, who you need to like
10
save or
seconds
control,
remaining.
and then you can kind of like take the engagement after that.
yeah, my only problem
5
is
seconds
back in the
remaining.
day when you would do that and sick all those creeps and units and summons onto the
Radiant
Bane,
team
onto
banned.
any position 5, even Wyvern that wouldn't really love playing against that. You would have necros, and those necros would give you true sight, right? So you and also you couldn't even buy ghost. Right now, at least you have some plays against it. Glimmer Cape is
10
fine,
seconds
Ghost
remaining.
is fine. So
True.
it's still strong.
5
I just feel like
seconds remaining.
I'm actually not
Fanatics
sold
turn to
completely
ban.
on this counter idea, but we'll see. It should still work theoretically, yeah.
Well, it obviously, other than that part, you know, it can take objectives, play very fast. I think Tundra like to have at least one hero that can take objectives for them, and
10
that's going to be the
seconds
Lycan in this game. Normally, you'll see like Leshrac,
5
Beastmaster,
seconds
Luna,
remaining.
Luna Aura running around as 5, taking objectives.
Yep, they ban out the Tidehunter to protect that Lycan a little bit, right? It's not something that he adores playing into.
Yep. And obviously, they're not going to pick it with a Monkey King on the enemy team.
Yeah, meanwhile, Fnatic with the Luna and the Omni Knight, right? Omni Knight, I'm surprised it even went through the first stage, but I guess these two teams, they just have their personal favorites that are a little bit higher up on the list, like Kotl and Batrider. You just have to ban that against 9. He was dominating yesterday.
Fanatics turn to pick. Radiant team pick.
Void incarnate.
Okay, just some Void Spirit.
Void Spirit. Yep. Very high win rate hero. Hero's been good. Fnatic have always enjoyed playing with his hero as well.
Just a cookie cutter draft so far from Fnatic. They're not really showing their hand that much.
10 seconds
They're just
remaining.
picking your standard dotes, and they want to play a standard game of
5
Dota.
seconds
Also,
remaining.
maybe it prevents Tundra from going for that Veno. It's not necessarily it doesn't really matter. As long as you have one hero from the mid lane that can zip across the map and get on top of Venomancer, you kind of dislike picking it too much.
Yeah.
But, versus
And-
Monkey, it can still work.
They also have the last pick, right, in the game. So they will flex this Monkey King till the very end here. Most likely we'll be seeing an offlane pickup from Fnatic next. Plus, they get to see 2 more heroes from Tundra. I think Fnatic are in a great position in this draft.
Where's my boy Kunkka? Like, what happened to him?
Kunkka.
Yeah,
I thought we
Kunkka
were going to
versus-
see a lot of Kunkka with a silver
some
edge.
Kunkka versus Lycan gameplay.
Oh, is that what I think it is? Is that the Fada Night Stalker? I don't think Fada's going to play Lycan, is he? There's no like place for Lycan, right?
Kuroki
even-
used to play it, remember? Like, he used to
Yeah.
play Lycan in the jungle,
10
but
seconds
the
remaining.
problem is back then you would start with 2 Sage Masks and go straight into
5
Necro.
seconds
I'm
remaining.
not sure if it's still viable. I mean, Necro obviously isn't. Just
Fanatics
whole
turn
strategy.
to pick.
Just thinking, we know if it's possible. Oh my god, they're doing it again. They're just flexing everything till the end. I mean, there's still a possibility that Fada could play Jaro, and then Skitter plays Night Stalker. I know Skitter has played Night Stalker. 9 has played Night Stalker middle.
I was going to say,
in
that's what I
his
was going to
time.
mention.
10
I feel like
Yeah.
remaining.
that could be what we're leading to here with a Lycan on 33 and
5 seconds
the Gyro,
remaining.
the Flex on the safe lane, either in Skitter's or in Fada's hands.
Jeez, man, this is crazy. I mean, they're just gonna see whatever benefits the game most.
Yep.
and just go with that. And Fnatic, you know, that's why they got to pick this cookie cutter stuff, I think, guys, because you can't really play into Tundra's mind games. You just got to get something solid for yourself. Just have, you know, a well-rounded lineup and play the best Dota you can. You can't really predict Tundra.
Just to ignore them. Cover the side of the screen where their draft is and pick your own stuff, and that's it. Just to ignore the nonsense. I mean, it's not a bad approach, right? When you actually can't tell where they're gonna go anywhere. So
yeah. It's probably the best thing to do, honestly. Just get like some generic good stuff, and then you'll be fine.
So Fnatic, 4th pick for them. I mean, they have been a bit more on the rails than Tundra or LGD. You know, we know generally what their game plan's going to be, but they have also picked Pudge. And saying that they're a more on the rails team when they pick Pudge is pretty strong indicator of the meta of the game right now. Now they take up CK.
I actually love this pick.
Yeah,
it's so good against Night Stalker, Lycan. If it didn't, this is where Tundra is like, all right, guys, we should make Gyrocopter carry, right? Because he'll do a little bit better against CK. Plus, you want that flat cannon to be able to remove the illusions. But Chaos Knight is insanely good against NS and Lycan.
Yeah, what are the recent changes? He got the reduction on the lifesteal, right? And max critical damage got increased a bit, if I'm correct. So yeah. You can definitely see the Chaos Knight. This should be your offlane CK, right? We should already see the 3 cores, unless Monkey King is a position 4 here for Fnatic. It should be Chaos Knight offlane with I don't know, some 4 that they pick in the end. Void Spirit mid, Monkey safe lane. That's the correct assumption, right? There's
remaining.
Sorry, what was that? The Chaos Knight goes
offlane, yeah.
Offlane? Yeah,
or are you thinking it's a Monkey 4 and Chaos Knight safe lane?
Yeah, I'm thinking a Monkey. I'm thinking the Monkey is the 4 here, and Chaos Knight is the safe lane. But again, like Fnatic do have the last pick, so they can still wait until they make some sense of Tundra's draft before they move the stuff. But Chaos Knight offlane also works.
Yeah, if you are watching their draft, you know. Actually, it's Tundra. Never mind. They're in their own world as well. They're just drafting whatever the hell for not for 2 days, for 3 weeks now.
5 seconds remaining.
Yep, I mean,
it's a cool. Fanatics turn to
I was just gonna say it's almost definitely. Oh yeah, there we go. So Sven comes out. So Gyrocopter will be the 5, and Sven will be the carry. Night Stalker mid, and like an offlane. I'm pretty certain that's gonna be the Tundra lineup.
Yeah,
it's a good call. Yeah.
10 seconds remaining.
And this is a Gyro mid and a Night Stalker 5.
Are you ready to put a bet on that though, Nomad? That's my question.
No,
it's a pretty good call. But are you ready to bet on that?
Bet your house that you're so sure of it.
Yeah, never gonna do that with Tundra playing. These guys are they're kind of a dice roll when it comes to where they're going to be laying things, and everything makes sense when they're in the game, but in the draft, you're like, what is going on? Fnatic, they're going to grab themselves a Morphling. Okay, so...
It's also a bit crazier, right? It makes the Chaos Knight offlane, but it gives you a hero versus Gyro, which is nice. However, Gyro... What's he going to be? Is he going to be mid, perhaps, or support?
I think the main idea behind the Morph is, like, it's going to counter the Sven, right?
As well,
yeah. Sven can't really burst Morphling down, and... You're a very good matchup. You also have E-Blade. And then now, because they had the last pick, they were able to at least... And they know that Chaos Knight is going to have a good game regardless, because his job is to deal with the Lycan and the Night Stalker. So, Fnatic overall, I think they got a pretty legit draft. And 9 is going to be the Midnight Stalker.
How many times did you guys see the Midnight Stalker recently? They did play it, right? Like 9 did play it in ESL as well. So... Yeah, I can see it working. Their draft is definitely Tundra style. Am I completely sold on it? I am not, because it's just all over the place. They seemingly do make it work day after day. So who am I to be a doubter here?
It does seem like 33 is the only one who's played Night Stalker on Tundra for this patch, so maybe that's what you're thinking of. But yeah, I mean, still Tundra, you know, it's never like them to not pick a hero because they haven't played it yet. They will play anything, anywhere. I mean, this feels very Tundra, and very Tundra has been working so far. I do like Fnatic's draft, though. I do think they have, you know, a nice amount of control. Maybe lacking a little bit in team fight for my liking, but all the same, you know, the Morphling's got a great morph target. I think this is really, really close, so I'm going to go for Tundra for this one because, you know, they're on a hot streak right now. I think they have proved themselves to be the better team recently, but Fnatic, I'm so ready for you guys to prove me wrong because I do love the Fnatic boys and want them to do well.
Well, I think they have a very fast lineup on Tundra, but I do believe that this Morphling, Raven Morphling, we're in for a treat. So I'm gonna go with Fnatic here. I wanna see an upset. Upset.
There's just too much love coming from Nomad. I'm gonna go with Fnatic to just fight that off.
See it, Fnatic.
Fine, fair enough, fair enough. 2 for Fnatic, 1 for Tundra. Let's find out how this one goes down with our commentary duo of Bkop and Mofarah.
Thank you very much, Nomad. Appreciate it. As we get into this game 1 of the second series. And I don't know, is it too much love from Nomad for this Tundra side?
I mean, Tundra deserved the credit for playing so well, right? I mean,
Yeah.
Can't say they, you know, it's too much love. If you're winning the last big tournament that we had where they beat LGD 3-2 in like some crazy final, then yeah, give them. But I think Fnatic, we saw good things from them yesterday, and I'm hoping we can keep the good times coming in their department. Interested to see how Night Stalker mid goes as well. This is a new one.
Yeah, well, they first banned the Bat Rider, so, you know, get that out of the way. Make sure that 9 can't have that.
The battle begins.
Looking like they're gonna clash.
It's just going to be 2 for 2. So, let's go through the lanes. So we have Gyro Sven against Monkey CK. I feel like the Sven should be fine, right? And Gyro has decent armor to work with against the Monkey King as well, so I think this is kind of a trade farm lane. They shouldn't really be able to bully the CK out, but pretty even.
Could the lane get dangerous, though, in bottom? Well, with the double stuns and then the reality rift, they may not even go for the Sven. Like, just take out the only homing missile Gyro.
I think maybe at level 3, the dire side get a little bit more power, but before then they don't really do a huge amount, I don't think.
Oy, 2-second stun to start it off, and not fun.
Yeah. Mid lane though, Night Stalker versus Void Spirit. I think this matchup's pretty cool, right? Like this mid Night Stalker, like we were saying, we haven't really seen a huge amount of. Be interesting to see how much rotating he does at the first night as well. Good deny by Chuan. I don't. Have we settled on the name? How to pronounce that yet?
I don't think we've settled. DJ constantly spamming the cheeses again, by the way.
Should say, by the way, that the homing missile pretty bad against Monkey King because you can just mischief dodge the damage. So not fantastic.
Look at that. So CK, I think he's got his eyes on Meteor Hammer.
Okay. I mean, the big problem with this hero obviously doesn't farm, right? So we've seen this from some offlaners in China as well before. You know, we saw it on the Night Stalkers, like the DKs and everything, even some Mars.
In lane right now, it's 9-3 for the Void Spirit, 8-0 for the Night Stalker. 9 starting to put on some damage. Stormhammer to their range creep, and now that leaves him without a stun. But it's not going to matter as Fada gets in the way with that Rocket Barrage. He's low on mana, has himself 1 mango.
This top lane is going okay for Radiant side as well. Like, obviously Morphling's going to do okay here. You can't really pressure the Morphling out of lane, especially when he gets to this level 3. He's kind of going to just do his thing, right? But I can farming okay.
Rest easy, child.
I believe the tip came out because the Void Spirit got both water runes, by the way.
Easy peasy.
Yeah.
Actually, that's just because he got his bottle first.
I'll assume that as well. 9 though. He's still putting pressure on it. It's not like even without the water rune he's doing that terribly.
They're going to try for the surround.
EJ in some trouble, but
We didn't even think about
will
this.
make his way back to the tier 1.
With the, I mean, we sometimes see people go for the surround even when they don't have extra summons, but with the wolves as well, this Bane
Makes
does
it
have
that
to
much
be careful.
tougher.
Yeah, like if you're ever out of position, you can die.
So DJ's gonna have to watch his positioning. Watches where he continually just taunts.
It's the DJ special.
Yeah, he was doing it yesterday too. I think a lot of the Banes we saw yesterday were just spamming the taunt.
They really were. Have you seen the CS in this bot lane as well, by the way? Really not going that well for the CK.
Yeah, he's 9-3 and kind of getting pushed off the wave.
Interesting, no supports came over for the 4-minute runes either.
Ends up being 1 apiece though. I'm more experienced in the moment. Night Stalker and Void Spirit are pretty much just even in terms of experience. I clicked on 9 for a second and I thought he was the Void Spirit. And I was like, but I'm clicking on the Night Stalker just because the cosmetics on both
They
of
do
them.
look very
They look
similar.
pretty similar.
In trouble on the monkey.
Whoa. God, Jab's getting taken out. It's Fada who gets first blood. Stormhammer, homing missile, the rocket barrage, the right click damage coming in. There is certainly enough here if you can catch one person away from the other on the side of Fnatic where Tundra can get the kill.
Not a huge amount of synergy between the monkey and the CK either. You know, like, yes, they both have a stun and whatnot, but very difficult to get through the Sven with the extra armor.
I see a lot of stuff.
Oh, Farta with the all chat voice lines, they're back again.
9.
Well, it goes for the glyph on the range.
Using that ult, and he's trying to get this kill here on the Void Spirit. He's got that silence. The damage is going to be there. Aether Remnant will trade after. But 9 gets the solo kill. All right. Jabs, Rocket Barrage, eating it. Ingu pops in one more shot.
That could have been really bad for 9. If he'd have died there first, like in the end it ends up being okay because he gets the XP and whatnot, right? But if he'd have given that away to the Void Spirit, that could have been horrendous. Doesn't get punished though.
Mid is a little bit favored towards 9 at the moment. Astral step to lock down that arcane rune, throw it in the bottle, fill back up. And he's first to hit that level 7. We see it though in the nighttime, the silence, it does make it a little bit tough for the Void Spirit to get away once you're on top, but he's got that full bottle. He should be a-okay for the moment, and 9's gonna back off the lane for a second. Go and fill up his bottle with this bounty rune.
Like Void as a spell is quite cheap on the Night Stalker, right? So when you have all this mana to use with the bottle spam, it is very annoying.
Yeah, only 110 level 4, and then in the early parts of the game, we were seeing him spam it quite a bit. 80, 90 mana, you have an early bottle. It's really just so value to spam it out constantly, and that's what gave him the opportunity to get that initial kill over mid when he finally hit that level 6.
Skeeter.
2-second stun, Primal Spring doesn't land though. Not that I think it matters. I think he is very safe.
Well, the Night Stalker's running down towards the bot lane here, though, and Fnatic don't have vision of this.
They've got God Strength available if they want to go for this push and fight. You can see Skitter's just so far ahead. They're only level 4. Death just hitting level 5. He's pretty much equivalent with where Fada is on this Monkey King, too.
They're going to smoke up here between DJ and Trick. I can't, and the Void Spirit. I can't say it. Jesus.
DJ, Taunt, going over. 33 getting chased. Aether Remnant lands. Primal Spring coming down. And they've got 4 heroes to get this kill. And we've seen this story before. You bring 4, but it leaves lanes open.
Yeah, it does, but at the same time, I think if he almost managed to block the Aether Remnant there with the Wolf, and he might have lived on the Lycan. But yeah, they bring a lot, but I think killing the Lycan is so important. You know, especially at this point in the game where you can start to look to push the tier 1 as well. You want to, you know, alleviate some of the pressure on that lane. And they're not really stopping the Sven from farming anyway, so... I think Raven off to a good start on the Morph is definitely, you know, massively beneficial for Fnatic.
Mm-hmm. I mean, missiles constantly being thrown out at Death here. As Fada pops a salve, he's fine for the moment. We've also got 9 who's in the dire triangle just farming up. Ooh, Quan getting the kill there on the Fada bottom as they rotate him and DJ down to get this kill onto the gyrocopter. So, yeah, Fnatic moving around the map. They're getting a couple kills here, but how much is it going to be worth it for them a little bit later? I do say that with the expectation that Sven's getting a lot more farm, and this is where he's going to start to bulk up, is when he uses this God Strength and goes for these stacks. Got a, I believe, 4-time stack on the big camp and a 4-time stack on the Ancients.
Yeah, he's going to be loving this. And this is down to Snaking before. Playing a massive role in this top lane. We didn't get to watch much of it because there was action going on elsewhere, but I think the Shadow Demon here is so good at stacking camps like this. Especially on Radio's side.
Yeah, you see that Sven jumps from like 600 down to 400 up.
9 almost cut the right tree down there. It was very close.
Aether Remnant thrown mid as Skitter's just farming as best he can over there, and they finally get this Meteor Hammer on Death. They're going to put some pressure on this bottom lane.
Yeah, I was going to say, I like this play from Tundra, though. They move the Sven over to mid, because he wants to play around the Ancients area, right, to be as efficient as possible. And it allows 9 to find time to move around.
Ooh, 33 caught for a second. They're going to get him with the Aether Remnant, and he gets that ult off, trying to run from this Void Spirit, jukes him through the trees. 33 will throw some wolves the other way, and they do end up getting that Lycan out. And now bottom, they've got the silence onto this CK. Death looking very dead. 9 gets the kill, making that rotation towards bottom. You can see the aggression that he has using that ult. Dark Ascension being popped to get this kill onto the CK, who was putting the pressure on with that Meteor Hammer. So making him pay for his overstep.
It's such a deceiving amount of damage on this spell as well, especially when you get to the level 2 point and you're level 12 overall. Like, the extra 100 bonus damage is crazy. Ooh, can they find 9?
Nightmare.
Great.
And they've got the Fiend's Grip if they want to go for this. But Snaking's ready. And the Boundless Strike comes out. Fada's just in between the tier 1 and the tier 2. He's very dead. Jab's getting the credit on that one.
He's vibing, man. He's having a good time. You let him be him, alright? See Skitter mid, though. With all these TPs that were made down to the bot lane, they're going to get some pressure onto this mid tier 1.
Yeah, they're going to try and put the pressure on, popping the God Strength, but he can just go back to the triangle, and 33's made a stack for him in the Ancients.
Yeah, exactly. So, like, even though the God Strength is popped for the mid tier 1, it still has use.
Yeah.
And yeah, I think getting the Glyph is huge, and I don't know if you saw that Tundra actually pinged the top tier 1. They know that that's where they want to go for now, because they know that Fnatic are going to make this, like, the mirrored rotation bot lane, and they're going to try and do the same thing.
Meteor Hammer comes down. DJ Jabs as well as Death are here. Only missile gets thrown forward. They'll look for the Boundless Strike. And now they've got the Fiend's Grip, but they use that disruption. They'll drop down the Wukongs. Call down comes in. Jab's taking a little bit of damage. The Nightmare is going to help keep him alive, but not for long enough. They get the kill onto Jabs. They'll finally lose Fada. They also bring in the Void Spirit to look over to take 2. Snaking drops, but it's a 2 for 2 as DJ drops to Snaking.
This is pretty good for Tundra. Like, it's basically was it a 4-1-2 in the bot lane? I think they got a double kill. And they're going to get the mid-tier 1 off this as well, which is huge.
Ooh. Not denying it.
I mean, honestly, he's getting close to that Helm of the Overlord on the Lycan as well, so they're looking pretty terrifying right now. That Vladzora with the Sven, really strong.
Yeah, it's turned into a 2K lead for Tundra off some pretty decent movements and some.
They want the disruption into the
decent
silence.
fights.
Yeah.
Disruption, silence, Morphling in trouble, and I just don't think it's going to be enough with the attribute shift. 33 will get credit for the kill, and they've got 4 heroes to take a tier 1 top.
I'm pretty sure he started attribute shifting after the disruption ended there, right? But how has he done that when the AoE silence from the Night Stalker should layer... okay, whatever. Maybe he
not
started doing it
instant.
before the disruption I didn't see, but...
Radiant's middle tower
Yeah, like in
is
theory
under
it should be instant, right? But
This will come in handy.
And again, Skitter's got another stack on these Ancients, so they're continuing to stack for this Sven and giving him all the gold that he needs. He's sitting top of the net worth by 1,100 over to the Morphling. Fnatic, they've moved through mid. They'll look for the tier 1 and try to get something to happen, but the heroes are ready for Tundra to make a move, potentially if Fnatic find themselves stepping out of position. Snake King going for the Aether Lens. Is Bane doing the same? And he doesn't have it queued up, but he's got the Arcane Boots. He could. Pause from Skitter. And it's a 3K lead, even at 6, about 14 minutes into the game. Not the best start from Fnatic, but where can they go from here? Death is kind of lacking. He's 1,000 gold behind the Night Stalker, but really his lane opponent or his lane counterpart is the Lycan, who has 2K on.
yeah, I think the problem for Fnatic is, like, obviously this voice wants to be making moves around the map and stuff. Like, he wants to make things happen, but who does he play with? Like, maybe the CK? You're playing against these 3 tanky strength cores. And, like, as we saw in the bot lane, even Farta on the Gyrocopter is really tanky and difficult to deal with. Like, he's not a free kill, so I do worry for their damage issues for Fnatic, especially because Tundra are about to hit this massive timing with the Helm of the Overlord, right? Where they can group up relatively early. Like, this Lycan all of a sudden is such a huge threat.
And again, Death
Radiant's middle tower
throwing down a Meteor Hammer, really just trying to take this tier 1 tower. It's going to get close. They'll throw the homing missile at her to Death. Assimilate right onto Snake King. Snake King, he's got disruption if he wants to
is under
put
attack.
himself probably in a pretty bad spot. He's right to just run up onto the high ground with his team.
And they're just casually hitting this top tier 2, though. Like, somebody from Fnatic has to come up here.
And I think Tundra know that, and that's exactly why they're going to smoke and go towards top.
Yeah, if they take this top tier 2, it opens up the map, you know, look potentially towards Roche as well.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Do they have the instant initiation, though, to be able to kill the Void Spirit? That's the issue. You know, if he's quick on his fingers, the only thing they really have at the moment is the Sven stun. And how... Yeah, he knows something's up.
Yeah, but now you're giving up the pressure, and here comes Skitter and the rest of the team to take the tier 2 top. So this is going to open the map up. They've got this Helm of the Overlord ready, and they're going to glyph, but how much is it going to delay? Creeps are coming in. They've got this Ancient Black Dragon. The tower's gone.
Dire's top
Yeah.
tower has fallen.
That was a good
And
move
so
by
is the
Tundra.
outpost.
I will say, though, it took them a little while to be able to take that tower there, right? Like, all of a sudden, I think, yeah, the net worth's flicking over to 1k, between 1k and 2k, so Fnatic, while they've lost their tower, they have gained a little bit of, like, net worth advantage. Because they were all farming on their cores.
Yeah, the problem becomes, though, now it's right into Roche. They've used the God Strength. They're going to try and take themselves the first stages of the game, and there's not really much Fnatic can do.
Radiant are scanning.
Yeah, they don't really have any team fight, right? Their team fight is
under
the Monkey
attack.
King out. And the Monkey King's not at a point in the game where he feels like he can just run in. I don't know if he ever can this game, to be honest.
So Sven was holding a lot of gold, potentially thinking about
What,
going
mate?
into the Blink Dagger, but he'll switch over to the BKB. They've got the silence. They'll TP out the Monkey King. Maybe look for DJ. Raven's nearby. Is this going to be a double back from Fnatic? Death's in as well. They've got the Dissimulate. They're right on top of the gyro. Fada saved by the disruption. A lot of damage being done onto the Void Spirit. They get the call down out. Fada's getting low, but he's still not dead. And now Death in some trouble. DJ on the low ground going to the Fiend's grip, but they get the kill on the Death. They'll look over at DJ. They'll take out a second. Both those heroes gone. As Fnatic made the decision to try and counter the aggression of Tundra, but Tundra still come out as the successor of that fight.
They're still going.
They might even get a +1, but Jabs will throw out the Wukongs just to get him away.
Nice play by 9. He baits out the spell there and still manages to casually run away. So with this Aegis, he can play so aggressively now. He's like 300 gold off the blink, I think that was, on the Night Stalker 2. So when he gets that online, the Morph and the Void Spirit have to play so different. Like, they have to play terrified on the map, right? Like, they can't really play by themselves.
Right.
Whereas so far, because they don't have any instant initiation on Tundra, they've been a little bit more relaxed. Oh, the dragon.
Nightmaring the ancient black dragon. 4 seconds stun now.
And then he just takes over something else, so they don't get any gold for it.
This time he'll take over the ancient Thunderhide.
Yeah, still a good creep.
They're gonna fight. Oh, Fada with a sliver of health. He survives for a second. They've got the Silence on 2. They're gonna Astral Step forward, but that might put Void Spirit in a bad
Here
spot.
comes the Sven, though.
God Strength right clicks to simulate. Now onto the low ground. They're gonna go after the Night Stalker, who's hit with a few seconds stun, but the cleave damage isn't enough. BKB gets popped by Skitter. Aether Remnant's not gonna grab him, and now they'll start to back off on Fnatic.
A good fight for Fnatic. They managed to get the Sven BKB God Strength out, and Tundra don't get anything for it, so Fnatic might look to re-engage relatively soon. I mean, 9 obviously doesn't lose his Aegis, but they'll still be more than happy with that.
This is extending the lead, though, and now ooh, there goes the Aegis.
Feels like a little bit of a... not a waste necessarily, but unnecessary to lose it there.
3-3, moving forward with this ancient Thunderhide. With that medallion after getting the Helm of the Overlord. Sitting here, drums, Helm of the Overlord, now the medallion going into the Solar Crest.
Yeah, Solar Crest obviously really good up against like the CK damage. Even the Monkey King and stuff as well, it's decent against. So just shove it on your Sven, let him be that ultra carry. Oh, Lycan's popping the ult.
Lycan going for the ult. He'll shapeshift moving forward. The Nightmare, though, onto the Thunderhide, which will be pulled off via the Wolf. So the Thunderhide's going to come forward, a 4-second stun, and they'll take out the Ancient once again, get 200 gold for death.
But like, they have to have so many heroes just here, just sitting around the mid-tier 2 to stop the Bane dying. It's like 4 heroes. It's not what you want to be doing at this point in the game, right?
No, not really at all.
Tundra just casually farming in the meanwhile.
Yep. That means they're going for a blink on Snake King. He's looking for the double stack as he goes through towards mid, and that sets up for Skitter. But Skitter finds a Stormhammer on to the Void Spirit, and they're going to use that ult. 9 using the Dark Ascension, but the Balance Strike comes in from Jabs. That might stop them from getting anything here as Fnatic start to retreat and Tundra can't catch up.
Quick escape there from Fnatic. They were so close to both cores being caught there by the silence, but they both used their mobility just to quickly escape.
And they've thought about going back in on the counterplay before, and it looks like they're definitely contemplating defending the tier 2 and making the jump in. Death standing forward, Reality Rift shows himself, Homing Missile going out on a Raven, but Tundra not willing to make the dive past the tier 2 tower and will finally give up the pressure coming in onto that tower, back off to look for some farm.
So they know there's no Dark Ascension here, right? And it's daytime. So Fnatic are gonna find a fight, even with the net worth disadvantage at the moment. It has to be now. They have everything available.
Snake King looking for another stack, but here comes the side of Fnatic. And they will get this kill on a Snake King. Now they're probably going to line up to grab what is now a triple stack on the Ancients. Let's see if they stay here.
Well played by Fnatic. Obviously, Snake King's not necessarily the hero they would have liked, but apparently they find Fata as well.
Yeah, that's going to potentially be a +1. Waiting for that Rocket Barrage to be gone, and the Balance Strike on the edge will allow the Void Spirit to Astral Step and finish off Fata. The Chuan getting that kill on a Fata, and, well, they've got themselves 2, and they're also, like I said, taking the triple stack.
So Raven's going Skadi before the Beekeeper this game, which is okay. I don't mind it too much, but there is that little bit of a worry, obviously, that up against the Night Stalker Silence, he could get caught off guard. So I personally thought he was going to go Beekeeper before the next item. Being a little bit more greedy, not necessarily a bad thing. Oh, Nether
They're
Shore
going
Morph as
Daedalus
well.
now. And the Morph's going Scotty, so he's close to the second ulti orb.
Yeah, he's getting there.
Will be a point booster away from finishing everything off.
Interested to see what the Lycan builds next as well. I think there's... You know, like, he could go for, like, BKB, for instance, if he wants... But, yeah, I was going to say the Axe is really interesting with the Sven on your team. Being able to turn him into that wolf.
Jabs. Primal Springs onto the creep wave, and he's going to get caught out. They do have that Solar Crest finish on the Lycan, so they'll get a quick kill onto the Monkey King and pressure the mid-tier 2 again.
Night Stalker hunting Morphling here.
Raven needing to juke, gets into the trees, the TP attempt! Oh no, he's not going to make it. They've got the silence, they'll get the kill. God Strength gets popped, and they will finish off Raven. He is desperately looking to get himself into the Scotty, and now they found themselves dead.
Oh my
33 is going to shapeshift. They'll go for the damage, and they've got so much with the Solar Crest, as well as the help from Snake King. They take out Death, and that is 3 kills around the map.
Yeah, CK's Agi gain not that great, obviously being a strength hero, so that minus armor from the Solar Crest with the Howl on top. He is not a chunky boy.
Spirit Vessel finished for Fada. They'll take the outpost over again, and they've had access to the outpost for a while now, and that it was early access to the outpost.
Look where Fnatic are on the map. I know there's 2 of them dead at the moment, but they just can't get out. They're really struggling to ever not be a massive group, effectively, right? Because the Night Stalker vision advantage means they just have such good pick-off potential on Tundra.
And Tundra just kind of play this lead foot on the gas style of Dota at the moment, where they're just not letting you get a breath in because they're constantly driving into some pressure on your side of the map.
I really enjoy watching that style as well, right? I think we all do. You know, we don't want to watch this laid-back farming style. We want to see action. We want to see crazy fights. And Tundra do enable that.
Yeah, and their fights later when it's 5-on-5 are of course crazy, but they're also fighting these pickoffs. Their movements around the map seem to be so in sync with each other. And it's something that we saw earlier today with OGD. Their movements were very in sync, especially with that global lineup they played. But Tundra, they always seem to know when they want to make the moves around the map and where they want to make those moves around the map.
They're going to smoke into Fnatic here, potentially.
Void Spirit immediately to the Dissimulate, so the smoke gets broken.
The second Roche is spawning relatively soon, so they can get a good pick-off here. Potentially move towards that Roche pit afterwards. Oh, this CK is so poor.
And they're going to find Death. They've got the silence. They'll have the dust. He's juking through the trees. Not looking likely that he's going to survive. And they'll get the kill there on a Death. Skitter getting credit for another one. He's now 4-0-3. It's almost got that silver edge on the Sven. We haven't really felt the pressure from Raven. He's finished off the Scotty going into the BKB. And maybe when he gets that BKB, that'll be the moment where they can play a lot more aggressively. As they look over, try to get the kill on Fada, but he'll survive. They land the stun on the Void Spirit. Now call down, Astral Step with the disruption comes in, and Skitter moving forward with the damage with the God Strength to a clean up drawn, and that is a 6-time spree into the hands of a Sven. 600 gold going his way.
Now there's 2 heroes dead. Sven has God Strength active and BKB ready. And there looks like a free tier 3 tower.
Yeah, they've got the silence out onto the Bane, and they're going to 2-shot him. DJ falls, the Wukong's is used, but they've got the silence onto Jabs. They've got the damage to get the kill onto the Monkey King. They're going to buy back on Jabs as well. And this is not looking good. Death, though, with a 4-second stun on the Snake King. He's in a little bit too far. They got the melee racks. They're going to finish off the range racks. And yeah, you get a kill on the Shadow Demon, but you're now down 13k, and your racks are gone top. And Roche is up.
Yeah, they get snaking, but the buildings die so quickly to the physical damage. Go straight into Roche. pick up that second Aegis, Lycan's going to have the Axe. Not from the Roche, but from his own accord, right? And all of a sudden, his whole kit on the Lycan is basically to buff up this Sven and make him an absolute menace, right? Like, he's got the Solar Crest, he's got the drums, he's got the Helm of the Overlord with the Vlad Zora component. This Sven is going to hurt. And
they give the...
I would not be surprised to see a Bane get potentially, like, well, effectively one-shot with the Echo Saber hits when he's turned into a wolf.
I remember we had a Monkey King and a Lycan in the same game during DPC. And he was half wolf, half monkey, half king. Obviously, the numbers work out. No, it works. It's fine.
Is that NA math, is it?
They're going to look over. They've got themselves the Reality Rift coming out into the Gyro. The Balance Strike to follow it up. A 9 and Skitter are going to go in towards the Void Spirit. They've got the Silence on Tron, and he is surviving for now. Homie Missile coming out. They get the kill on the DJ. They'll take L1. They're losing Snake King. Raven on the back lines looking over Fada. They've got the Homie Missile with the Shard using the Rocket Rush. They get the kill on Fada. They'll end up losing the Void Spirit and the stun. The damage. Skitter kills off Raven. Takes out Jabs. Triple kill for Skitter. He is godlike. 4 heroes dead on the side of Fnatic.
You thought you were safe?
Think again.
Think again. Like, I mean, there is something special about watching that Sven turned into a wolf, like 3-shotting a morph. You don't get to see that very often. And he's going to have that Sonatic really soon. Sonatic, Jesus Christ. He's going to have Satanic relatively soon on the Sven. I somehow got Satanic and Fnatic confused. That was special.
It'll happen. Mid-set racks are gone. They'll look for the bottom tier 3. Making the jump. And they've got the Silence, but not much else. And the Void Spirit's really going to play aggressively. They're actually looking over at the Morphling. They've got the Silence, and now, well, Morphling, it's not looking like Raven's going to get out. He's dead once again. He just fought back, and now he's gone for 100 seconds. No tier 3 bottom. They'll call GG on Fnatic, and Tundra will take game 1.
Wow. Big performance from Tundra. Obviously, I think Fnatic has some really good timings early on. This bot lane didn't go as well as they would have hoped, I'd imagine. And the Morphling got relatively decent free farm, but when the Sven gets that stacks, he's going to be farming, the Ancient stack, sorry, he's going to be farming much quicker than the Morph, right? And they come online so much quicker. And I think that damage, lack of damage from Fnatic was definitely shown in that mid-game. The panelists are going to be very worried, I think, because the guy who's not the analyst, picking up Tundra, you know, the two other analysts, they're very worried that, you know, about Tundra. They think the Fnatic are going to push through, but the big boy Nomad on the panel, he's right again. You can't stop him.
Yeah, he must have the highest MMR, and obviously we'll hear from him when we come back from a break and see how happy he is about it. So we'll take a quick break, and then we'll be back with the panel for game number 2. Stay right there. We'll see you in a second. We'll be right back.
is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top barracks are under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant
A very convincing game one from Tundra there as they take down Fnatic in the first game in this series. And you know, I'm not gonna say it, guys. It's okay. I'm not gonna say it. You know, I'm gonna be humble.
Get out of
I
here,
won't say.
Nomad. Get the hell out.
But no, a very convincing performance from Tundra. You know, they're just playing the heroes they love, the heroes they're confident with, the Sven, the Lycan, and obviously they've got to throw in a little bit of a twist there with the Midnight Stalker, but it all looks great. Why did we not see this Raven Morphling get into the game?
I think the game was just way too fast for Fnatic to play in the end. This Lycan, I know it was good, and I've been waiting for it, but I didn't know it was this good. Right? Like the moment the Lycan got dominated, I think he had Vlad by like minute 12 as well. His team comes there, they just go to that tower, they get the free kill on Raven, and they just start mowing down the map. Like the tier 2 tower, I think died around 15 minutes, which is ridiculously fast as well. And then he's got the Solar Crest, and then he's got this Aghanim to buff up his Sven, and this Morphling is like still trying to finish his BKB. Hasn't even had a chance to be able to join any fights. And the Chaos Knight offlane too. I think that was a big struggle for Fnatic. I didn't really think that lane was going to go that poorly either. The Chaos Knight didn't have that much impact. I'm not too sure how much I like this Meteor Hammer pickup against a fast lineup. Like, he needed to just be tanky and not have this Meteor Hammer.
I guess what you're trying to do with that Meteor Hammer is offset their push, but by pushing yourself as well, right? Like doing something on the map, but I completely agree. And everything that Tibon said, there's really not a lot to add. Like, you're playing this Morphling, it's tale as old as Dota. You're playing Morphling versus a team with fast pace. If you aren't able to stall the game and go long, right? Go later on in the game, you just lose. It's very difficult to play.
I think we might have lost Lizard mid-conversation there, but I'm sure he wasn't saying anything important anyway. Hopefully we've just lost him on Discord and he isn't still talking on VMix, because that would be kind of awkward. But yeah, we'll continue regardless. He's live on VMix, apparently. Okay, well, we'll ask you very politely not to maybe mute poor old Lizard here, as we can't hear what he's saying. But anyway, I thought that was a really good performance still from the Void Spirit from Chuan. I think he still did a really good job in kind of controlling the game for a bit on the Void Spirit, and I really liked it in the top lane where he was able to avoid the gank from the side of Tundra. But Tundra, they kind of planned to fail, because they were like, even if we don't get the kill here, there's not going to be anyone in this lane anyway, so we can just take the tower regardless. And they get a tier 2 tower in the top lane for free, pretty much. It was a really nice movement from Tundra, but also a really good read from Chuan there.
I mean, After watching this game, I felt mind controlled by your bias towards Tundra to choose Fnatic. So, yeah, I won't do that again.
Listen to yourself, don't listen to me. Just tune me out and listen to yourself. I'm too flip.
To be fair though, like watching Tundra and the way that they play, I'm beginning to wonder why aren't more people picking Lycan and Beastmaster in general? Is it just like there's nothing 33 like is doing that you can't practice and achieve it yourself, right? So maybe some of the players are not feeling it right now, but I do believe like these two heroes, this Helm of the Overlord item, it's insane. He literally dropped it at the end of the game, I think. It's like, I can't show them how good it is. Bam! That's why we don't see it at the end screen right now.
Smart.
But it's so good. Like it just has so much buffers for your allies. You can take Roshan easily, you can take tier 2s easily, and just so much vision it can provide. The dragon just eliminates an entire creep wave. You don't even need to be there. It's just so strong.
It was crazy. I mean, 33 is still an exceptional Lycan player, though. I love how he uses the wolves to scout for kills and then commits, and sometimes he'll just pop an ulti to let his units go and attack people and doesn't even commit himself, but he knows that if they want to keep that Bane alive, then they have to rotate in like several heroes into the mid lane just to keep a hero alive. Like it's crazy how strong this hero can be in the right circumstances, and 33 is just a master at abusing the mechanics of this Lycan. It's just ridiculous. I also liked another play at mid where they were going after death on the CK, and he just pops a solar crest on the Thunderhide and says, hey, you know what, you do the damage, I'm gonna get stunned by this Chaos Bolt, so you go and hit him, and the Thunderhide just nukes him down 100-0. Pretty ridiculous. Also, I didn't know that Triceratops used lasers. That's always confused me about Dota. Why does the dinosaur ancient fire lasers? I don't know.
Is Lizard back? Okay.
Hooray! Fill us full of your wisdom, Lizard.
I don't know what to fill you up with because I don't have any. My Discord just went completely crazy. And you were talking about dinosaurs or what? Like, I really like the Lycan. What's it called? What's it called, man? No. I only want to say that I really love the way this Lycan looked. That set was fantastic. That's all I want to say. That's all. The cosmetic was so beautiful. I want to go out there and buy it right now. I don't really care about all the strategizing, the solar crests and whatnot.
Really?
That's all I'm giving.
You disappear for like 3 minutes and then you come back with that. Like, you could have just stayed gone, It's...
You got something at least. Come on.
Yeah. All right. Let's get into gear for game number 2, because obviously Fnatic, they need to change some things for them. I would like to see a slightly faster paced draft, a draft which isn't going to get outpaced by the very, very quick gameplay that Tundra's going to put out. And we do actually have that draft available now, so we're going to waste no time and jump in straight into it.
Fnatic's turn to ban.
Okay, what do we have here? A Bat and a Venge instantly banned. Are we going to see a Kotl? Just get rid of the Lord of the Light.
There's no way you don't ban Cuddle against these guys. Seems like a bad move.
I think Fnatic is going to try to take Sven for themselves this game.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah. I mean, you kind of cover
5 seconds
your
remaining.
bases against like Lycan and Beastmaster by picking Sven as well. I think that, and you also block pick it so Tundra can't get it. That might be like the best approach from Fnatic after game number 1, because the way that they drafted, they were still in some ways trying to counter what Tundra's picking. But then now all of a sudden their lineup didn't really have that much lane shoving potential or even any kind of like big team fighting, AoE skills that can deal with the Lycan, which was literally first phase.
5 seconds remaining.
Can I tell you about my Lord and Savior Kunkka?
You can.
Once upon a time, there used to be this hero called Kunkka, and he used to be pretty solid versus all the summon heroes, especially versus Lycan, but perhaps not as much right now, especially because he's in the garbage. Fnatic just open up with Nice Talk.
Oh, I have a feeling we might be seeing a Lycan again here. But if they don't pick it with the Sven, then Fnatic might just pick that up themselves. But yeah, and again, Fnatic's like gameplay and draft,
5
like how they've
seconds
always
remaining.
done throughout time, is try to take your opponent's heroes. They love
Dire
doing that
team
shit.
pick.
Monkey King.
Meanwhile,
so
it
Tundra-
is Tundra that does that, right? By snatching the monkey away.
The thing about Night
Good
Stalker
against
is that
offlane and S.
he either wins your team the game or he loses your team the game. I feel like a lot of the Night Stalker we've seen
10
do
seconds
absolutely
remaining.
nothing, and they've also absolutely dominated as well. And there's never an in between.
5
It's 100 or
seconds
0.
remaining.
I can agree with that. There's a bunch of heroes that are kind of like that. They either win you the game or they're just useless, running around doing absolutely nothing. The trick is to find the right scenario in which they work and always and only pick them in those scenarios,
Fnatic's
right?
turn to pick.
Thunder is just insane. They're just going to continue picking the same damn way in which you don't know what they're doing and where they're going with their heroes.
Pretty much. I mean, Monkey King, they can flex it 1, they
10
can take it
seconds
4.
remaining.
Um,
I think Bada played a monkey as well.
5
So,
seconds
did he?
remaining.
Wow.
There's another one. I mean, what can't Fada play? Fada can play everything. That's it.
true. His idea
Wait,
of Dota is very different.
Fata was mid for most of his career anyway, right? Like he was a mid player.
Mhm. Yes.
So
He played mid, and then he played offlane for Team Secret, and then he's gone to support as a
Arta
captain.
Razor, never forget. He's such a goal on that hero. Chasing
but
people
him
around
being-
like a lunatic.
he found himself as a captain role. I believe DreamHack Rotterdam was his first big win.
Fnatic's turn to
It
battle.
was with Nico Baby, right? And that squad. That's the first one that he actually captained in a decent way. I mean, they made some success. Yeah. And it continues from one stack to another, now with Tundra as well. He just brings something different. It's very enjoying to watch. Shadow Demon, however,
10
the
seconds
last
remaining.
game Tundra had Shadow Demon and Gyro. Am I correct, or is my
5
brain passing out?
seconds
I think I'm
remaining.
correct.
Yes, you are correct.
So they're snatching that a little bit away, and also Shadow Demon. Of course, it's a big blur because SD is in every single game that we watched, more or less 90%, I would say.
It is. I mean, it just provides so much utility. You got the save, and laning is surprisingly really good too right now. And then the items it can buy, you got the break
Fnatic's turn
later
to
on with
ban.
Aghanims. You got a lot of options as to what you want to do with the SD. Plus the stacking. The stacking, that's an underrated
Dire team
factor, right? That Sven was actually behind the network to the Morphling until he went into the jungle, popped his ulti, and just cleared the 2 stacks that Shadow Demon made.
Yep.
He shot up like 1,000 gold or something. Crazy.
They even
So,
stole a
that's
couple of stacks, and it still didn't matter because that's something that Insania does a lot with Kotl when he plays these heroes that buy boots early on and can stack from range. Shadow Demon is probably the best hero at that. Just by the nature of Shadow Poison, you can stack just multiple camps at the same time. Meanwhile, Fnatic, they just get rid of all the summons. If you don't want to pick, if you can't pick that Sven because it's
10
banned or any
seconds
other hero
remaining.
that can deal with the tempo that Tundra brings to the game, just ban it out. Ban out
5
Lycan,
seconds
ban out the
remaining.
Beastmaster. Make your life a little bit easier at least.
I was kind of surprised that they didn't actually go for it in the first phase, knowing that it would be banned. But I don't think Tundra is the type of team that feels pressure to pick heroes just because they know it's good for that game. They're like, oh, we don't get this here, that's fine. Let's try something different. You know, they rather keep that flexibility alive throughout their draft than corner themselves and pick something just because they think it's like really good in that situation. Because that's how they actually win games, is through their flexibility.
Very
how
similar to
they
LGD
play
in that
together.
regard.
10 seconds.
These guys
remaining.
draft so similarly, Tundra and LGD.
And I think we can agree
5
that after
seconds
watching
remaining. Dire team
the
pick.
games in this tournament, like Tundra is a team that plays the most together
Tidehunter.
and group up faster than other teams and try to take objectives, like open up the map.
Yeah. I mean, it always feels like the team which knows the meta best plays the fastest. You know, they just kind of have this checklist and they just get that checklist faster than anyone else. I think that just comes with confidence and playing.
It comes with confidence and general plan. Like you have a really good plan about what you want to be doing. Like let's say you discovered some new moves, some new strategy, and everyone else is one step behind because you're pretty much leading the way. But Fnatic, they go with the standard stuff. They're not really moving away from the script when it comes to how to play versus Tidehunter, how to play with Shadow Demon. Pick yourself a Luna, have an easy. You should have a decent lane versus Tide, and then later on in the game, you just have this SD plus Luna, which is a sick combo. Now, however, Tundra can still flex it, right? Like this is their strength. They can even decide to put Tidehunter somewhere else, which I doubt, but it's possible.
I mean, I'm sure I've seen Fada play Tidehunter as well. I mean, we could say that about literally every hero in the game, it feels like, but...
And it isn't really that out there. Tidehunter 5,
actually,
it's been
Snaking
done.
plays a lot. Snaking plays... Like, he's played 3 matches of Tidehunter on the patch already. Same amount as 33, so...
Have you guys noticed how many of 33's heroes have been banned?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Literally all of them are like 33 heroes. Obviously, Bad Rider Kato, you know,
in the second phase, all of them. Yeah.
I mean, the first phase too. Like he played the offlane keeper, and he plays a lot of Bat Rider, right? Like he's just losing his heroes left, right, and center. You know, we talk a lot about Fada and 9 and the cool stuff they do, but like 33, like in terms of drafting, I swear he applies the most amount of pressure in terms of like how many heroes that you need to worry about, how many heroes you gotta ban. Like this guy's gonna bust out Broodmother, Lycan, Beastmaster,
Visage, sometimes even
Visage.
offlane.
Yeah,
back in the day.
These are like the most annoying heroes to think about as a drafter.
He's that player. Like yesterday, we had this conversation as well. There are some players that are just nasty. I'm not saying that he's a nasty person. He's really kind, nice from what I've talked to him, but his hero pool is definitely nasty.
Fanatics turn to ban.
So it's such a great player to have on your team. You're gonna always have some kind of an advantage in the drafts because of a person like that. But yeah, with the picks right now, Tundra going with the Terrorblade for their carry. It's very strong against Luna. You can make some arguments that SD is good against TB because you can make illusions of him, but I think Tundra just opting for like the best carry that they can get with what's left in the pool against the Luna, and just leave the team to deal with the Shadow Demon.
If you're Fnatic right now, you don't really have last pick, which is a problem, but I believe you're looking for that mid laner that dishes out a ton of magic damage, a ton of burst damage to deal with the TB. So maybe the safest bet is something like a Void Spirit, Ember Spirit. If you really want to go ham, Zeus is still in the pool, but you do not have the last pick, so it's easier to exploit.
I think it's gonna be rough. They might need to have like a hero that can help the Night Stalker in the lane more than that, because Pango Night Stalker is not gonna be good. This TB is just gonna completely freeform, and that's a problem. Maybe even taking a page out of Tundra's book and putting the Night Stalker middle.
Oh, then
you're gonna have to.
Yeah, I agree with you. Sorry, Night Stalker mid lane is not something that I actually considered, even though it was their last game.
Yeah, but the problem there is the Monkey King. You have to consider the Monkey going mid if you're gonna go with the Ennisman. But even then, like I'd rather have that, so you have some kind of tempo controller, and then you can pick something offlane with this Pangolier that can deal with this Terrorblade Gyrocopter lane.
Yep. Not sure. Both strategies work. Getting some extra damage, some Void Spirit Ember, Zeus for me also works. We'll see. You can always pull the creep wave and do Zeus.
There it is. Your boy Zeus.
It's a no-brainer call, but at the same time, I have to say that I'm worried for them. This can be exploitable. TA is still in the pool. It's a hero that was banned out last game. This could be. It would be very greedy, but it's doable. And you're playing versus Luna.
It's unplayable for Zeus. Like the TA matchup is extremely difficult. We'll see what they feel like will round out their lineup here. And now we also know that, and the TB is most likely going to have free farm bottom lane too.
I guess the Luna kind of scares you a little bit if you're picking TA, right? It should work that way. She has too much armor and whatnot. Meanwhile, Zeus is easy.
Yeah, Shadow Demon can cause some issues as well, right? You really want to jump in, just blow someone up. Shadow Demon stops that and can turn it on you with the ultimate as well. A lot of issues.
Still some minus armor with the Tide. There are always upsides and downsides to whatever hero that you want to pick, but maybe they can find something better here in the last remaining 7 seconds that they've got.
I mean,
Void Spirit's still in the pool, right?
Yes. I also was gonna say that's not bad. Zeus is a good matchup mid lane though, in terms of like until the Void Spirit hits level 6.
Or just go for the Earth Spirit. You called it last game, at least.
Yep. The retroactive call will take that dub. Yeah, Nine's going to be on revamping his Earth Spirit mid. Let's go.
You see how kind I am? Like, you bust out some papers written "I told you so," and here I am giving you credit for the calls that you've made like 13 days ago. Like, Nomad.
You're such a good guy, Lizard.
It's
Lizard, are we dying on this hill? Are we dying on the Fnatic hill?
Sure. Let's go. Why not?
I see that DJ is playing Pango, so that's going to be a Luna Pango lane, not a Pango Night Stalker lane.
Okay.
So that's a little bit better.
10 seconds remaining.
I mean,
I just want Nomad to be right as well. If he goes for Tundra, let's give it to him. He's going to be the one man standing.
All right, fair enough. Yeah, I mean, to nobody's surprise, I will go for Tundra for this game as well. I like that draft. It's still very Tundra. Not super keen on the TB, I will say. I don't think this is like a particularly strong hero right now, but for sure, Skidder knows what he's doing, and I'm ready to be surprised. But yeah, I mean, the Fnatic draft does feel better than last time, though. Like, it's fast, right? They're not going to get left behind in the dirt this time, so they can definitely match the pace of Tundra, which is what I wanted to see. However, I think now that they're still playing Tundra's game, and that's a really risky thing to do. So, yeah, I'm still leaning towards Tundra for this one. Any closing thoughts on this draft before we throw it across the casters?
Yeah, I think there's less room for error for Fnatic this time around. So,
okay.
I mean, like, there's more room for error, not less.
Oh.
There's more room for error for them. Like, with the Zeus, I think they can get some really good punishes in this game, and they got a pretty good shot.
All right, let's see how it goes. Fnatic versus Tundra. Game number 2 now underway here at the OGA Dota Pit. With our casters for this game, we've got Bkop and we've got Mofarah.
Yeah, thank you very much, Nomad. What are you thinking, Mo? Are you hyped for this Earth Spirit? Are you hyped for the other side for Fnatic?
Always hyped for Earth Spirit mid Bkop. I was going to say I get really scared whenever the cameras come straight to us instead of going into the game because it always takes me by surprise.
Right.
I'm a little bit worried for Fnatic's draft that it's a little bit greedy. Have this Luna that needs a little bit of time. This Zeus needs a little bit of time. Night Stalker, if he's not the one that's going to have a good time, control the tempo of the game, then I really worry that Tundra are going to start to pull ahead again. And we've seen what they can do when they get the ball rolling.
I think, what was the last time we saw together, at least, the Earth Spirit made? It was like Somnus, right?
Somnus played it a bit. No, who was the other guy as well? I mean, Yopaj played it in SEA.
Yeah, Yopaj played it. My idol. At least then it was like Blade Mail Crystal as we saw Somnus go on the mid Earth Spirit.
Yeah, there's a few different builds you can go for. Like the Blade Mail's good, the Echo Saber's pretty good. I think Veil has a place sometimes depending on what your role is in the team, but I think 9 plays this hero really well, and it's really tanky and hard to deal with. Like, it has a good strength gain. So when you get the levels from playing it core, you get the damage talent as well, it can become a big, hard hitter of a hero. Yeah, I think there's a lot of pressure on 9 this game to make things happen, but I think if they start being able to play tempo, play around the Earth Spirit at a good level, then I don't think Fnatic are going to be able to reply very easily.
Yeah, we'll see if Fnatic can even up this series.
Oh dear. So they not only do they block the small camp, but they also get the D ward. That's tough for Fnatic.
Yeah, good amount of gold there for Fata though, and he's back on this gyro. Playing against this 9 Earth Spirit. See how 9 can do here.
Forced to use the disruption defensively as well, which on the Shadow Demon never feels great. Probably going to see that a lot this lane against the homing missile. So whenever Tundra's back or up against the wall, I feel like they love picking this TB, right? Like this was their big go-to in the TI qualifiers, especially as the series went on against OG. It got more and more valuable.
What really draws them to the TB? Because we haven't been seeing it as much recently.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
No, I think there are some other carries and things that have come through and started to shine as well.
Ooh, Snaking trying to fight DJ, but the shield crash from DJ will secure the first blood and was using that Jingu, but eventually it did run out. And one more shield crash from DJ was all he needed. They're also going to unblock this camp.
He's overestimating his damage ever so slightly, unfortunately, on the Monkey King. And I think that can happen at level 1 sometimes. You forget that you can bleed.
Jingu not enough to keep him alive, and we'll see if Raven can kind of find himself not only a better start, but maybe more of an opening in this game, right?
For sure. I think, well, I mean, Raven had a good start last time, but did struggle as the tempo came through from Tundra.
Well, what did you expect?
Sneaking gonna salve up.
I'm gonna get that water rune, finally bottle it up.
So, oh, nice pull through from Fata though in this lane. You want to keep pulling it towards the lane, towards the TV's tower as much as possible, obviously. So.
Is under attack.
Death and Jabs having to do with this early level in the reflection bottom lane. DJ Raven both getting pushed off these creeps for just a moment.
Yeah, like as the Monkey King, you think you're a really good trader, and then the Pangolier comes along and you forget like how strong this hero is with Shield Crush. When I've seen Fata play this, he sometimes takes the disarm at level 2, and he like trades really efficiently with the Shield Crush and the disarm, but Swashbuckle obviously really good at getting away against the Jingu stacks. So.
I wouldn't really be surprised to see like a 1-1-1 start for DJ on this Pangolier. And there's the shield crash. He's in a lot of trouble, slowed up. Anchor smash, boundless strike. Not sure if that's enough to get him away. The Lucent Beam is available to get the kill on a 3-3. So Raven gets one. Snake King again trying to use the Jingu, but that runs out. And, well, again, Fnatic are the ones taking advantage of a little bit of mispositioning from Tundra.
Yeah, and they are punishing hard. This is a hard-hitting lane. With the Lunar Blessing especially. Oh, it's only level 1. He actually went 2 points in B. Okay. But even so, point still stands.
And he's gotten 2 points in the shield crash. They're going to get the Jingu again, but the shield crash comes through, and Snake King, that's only a level 1 Jingu. Boundless strike hits on both, but DJ continuing to chase. They've got the Lucent Beam, and DJ has shield crash in 3 seconds. Not soon enough, but I say that. He comes back in, and he hits Snake King trying to get the Jingu.
I can only assume he meant to mischief there on the Monkey King, but didn't quite get it in time. I can't think of another reason why he would turn and go back in there.
Very unfortunate, as now, what, 3 kills here bottom, and DJ, he's got credit for 2.
Yeah, lane's going much better for Fnatic this time. I think the fact that they're getting away with these 3 greedy cores is going to be, you know, such a big deal. Moving forward to the mid game. Especially when it hits this first night time in 10 seconds or so. Death can output a decent amount of pressure. They want this TB.
Yeah, they really do, and he's sitting here with meta only having about 1/4 of its duration left. They'll land a second point in the Shadow Poison. He wants to dive in. Now a third point, but the ulti. Oof.
Oh, this Zeus is not getting punished at all, huh? And now Death, yeah, this pressure coming through is going to be huge.
Yeah, Fada, he's getting a couple of stacks of that Shadow Poison. Now make it a third. Jabs turning around, pops the Shadow Poison, gets the kill. 5-0 Fnatic.
Radiant's bottom tower is
And with that ulti that helped get the kill onto the TB, he TPs back in, and this is a lane going right for Fnatic, and it seems like all 3 lanes are going right for Fnatic. I say that, Nine's made the rotation towards bottom. Swashbuckle Boundless Strike, the roll doesn't hit, but they've got the kick, slowing down DJ. Shield crash onto the high ground, and he's got no mana for another Swashbuckle at the moment, but he's starting to run and avoiding the roll again.
Oh, if he gets the bounties.
Golden in his eyes.
Mofarah's in trouble as well. Death's coming over.
Still nighttime, Void slowing him up. And with the damage coming out from this Zeus with the Arc Lightning, as well as that Lightning Bolt, and eventually Fada will fall.
And they're starting to take over the game a little bit here on Fnatic. This TB's had a little bit of space top lane, which is, you know, pretty good for him, especially since it's nighttime. But even so, we've seen time and time again how strong this Pango hero is, especially on the position 5 as well.
Swashbuckle on the shield crash, just doing so much damage. Primal Spring looking for DJ as Nine's made another rotation down towards bottom. 3-3 only level 5, so doesn't have that Ravage, but they have the Boundless Strike. They'll get the roll, and eventually DJ will crumble as 3-3 gets credit for that kill and pushes him ever so close to having that level 6 and having that Ravage available.
I don't know, Tundra, the fact they've given this Zeus, like, nothing to think about, though. Like, it's such a big worry. Like, they don't have great gap close. Like, the roll's okay on Earth Spirit, but you can cancel it out with the Arc Lightning, on the Lightning Bolt thing on the Zeus. I can't remember what the spell's called. Is it Arc Lightning? But I think especially going high ground this game, can you imagine how difficult it's going to be for Tundra? Like, they have to find a way of catching the Zeus in fights, and if you don't have the lineup that's very good at it, you have to at least try and pressure his early game, I think.
They're going to do it with a homing missile as well as a roll in. Chuan in trouble. Pops that ulti. Has the damage on a Fada. And now they'll have the disruption save. 9. Oh, that second Shadow Poison doesn't hit. But now they'll go to the ulti. Dark Ascension. They're right on top of this Earth Spirit. 9 trying to roll. Tries to kick Death away. But Death is at his door. And 9 will fall.
Yeah, they don't even kill the Zeus either. That's... feels really bad. Like you're saying, you know, they commit so much for it because they realise they need to. And great positioning by Jabs as well with the disruption just to help deal with some of that damage coming through from the Magnetize. Arcane Runes for the Zeus as well. Going straight for that first item Nimbus, which I think is fantastic here. When you have these heroes like Shadow Demon and like Night Stalker, which can set up really easily for kills, just being able to lay down a Nimbus on top gives you that extra damage globally, and we saw how much that could do from LGD earlier. Theirs was a bit more to the extreme, but...
yeah, the Shadow Step early eggs was definitely something that they were outputting with high succession rates. And Fnatic, yeah, they have this big advantage right now in terms of kills. It's only about 1,000 in terms of net worth, but they do have that Zeus up to a good start. And we talked about how it's a bit of a greedy lineup for Fnatic, but if they can get away with it early, it should stabilize and potentially get them towards the mid and late game. And you talked about it, alluding to what could be a hard high ground siege if Tundra do get to a point where they can try and push these towers. But you think about it, kind of like the sniper game that we saw.
Yeah, for sure. And DJ's level 6 before the 10-minute mark on the Pango. That is absurd.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Akapraj is coming out. They've also got Skitter coming over to try and go on to Death. Homing Missile is not really going to lead to much.
Luckily for him, the creep wave comes just as the homing missile hits, so the rocket barrage wouldn't have done anything anyway. So, a little bit fortunate, but still good going.
And Raven over here in the triangle, just farming up a couple of stacks on these ancients. Look at all that juicy gold. And top 3 in the net worth are all on the side of Fnatic. But Skitter doing the same thing. Maybe not with as much heat.
Is that, like, Fnatic, is there any pressure on them to ever have to force a move? Like, I don't think there is.
Radiant's middle tower is under
They could just
attack.
farm for like the next 10 minutes, and if Tundra were going to do the same, they'd be so happy on Fnatic.
Dire's top
So the way
tower
that this
is
game
under
started,
attack.
they'll be feeling really good.
Fnatic, though, in the dire jungle, they've smoked up. They're going to head towards mid, looking at getting this tier 1 tower, but they're going to have to break through the Tundra defenses where the bottle gets refilled for 9. They've got 3-3 ready with the Ravage. Doesn't have a Blink Dagger just yet to close the gap, but if they're able to get on top of him with the Silence, he won't be able to Ravage and will be in some trouble. So now they've got the Void. They've disarmed him. He's holding the Ravage. The Rolling Thunder comes in. They finally get the Silence, and they're Chuan with the ulti. The Thunder God's Wrath, where they'll get the kill onto 3-3 and open up the mid tier 1.
Dire's middle tower
Yeah, the
is
AoE
under
silence so
attack.
good against the Tide, even when the break...
Dire's structures are
Sorry, even when the passive comes through with the Kraken Shell.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Nothing you can do, unfortunately. And Nine's entry to the game, like, he had this okay laning stage against the Zeus. I mean, he wasn't fantastic, but he did alright.
And then he
Since then,
rotated
we
in
haven't
and got a
really-
kill. And it
I
just,
mean, he
since
got
then,
one kill, but
yeah.
like, when you play this Earth threat mid, you want to be able to be explosive, right? And make things happen like constantly around the map. Especially since the change to the boulders, where they spawn more often. I think it went down to by 5 seconds or something. I can't remember exactly what it was, but...
Smoke, DJ finding them, shield crash now. Well, he doesn't have Swashbuckle, so he is very dead. Rolling Thunder on cooldown for 6 more seconds. Unable to find an escape there, and Zeus is 1,000 gold away from having this Ags, having that Nimbus ready to go.
Which is going to be so key for Fnatic.
Radiant structures
They're
are
just building their net worth lead more and more.
Radiant's
Like
middle
we said, more than
tower is
happy to
under
farm
attack.
up. Bit of a slower game than last time, but
Dire's
Tundra are
top
trying to
tower
make
is
things
under
happen.
attack.
Boundless Strike, Primal Spring, Jabs has the disruption. They've got DJ behind him with Fana on the high ground behind him and on up by those steps. Rolling Thunder comes through as he's trying to TP out on Snake King. They'll find the Monkey King and get the kill. Jabs gets credit for that one.
Well, they found Death, though, as well.
And they're trying to get this.
Silence.
Raven's right there. Silence Eclipse,
God.
and 9 is just dead. The Ravage is too late. It's on to 3. They've got the Magnetize. Death getting low, but the Magnetize will run out. The Urn's still not going to be enough damage, and now they've used Ravage.
Yeah, Death doesn't even die. I mean, that's... And now that Tundra don't have Ravage, you know, you look at Fnatic's lineup, like, where's the threat coming from Tundra? Like, the Ravage is probably the one thing that you needed to have to, you know, be seriously concerned about. Going forward, like, yeah, normally this TB scales really well, but playing against the Zeus, it's a little bit different. Like, you have so much magic burst to work with that the TB can't be confident moving forward to the late game necessarily. Yes, it's a good core-to-core matchup against the Luna, but the Zeus is completely, you know, changing the tides.
Nine in trouble. Going for the roll, but the Void is there. They've got the Silencer right on
Ravage?
top of 9. And no Ravage, no defenses to save this Earth Spirit. Raven will get credit for the kill on 9.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Nomad nervously sweating on the panel.
He played up the last victory. I can only imagine what Wizard and Theban are going to do for the next one.
No, they said they were humble. It's fine.
Yeah, you're humble until you get gloated on.
Dire's
You're humble until
top
you get something right. That's
yeah,
just the way
yeah.
it goes. Snake King.
And they're going to go for the Monkey King. He's got the Silence, but Death doesn't know what could potentially come at the tier 2 tower up towards top, so... and chase, and how long it would take to get that kill would be a little bit rough for him.
And here's the axe for the Zeus now as well. It's just been delivered. I am worried for Tundra. This is going to be... If they can like win one big fight now that the axe is out, I'll be convinced. But I think with the Nimbus... makes things so difficult.
Gonna go Aether Lens next. I assume eventually that'll be made into an Octarine core.
Eventually, yeah.
Cut those cooldowns.
I mean, he could even go for something like a Bloodstone eventually, or something like whatever he wants at some point. Like, Octarine's really good, but there's a few different choices.
Raven's got the Manta. He's going into the BKB with the Mask of Madness and has the clips ready to go. The Nimbus is down. They're looking for 9. They've got the cooldown coming up from Fada as well as the Wukongs from Snake King, but is it going to be enough damage? Rolling Thunder hitting these heroes, all 3 of them. So 9 goes down, jabs over to the side with help from Raven. They should be able to get the kill on the Monkey King, even though he's in the Wukong's command. 9, Snake King, they'll hit the deck, and Fada's done and dusted as 3 heroes will fall on the side of Tundra. Fnatic now up 6k.
Yeah, and that's the power of the Nimbus that we were talking about. Also, I want to point out, really nice play by DJ. Instead of just confirming the Monkey King kill, he hunts and they get the Gyrocopter as well, because he carried on with the end of the Rolling Thunder. Just trying to hunt Fata down. And they do find him. So, min-maxing really well. And look at the net worth of the Earth Spirit now. Like, this hero does not farm his way into the game, right? 9's level 9. And 17 minutes in, not where the Earth Spirit wants to be.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
$6k lead to where Raven is. When going towards that Aether Lens. And he should have it if he's dismantling the Arcane Boots.
Thanks.
Smoke used here by Fnatic. See, they're gonna move over through mid, potentially find through 3.
Dire's middle tower.
Pull away by 9, and now Death knocks on the door once again, and he'll go after this Tide. They'll get a quick kill on 3-3. Raven on a mega kill streak already, and this is just looking like it's going to be Roche.
Yeah, exactly. That's going to be straight into the Roche pit. They have a Nimbus if they want to use it. Yeah, it looks like they will. And Skeeter's going for this BKB, which I think he absolutely has to here. Like, the Dragonlance Yasha to help him farm. If he gets BKB on the Terrorblade and they lose a fight, I think that's pretty much the game, right? Like, the BKB reveal is the strongest point in the game for them. And they try and smoke over to get to the pit, but they're just too late. Without the Ravage, it would have been incredibly difficult anyway.
Yeah, for sure.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Ooh.
attack.
9 still searching. He's kind of hunting. Getting a kill on a DJ is not going to be that easy, and they've found Raven. They've got the Nimbus coming down, and now they've got the Magnetize, the Blink, as well as the Ravage going through onto this Luna, but Luna's got an Aegis to work with. Can they turn this? Skitter comes into the fight. They get the kill on a 9. They're taking the Earth Spirit. Now they look over as Death is running away with the Silence no longer active. They find themselves Snake King. He's left alone. The BKB's been popped by Skitter, as well as Ana moving with this TV. They'll take out Jabs, but the Rolling Thunder, as well as DJ having the Blink. They go after this Terrorblade. They'll kill off Fada. Now the attention's onto the TB. Can he get the Sunder off? No, he can't. Skitter is gone. 4 heroes dead on Tundra. A big, successful fight for Fnatic.
We get the reverse funny number as well. Bkop, we've been on it with spotting these, so you have to stick to it.
We'll spot him again. Uh-oh. 3-3.
Oh, there's the Nimbus.
Big grenade, Nimbus, one more Lucent Beam, and, well, Raven will get that kill.
I mean, and this is what I say, they use the BKB on the Skeeter, and they finally find it like an okay fight where they find it. I think it was, like, they got the Luna Aegis and they kill the Shadow Demon, right? But it's just not enough.
Precious bounty.
If they didn't have the Aegis there on the Radiant side, it would have been a great fight, right? Luna
Right.
just dies, all of a sudden they can move on to +1s and things, but
Dire's
Probably falls
Luna
apart
has-
for Fnatic, honestly.
yeah. Luna has BKB coming out in the courier as well here, I think. So all of a sudden this Ravage isn't as much of a threat anymore. See where she's hiding her courier as well? She doesn't want them to know that they have the she has the BKB up,
fortified.
which is really cute. There you go, it finally gets
Dire's
delivered.
bottom tower is under attack.
There goes the tier
Dire's
1.
bottom tower has fallen.
Make the move over onto 9 once again, and he is going to drop for the 6th time.
Are fortified.
Raven's hunting here.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Thunder God's Wrath, Skid
He wants
low.
to sunder, but
He does want to sunder
get
the
in
Boundless
range?
Strike. That'll get him in range, and now they're going to go after him. Joanne in trouble, and Snake King still dies. They're going to come all the way through with the TPs. They'll find themselves Skidder. They've got the silence. He has no sunder anyway, so he's dead once again.
it's good to see that even in defeat, Fata is still willing to spam the voice chat lines. He's just a connoisseur, you know?
He's not high-fiving, though, so
He isn't high-fiving.
he was rolling and high-fiving yesterday.
Dire's top tower.
So,
is under
I mean, at least they
attack.
kill the Zeus, right? He's, like you said before, he's been pretty much untouched this whole game, but like, giving up your TB for it, when you're this far behind, they'll take what they can get, but yeah, not good still.
Dire's top tower. is
Illusion's
under attack.
trying to take the tier 2 tower.
And they're coming over on Tundra. I do feel like this is kind of a last hurrah here. I know they're not even onto the high ground yet on Fnatic, but I could see that if Tundra take one more fight, they might just be, you know,
Scanning.
defeated within themselves almost.
Could be potentially pushing it to a game 3.
Going for
Okay.
the axe on the Tide. Okay.
And that's been a popular Tide pickup.
I mean, it's a good item. It's a good upgrade, right? But I don't think it's insanely good this game.
I always get yelled at when I build it.
That's because you go for it before boots, though.
Who told you that?
Midas axe Tide rush. Okay.
Raven close to a Crystallis. He's got that BKB still ready in 9 seconds. Sneaking in the trees. Jeb's kind of walked right at him. And
They have this ward down, so they see jabs.
yeah,
And if they can kill the Shadow Demon first, that's a really good opening.
big if though.
They're not bringing heroes up. Okay, they're starting to
Ooh,
TP now.
smoke under the ward.
Dire's
Got a
top
couple
tower
heroes here.
has
They'll
fallen.
take the tier 2, so that opens up the outpost, and they don't make the move to jump on these heroes, to jump on a Raven or anything.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is now that they've pushed the tier 2, they're away from where the vision was before, right?
Radiant's
So because they're a little bit slow moving up towards this top lane, they can't really punish them anymore. And they don't see the Shadow Demon.
Tundra at the moment feel pretty stumped on how they're going to try and come back into this game.
Radiant's
Fnatic.
bottom tower is under attack.
And they are playing across the river comfortably. They are really playing quite aggressively. And Raven, he's certainly ready to fight pretty much at all times. He's at 17,000 net worth just about, and way ahead of these heroes on Tundra. There's nothing stopping Fnatic at the moment.
If you don't kill the Zeus in the fight, then you can't win the fight on Tundra. That's the problem. Because
Right.
the Zeus's damage output is crazy. And I don't know how they kill the Zeus. So between those two
Ooh,
things...
Nimbus, Rolling Thunder, and there's a kill on a Snake King. They'll take the Monkey King again. Ada, he's within the Shadow Amulet. Not sure that's really going to help him out. I think they have an idea of where he is. They continue to
Chappy?
ping right there. Good movie,
You're
by
back?
the way.
Oh no,
Thunder
run!
God's Wrath, he's been spotted. He's been found out. That means Fada is very dead.
Chappie's back. Run.
Mid lane,
Nine.
Nine
Oh
caught
my
again.
goodness.
They've got the silencer right on top of him, and it looks like another dead Earth Spirit. Ooh.
And he has BKB, but he doesn't even want to use it. He thinks he's going to die anyway, so...
Yeah, silence lasts forever and just makes it so difficult.
But if he pops the BKB, I don't know if he can just kick him and roll away or what, but... I guess just wanting to save his BKB for an actual fight, potentially. Even if it does die. Because the magic immunity timing does mean a huge amount against the Zeus, right? Fnatic, they're playing so safe, though. They're playing so disciplined. Not willing to give Tundra anything. And as you can see, like the graphic that's popped up, they're probably waiting for the next Roche.
Is there a point where playing too safe for Fnatic becomes detrimental, or are they just very comfortable in their lead at the moment?
I don't think it does. Because they have 3 cores that are all scaling well going into the late game.
Right.
Like this Earth Spirit isn't really a hero at the moment. And one of the other cores on the Tundra side is Tide, which is meant to be this enabler, right? But if you look at the Radiant cores, they're all, decent damage dealers.
Ooh, long Roche. Two and a half minutes for that Roche.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
So yeah, when we'll go for the Octarine
Dire's
core,
top tower is under attack.
and you've got Scotty next for Raven. BB also going for Scotty.
Yeah, the TV wants a Skadi against the Luna. I mean, that was the big thing last patch, that the TV was really strong against Luna. Obviously, to have that big slow. Unfortunately, when Luna's like 5k net worth up on you, it doesn't really work like that. But...
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
3-3 kind of standing his ground there. I don't know if he really wanted it. Okay.
Well, he has buyback at least.
Sure. Snake
Now
King
Snake King's
rolling
in trouble.
thunder, and he's dead too. He'll buy back immediately. They're going to bring Skitter over. He does have Metamorphosis with the BKB being popped by Raven. Now on the run, but Skitter will show himself. And they've got the disruption. Roll forward from 9. Boulder Smash lands on a 2. 3-3 trying to catch up. They get the kill on Fada. They'll look for the Ravage. They've got the Wukong to follow it. Now they get the kill on Raven. They'll take out this Luna. They'll find a follow-up on Jabs. 9 in deep on this Fnatic lineup, but they hit the Nimbus. They get the kill on 9. They took the Ear Spirit. He's got buyback. They've bought back on Fada. They've got the Silence right on top of the TV, trying to kill him before he's able to get the Sunder. Oh, the Silence is going to last long enough to get the kill. Joanne going to town. He's got a double kill. Death is godlike, taking out Snake King. DJ falls to 3-3. They'll buy back on Skitter. Skitter doesn't have Metamorphosis to work with. They've got Twan as 9 will finish off this Zeus.
Well, everybody on Tundra's bought back. Every single one of them. So, even though they won the fight, they still lost net worth, unfortunately. But you can see the problem, like, they isolate these 2 heroes, right? Yeah, I was going to say, they isolate the 2 heroes in the Luna and the Shadow Demon and they kill them off. But because the Night Stalker and the Zeus are so farmed as well, they effectively have so many damage-dealing cores, like we talked about, that killing just one of them isn't enough. And as the Observer points out, Night Stalker just does 5,000 damage in a fight. Like, you don't just need the Luna to be doing damage anymore. Because the Night Stalker can cover. And when he gets this Nullifier, like... I don't know. I know I'm being a bit, sad for Tundra. But they've been playing from behind the whole game, right? It feels like it's a slow inevitability here.
Yeah. Death by 1,000 cuts.
Oh yeah, and it's difficult to see them finding their way back into the game. I just don't know how they do it. Like, the only reason they won that last fight is because, one, they dived a little bit too far, potentially, on the Radiant side, but also they have to buy back on every single hero, which means if they take a bad fight in the next, few minutes, right?
It's over.
The game's just over. And Roche is up now as well, so Fnatic are just going to head into the pit here.
Yeah, the reason Tundra kind of get away with getting those kills is due to the fact that they had those
10
buybacks.
versus 5.
Yeah. But now Fnatic, they've got Aegis and Short. And that will be Aegis over for the Luna.
They don't have Ravage yet on 3-3, but...
They're giving the Shard over
again,
the
they were
Zeus.
going to try and... It looks like they were going to smoke to try and contest, but again, it's the same as the first Roach. They're just too late. It's
And all the
daytime,
way
though.
around, Fada, he'll find Chuen, and
Oh, no, it's not.
he's got a haste. So now the Dark Ascension gets popped. They're going to Fada. They should have the kill on the Gyrocopter. Got to remember that everybody bought back on the side of Tundra. The Gush gets thrown with the BKB being popped. And now Raven coming around, looking over to get this kill on a Skitter. He does have Sunder, so they need to be careful about how they go for this, but it's A-okay when you've got the Rolling Thunder as well as the Nimbus, the Thunder God's Wrath. They kill off this TV. They'll also take out Snake King. 3 heroes down on the side of Tundra, and GG will be called. We're even at 1, and Fnatic lock up game number 2.
Dire's middle tower
Yeah.
is under
I think coming into this series, like, even though Fnatic won yesterday, they still have more to prove, right? And that's not
Yeah.
to say anything bad on Fnatic, but Tundra won the last tournament. Like, so there's always going to be more on the other team for them to prove something.
Yeah.
And especially losing game 1 in the manner that they did, I think coming out and winning game 2 in the style that they did here as well, is such a big confidence boost for them. And hopefully going into game 3, they can take that confidence and push it forward again. Much better laning stage from them, though, this time. I think that's the biggest thing for me. And I think, hopefully they can keep that up because, we always like to see an underdog win, don't we?
For sure. Yeah, definitely. And Fnatic evening up the series at 1 over Tundra, who have come into this tournament as pretty much the odds-on favorites. So getting a game is definitely a confidence booster. Can they get a series and really get some confidence going their way? And we'll have to find out when we come back from this break. Game number 3 coming up next. Stay right there. We'll be right back. See you in a second.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Wait for it.
Under attack. Blessings upon a loyal warrior. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Normally.
Under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top
Hello and welcome back to the OGA Dota pit, where we are now into game number 3 of Fnatic versus Tundra, as Fnatic pull out the unlikely and level out the series against Tundra. It was a good game. It was a good game. I mean, Tundra, just from the laning phase, couldn't really get their legs wet, and Fnatic take the victory.
How did you call it? Did you call it unlikely?
Shameless.
Unlikely, yes.
Absolutely shameless.
Why would you use that sort of a word? What's
Because one of
Exactly.
these teams won the last major tournament and one of them didn't.
just one tournament? I mean, you know, we're all here, tier 1 teams playing against each other. Anyone can win. Don't you think
and
so?
Fnatic hasn't had their chance to prove themselves at a LAN yet, right? This is the
Yeah.
first LAN that they're playing in for how many years? Like since COVID began, right? So here you have Fnatic. You know, you never know. Maybe Fnatic would have been the ones had they had the opportunity. But right now, you can see they had an excellent showing in the last game. I think draft wise, you know, it was on their end. Like Fnatic did well. But I want to say when I see DJ playing like these playmaking heroes, I love it. I don't want to see him play Bane, man. Please, just keep giving him this Pango, these melee guys that can just run around and do shit. Like his roll-ups were on point. Everything about Fnatic's gameplay this time around just felt so crisp.
See, these guys did an incredible job in this game. Like, I mean, it's just nice seeing these guys in their comfort zone. Like, DJ, as stand-up performance of the Pangolier, probably my MVP. Like, he owned that laning phase so hard.
Yep.
Like, I mean, it was really over from the lanings from Fnatic. They just played the start of this game fantastically. It was a treat to watch.
Yep, for sure. The Zeus versus Terrorblade, again, for me, it was probably the most important thing in their draft. The way they played around it. Death jumps on top of the Skitter, then Zeus just blows him up. It never truly felt like Tundra could play this game properly. Even with all the buybacks, it was just so difficult.
And Tundra had last pick, and it felt like their last pick had like no impact, right? So that's where, you know, your draft suffers the most for Tundra, because when you have this last pick hero, like you need him to be the most impactful, to have, you know, to be the game changer. And I think Nine just couldn't really get that ball rolling.
Yeah, I actually I have this friend who's very high on MMR and plays a lot of these crazy mid laners named Gleet, and he really is a big fan of mid Earth Spirit. And he was just kind of explaining to me how it's kind of sad that Earth Spirit is in its current state. Like, it can be playing mid, but in these kinds of games, it feels so bad because you don't have that damage talent anymore. Like, you have to basically just tank up and fight all the time. And if you stop fighting for any length of period, then the hero just feels super duper weak. It feels really, really weak. You don't really want to be in that situation. That's exactly the situation Nine was in this game, where the rest of the team just weren't really strong enough to make plays anymore. And Nine just fell off. Like, he absolutely fell off. Like, he couldn't get money. Okay, Lizard was making a point, but he's having some audio issues again. But yeah, I mean, do you agree with that? From what you could see in this game, at least, Eben, this Spirit didn't really work out in the middle lane.
I just don't think it was the hero in this game, and they would have had a much better chance playing something that would have destroyed the Zeus mid, like a Templar Assassin, for example, and just did its own pressure and started to make Fnatic's heroes on side lanes come to the mid lane. That's what they needed on Tundra, but it just wasn't it. And I think, like you said, it all started from the laning stage, and I don't think Tundra really had the heroes in this game to be able to counteract Fnatic's vision control, team fight, and all that jazz. Plus 33, he was forced to go for a hood. Like, they actually needed a pipe for him because of the Zeus, and I think normally Tidehunter like buying hood.
No,
they prefer to just go that phase boots, dagger, like the big items, and then like hood just kind of does the opposite.
Yeah. Just one of those games in which everything kind of gelled for Fnatic, right? It's you're doing all the right moves, plus Tundra wasn't doing anything in particular when it comes to the draft, at least. That counters your good moves, and when you look at the draft, it's just beautiful. I actually just want to continue on the point which you made earlier about these melee playmakers. I love to see Jabs and DJ exactly in that combination. They complement each other so well when one is these saving types, outskirts of team fights, Banes, Shadow Demons, and the other is Clockwork, Pango, Earth Spirit, whatever, when they're in the meta, obviously. But this kind of playstyle definitely suits them.
Yeah, exactly. I hope to see more of it from Fnatic as well, because they found a stride here which seems to be working out for them, and hopefully they continue that into game number 2. I hope that Tundra, maybe reel things in a little bit. I mean, it's just like, I like their crazy ideas, but the crazy ideas need to work. They need to have some sanity in there, and I'm not sure that Spirit had it. If they were brawling the whole game through, if the laning phase were a little bit more even, then maybe would have been saying something different about this Spirit mid. But unfortunately, the way the game went down, it just never really came to fruition for them. So they do end up dropping the game. Game 3, then. I mean, what are you guys honestly expecting from this third game here? Who are you expecting to take it, do you reckon, based on the performances we've seen so far?
Are you pedaling back a little bit here with your fanboyism? Are you not saying that anything works for Tundra?
You're triggering me so hard, Lizard. I'm not going to let you get to me. I've got my walls up. I'm not going to let you get to me. It's not fanboyism. It's called analysis based on recent historic performances, Lizard.
Shameless.
You're shameless.
But to be fair, though,
30 minutes
in terms of heroes, I would say Lycan and Beastmaster is going to be very important for Tundra. Like, I don't know. Maybe like Fnatic is a very good team. They play very fast. As long as they get out the laning stage properly, like they did in game 2, it's going to be fine. And they're also smart. They know how to pick some, good counters, bust out the Zeus. They're not scared to do those things. But I think this Lycan and Beastmaster kind of heroes for 33 is going to be very key in controlling the tempo against a team like Fnatic. Because if they don't, and they lack the tower damage taking potential, I think Fnatic is going to have a good time.
What do you think?
All right.
4 out of 5. Kotl, Bat, Beastmaster, Lycan. What is the 5th hero that's getting banned here?
Well, we can find out as we have the draft now available. So let's jump over to there. And,
okay, actually, Kotl went through.
Ooh. Tundra could take it if they wanted.
Do you think they're going to take it, though? They did lose 2 games at ESL with Coddle on Tundra.
Don't they just take Nightstalker if they take Coddle? There you go. Tundra will just take Nightstalker.
There it is. They know. The Nightstalker was also a very key part of Fnatic's win.
100% win rate in the series so far, that's for sure. Oh no. Oh no, there it is. The Omni Sven.
Yeah.
Very good. And this is supposed to be good because now you're kind of block picking the Lycan and the Beastmaster. You don't want to run that into the Sven. Sven's going to free farm, plus he has ways to kill your neutral or your Dominator plus your summons.
I really hope Tundra have an idea for this. They must do, right? Everyone's got to have an idea. Right. If we're letting Omni through, we know the possibility of the enemy team first phasing Omni Sven. What is our set piece to deal with this?
I think yesterday they ran the Faces Void, right? Against the Omni Knight Sven. And this time they go for the Keeper of the Light. So there it is. Most likely the mid lane Keeper, obviously, it could be
So
flexed to position 4 and position 3, but for the most part, the purpose of this hero is just going to keep shoving lanes out. You're not going to have too many options to make plays if the waves are always being pushed into you. And then you got the nice stalker who's going to have this vision advantage as well. Tundra's, they're busting out the big guns right now, guys.
Imagine a few patches ago drafting and picking Night Stalker and Keeper of the Light in first stage. Yeah, times are changing.
Anti-synergy.
Yeah, times are changing because Kotl doesn't really care about... Obviously, you do care about the day, but not as much. When you're all about that burst damage, all your spells have been reworked, so... you don't really mind having a Night Stalker on your team. If you're Fnatic, one thing that I always liked against Keeper of the Light are either Invis heroes that get on top of him easily. Actually, Invis heroes, Nyx can be considered one as well, so that... He's also very, very decent. Not only because of mana burn, Carapace is really nice. Besides that, Secret used to... I know it's out there and we probably will not see it, but Secret used to pick Bounty Hunter versus Kotl as well. And that works really well.
Not so sure how they do against mid Kotl though.
Yeah, that's true.
They have way more farm and speed.
Yeah, it's definitely not the same. I agree. When you're a support, Kotl Bounty just two-shots you, right? So it's different.
Yeah. And he's looking to bully you throughout the laning stage as well. Mid Kotl is like, you're a level 2 bounty, and then he's already level 6. Just chilling, blasting creeps.
Popping off.
But so the last time Tundra played against Omni Knight, I feel like their strategy is to pick heroes that can go through BKBs, essentially like Faces Void, Enigma, or like not really BKBs, but doesn't care about status resistance, which is Faces Void and Enigma. So we might actually see one of those guys here. Most likely Enigma, because it's good with NS offlane. You can deny creeps for him, so you can get a bit more XP early on, and you don't have to stay in the lane with the NS as well. You can just go jungle. And the Omni Knight doesn't really want to follow an Enigma around.
No, that's true. Could be an interesting shout. And these drafts have been nothing if not interesting. It's funny, isn't it? We've had like the same kind of like, I guess 8 heroes or so on a regular rotation, and talk about Omni, and talk about Sven, Klinks, Bane, but then the other, the other 2 heroes in the draft are just something absolutely crazy, which we're not used to. Had a Warlock today, had an Earth Spirit. It's been all over the place.
Yeah, they didn't work out. That is like, that's the key factor right there.
True.
You pick something weird and they just lose the game. So just stick to what you already know is good.
What was picked as well when it comes to supports? Bane before today, but untouched at the moment. What is the best solution versus Omni even? Like a hero that you guys mentioned yesterday, I think it's Nomad. But he's so unpopular. But Rubik used to be...
Carry? Oh.
No, Rubik... No, let's not go that far. Rubik used to be incredible, right? Like,
whoa, Nomad mentioned Rubik?
Yeah, anything you steal...
That doesn't sound nearly sensible enough for me to have mentioned.
Oh, maybe it's Theban, I'm sorry. Well, like one of you two. I remember us talking about Rubik in any case. Could be really solid versus Omni overall.
Yeah. It's something people used to pick, but I just don't... That's the problem with Rubik. He's just not in a really good place at the moment. And Fnatic going for the Phoenix pick. So this is going to force Tundra into taking something that can deal with the egg. So now you have to think about the Sven, and you have to think about the egg. Like something that counters Sven, Omni, plus be able to kill that. It's going to be hard for Tundra. Fnatic are just trying to boost up their team fight potential. Plus there's healing available, more healing onto the Sven too. I don't know. I'm liking Fnatic where they're going with this draft right now. I just hope that they're going to be able to draft like 2 more team fight anchors, maybe like a Mars. That could be nice.
Mm-hmm. Just whatever to follow up with the Phoenix, right? Because you're not getting anything from the other support when it comes to the teamfight control. The carry is doing some work at least, But you do need some Mars or Sand King. So it's just something that brings in an additional stun to protect that egg. And you have to be careful the way you itemize Phoenix as well versus Night Stalker, right? Because it's one of those matchups in which if he jumps you, if he gets some blink, jumps you with silence, you're probably dead, even with the Omni.
Yeah, definitely. Force staff gonna be important, but that lingering silence is so annoying now.
10 seconds remaining.
Even if you do get the force staff off, like he
5
might be able to
seconds
get right
remaining.
back on top of you because of how fast NS is
Fanatics turn to pick.
before the silence wears off.
There we go with the
Interesting.
Bane. Yeah.
Again,
We've seen Leshrac and Shadow Demon, Leshrac and Bane. We've seen Bane in many of the games. Because of Enfeeble, obviously, as Nomads.
Yes, yeah, the cast time increase, very, very
10
powerful.
seconds remaining.
Only reason you really pick a Bane right now is for that.
5
well,
seconds remaining.
this is a hero that has something through BKB, which is going to be helpful. But Tundra, they still have the problem of an egg killer, right? Leshrac can't do that.
Yeah.
Night Stalker would have to kill the Phoenix before the egg goes off. Oh, what's really cool about Phoenix versus NS and why they picked it too is because you can turn night into day
Turn the lights
with
on.
the ultimate.
Yeah.
And then Night Stalker is just a daywalker during the duration of that. So he has no
Dire team
attack
back.
speed boost.
Lena.
If he does have the Dark Ascension on, he can still fly around, but he's still slow.
But you power up the Kotl when you do that. Oh no.
There's just so many shenanigans with night and day in this game. What else? Luna.
We need
is
a Luna
bad,
now
so,
as
yeah.
well, just to really
10 seconds remaining.
have a
Sadly
Luna.
banned out. Yeah.
Damn it.
They did
So
get
the Lena
themselves.
pick here.
They did get themselves
Go
the
ahead.
Lena versus the Lesh, right? Overall, it's pretty solid. But the question is, can they flex this on the side of Tundra? Of course they can. They're Tundra. Put Lesh somewhere else. Put Kotl mid.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, if they do the Leshrac off lane, it's going to be completely
10
fine.
seconds remaining.
Put the
Dire
Kato mid.
team back.
What I'm worried about for Fnatic is, did they really need the Lina over a Mars right now? I feel like that was a much more important hero for them to take and just hold off on the Lina pick. Because they had other options available too.
Fanatics
They would have
turn
already
to
had like
ban.
really good combos with the Sven Omni, then the Mars Phoenix. You could literally pick anything at that point. But they really want the Lina who can shove lanes out and keep the Leshrac off their towers.
And Tundra is now eliminating
team
one by one. Mars goes away. Axe goes away. You're losing all these heroes that allow you to have a proper team fight on Fnatic. And there aren't too many left, but I'm sure they'll find something. What will Tundra pick for their carry, though? That's the only question. Has Slark been banned out? He's still in the pool, right?
No, he's still there.
It's not
still
extremely
awkward.
popular, but
Faceless
I
void.
just go
Yep,
with
it's
the
the
void.
Faceless Void in the end. Yeah, we said it earlier. It was going to be like Void or the Enigma. It's just what they like to play against this Omni Knight, right? Like Chrono doesn't care about Heavenly Grace. That being said, though, I feel like Tundra's team,
10
like they have
seconds
such long
remaining.
cooldowns in the NS ulti and the Faceless Void
5
ulti.
seconds remaining.
So Fnatic have all these openings available in the game. Like once one of those gets spent, you can just run at Tundra.
Yeah, and even in the first game, we saw Fnatic trying to abuse the timing of like God Strength and such, just running out at them the moment those ultimates got used. Didn't work out for them, but this team is really hyper focused on the small windows you'll give them if they do end up being behind after the laning phase. But I feel like so much of this game is going to come down to the laning phase. Who do you think has the advantage in that regard right now?
Well, that depends. Are they going to put Bane Leshrac off lane and then have Kato mid NS support? Or do they have Leshrac NS off lane? Or Kato NS off lane? So no matter what, I have no idea because their lanes are so uncertain. I mean, they're going to pick the heroes now. Doom last pick. That's a good hero against Void too.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's Lush mid. All right, I'm going with Fnatic, guys.
Going Fnatic, 3 games in a row. They've been rooting
this is the
for
hill
Fnatic.
I choose to die on.
Yeah.
Okay, this is it. I think they have a very solid draft. This last pick, Doom. I mean, I wish they had Mars instead, but it still works. It's gonna have a decent amount of farm. Faceless Void is going to suffer from the Doom, and then Sven and Omni Knight at some point are just going to run together and take these towers out. A lot of this game is on 33 to have a good game. Like Tundra need 33 to have a good game. I guess we keep talking about this. NS, like, you know, he's like horrible or amazing, right?
The maker or the breaker, absolutely. Yeah. All right, Lizard, where are you standing on this one?
Yeah, I'm not gonna flip flop as well. I'm going with Fnatic. I like the Lina versus 9 on mid lane. I think they've got what it takes.
Find it very difficult to vote against Omni Sven, but if you guys aren't changing, then I shan't either. I'll go for Tundra for this game 3 with their Void answer to the Sven Omni combo. Will it be strong enough? Well, I guess we'll have to find out. With our commentary duo for this game number 3, it is of course Bkop and Mofarah.
Thank you very much, Nomad. That's us. That's you. You.
It's
there
us.
We go. That is us. As we're coming into this game 3, is your faith lying with Tundra right now? Obviously, they're the massive favorites, but Fnatic, they have what it takes with the Sven, Doom, Lina, Omni Knight, as well as the Phoenix.
I'd be pretty confident if I was a Fnatic fan right now. I think their lineup looks really good. I think the one thing that they might have to worry about is potential lack of catch, especially against the Void. But their cores cover it okay. You know, like they have the Lina that can go for this Yules. They have the Doom that can devour the Centaur creep. They have a Sven with a stun as well. And this double defensive support duo, I think, has the potential to be incredibly strong. So, nice D-ward by Fnatic to start the game as well. Nomad in tatters.
What else is new?
I really like the Phoenix pick against the Night Stalker as well. I think when you get the egg off in the middle of team fights, having that ability to just make him useless for like the whole egg duration, it feels so good. Because where this Night Stalker would normally be really good at hitting the egg with the extra attack boost and everything, yeah, the Phoenix daytime, it's like the highest priority order in the daytime night cycle thing. Makes him a little creep.
Normal day, Night Stalker night, and then day. From the Phoenix is how that stack goes, right?
Yeah.
The battle begins.
All right, a couple of fire spirits, and they pick up 3 on the bounties. Death now getting body blocked 4 euros here. He's walking into the Illuminate. That will hit, and 10 health.
Do they have a salve? I mean, if they don't have a salve, then the Doom's going to have to walk back to base, surely, right? Like, I don't know what he does here.
It's tough. They do have the Nightmare. They could just Nightmare him. We'll see. And
he might be in
those right
trouble.
clicks gets pulled off by the Phoenix, and he's only getting Tango sent to him. He's not getting a salve sent his way.
I mean, this is awful, right? Like, they can't lane. And Bane has a salve as well, so he'll be back in the lane ASAP.
Jabs has a salve now. He had that coming out. But he's hit with that Nightmare, and still surviving for now. The right clicks are just not coming out from Fada. And he pops the salve on himself, so I thought maybe he'd pass that over to Death, but now just working with those new stack of Tangos.
Yeah, so not a great start to the top lane for Fnatic, but it is recoverable. Like, they have more Tangos now on the Doom. I say that. They're going to go straight for Death here.
Try to get this first blood, and Jab's trying to do all he can to help him out, and there isn't much he can do. He goes into the trees. He's doing some damage to Fada, who will finally pop his own salve, goes through, and now one more right click. There it is. First blood for Fada.
I mean, the good thing for Fnatic is if you look towards the mid lane, at least, like, Lina's having a really good time, and in bot lane, the Sven's having a great time as well. So, like, this top lane's not going okay, but the other two cores doing very well.
Yeah.
You can't help but feel if the Doom had just gone back to base in the first place, right, and come back to lane, yes, he might have missed out on a little bit of XP, but he would have been able to contest the lane, so...
Did he want that first Devour, and that's really all he wanted?
Yeah, potentially, but... Nice half pull from Fata as well. I think he kind of wanted 2 creeps there, most likely, but ends up getting 3, which is also fine. Oh, good nightmare. Means the camp's going to stay blocked.
Yep. Sentry does not allow them to unblock it, and now just throwing some more of these fire spirits out on Fata, doing as much damage as he can. You've got Death under the tier 1 tower, taking some right clicks from the tower, and now a bash in from Skitter. Death's in a lot of trouble. Again, he's only working with 1 Tango. Icarus dive right over.
But who did he nightmare there?
Might have been pulled off by jabs on the dive.
Yeah, but I think he might have accidentally nightmared himself instead of the Doom. I'm not 100% sure, but...
Oh, Skitter! Oh, he's got Time Walk. There's the Nightmare coming out.
There's no dive.
Phoenix, and now, yeah, he's got no Icarus dive for 8 seconds, and Fata's got himself a 2nd kill.
I mean, the good thing for this top lane on Fnatic is that at least the Void's not getting a huge amount of CS, right? He's doing okay, but like in the other 2 lanes, like we were saying before, the Radiant cores are having a great time on that front. So there's lots of action going on up here, but yeah. Doom can always catch back up with the Devour. We've seen it time and time again.
Especially if he goes into the Midas. Oh, Nightmare and Fata. Oh, he's going to throw a couple right clicks out there, but going to grab himself a bounty rune, which is A-okay.
I do think this Nightmare needs to be nerfed at level 1, though. I think it does far too much, like with dealing damage and allowing you to right-click, right? And it's a disable. I just... For how long it lasts, it seems a bit ridiculous.
Do you think you should only be able to right-click at certain levels? Or is the damage need to be
reduce the damage a little bit, or reduce the duration a little bit potentially?
Yeah. So right now, Fnatic are leading all 3 on the top towards cores. Nightmare again, and Death now trying to run away, but a first hit bash coming in from Skitter. Death getting run down here. Jab's trying to do all he can. Icarus dive over Fata will stay in front. Brain Sap. Infernal Blade from Death. Do they have the damage? No, not immediately, but eventually they do. Even with that Fairy Fire, it wasn't enough to stay alive for Fata.
Just look at the net worth. So, like, we haven't been able to watch these other 2 lanes as much because the other lanes have been really action-packed, but the Lina and the Sven are absolutely destroying. And I think a big difference this game is that the Radiant side are going to be able to take Ancient stacks with the Sven, and the Dire side can't really do that. Like, they don't have the heroes to. So if Fnatic can use these Ancient stacks to, like, objectively push forward their net worth, right, the Sven is going to be online so much quicker than everybody else in the game.
Gwen in trouble. Nightmare looking for the stun, will land it. They've got the Illuminate, they have more than enough damage. 9 gets 2.
I'm assuming the Phoenix got clipped by the Illuminate by the Kotter there. I didn't quite see, but
yeah.
I think they're checking for stacks here as well with the Arcane on the Lesh. He might be able to sneak through here.
And no stacks, but Skitter up top. Yeah, he's dying to death. And Fata sneaking, they come over, but it's just not in time. They've got the Solar Bind, they'll have the Illuminate, and that should finish off the Doom in return. That's a kill on the Faceless Void, who is not laning that well. Look at his net worth. It's low.
Especially after the start to the game, right, that we talked about with the Doom. I mean, nice rotation by Snaking. If you look at his net worth, I don't know, man. He's having a good time, and he's almost like, I think he's level 5.5 at 6 minutes, 7 minutes into the game, which is also ridiculous. But his cores are suffering a lot. Like, Skeeter in particular is really struggling on the Void.
Yeah.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Really, really struggling. And And Illuminate comes in. Death again, Doom with the Solar Bind. Infernal Blade thrown over to
He's level
Fada.
6.
They've got 3 heroes here, and yeah, he is level 6. Skitter's not, so there's no Chronosphere to lock up these heroes, and they're going to run down Fada, or at least try to. Now an Illuminate after this Nightmare, and Death's taking a lot of damage. The right clicks, the Chrono as Skitter just hit 6. A first hit bash on a jabs, and he does not have the Icarus dive, so Skitter will salvage everything from this lane and get 2 kills.
This is really nice by Tundra. I would have actually liked to have seen DJ head up towards this top lane to take part in the fight, because Tundra understand that they're not winning their lanes at the moment, right? So what they need to do is break up the laning stage as quickly as possible and try and make things happen on the map. So they send 3 heroes up to this top lane, and when the Chrono comes online, you can see the impact that it can have. This Keeper of the Light hero does such stupid amounts of damage as well. No wonder we've seen it first phase banned nearly every single game today.
It's output quite a bit, and he's already got the urn going into the Spirit Vessel for Snaking, not going that Jinkyu route of the 4 null talismans into a Vambrace.
Yeah, if you remember where the Void's net worth was a second ago, look where he is now. He's having a great time all of a sudden.
Invisibility.
He was at 2,100 gold
Radiant are scanning.
a couple minutes back, and now he's gained about 1,200 net worth on that.
They have the Doom available here. They want to try and make a play, but Nine's coming in.
Here. And he's invis.
I think they might have seen it with the Sentry. Oh no, they don't have a Sentry. It's the Dyers, actually.
Twin.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And all of a sudden, the Dyer are just ahead in net worth.
Yeah.
Like,
Radiant's middle tower
dear Lord.
is under attack.
This was Fnatic's game in the beginning, and I'm not saying it's that far gone or it is gone, but that was an advantage that I think they really could have burst out of the gates with.
Snaking's done a really good job this game in particular, I think. Like we mentioned before, making these rotations around. Using that big level advantage that we talked about to his team's benefit.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
This is...
Top tower is under attack.
No, still Doom. Actually, not even doing as well as the Faceless Void anymore.
No, and the thing is, they can't even push towers either at this moment in the game on Fnatic, right? Like, they have this really great lineup at like finding kills and things and finding good skirmishes and whatnot. But when there's a Keeper of the Light on the other team, you just push the wave out, and you know where's their tower push then? You can't just sit under a tower and tank it between them. It's really difficult. But Sven, clearing those creeps through before, now sitting top of the net worth chart. He's farming really well. The Fiend Script got cancelled.
It did get cancelled, but they're going to come over with the Dark Ascension. They've got Chronosphere once again. That's going to be on 2 of these heroes. They have 9 to follow it up. Everybody here for Tundra. It's a birthday party over mid for Tundras. Everybody's invited. They're
now
also
they
going to
can
get
push
a
them
tier
into
1.
Yeah, with the Catapult Wave coming in as well. Radiant are going to glyph because of the edicts, but I think this is going to fall eventually. Nine's even gone greedy and has BOTs first as well, so... Yeah, game looking good for Tundra, but, I mean, Fnatic, obviously it's not looking great for them, but I think when they get 6 on their supports and they have the Egg and the GA available, I think their team fight becomes so much stronger. So, you know, don't count them out just yet.
For sure, I think it's well too early to count them out. They're 1k down at the moment, now moving up to 2k. Death can kind of make his way back with the Devour, which he only has at level 1 right now, so that's going to start to accumulate more and more and more gold as time goes on. But Raven's kind of farming around the map quite well. Odd Strength and the Blinding Light, but Raven got that Guardian Angel, and he's just going to take that tier 1 tower top.
Yeah, they have to commit the God Strength, which is a little bit sad for Fnatic, but they get the tower, and that's the most important thing here. Look at Snaking's net worth, though, on the Keeper of the Light. Like, that's the big difference here. Like, all the cores are relatively similar, but this Keeper of the Light is 2,000 gold ahead of any other support in the game.
He's got a lot of gold on the Coddle, and he's got the Spirit Vessel coming his way, and now the Ags. He misses the Illuminate.
Oh, good
Infernal
from the Dire
Blade,
side.
9 coming in with the Boots of Travel, so They'll move forward, go for death, need a couple more
That's no
shots,
mana,
and
though.
eventually they should get it with the right click, and 9 runs down death. Unfortunately for Death, his name is Death and not 7, because then he would eat 9
Dire's middle
with that
tower is
Devour.
under attack.
That might possibly be the worst thing you've ever said in a cast ever.
Oh, not worse. What are
And
you talking about?
I'll tell you what, Bkop, that is a difficult feat to achieve. I think you've done it.
I thought that was great.
That was even worse than the talking muffin joke.
We'll see how chat reacts. You're the judge.
They have the Fiend's Grip up and available again here, so Tundra heading into the jungle. Oh, with the Heavenly Grace on the Lina, though, it's so difficult. She has a haste rune.
Has a haste rune and just is able to leave. Doesn't want to play aggressive at all. And Jabs TP's out of bottom, goes to mid, and I believe they're going to try and smoke. Yeah.
Yeah, they have all their ults up, and like we talked about, when the supports have their 6s, well, they're now 7, but they're going to feel really good. Oh, grip top.
Again, just finding death.
If they get 3-3, though, they'll be happy about this.
Could be, and need one more shot to get him. He's so fast. Raven finally, though, with the war cry, I believe, cleaved off the creep.
I was going to say the handy little creep just coming in, being like, "Oh, I'll save you, Night Stalker. Don't worry, I'm here to help."
Oh, don't cleave off me, wait!
Oh god. And this Snaking Keeper of the Light now ahead of the Doom in net worth. Poor Death. He is.
Death is not getting much.
No, he's not. But again, like the Sven and the Lina are having okay times at least, right?
I guess, but you're also expecting more from a Doom, right?
Yeah, for sure. But I mean, he also went 1-4-1, so you know the Devour not coming online, not as much as it could have done, at least, right?
So, still just a 1k lead here for Tundra, and Raven continuing to farm up these camps. We've seen Raven kind of struggle from an advantageous position, though, in game 1. And that was because the rest of the team was kind of not able to accomplish much. They do have Twent with a lot more farm in that game, so we'll see if it comes down to how Fnatic are going to fight here, because we haven't exactly seen them have a big team fight clash just yet.
I mean, as the game goes on, like Raven might struggle a little bit when they have like the Chrono to worry about. There's going to be this Will-O-Wisp from the Keeper of the Light when the Axe comes out too. So with all that kind of like a big AoE disable, game for Raven might not be easy as such, but they do have good damage output, and I think they need to get the Doom on the right targets here as well. Like if you can get it onto the, I think the Void's the big one, or the Lesh before he gets his ult off. Because I think if the Lesh gets his ult off before he gets doomed, he honestly doesn't really care. Like he's just going to run around and just accept that somebody on his team have to get doomed, and he's still doing damage, right?
Dark Ascension trying to TP DJ. He's been caught by the Void, and I meant the Void of Night Stalker, but also the Faceless Void is there.
Oh,
Sure.
Nomad's going to be... Imagine when you cast Enfeeble on Bane against the Doom, how long it's going to take him to ult. I'm so excited.
Nightmare on to Death. Wonder what Death Nightmare is about.
Probably
Or
that top
dreams
lane
about.
at level 1.
Yeah.
Your Shan has fallen to the dark.
So would Ryan. It's
they
going to slow
caught
up
the
Death
Death.
again. They've got themselves
Caught
a
Death.
Spirit Vessel. He's silenced, but behind them is Raven going in with the God Streak. They get the kill on a Fana. They're going to stun up Death. They'll get that kill on a 1. They'll end up trading. Maybe not the most advantageous trade there for Fnatic, but Tundra is certainly happy to kill off Death again, who has died 6 times.
Was that Phoenix going BKB first item? I think I just saw.
Yes.
Right, okay. I mean, I don't mind it too much against the Keeper, against the Night Stalker.
Oh
sorry,
my!
That was a lot of damage.
Off the cleave, just 2 shots, and all of a sudden 9 was half health. Maybe giving 9 the idea that he is so very killable if that Sven gets in his face with God's strength.
They're gonna smoke up.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
It's still nighttime.
They still have this odds on the high ground. The fact that they've been allowed to keep this observer up top for Tundra has given them a lot of information.
Have we seen an egg yet from the Phoenix?
No.
I was gonna say, I don't think we have. And
Radiant's top tower is
have we seen a Doom either?
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Oh, Lina.
Lands a stun on the Bane
Dire's bottom
to try and run, but Chuen is dead.
Be fearless.
So they're going to smoke up here and play towards the top side because they've seen these heroes bot
Radiant's top tower
show to
is
kill the
under
Lina, so they'll see what they can get here.
And now they've got
There's
the
the egg,
Supernova
but-
in a okay spot, but they just don't have the lockdown to keep Tundra nearby. And Tundra, they escape the AoE. They're going to move forward with Skitter. They'll get the stunner to death. They'll kill off this Doom. It already killed Lina over bottom, so now this is just going all Tundra's way.
And that's the problem that Jab's is going to have this game on the Phoenix, where normally you pair this Phoenix with these like big AoE teamfight heroes or like catch heroes, right? Like we see Axis historically, such a big one, Centaurs and things like that, Magnus. But they have no way of keeping heroes in place really to be able to get like their damage off from like the egg and whatnot. And we just say in the draft their lack
Raven.
of catch might come back to bite them.
Oh, God. They've got the Void from 3-3 ready, and they have the lockdown to get that kill. Did for 45 seconds.
Has Night Stalker won all 3 games this series? I think it has, right?
I think so.
Because 9 played it in game 1. I mean, they've all first picked it this series as well, both these teams, so... It does look pretty terrifying, you have to say.
Just want to give you an update. Chat did enjoy the joke.
That's a lie. They absolutely didn't.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And 9 here bottom. TP's on to the creeps and takes the tier 2 tower bot.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
I mean, the chat's saying I'm bullying you, but I'm pretty sure I'm just trying to save their sanity. That's the,
Well, fair points. Tundra up 6,000 gold, and Raven's game gets slowed down, and 9 is just excelling as he is up 2k on these heroes of Fnatic at least.
Alina. Oh no. This Bane has Fiend Script available.
And he'll be ready to
Farfetch'd
use it.
making the wraparound. Oh,
Ooh.
a little push forward.
Chuen. Illuminate. Not spotting him, but he'll run right into Fada. Now the BKB
Oh,
is there
BKB.
with the Laguna Blade and the right click. Oh, wow. Okay.
Held your feet to the fire.
That's a good pickup. Especially, you turn your own death into a kill and a TP out. You have to pop your BKB, but that's absolutely fine. They're looking at Skeeter here, though. Oh, Raven misses the stun. They get the Chrono off,
Stormhammer,
though.
Chrono, and now Death moving forward, but he can't get the Doom off due to the silence of 3-3.
Just not able to quite find the initiation. I mean, if they get the stun off before the Chrono lands, maybe things go different, right? But unfortunate for Fnatic. But at least the Chrono gets used, right? So they've used this big AoE teamfight spell. Maybe Fnatic can make the most of that here. That big long cooldown. Ags. Almost here for snaking. About 1,000 gold away. He's just casually level 13.
And ahead of the Doom still in net worth.
I mean, he hasn't been behind the Doom in ages now, I don't think.
And he's keeping it up, even though now the Devour is level 4. Blink Infernal Blade, and Raven right into the stun of 9, who is, I guess, defending Fada.
A little bit unfortunate for Raven there.
He's lucky he didn't get jumped after that.
They still haven't got the tier 1 mid at like 22 minutes into the game, though. Such a big concern for Fnatic. They can't open up the map. Like, Tundra have so much more space to work with. Yeah, I was going to say, their smoke ganks and things are so much easier to connect because this mid tier 1 doesn't exist.
Now they will suffer.
Mid tier 1 doesn't exist. They've been playing across the river quite some time here on Tundra. And they just don't catch that kill.
I stand for the light.
Roche potentially up in 2 minutes. You've got DJ as well as Raven on the high ground.
The armor of omniscience.
They'll spot Fada, blink God Strength, 3 shots, 4 shots, gets the kill onto this Bane. And Fnatic, that's again another pickoff that they can kind of work with, but God Strength was used, and Tundra will know that obviously, and once it's down, maybe Tundra fight from there.
Yeah, it feels like Tundra just biding their time a little bit to hit their own big timing, right? With the Bkop. Actually, what's coming out for the Void here? Has he got S and Y or something? I didn't see.
Yeah,
okay, he's got
S and Y, and then rebuilding the Echo Saber.
I think the Ags on the Keeper of the Light is going to be the big thing. Obviously, Sven's going to have Bkop relatively soon. I think he's like 50 gold off or something, which is a big deal. But like we said earlier, they do have the Bkop piercing disable in the Chrono, so I think having the Will-O-Wisp on the Keeper of the Light, they have Bkop on the Night Stalker. They're looking at their timing relatively soon, you'd have to imagine, on Tundra.
Fnatic are starting to break into that net worth lead that was 7k, bringing it down to 5k.
Yeah, like, you have to remember that even though this Doom hasn't had a good start, like, with the Devour and things, he can catch up. Yes, he hasn't gone for the Midas that most Dooms do, but Devour in itself is still really strong.
And he's ahead of the Coddle now.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
He is making that gold back. We've got Chuen with the silver, not the silver edge, the Shadow Blade BKB Boots of Travel combo right now. I'm interested to see if he goes Crystallis. We've seen that a couple times from Lina's after the Shadow Blade BKB. They're ready to blink in and get this kill. He never gets control of the outpost, so take out this Bane. They'll continue to have that 5k lead on Tundra, but Fnatic's starting to string some together, which is not worrying yet for Tundra, as they are moving around the map pretty well.
I mean,
But
I'd
at
be
some
really
point,
happy
if they take a fight with God Strength, it might win.
If I was a Fnatic fan, I'd be pretty happy with the last 5 minutes, though, considering how the game was going before that. Felt like Tundra are already starting to take control, but Fnatic have kind of stemmed the bleeding a bit here, so... There's the Ags on the Keeper of the Light, and I imagine there's probably going to be a smoke to follow up here. Varta's heading over. Does he have a smoke? No, he actually doesn't. Okay.
Sven going to be going for that Crystallis. He's only 25 or 35 gold off of it. Lina also going into the Crystallis. And then the silver.
Relatively quick Roche spawn as well.
So he'll be completing the Silver Edge right after finishing the Crystallis, of course. And we'll see where he goes from there.
Was that Mask of Madness on the Night Stalker I saw?
All one
No.
will break.
What do you? You asked the Mask of Madness. Oh,
Well, looks like
okay,
they're going to try and
Farth's
fight
dead.
this. They'll get the kill on a Fada. Raven, so with the Solar Bind, he's got the Heavenly Grace. They'll look for the Infernal Blade that hits on a 9, and now trying to turn it on to death for a second. You need to be careful on Tundra. They do have Chrono, but they know that they don't want to fight into the God Strength just yet. So another pick-off kill there for Fnatic. And they spot Roche.
If you're Tundra here, though, do you potentially look to fight while the God Strength's down, right? Like, you have Chrono up, you have everything available. You're just waiting for Farta's respawn timer, then you're probably looking to just head into the pit and force this big engagement. Yeah, it looks like they will. No God Strength, no party for Fnatic.
We'll see if they can defend this. It looks like they're just backing away from him.
Farta's just running in, getting information.
And they're nowhere nearby, so this is now Aegis and Shard the side of Tundra, and I wouldn't be surprised to see both go for the Faceless Void, so he'd have that reverse time walk. And that's exactly what they're going to do. So they've got the Aegis now on Skitter.
I mean, the less shard's pretty good as well, but the Void one definitely trumps the lot of them.
3-3 here and spotting Chuen.
Radiant's middle
Skitter
tower
coming
is
over,
under
33 nearby. Time walk forward. They've got the dust. They'll hit the void. Are they going to just give up the Lena's life with the BKB pop by 3-3? They've got the Will-O-Wisp down, and now they've got the Chrono that lands on a 2, but the Heavenly Grace, is it going to be enough to keep him alive? Blinding Light, Illuminate comes in with the BKB. They've got the Guardian Angel. Now they get the silence onto this Omni Knight, but Fada's already fallen. They've got the Icarus dive. He goes into the silence, so that stops the Supernova from being in the best position, but they finally get the kill on DJ. They'll end up losing 3-3. Time walk in, time walk out. You do the hokey pokey, and you turn yourself around. But Chuen, he's dead. Raven going in with the BKB. He's got himself the God Strength. There's the time walk from Skitter. They have the Doom out onto this Leshrac. They'll get the stun from Death and find themselves the kill. 9 goes down, 8 times 3 into the hands of Jabs.
Really great fight from Fnatic. They managed to kind of like force the Night Stalker to come further in than he wants to, right? And the Night Stalker and the Void are chasing, but the rest of the unit aren't really like nearby. And great catch from Raven at the start to be able to kill the Bane before he gets any spells off.
Ooh, double damage for Skitter. They've got the Fiend's Grip, Will-O-Wisp, all controlling Raven, but the right hook's coming in from this Void just yet. Oh, Raven, though, still dead. Skitter gets the kill with the double damage. They'll pop the BKB on Jabs.
Yeah, without the BKB on the Sven, it's so difficult for them to fight.
Even with the BKB, Skitter will get the kill. And that really salvages what was a good fight for Fnatic into the favor of Tundra. And they look towards top, but just don't catch Death.
Radiant's top tower is under
Do you
attack.
keep the Nether Sword? Do you go for the Paladin's Sword? Okay, he's going to keep the Paladin's Sword.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
I was going to say, it's a pretty good Nether Sword game, so...
Under attack.
Well, that's pretty good as well.
Blast Rig.
Pretty good against the Sven. And all of a sudden, I think that just flicked up to 10k net worth advantage there for Tundra. They take
Well,
one good fight on
5K
Fnatic,
too.
but
Yeah.
yeah, without the BKB on the Sven, Tundra punished them hard.
They've got the Silver Edge from the Lina. Silver Edge next for the Sven. Going Chrysalis first, going Shadow Blade, then the finish.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Shiva's next for
Radiant are scattered.
Death.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
And the whole time through that, Skitter, a little dangerous for him, but he did hold on to that Aegis too. He's almost got the Scotty. He's only 300 gold away from that.
Yeah, and these new Void builds where you like, instead of being like, that's really hard, I'm going to kill one person in Chrono with my massive damage hero, he becomes this like ridiculously tanky hero that's impossible to kill with like Scardies and SMYs and like, you've seen people with Halberd before potentially as well.
They're going to try and get this kill. And the Chrono Supernova Guardian Angel, and it looks like he's going to get the egg just in time. They have the Will-O-Wisp placed down, but Raven now focusing attention onto the Will-O-Wisp to try and go after Skitter afterwards. They've got the LSA to follow it up, and Fiend's comes over from the sidearm from Fada, but they get the Aegis out of the hands of Skitter. They're going to continue to go for this. Blink, War's Tom comes through from Death. They have the control, they have the damage, they've used the Doom, they'll get the kill to Skitter, they'll take the Faceless Void. He's dead for 84 seconds without buyback. He's got that overwhelming blink. That backs away Fnatic, but that's a good fight from them after what just occurred previously.
Yeah, Fnatic, they find a numbers advantage fight, which is the biggest thing, right? Like, the Bane and the Kotl are behind, and they're trying to help, but the Chrono's basically used to kill the egg, and once the Chrono gets used for that, the Void can't fight up against the Sven when the whole supporting cast is behind. Great Heavenly Grace from the DJ as well to take off the grip. And Fnatic keeping themselves in the game here.
And keeping themselves net worth not close, but the game is still close. I think the net worth is a little deceiving because of the fact that Kato has so much gold.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that's such a big difference maker. What's Snaking building next as well? What's he got coming out in the courier?
Aetherlands.
Aetherlands, right, okay. And you have to remember, as these BKBs get lower and lower going into the late game, I mean, this Keeper of the Light, the Night Stalker, the Lesh are all going to become more potent.
Smoke from Tundra. Ooh, they're going to meet. Looks like they're going to meet. Fnatic rejecting the invitation. I say that, Nightmare on to Death. Death needs to be very careful. He's got the BKB if he has an opportunity to get it off. The Bash has come in. They've got the Will-O-Wisp that locks up. DJ on the Omni Knight. Now they're going to jump even further forward. They'll look for Death to try and get the damage out to get the kill here onto the Doom, and they will finally find him. Both heroes without buybacks.
You know, arguably the two most important heroes for Fnatic here as well. So, Tundra, they're probably going to look to push their advantage.
Ooh, God Strength Blink, but Skitter, he's got the
egg went off
shard
as well.
Yeah, they wanted to go for the stun. And now that they don't have the Supernova, it almost feels like Tundra are free to
there is a Chrono
take the high ground.
Radiant structures are fortified.
I think they're a little bit worried about the buybacks. I don't think they realise, or, well, we know they don't know, that there's no buybacks on the Radiant side. I think they were trying to poke and force them out, and Tundra might quickly realise that they actually don't have buyback.
Overwhelming Blink on a Chuen.
Radiant's middle barracks are under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
I think K-Lead going for the mid set of racks. 3-3 standing his ground. They're under the Dark Ascension, so at least right now he is the Night Stalker, not the Daywalker.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Everybody now up for Fnatic, but they don't have God Strength for another 50 seconds.
Surrender to the omniscience.
They're going to smoke up here. Try
They're
and
gonna
make something
smoke in,
happen, but
yeah, they're gonna try and follow Chuen, and he's got that Silver Edge, so he's scouting for the moment.
if they can make something happen before the next 30-second mark where they're going to have nighttime again.
Ooh, they've got the scan. They have the damage. They'll look over, and there's the Doom on a Skitter. They should have the damage to get the kill here onto the Faceless Void. They'll take out Skitter. He's dead for 90 seconds, but he does have buyback. Will-O-Wisp is placed down. Does grab Lina for a second, who finishes off the Satanic, but now no Will-O-Wisp, no Void, and Roche potentially up in 14 seconds.
If that's minimum respawn time, though, then Tundra, I think, will be happy. They'll play the odds game. 9 getting close to that level 25 as well. So scary with that overwhelming Blink Shivas.
They're going to go for the Lina Chuen showing himself, and I don't know if he's going to expect them all to be up towards top immediately. They've got the Dust, they'll have the BKB, they'll go into the Fiend's Grip. Now that they have the damage to finish him off, they go to the Silence looking for the other side. They pop the BKB on the Phoenix, and Phoenix is going to be forced to pop the Supernova. The new Satanic
though on the Lina.
allowing Lina to survive. They get the kill to Fauna. Now they're going to look over at the Guardian Angel. They've got themselves at least the Bane so far. Stun comes out onto this Leshrac, but the force that back. Sun doesn't land. Sunray on him. There's the Silence onto the Lina. They get the kill on a Chuen, and they'll look for more. The stuns, it's with the Shard from 9, and they've got the Illuminate from Staking to take out 2. Sven in a bad spot, but he's got the God Strength. Solar Bind slowing him down the stun. It's getting bigger and bigger with this Shard, and again, the stuns from 9 will help them kill off Raven, looking like a full team wipe as the Silence is out on the depth, and everybody will die on Fnatic, and that is without Skitter.
Look at how much damage the Night Stalker did as well. Like, obviously the Lesh is going to do a huge amount, but just to the right of that, Night Stalker with pure right clicks doing 3,500 damage. And the Sven spent his whole time in BKB trying to chase the Lesh and couldn't quite catch up to him because of how fast the hero is. And so if you're not hitting people during any of your BKB duration on the Sven, you're going to have a really difficult time getting any damage off. And this is going to be 2 sets of racks, potentially the end of the game.
Skitter's
with the level 25.
Skitter's got Chrono.
Radiant's top barracks has fallen.
Have
Radiant's
3.
top barracks
They're missing 2. Tundra looking ready to go.
Yeah, time to go for the Megas.
Fnatic, they've done a good job in most of these fights, but
Radiant's bottom tower has
what can they do
Radiant's bottom
to just stop Megas? They've got a double damage on Raven. Maybe Raven could get in there with the BKB, but he doesn't have God Strength for 20 more seconds.
That's right, the DD is God Strength, so it's fine. Don't worry about it. And Tundra going to be quite happy to back off here, probably look to head around the Roche bit.
Yeah, it just
let the
came
lanes
back
push
up.
in.
He just cheese and Ag's blessing, and that'll be nice on Skitter. They might need to contest, but the stuns from 9 are placed in the pit. It's going to make it very dangerous for them to go in. The scan just hitting on the edge there for Tundra. Tundra going to wrap a little bit. They've got the sun right now. They're going to the Dark Ascension. They'll evacuate the pit. Will-O-Wisp lands on 2, and Night Stalker's on the high ground. They're sending the span on the other side. He'll get the kill on Mofarah. They've got this as the Chrono, but the Guardian Angel comes out from DJ. DJ trying to keep these heroes alive, but they've got the sun coming out on Alina. Now they've got the Supernova as well as the Sunray. They'll keep alive the Lina. They've bought back on Mofarah. They'll pick up the Aegis on 9. Who got the Ags there?
Grip.
Oh, Fiend's Grip onto the Doom. They'll get the kill. They'll take out this
he's
Doom.
alive.
They'll look for more, and they're going to overwhelming blink right on Lena as well as the Omni Knight. They've got the stun that lands on it too, but Lena's still surviving with the Heavenly Grace. He's got the status resistance, but the right-click damage coming out of the DJ is enough to get the kill onto the Omni Knight. They also finish off Jabs. Raven looking, has the God Strength, gets the break. The stun is out onto the Kato.
Good body blocks.
Blocking him, keeping him away from the Kato. The Banshees coming through from Skitter. They've got the Will-O-Wisp down again with the Laguna waiting on a 9, but the stun comes out on the Raven. They get the kill on the Span, looking at the Chuan, and he is locked in by the Will-O-Wisp, and they've got the stun to follow it up as well as the damage. They'll take themselves 4. The GG will be called, and Tundra will win the series 2-1.
What a great series. You know, I mean, coming into this, I think a lot of people would have expected Tundra to take the win. Not necessarily, you know, by a huge amount. It was close. But I think Fnatic can be proud with how they played at certain points in this series. And I think there's things for them to work on, obviously. I think coming into TI, this is the kind of series that they can look back at and look at what exactly could have gone better. Like, I think Def on this Doom in the offlane had a really difficult time to begin with. You know, we talked about their laning stage not going particularly well. And snaking on this Keeper of the Light feels like he was the difference maker this game. Great performance overall from Tundra, but I think, you know, a lot of people will agree with me watching this series that it was a good watch and good to see what Fnatic could do. Because I think their series yesterday wasn't necessarily as was a little bit more one-sided towards them. Yeah. So something that was a bit more of a test for Fnatic, like we were saying, it'll be good for them to learn from this one.
Yeah. So Fnatic end up dropping to Tundra 2-1. Fnatic maybe take a couple things away, like decision making from that series, but Tundra's still on the up and up, still winning, still beating these teams that are attending TI and looking so good. Break it down even further. Yeah. One last thought.
Guess what the upper bracket final is going to be?
A
it's
rematch.
Happening again.
LGD against Tundra, and I kind of expect that to be the grand final, regardless of how that series comes out. But to break down this series even more, we've got the panel. We'll send it back over to you guys. Take it away.
Yes, indeed, Tundra continue their hot streak as they get yet another win under their belt. Not the easiest, Fnatic definitely making them work for it, but in the end, it wasn't quite enough, was it, Theban and Lizard?
You don't have any papers prepared, no drawings, perhaps? Maybe some crayons on the wall, nothing?
It's gonna make us hold the L.
I'll just take my W and I'll move on, okay? But no, I mean, obviously Tundra, we all knew they were going to be one of the strongest teams coming into this one. Fnatic, we were kind of waiting to see what they could deliver. We haven't seen them play in top form yet, I wouldn't say. Do you think this team is still ramping up to TI? You know, does this feel, from what you saw, like a team that was grinding really hard, scrimming a lot, and trying to, you know, already at the peak performance they should be at for TI, or do you think they still have a way to go yet?
They still have a little bit of time, and because of that, they still have a little bit more to go, a little bit more to prepare. Maybe they're holding some strats in their pocket, not showing everything that they've got as well because of the TI that's coming. It's not the same for Tundra. They're in a different situation, obviously. But Fnatic, for me, has improved quite a bit since the DPC season and the majors. They're looking better. They're looking more solid, more compact, but Tundra just looked a little bit better today, man. Those rotations, I would just talk about Bane and Kotal. It was a long, fun game, exciting, back and forth, but just Kotal and Bane, Fata and snaking. Yeah, game-winning rotations from them.
Especially snaking. Like, I don't know how he saw the openings. Like, you don't expect Keeper of the Light to go gank a lane for Bane and Void. And the Void wasn't even level 6 or anything like that. He's just there. And just by existing there, he's getting these kills. I think he kind of put Death on tilt, because Death in this game had some of the most horrible deaths.
It was so
and
bad.
Tundra, they are a team that tends to play more in the safe lane than other teams do. So maybe Death also didn't really like predict these deaths from happening. It was like the Doom having a rough game is what kind of, you know, tilt the scales into Tundra's favor here. I do still feel like Fnatic, they played a phenomenal game. Like just the way that they initiated, the way that they were finding openings, they played really well. That time when Doom and Omni were dead, and then Skitter left into the high ground, and they wanted to like try to blow him up, predicting that to happen, and Skitter just bounced right back. Oh man, that must have been the most like gut-wrenching moment.
He had a couple of those, right? Like jumping on top of Chuan on Lina, killing him off just before LSA hits. He jumps back, like goes in, kills her, puts on the shades, gets out.
That shot is some triggering shit, man. Like that.
Those are the situations. And those are the situations where like you see how high skilled the game was, right? Like Fnatic figuring out a way how to win a 3 versus 5 situation, and then Skitter understanding that's what's gonna happen, baiting skills out. Even the fight top when Skitter was dead and Tundra literally 3v5 them just by making them chase 9 around. Like this game was just so beautiful to watch.
And you know what? I actually want to say I think we might have been a bit maybe not wrong about the Night Stalker hero. He did have a really high game impact, but he wasn't going around bullying people. You know, this was a Night Stalker kind of focused around the silence. I felt like, you know, he was just so annoying when he was running around that fight, you know, silencing the Omni Knight, silencing, you know, Jabs would end up buying a BKB just because he knew he needed to get that egg off. And he was just a really, really annoying guy. Like he wasn't that team winning hero this game, but he did still fill a very important role in the team and did it very well.
During the opening panel, during the draft, we talked about exactly that. Like, if you're a Phoenix, you're playing versus Night Stalker, you need a BKB. You need a Force or a BKB. Mostly players go for this BKB. And that's already a lot of impact that you're getting from the Night Stalker. But you can be a bully with Night Stalker, but most of the time, your job is exactly that. Your job is to jump and have that AoE silence, which is extremely annoying. Plus, later on in the game, he did dish out quite a bit of damage. Like that BKB plus Echo Saber, it doesn't sound like a lot, but when you add in the attack speed during the night, it hurts.
Yeah, we could see that. It was smacking people, especially those. I mean, Night Stalkers are so good at getting to the backlines and bullying those people that just want to, you know, hang back at the side of the fights, watch everyone else fight, maybe throw a spell on or two. Then Night Stalker just comes running over the trees at you, and you're like, uh-oh, I'm going to have to get involved now. I'm going to get my hands dirty. They don't want that to happen. And with that, the series comes to an end. Closing thoughts on the series, Steven?
Some great Dota. I think Fnatic, they have a lot of potential in this tournament, and I think they're going to make a pretty deep run in the lower bracket as long as they don't implode in any way after that. But Death, he's got to fix things up. And Tundra, you know what? I accept defeat to the Tundra Overlords. You know, they are something else. I don't even think it's only because of their drafts or anything. I think their play, how much they trust each other, what they're doing to enable each other is just incredible to watch.
Yeah, it's that run at you Dota, which takes an enormous amount of trust and coordination to make work between those guys, which has really cut them through in this tournament and in the previous tournament as well. And I cannot wait for that series between them and LGD to take place once again, because the grand finals of ESL Fall were so damn good, and now we get to witness that again in the upper bracket finals of this tournament. So that one's going to be very entertaining. Can LGD get their revenge? We'll find out tomorrow, but for today, we still have 2 best-of-3 matches coming out, and now we move down to the lower bracket. We move down to those tasty, spicy elimination games. The first one we've got up on our plates, we have Undying versus Team Spirit. 2 teams with a lot to prove, but only one series in which to do it. We find out which team is going to come out ahead. NA versus CIS coming up after this break.
Done back. Blessings upon a loyal warrior. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top
Steady for me.
Dire are scanning. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Surrender to the omniscience.
I have seen the future. You're not in it.
Hello, and welcome back to the OGA Dota Pit, where we rejoin in now to the lower bracket best of 3 matches. We've got 2 on our plate, starting off with Undying versus Team Spirit, and then moving on to Thunder Esports versus SG Esports. 2 teams battling it out from SA below, but right now we've got NA versus CIS. Fabian, why don't you give us a little breakdown on what happened in the Undying versus LGD series to start us off?
Well, I think Undying versus LGD series was definitely one of the most interesting games of this tournament so far. Undying, they took game 1. Game 2 went LGD's way. Game 3, it was very close. I think at some point the score was 3 for LGD, 22 kills on Undying, and they were pretty far ahead until LGD managed to sneak a Roshan and turn the game around. I really thought Undying was going to take that game and move on to upper bracket round 2, but LGD, they did their magic tricks and clutched one out. So I think Undying are here to really prove themselves in this lower bracket because they are a really strong team right now.
Yeah, that's strong. Team Spirit, how did they get here, Lizard?
Well, in contrast to Team Undying's pretty strong performance in the first series versus PSG LGD, Team Spirit for me was not that convincing. Their series versus T1, one game that they took, they had pretty much a clear outdraft. The other 2 games, T1 just showed higher understanding of the game, faster execution of all what's necessary to be done on the map. In contrast, like Team Undying is very good at defending first objectives, playing that 6 to 14 minute mark, let's put it that way. Team Spirit, however, can sometimes feel like they're all over the place. And also in the series versus T1, the way they would approach team fights was a little bit lackluster. If you remember, they had that very difficult game with Terrorblade versus Doom, and Arturo would still be the first one going head into team fights. So there's definitely some things that they can improve on, and this is definitely not the same Team Spirit execution-wise that I've watched on the N Major. So maybe they're lacking a little bit of hype, or maybe they're just a lower bracket kind of a team, The upper bracket is for, what.
Bitches, yes. We've heard it. That's the Enigma mentality.
Shame on you.
This is a family broadcast. But no, I mean, this team did have a seriously good showing at the Major, and we know to expect big things from Team Spirit when they hit their stride. Unfortunately, they haven't really done that in their first series, so maybe this is a series for them. Maybe it's Undying. I mean, I'm really looking forward to this one, honestly, because I feel like either of these 2 teams stand a chance of just making a sweep through the lower bracket, of just finding their feet, finding their form. At their peaks, both these teams are really, really strong and should be considered to be some of the top contenders for this event. But unfortunately, they didn't show that in the opening series, and they need to pull it together now. So let's jump straight into the draft for this first game, the best of 3 series, and find out exactly how this one's going to go down.
This series is going to affect the loser a lot more than you would think, because I'm not sure if there's any more events coming up right before the International, but going out in last place, the first one eliminated amongst 8 TI teams, it's going to put a big dent into your confidence in your team. There's a very high chance the loser's going to implode.
That's a very good point, yeah. It's scary, very, very scary to be in this situation, and one of them has to be in that situation.
It can also do wonders for you, right? If you think that you're really good, and then you play this tournament and you get kicked out first, suddenly you get that reality check that might have been necessary. But what am I saying? I agree with T-Ben. Usually what happens...
what you're saying is true, but it's like a very small chance, right?
Very, very
it
small.
Goes the other way. Most of the time... people implode.
Exactly, especially in Dota. We are not emotionally emotional IQ among players is not the highest. Game IQ definitely is, but when it comes to controlling equanimity, we're really not the best.
I always say that teams, they don't need to change rosters. What they really need is like a team psychiatrist.
Yep.
That's what they need, because mostly all players, they play just as many hours as each other, and they're just as skilled as other individuals. It's all about the mentality at the end of the day.
I think that's reasonable. I mean, OG had a team psychologist for TI9, right?
They're doing it right.
Yep. It's an important thing to have, folks. It's 2021. Get your players mentally ready for the biggest challenge of their life.
Undying isn't ready for this series, even, it looks like, as they're...
Oh, wow, 50 seconds.
Yeah, they shoot through all of their time for the first 2
Wow,
picks.
wow. Okay, guys, you took this long to draft Omni's... Oh, okay, they go Omni Lash track. Fine. Okay,
Omni-Lash.
I'll forgive them.
I mean, it's still good, right? Omni Sven or Omni Lash, I can't... Omni Sven probably a little bit better, but Omni Lash is just as amazing.
Makes me think, did they not expect Avenge to be first picked, or did they not have confidence in this opening? Because that is a lot of time. Normally, when you have the night to be able to plan, what your opening and stuff is, like you're going through the draft so quickly. And this is an elimination game too, so for sure they spent hours planning this out.
I would say, and I would guess it was the former, because they probably expected Collapse to be playing one of these bulky boys up front, the Marses, the Beastmasters, Axes, these kind of guys. So maybe they didn't really expect an offlane Venge, if this even is an offlane Venge. Because usually it's Collapse, the front line, and then Mira is playing these Miranas, Rubiks, Lions, whatever. They go with the Venge Clinks.
Yep. Do you want a stat, Lizard?
Gimme. Hit me with that stat.
How about me? I don't get the stat?
No, this is stat. This is Lizard's stat. This is for him.
Just for me.
My little angel.
Exclusive stat.
Yeah, don't listen.
Close
to
my
me.
ears.
Thank you. Venge and Clinks have been picked together 7 times, of which they have an 85% win rate. So 6 out of 7 games is won.
Only 85? Nah. What is that? Rookie numbers.
Jesus. That's a lot.
Yeah, this is a scary one. This is a
So the thing is, let me take a quick look. Like, Clinks gets base damage, right? From his ultimate.
Yes, I believe so. I don't know, actually.
Yeah. So the Vengeance Aura adds a lot of damage onto Clinks. And then that adds on to his barrage damage. So it kind of makes sense.
What you're trying to say is that they are a sick combo, right?
They are a wicked sick combo. I mean, just trying to make sense of like why they have such a high win rate together. Their synergy is just all there. Plus, you got the minus armor, which Clinks benefits from too.
Of course,
it's like the perfect hero for Venge to actually buff up.
Plus the save, right? You always have a hero that can swap you out.
Exactly.
And Clinks hates being caught. He hates being the one that's jump on. And Venge kind of allows him to be a little bit more bold, a little bit bolder in team fights as she can move him.
It's already hard to try and catch Clinks in team fights because he shows up for a very few seconds and then he invis up and gets away. And then if you have to think about the Vengeful Spear swapping and then chasing him down too, it's really rough.
There is most of the times we have seen the PL band out versus the Clinks. Today we've seen what was it, the Lycan as well, that worked quite well. So maybe one of these two are on Undying's
the
mind.
Prophet,
or the Prophet.
I like that one.
Prophet Spectre, right? Like amazing.
Yeah, that was one of the better heroes in the past as well against Clinks. I know you got the Barrage now, but you can't really be spamming Barrage in the laning stage. So you got these Treants that are constantly denying your creeps and running after you, and they can dive your tower. That's when Clinks is kind of weak. Also, early laning stage.
Remember that Undying did lose to Clinks already. So they played versus this. And they lost, if my memory serves me well with the Naga. They were PL was
Right.
banned, Terrorblade was banned, and then they decided to go with the last illusion hero, which was Naga. That didn't really work out that well versus PSG LGD. Maybe
Yeah.
they probably watched. So Prophet for me, yeah, I like it. Versus Venge, versus Clinks, versus both of these heroes, it's pretty good.
Do you think
I
Illusion
think-
Heroes still counts Clinks despite the changes
I
to
feel-
Barrage or the
I
addition
feel
of
like
Barrage?
PL is the best probably. These other ones like TB and Naga, I'm not quite sure. Haven't seen
Skeptical,
the work,
yeah. I think Phantom Lance is great still. And we might actually see it in this game because
No,
Omni is going to be running around protecting a Leshrac for the most part with the Heavenly Grace. And look at Team Spirit's bans. Like when you leave this Omni in the pool and they get it and they don't pick the Sven right away, they're like kind of forced into banning Sven. Then there's the Slark,
10 seconds
and
remaining.
then there might be a bunch of other heroes that you can still pick up with this Omni too.
5 seconds remaining.
Such an annoyance. You just don't want to place yourself in a situation where you have to fight into these combos with the Omni Knight. It's crazy. So they will get rid of that Beastmaster as well. Thrown in the bin, they'll bound at the Pangolier, and they'll grab themselves a Monkey King. Okay.
So this is very similar to the game against LGD versus T1, where they had this Monkey King and flexed it, and there's Avenge in the
10
game. So
seconds
if Team Spirit do decide to still pick an offlaner who is going to be a melee hero,
5
then they can just
seconds
put the
remaining.
Monkey as a core. If not, we might just see Moon Meander playing this Monkey King. They got the last pick too.
We had a Monkey King versus Avenger today, didn't we? Yeah, T1 versus LGD game 2.
Yeah, it
Game
wasn't
3.
Yeah,
Game 3, sorry, yeah.
I think you know it's like always when an ancient person, okay, a little bit of that ultimate with the Faceless Void, good 1-2 combo, also decent versus Monkey and
combo.
Omni Knight.
Oh, so Klink's mid with Faces Void Apparition safe lane.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. So we were talking about this as well the other
10
day about
seconds
picking a
remaining.
combo when you have a first pick
5 seconds
in the
remaining.
second phase. Just pick
Yeah.
a combo together. And there it is.
Yeah, this just makes me feel like Nature's Prophet is very solid. Again, like versus Ancient Apparition versus Faceless Void, I don't think you care that much. The Gleipnir build would be very good. And you could still go for the Spectre even. Maybe not. A bit too greedy with the Monkey King 4 on Night 5.
I feel like Undying have a chance to outpace Team Spirit here quite dramatically. Like, Team Spirit have picked slow heroes. Venge, Clinks, okay, maybe the Clinks isn't
Radiant
that
team
slow, but still, I mean...
to go with the
Void
Lycan.
AA,
At last.
I like this. I love this. Yeah, Undying just step up to the plate and say, hey, man, you want to draft some big, long cooldowns, some farm-dependent heroes? Fine. We'll take our Lycan and we're going to run at you.
This is
luck.
perfect. It's so good. Like these wolves are extremely annoying for apparition. You have summons you can
5
chase down
seconds
Venge,
remaining.
Clinks with. I mean, I guess you won't really be killing them, but you can put a lot of pressure on them. And like you said, taking the objectives. When Faces Void, he's strong, and then around 10 minutes to like 17 minutes, he's really weak because he needs to farm. And if he uses one chrono, and then he goes back to farming. And during that downtime, that's when Undying is looking to just destroy everything, destroy all the towers. And when you have Lycan and Leshrac with Omni on your team, I don't know how you're going to defend these objectives.
You can't afford yourself too many
10
mistakes if you're
seconds
Team
remaining.
Spirit. Like you're playing versus extremely tempo
5
oriented
seconds
kind of a
remaining.
lineup on the side of Undying, and if you miss one chrono, not even one or two, if you miss one of those early chronos, it can go real bad real fast. And we've seen that, actually. We've seen that today. You can see that they kind of prepared for it on the side of Team Spirit. They banned out the Beastmaster, but maybe they just weren't as worried about Lycan. He kind of fits the same role. He
10
does a very
seconds
similar
remaining.
build and does a very similar thing.
5 seconds remaining.
I love it. I love how these teams, like, they're watching these games, right? The other people are playing because they're all in the same boat. They're still trying to figure out the patch, what works and what not. And then when they see something that's like super OP and they're like, oh, wow, this is incredible. Like when 33 was playing Lycan earlier. And now we're starting to see the Lycans. Like yesterday, we didn't see a single one. We didn't see anyone this morning, and all of a sudden, in the last 2 series, we've already seen 2. And then we're gonna keep seeing this trend.
But it was banned yesterday, right? That's something that it was banned quite a bit.
Beastmaster was banned almost majority of the games in the second phase, but not so much Lycan.
Yeah.
Okay, so they need the last pick here, and they have to figure out a way to deal with all the push, all the Lycan plus Leshrac shenanigans. If you go for... Wait, we're thinking Clinks is mid, right?
Yeah.
Are we thinking then that Venge is offlane? We are. So they need the 4. You're asking a lot out of a position 4.
It might be just a 4 Venge here. I think they need to pick another team by anchor. They can't afford to have Venge. Okay.
Oh my god.
At least it's someone who can go in for you, right?
Yeah, he certainly does
Exactly.
that. Doesn't do much else, but
that's the problem now, because the Spear Breaker is not really a good team fighter into Undying's heroes either. So there's a lot like relying on this apparition to pretty much hit every single Ice Blast and have a lot of impact with the Spear Breaker, ulti and charge. Oh, this is looking rough for Spirit, man.
I don't think it's looking very rough, but it's looking very CIS, my friend. I don't think I've seen a more CIS draft in my life. Like, this is... Yeah.
the vibe.
Exactly. Full Davai right there. And they go with some classic Moon Meander Mirana. He's outperformed every single Mirana we've watched in this tournament so far.
Yeah, he's like, I don't need a Bane. I'm going to just arrow this charging Spirit Breaker. I'm going to arrow this skeleton walking Clinks. Don't worry about it.
They don't really have
stuns,
that much
right?
setup though, right?
Yeah, no, not a lot of... Yeah, you read my mind.
I mean, I would have liked to have seen a different pick than Mirana, and I would have had even more confidence in Undying. Like, I still think their draft's legit, but the Mirana kind of just came out of nowhere.
This needs to be some Blink Yules Mirana or something similar, right? You need some setup.
Bryle will buy one, I guess, like with his Yules.
Yeah, that as well.
Maybe Saberlight just gets a net creep and sets up for Mirana like that. Still not an ideal situation to be in for sure. I'm not utterly convinced in this Mirana pickup, but Moomiander just loves this hero. You know what Team Spirit were doing here? They're like, we'll pick the Spirit Breaker. Now you guys have to pick Undying because we're Team Spirit and you're Team Undying. But Undying weren't playing that game, so now Team Spirit are just in an awkward situation.
So they broke the contract that they had before the game. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, the bro code's been torn up and thrown on the floor. Guys, I'm getting the sense that you're both leaning towards Undying for this one. Am I correct?
I was before the last pick, really. I'm not completely sold. This went from 60-40 into me leaning towards Team Spirit a little bit, actually.
I think they have a lack of setup on the side of Undying, and that's gonna be a problem because making rotations is gonna be so much harder for them now. That being said, though, I'll lean a little bit still towards the Lycan because I think that hero is insane, and this Lycan Leshrac might just be able to do it.
Who needs setup when you've got a hero that just runs at 99 miles per hour and kills you anyway? I think I'm going to go for the Undying as well, but let's find out what our casters have to say about this game. It is Mofarah and it is Bkop.
Thank you, Nomad. I don't have anything to say about this game. You guys could take it back. Okay.
You haven't got anything to say at all?
No, nothing.
Well,
I'm speechless.
I'm going to take over then. Because
okay.
I know the panel earlier was saying about how they were really looking forward to T1 versus LGD, but this is the series that I was personally looking forward to the most. Mainly because I think Undying had a great performance yesterday against LGD, even though they ended up losing. And I'm really interested to see if they can keep up that hard work and progress through the lower bracket. Because I think after watching them yesterday, they have the potential to be like a top 3 team easily. I also agreed with the panel that I think this Mirana pick last. Not kind of what they needed as much. I agreed the lack of catch is going to come back to hurt them, especially against this Clinks and Void and things. When this Venge swap is always just sat behind as well, that catch is going to be really important. But looking forward to seeing Mirana again. Like we've said, he always manages to find farms, so...
We'll see how much farm he can find. He's moved around the map in the past, and he's taken out those siege creeps, takes out the big creeps from the jungle camps. It's interesting to see what he's going to go for. Maybe we'll see an early Yules from him, have that extra bit of lockdown to line up these arrows.
Yeah, I think the Yules is going to be key on Mofarah this game.
Yeah.
It's a pretty good, like, Vessel game as well, for example. It's alright, but... Yeah, here come the Wolves. Miposhka's, like, literally worst nightmare this whole game.
And now we're seeing Miposhka on the Ancient Apparition, where in the past we've seen him on Disruptor and Bane, 2 heroes that he played with a lot of proficiency. Ancient Apparition, yeah, you need to land that Ice Blast, but we've seen him top-notch with those other 2 supports, and now it's time to see him here with the AA and see how much he can really get done. And it's going to be tough in this lane with both these, Wolves and Moomiander hitting away at him when they've got the opportunity to do so. And we already saw Moomiander take the range creep with the arrow, so a little bit of that prowess with the arrow already showing from Moomiander.
He's trying to line up the angle here to hit the creep again as well, but Lane is going to push in towards the Radiant side, and now Lycan should be able to drag the lane back himself as well.
My question is, yesterday Spirit went with the 3-position Spirit Breaker. This time they're going with the Venge. Do you think either or would be better or just about even for Spirit if they switched maybe the Spirit Breaker to 3 and the Venge to 4?
With the Spirit Breaker to 3, I think the lane would have been much harder. So, and then we were talking about this earlier. Do you remember when the Night Stalker was the position 3 in the other series? I think, again, if you play Spirit Breaker 3, I think the lane's going to be really difficult.
Brass back and forth over in the bottom lane. Meander with the arrow. Grabbing 46 gold once again.
I think Moomiander doesn't have a sentry to unblock the big camp as well, which I think is a bit of a worry for this Mofarah. I think he tried to put it down and missed the sentry.
Yeah, just out of range. Just out of range, that Radiant Sentry is on the corner. And now, Miposhka, I believe he was trying to unblock that camp. He's done so yeah, so he gets the stack on that camp. Ready for his pull. And of course, Moomiander's moved over, has that stack, kills the big satyr, and continues to move back towards bottom.
Almost has the urn on the Mofarah as well.
A tithe to the impurities.
We'll still get this pull off with the stack. With Moomiander trying to disrupt it.
Well, and that's the thing, when the Mofarah goes away to go and hit arrow these big creeps and things in their own bot jungle, it means that AA is able to then stack the camp and just freely get the pull off. So, you have to question in the end whether it was worth it or not. Is this Void now freely farming under his tower? I mean, all 3 lanes are going okay for Undying, right? But
I will say he does get the pull off, and that does allow Yatoro to get the farm under his tower. But at the same time, I'm pretty sure Saberlight got most of those. Charge coming all the way through on a Brile. He needs to be careful. He just gets up into the high ground. Moomiander coming over, looking for the arrow. That's going to split the seams, and now Brile's in trouble. But instead of running and continuing to right-click, Toronto Tokyo goes to the Burning Barrage. Doesn't land on a Brile. They land the stun. They'll get the first blood, and that is the opposite of the way Team Spirit want that to go.
Two-legged abomination.
You got to point to the inside of your elbow every time he spams that. He spammed it a lot yesterday.
yeah, like if you look at the CS across the board, Undying going to be very happy. They also get the first blood as well. All of a sudden, they're 1k net worth up. They can't really pressure this Monkey King too well. Like this really strong high armor hero against the Venge doesn't really get clicked out of lane easily.
No sorceries available.
They don't exactly have the damage to kill off the Omni either if they're not getting these bashes, and even then he's got the Purification as well as the Heavenly Grace, so the bash barely lasts that long. Neither does the Magic Missile, so like the lockdown's not exactly sufficient enough for them to get a kill.
So Undying living up to my pre-series expectations so far. Team Spirit, I think, I can't remember which one of them on the panel said this, I think it was Lizard, that Team Spirit looked okay yesterday, right? But they didn't fill me with huge amounts of confidence. So,
Right.
And I also agree with Theben that whoever loses this series is going to feel really bad. They're both teams that have high aspirations. You know, they want to try and prove the doubters wrong.
I've noticed you're not agreeing with Nomad.
Yeah.
You agree with Lizard, you agree with Theben.
His
Nomad, nah.
His head gets too big.
Radiant
That's the problem.
structures are fortified.
And Saberlight already sitting at 2,600 gold. He is second on the net worth, only behind the Monkey King at the moment. Doing a really good job up to this point.
Dire's structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And they're going to pressure the tier 1, it looks.
Nah, they're just chilling. They have earn charges on the Mofarah as well. Remember, so if they do have a kill opportunity, they have that little bit of extra damage coming through from where they got the first blood before. Bit of slow game
Trial
though.
into the jungle. Definitely not as aggressive as I thought, and I think that one rotation that came out from Mira that ended in him dying stops him from going mid, and I don't think that they believe in the fact that they can go bottom and get a kill either, so all of a sudden you've got a pretty stationary Spirit Breaker. They're making... they have one stack on the big camp here in the triangle, but that's it.
Yeah, and it feels awful with these heroes like Spirit Breaker and Earth Spirit, where you don't really have kill potential in lanes. Like, this Klink's not a great hero for, like, rotating with onto, right?
Radiant are
And in the top lane, like, Venge is, yeah, it's a good lane, like a killing hero to play with, but against the Monkey King and the Omni Knight, that kill threat just isn't really existent. Here comes the Lycanol.
Saberlight going to the shapeshift, going to look over at Yotaro. They've got the charge coming in on a Dubu. Arrow flies through, doesn't land. They've locked Miposhka in the corner. They've also got the help from Mumiander to get that Star Storm, find themselves a kill on the Ancient Apparition. Yotaro will time walk into the trees even further away from the Lycan Wolves.
Mira's coming in.
Cut this creep wave and coming all the way over to Dubu, who TP's out, and then he actually charges back and hits Saberlight.
Like, they're probably not going to finish off the tower here, but with the catapult, they're going to get a significant amount of damage off. And because it's such a slow...
flies through again and misses.
Yeah, because it's such a slow-paced game as well, like, just popping an ult like that on the Lycan and finding a kill, it has good value.
So far, so good. And again, you talked about it. They can't really stop Tomato, who was the birthday boy yesterday, now looking for his birthday wish of a victory for this BO3. So,
yeah,
if you can lock that down.
Did you see the picture they put on Twitter, Undying? Celebrating Tomato's birthday? I thought that was nice. Because obviously they're at boot camp now, so...
Wonder how the cake was. The pastries in Romania are delicious. If that's where they're at.
I have no idea where they are, actually. Edict getting some chip damage on the tier 1, and it forces these rotations over. Hey, has to TP.
And again, that's leaving Saberlight bottom to continue to push on in. He's got that Helm of the Dominator. He has the Hellbear Smasher. They'll get themselves the tier 1 bot, and this is just a quick tower for them. 9 minutes into the game, with really no pressure being felt from Team Spirit at all.
But where does their lane pressure come from? Like, they have these heroes, the like greedy cores, in you know, like the Void, the Klinks that both need a bit of time. Like, even Venge isn't really a great hero before the Axe comes online. Like, you hit that big timing when it does, but before that, yeah, not fantastic.
Right.
So, who's gonna alleviate the pressure on the map, especially against this Lycan? And this is what Nomad was saying in the draft, which I actually agree with. I do agree with Nomad. That Undying are the ones that are going to force the tempo of this game with the Lycan pick. They recognise the greed from Spirit, so...
So while following Mira around, they know exactly where this Spirit Breaker is. You're going to look towards mid again with Mumiander making the rotation, popping that shapeshift, looking to get maybe Miposhka and a +1. They should at least find Miposhka. Mira charges into this one, and now Miposhka is low. He ends up dead. Mira in forward, but Collapse is there to help out. Toronto Tokyo maybe looking to get a kill on a Dubu, but he's working with the Heavenly Grace as well as the Purification, and Mumiander being right there. They'll place down an obs on the high ground, and the burning barrage will allow Team Spirit to get their first kill in the game. And they're looking for Moomiander, but Tomato ready with the balance strike to stop that charge in his tracks. But they've got the spot to have the magic missile. Maybe look for the Wukongs, but Collapse with the quelling blade stuns up Tomato. That allows them to get Moomiander, and now Collapse. He's still fighting against Saberlight and Tomato, but they don't have the lockdown to get this kill onto the Venge. Well done there by Collapse to secure that kill. And Mira
so low.
Oh, balance strike is available, but
oh, and they found the
Mira ends up getting killed, and now they found Yatoro. That is not the +1 they want to give up, and Bryle with a double kill.
I can't believe they've managed 100-0 the Void. Like, we talked about their lack of catch. I didn't think that was going to happen at like 10 minutes into the game. Really impressive. And Spirit, they go from having this really good fight to all of a sudden, 2 of their heroes die, just out of nowhere.
Yeah, that was a good fight to start there for Team Spirit, but then it ends up with Mira as well as Yatoro falling, and you just can't be giving up kills like that.
They did get the deny on Team Spirit as well, so that's something. They really need to try and get this mid-tier 1 and Undyne next. That's the next big objective. It's so much harder to take, and yes, they have the Lesh Edict and things, but they need to win a fight before, really.
Right. And right now, Bryle's going into the Yule's Moomiander. He is going into the Lotus Orb, so he's gone. Boots Urn has no charges right now on the Urn, but he's going into the Lotus Orb afterwards. A 4-man smoke from Team Spirit. They do have Chrono to work with. No Maelstrom yet for Yatoro, but he does have that Javelin. They're going to try and make a move potentially on a Bryle, but they'll get the charge on the Moomiander all the way through and committing. But, well, now, with that kind of breaking the smoke, Yatoro being found out, they're not going to make the move and throw the Chrono down onto the side of Team Undyne.
Collapse has to be a bit careful here. The Wolves are going to give vision as well. They're all heading... I think Collapse is in a bit of trouble here.
Especially with the Yules completed for Bryle, they're going to go to the Moonlight Shadow to try and charge in to save the life of Collapse. Ice Blast coming in. That's going to land on a 2. But do they have any follow-up to this? If they had some damage, maybe that could have gone better for them. They end up losing Collapse. Mira's next to fall with this zoo of Saberlight chasing. Toronto Tokyo's here to potentially protect Miposhka, but they just won't chase far enough for him to take advantage of potentially an out position from Undyne. Very well done there, and very disciplined by Undyne not to chase too far out.
Yeah, and here's the tier 1 push that we were talking about before. The zoo still very much open, even though the summer's coming to an end.
True. Favorite animal in the zoo is usually like an otter. I think those guys are pretty cool.
Is that the animal you relate to the most?
No, red pandas are.
Oh,
that's actually my favorite animal.
Love red pandas.
So, Team Spirit, they set up on mid trying to get a tier 1 tower. Saberlight does not have the shapeshift for 60 seconds, but again, they can work with the balance strike into an arrow and make something happen, and that's exactly what they're going to do. They've got the Starstorm. There's the swap into the charge, going through on a Moomiander.
Good Chrono.
3-man Chrono. Guardian Angel comes in a little bit late, but they've got the Ice Blast hitting on both the Leshrac as well as the Lycan, but they end up losing Mira. Yatoro dies after the Chrono runs out. The Ice Blast not going to be enough, and they're going to Primal Spring right onto Miposhka. Not 1, not 2, but 3, and a double kill here for Bryle, leading to a tier 1 tower mid, potentially more. Toronto Tokyo as well as Collapse are running. They just don't really have the lockdown or the catch to get on top of Collapse. They can't collapse on his position.
I mean, great Chrono that comes through from Team Spirit, but when the Omni ult gets popped at the same time, they have no follow-up damage apart from the AA ult, and it's just not enough against these tanky heroes. Like, the Clinks had to back off because he was so low already from the Marana and the Monkey King initiation. And without the Clinks damage into the Chronosphere, they just can't finish anybody off.
If Clinks was able to stand his ground there, it might have worked out a little bit better for them. He does output quite a bit of damage with the Burning Barrage. But like you said, he's got to back up. And it's a well-placed Ice Blast. You just need follow-up to it. It's not a spell that's going to get anything done on its own.
Yeah, but with the Guardian Angel as well, like even if the Clinks had been there, maybe it wouldn't have been enough anyway, right? Like, it's a tough call. Oh, they can't stop the charge.
Oh, they've got the Yules. That's Moon Meander providing the vision for the Yules of Bryle, and Bryle with another one. I know they lost that last series yesterday, but Bryle is certainly having himself a good run so far. They've got the swap, and that puts Miposhka into death. He'll throw an Ice Blast, and he's trying to understand, how did I get here?
Yeah, going back to Bryle quickly, I think his Storm performance in game 1 yesterday, I think was really strong. That was the performance that really impressed me. But they get a tower on Spirit, so definitely not out of the game yet. They have the double Maelstrom on their 2 big cores, so they are farming at an okay speed.
Right.
But they're smoked up again here on Undying. Oh my god.
Sorry, dust.
This is the problem with smoking in this is the problem with smoking at nighttime, though, right? Where normally you want to use your smokes at the day, so when the smoke pops, you instantly see somebody. Either that, or you smoke towards your vision and you put a ward down. Because otherwise, that's exactly what happens. The smoke pops and you don't necessarily see them straight away, so it gives the enemy time to react.
It gives the enemy time to react, and then Undying, they come up empty-handed. They almost actually hit that arrow on Yetero going through the Roche pit. Or near it. So, Moon Meander will have the Ring of Health coming out as he continues to build towards this Lotus Orb. And we really haven't even talked about Tomato that much, who's been pretty much ignored. He's 0-4. He's got the Echo Saber. And I believe Deso coming out.
Right, okay.
Deso going into an Orb of Corrosion, going back for that orb.
Yeah, with the Helm of the Overlord here as well, they're in a really strong item timing position. They might catch Yatora on the way back here.
He's going to try and TP back towards mid, which is right where Dubu and Saberlight are pushing. Primal Spring, Boundless Strike coming through on Namira. He'll charge towards the creeps north, but Moon Meander's here and won't land that arrow, but they still have the Yules. They have the control. They'll get yet another kill.
Oh, Saberlight?
He's trying to sneak a Roche. Ice Blast comes in, but Poshka leads him, gets the kill. I'm not certain what he's doing by himself, but the Balance Strike comes in and a collapse, and they might be able to get the kill on the Venge. At least one in return. The Urn's on him, and now they've got the Magic Missile that locks up Moon Meander, but he's under the Shroud of the Moonlight Shadow. They've got the swap anyway because the Axe has been finished by collapse, so they still get the kill on the Moon Meander.
I don't think he was trying to sneak a Roche on Lycan. I think he was just... He's like, yeah, guys, we got the kill on Tamira, we killed the Spirit Breaker, we take Roche so quickly with the Deso on our Monkey King and like the Howl and everything as well. If you guys just head over to the pit, we'll just take it now. And Team Spirit, they punished them before the rest of the team was able to link up with the Lycan. Just a little bit sloppy by Undying there. Team Spirit do well to capitalize. With the DD bottled on the Clinks as well, they're only got a pretty good spot.
Ooh, charge coming in because Toronto Tokyo led to having vision on a Saberlight right as he TP'd into the tier 2. He's dead again. Wow. Really well done there by Team Spirit as they're starting to claw their way back into the game. Not that they were too far out of it or anything, but they're taking advantage of a couple of good pickoffs there. And now they're the ones in Roche.
Do they take it quickly enough, though? Arrow's going to come through.
It's Mira. They know that they're in there, and Collapse, again, we've seen this before. He doesn't care if he dies to Roche, but they've got the swap coming through on a Bryle, and they've got the Ice Blast to follow it up, and the Yules up into the air. They get the kill on a Collapse. Now they've got the Chrono with the Balance Strike. Yatoro! Ooh, he almost dies there. Still falls to Tomato. That was not great from Spirit.
You saw that damage from the Deso there on the Void. It's not great for Spirit, and they've used Chrono here as well, so when the Lesh is back up again, I think Undying can force the Roche. Because without their big team fight spell, I don't think that Team Spirit should be able to contest this.
Gonna go in with a charge, but that's not gonna end well. They've got the swap coming out from the Collapse Illusion, but that's gonna lead Saberlight closer, and, well, Miposhka, he'll end up dead. 4 heroes gone here on the side of Spirit. They're going to buy back on the Ancient Apparition. He's got Ice Blast available in 13 seconds. But Roche is not going to last long, and I don't know if there's really any way that they get into this. They're going to try and send Collapse over, but he is just not in time.
Too late. But again, I'm surprised they tried to contest in the first place, because I think without the chrono...
Oh, Bryle again! Flop. Bryle might be caught. Look for the stun, but it's not going to land. They'll get the kill to Collapse, but they still have the illusion. Can the illusion do anything? They'll get the kill to Bryle already, and he's trying to swap his way out, but Tomato, he's in deep. They've got Mira going to the charge, but the Heavenly Grace, that charge and that hit only lasts for a second. The balance strike lands on a Baposhka, and they will get the kill onto the Ancient Apparition. Meanwhile, Toronto Tokyo, he's been dusted.
Oh, he ate the creep. Arrow!
That is an arrow coming in, and the damage is there. Tomato with another kill. He's got a double. They'll take out Toronto Tokyo.
Really nice play by the Clinks. I thought Toronto Tokyo was going to get out when he eats the only stun and just tries to TP away, but good arrow timing by Mumiender. Yeah, comes just in time. And what an action-packed game.
Front dying.
29 kills in 21 minutes.
Well, the drafts were described as real Divide.
We do love some real Divide drafts. I will say though, double back-to-back deaths from Bryle. Like he was, you know, without those two deaths, he would have been 10-0 and 3. But all of a sudden, he dies twice in a row, and his net worth he's in third. Like he's been first of all leading for the whole game.
Ooh, swap out onto Tomato. Tomato with the Ice Blast. Now he's trying to run. He does have that Aegis, so he's not technically dead for the first time in this game. He's 3-0-8 for the moment. He's going to be back up in 3 seconds. They don't have Chrono for the moment. Yatoro has it in 5 seconds, but now they're going to look as the charge comes out. Tomato trying to get the Wukong's command off. Now feints it once again. Fade grenade thrown over on the Saberlight. Toronto Tokyo getting back the rest of his team.
Look at the positioning of this Venge. Like with this axe, you just don't care. You just run in and you hunt.
They do take the Aegis out of the hands of Tomato, and Undying back off from that.
Yeah, nice recognition by Spirit though, that they see the Lesh in the top lane. They're like, guys, there's no Lesh here. Like, what are we scared of?
Ooh, double damage is going to be picked up for Team Spirit too. They've got the charge coming out of the Saberlight. Tomato coming over. He can't hit a balance strike to hit and stop Mira. The arrow comes in. That lands on a collapse. They've got themselves Saberlight caught for a second, who will pig pull himself trying to run, and the movement speed is actually enough to get him out.
Yeah, the arrow ends up being enough to stop the Venge stun coming through. It's just in time.
Silver Amulet. There for the Faceless Void. And still Undying holding onto a 6k lead, but you can kind of feel it teetering on the edge a little bit.
Oh, for sure. It doesn't feel like they have this big of a net worth lead, right? Like, this Venge is being such a nuisance. Get the swap off.
Ooh. And now they've got the Ice Blast coming in on a Dubu. Swaps there, but Collapse is dead. Balance Strike, not going to land. They'll still go after the Illusion. Swap once more. Primal Spring down, and the Illusion is wiped out. So Collapse will actually be dead this time.
Not dead, but he's actually dead.
Yeah. Just like Brain, dead. Or double brain, or whatever the panel likes to say.
I really want to think you make the most of this on Undying. Like, they should be able to get this mid tier 2, I'd imagine, especially with the Zoo, with the Edict.
You'd like to hope, but Venge is only dead for 17 more seconds.
Yeah,
and they don't want to pay too much for the tier 2, but they're right on top of Maposhka. He'll get the cold feet on a Tomato. Toronto Tokyo moving forward. The tier 2 goes down. How much do Undying want to pressure? I don't really think they should feel comfortable going onto the high ground, but they will clean up the creep wave.
Yeah, oh, they see the bounty ring get taken, but no detection for Toronto Tokyo.
Swap. Tomato pops the BKB, and now they've got the balance strike coming into the Collapse. And here comes the shapeshift. Magic missile thrown. Collapse is going to lose his first life this time and still have the illusion. It forces the BKB of Tomato. However, he still survives and will walk away. They get the Lotus Orb finish on Mumiander, and it goes from 6k to 9k in favor of Undying.
I'm surprised he's not going for a Skadi on the Monkey King next as well. Actually has Basher queued up, and I know they have a lack of catch and whatnot, but the slow is very strong against the Void and the Clinks and everything, so... And not only that, but also the survivability from the stats against the Chrono. Obviously very strong. So I could see him go Basher, then go back for the Skadi, but we'll see. That's an Aeon disc on Dubu, Jesus!
And he's got a decent chunk of farm right now.
Just as Brown Boots Aeon disc, like, sure.
Oh. Toronto, Tokyo, catching some vision on these heroes.
God.
Picks up the Scotty as he's under 4 heroes. They're going to charge into Dubu, but do they want to fight this?
He saw Monkey King like spamming Boundless as well. He's like, oh my god, do they see me?
Do they see me? Oh my gosh.
Top tower is under attack.
So it's a party bottom, but Yatoro, well,
I think
he gives the Irish goodbye and goes top. Ooh, Toronto, Tokyo, not gonna be caught just yet. They did get the dust though.
I mean, that hero is so fast.
Are they gonna look for a swap? They might. Saberlight spotted. Do they have the damage if they want to go for this?
These wolves giving so much information.
They back up onto the high ground. They just can't stick with it for the moment. It's letting out to a farm. He's got Echo Saber, Maelstrom going into the BKB, and he's almost got enough gold for the Mithril Hammer, or almost has enough gold, I believe, for the recipe, which he's gonna then disassemble the Echo Saber and finish the BKB. So he's got it. So now that he's got that BKB, I wonder if they look like they want to set for a smoke.
I think
and go.
Might not be the best smoke though, because the wolf just saw loads of these heroes all together. So Undying are going to know they're looking for something potentially. They just want to hold their high ground, really. I think second Roche is going to be the big one here. Minimum respawn time not hit yet, but already looking towards it.
That's still a minute away. Umiander has the Moonlight Shadow ready to go. He's going into Yules after finishing off the Lotus Orb and having that urn. Only one charge available on it. Charge through on mid, and well, nobody's there to punish.
I think the Lotus against the Venge obviously has so much value, but I thought he would go for the Yules before the Lotus.
They're gonna shapeshift.
Okay. Maybe thinking they could catch the Clinks. That boy's speedy.
I don't really find anything just yet. Now they're looking, they've got the Heavenly Grace, and oh god, Maposhka just gets ripped to shreds. The wolf was hungry to chew on some ice.
Oh, swapping the mid lane on the Lotus ends up not working. Morana, Mumiander absolutely fine for now.
Mano's got a double damage, and I don't think you want to fight into that. Again, Yatoro, though, up towards top. He's looking to get that Echo Saber back.
Toei, pretty poor, has to be said, but they haven't had much of the map to work with, so you can understand why.
Finally an Ags, though, on Spirit Breaker. He's got that upgrade to the charge. They've got a minute and 20 seconds until Roche will respawn. That's going to be Aegis as well as the Shard. And charge coming all the way through, but eventually the Yules will be used by Bryle. And now they want to set it up with the Balance Strike as well as the stun. They've got the swap from Collapse as well as the Magic Missile. The damage from the Burning Barrage on a Mumiander. He leaps onto the low ground, but they've got the charge coming in again from Mira. Ice Blast on him. There it is. It lands. They'll get the kill on a Mumiander. Now they want to look for more. The Guardian Angel was popped pretty early. The Balance Strike comes in and a Collapse. Saberlight thinking about jumping through with the Shapeshift. That's exactly what he goes to, but they've already taken out this Thunderhide. Saberlight on the run, and the rest of Undying will follow him in retreat.
Yeah, good poking and prodding from Spirit. They get rewarded for their work as well with the Morana kill. Like, these charges are just constantly coming out now, and the Venge is positioned so aggressively that they have information.
They have the information, they're trying to use it. Down about 10,000, it's a little bit tough. Mira's not exactly the strongest hero, and he is charging in right now. It is a bit tough for him.
Now, he's pretty tanky. He has 2,000 HP without any actual strength items, right? Like, apart from the Ags, so...
It's just dangerous, as we saw he got stunned from Bryle and hit with the Balance Strike, and he was down to half health real quick.
Yeah, of course. But at the same time, like, you charge in, you disengage, you wait, and you just go in again with another charge.
Yeah.
Because the charge cooldown's so low. Like, the window for you to die after you've charged is so small. You just run away with the phase boots and the bulldoze.
Just buying time for Yatoro to farm up. He's at least trying to. They've got Roche available. Both teams will see if someone can grab it. They've got the shard picked up on Mofarah. Maybe Yatoro wants to get himself a shard.
I think you can see the problem in the last few fights, though, right? That the lack of catches coming back to hurt them on Undying.
Are scanning.
Like, they're popping their Lycan ult and everything, and they want to be able to run in, but it's so awkward that they can't initiate fights.
Yeah, right now Spirit are allowed to just kind of poke and prod and find their way in and out. The Wolf is down. That's spotting the vision. Now they're going to go to the Primal Spring. The Balance Strikes. He's going to hit onto this Spirit Breaker, but he's got the Bulldoze, so the extra status resistance will help him stay alive for the moment. And another shapeshift used by Saberlight. Undying, you're talking about it as it's happening. The lack of catch is hurting them.
Yeah, they even land a decent arrow on the Spirit Breaker, but there's no follow-up. Like,
Swap Lotus Orb, that's going to be used. Well done there by Moonmeander. And do they want to come into the high ground? That's going to be a magic missile thrown over onto a Wolf. The charge goes to the back lines, looking over at Saberlight. The Burning Barrage is coming through, as well as the Ice Blast. That's going to hit on the Saberlight. Do they have the damage to get the kill on the Lycan? And they look over Yatoro. He's gone. He's gone. So is Collapse. They collapsed on both these heroes while the rest of the team was going for Saberlight.
yeah, Spirit playing kind of two separate fights where the Venge and the Void are kind of like on the high ground by themselves, and then the other three are down on the low ground, like charging the Lycan and things. I think when they look really strong when they've been a big unit on Spirit, right? And you can't just run into them. But Undying find a way of separating them apart. And this Monkey King, if he's able to click people, he does so much damage. Like, especially with the Basher as well. Did he just pick up the 8? Or did he pick up the Shard?
He picked up the Shard. Monkey King's now got the Shard, the upgrade on Mischief.
I thought he just went back into the pit to pick up the Aegis for a sec. I was, Jesus. And extending their lead ever further, Undying.
Certainly so.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's
Yeah, I'd say
Saberlight's now got that AC too.
I'd say 75-80% is about right on the win probability here for Undying as well.
Mira might be caught.
Gem.
We've got the Yules, they'll have the Sun, and the charge away.
Boundless.
Ooh, Tomato. Showing up, and now Mira needs to run.
Charge will be back
Wolves
up again
coming in, and Saberlight will get that kill.
I don't know if did they see the gem there? I don't think they did. Yeah, the courier's going to go out and try and find it.
Ooh, Mofarah. His courier is probably spotted here and gets hit once, gets hit twice.
And yeah, they're probably going to know the gem's there now, I assume.
Yeah, he picked it up immediately.
So, courier tries to be a help, ends up telling them that there's a gem there. It's a bit unfortunate.
Instead of picking up the gem, it ends up being a narc, telling them where the gem is.
Well, at least the courier died. Snitches get stitches, Bkop. That's the...
Ag's picked up for the Clinks, so now he's got the Burning Army to work with. That Burning Army to defend the high ground might be what it takes to defend, but they are down 17,000 gold.
Yeah, I mean, Spirit do have a lot of raw damage output, and that is what the Clink's Venge gives you. Nomad saying the stats before the game about their win rate. Nice D-ward by Collapse as well. Not an easy ward to find, that one.
Collapse going into his own Helm of the Overlord.
Okay, I mean, I don't mind the Vlad's effect with the Void and the Clinks, though. It's pretty good. But Team Spirit kind of just stuck in their base here, especially because of the second Aegis. Yeah. Oh, dear. I thought he was going to get one shot for a sec there, but...
He gets spared.
Never in doubt, he's fine. I will say the Lotuses from Moonmeander as well, cancelling the swaps, have been a big hindrance to Spirit so far. Like where they want to swap somebody in and like blow them up to take a numbers fight. I haven't been able to find that so far because of the Lotuses. Low tie. Is that...
Low toxin.
Yeah, we'll go with that one. Alright.
To call it a murder of Lotus Orbs. Or a, as you call it, a bushel of bananas. It's a hand of bananas. You can call them a hand of Lotus Orbs.
Oh, there's an axe on the lichen.
It's time to become half king, half monkey, half wolf. The numbers check out, and so does the damage.
Do you need me to draw you a diagram about halves?
No. It's right, I swear.
Sure, okay.
I did the math. I have NA education. Come on.
Oh my goodness, that movement speed. 1,283 movement speed on the Spirit Breaker. That is absurd. And they're TPing in.
Illusion.
Under the Moonlight Shadow.
Toronto Tokyo will go invis and get out. Team Spirit kind of playing this, we'll wait for them to come to us game.
Well, it's so difficult for them to leave the base, though. Like, when the Aegis is down, they might feel a bit more brave, but Undying just controlling the map right now. Building up their
Just
network.
35 seconds out.
Yeah, because how do Undying push high ground? We mentioned this before. Like, you're playing into, like, this Burning Army, the Chrono AA Blast, you're playing into Swap. You can't just casually run up to the high ground.
Oh, Yatoro caught swap from Collapse. Now they've got the Magic Missile. The Ice Blast is going to come through. That's going to land on a Tomato. And Tomato needs to be a little bit careful. He's only got 16 seconds left on the Aegis. And now they're going to get the stun out on to at least 2 with the Chrono.
Oh, it's the Monkey Wolf.
Got the swap once again. They go over to Saberlight. Now he's going into the Shapeshift. Bryle's going to go in deep looking for this Clinks. Toronto Tokyo trying to survive. Emily Grace is down on the Bryle. Bryle looking over as they've caught Toronto Tokyo. They have the control. They'll get the kill onto the Clinks. He doesn't have buyback. The Aegis is going to expire. Tomato never even losing his life. And he's half king, half wolf, half monkey as he goes into the bottom tier 3 trying...
Oh my goodness.
Strike after the stun. Then the arrow. Maboshka gone. He's just become a target. Mira. He's trying to run away, but the power... God, the Primal Spring is in on Mira. They get the kill on the Spirit Bringer. They look over at the Faceless Void. He's trying to go and kill off Tomato, but charges out from Mira. The BKB being popped by Tomato. The stuns from Bryle really keeping them out. They get the bottom set of racks, and now they're going to look over potentially at the Ancient Apparition once again with just an arrow and a Balance Strike. But Tomato, Lotus Orb on him as well as the Heavenly Grace. They get the Balance Strike out on a Yatoro, and now Bryle lands with someone's Split Earth. They've got the Magic Missile, but they get the kill on Yatoro, and they'll take him out for 70 seconds and move over towards mid. Tier 3 will go, looking like the racks are soon to follow, and only top will stand.
This Murata doing so much work. I'm not sure we should be surprised.
Omni alive. Omni surviving, finally going down. They get the kill on a Collapse.
He's going to have to buy back here if they want to hold. And again,
Moves up
Murata.
into the air. Now the charge might save Maposhka, but the sun's going to be followed up. Bryle's got the Split Earth. Now the Yule's up into the air. They have the Yules from Moomiander as well as Bryle. They'll get the kill on everybody on the side of Team Spirit.
Wow. And they're
There's
going to
the GG call.
I mean, Spirit, they kept themselves in the game for long periods, but they never looked like they were going to win the game, right? They were always playing...
it never felt like it was tilting in their favor.
And Undying, it felt like they were always in control, but they didn't force anything ever. You know, they were quite happy to just ride the wave, wait for the right chance to happen, and they find the Void just sitting on the edge of the base. They punish him instantly. All of a sudden, 2 racks are dead, and Spirit just crumble. So I think, Undying playing really well. Spirit maybe a little bit lackluster, but I think they've got it in them, and we saw it in some of these fights to be able to turn this around. So, yeah, hopefully we get to see more from them in Game 2, and I really want a Game 3 in this series, because it was a good one.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about how they might have a little bit of a struggle going onto the high ground, but they step up and they break right on through to the other side, and it's just the arrows that were landing, Boundless Strike into an arrow, Maposhka is dead, and then Bryle just kind of, no fear, follows it up with the Split Earths and is landing them on multiple heroes, and then, of course, he's got the Shard, so it's lasting throughout these team fights and making it very difficult for Spirit to find the proper position to hold and ultimately Undying take game number 1. So, we'll be back with game number 2 in just a moment. We'll see if Spirit can even up this series. We'll see you guys in just a second. Stay right there. We'll be right back.
tower is under attack.
With honor.
Time is money.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
See nature's blasted core.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Normally. Normally.
Ground where you make an abomination.
Game number 1 goes the way of Team Undying in a pretty exciting first game of this series, but I must say, this was a bit of a messy one from both these teams. You know, a lot of fighting going on, a lot of brawling, but in the end, Undying do get it together, break that high ground, and get themselves the win. Lizard, I mean, Undying, they definitely had issues with the lack of catch in their draft there, didn't they?
Yeah, that's why the game looked as messy as it did. Like, if they had a different sort of a hero as the last pick that can actually... Mirana did well, but if they had something different that can actually catch people, that can be that first setup for the Lash and everyone else to follow up, I think the game would have been probably even easier. But, you know, they kind of drew Team Spirit into all of these fights. I feel like if you're Team Spirit in a game such as this one, you aren't necessarily forced to take every single bait and every single engagement that Team Undying was throwing your way. I think they lacked a little bit of that composure to just chill out, let them have some objectives, but trade on the other side of the map, creep skip 24/7, and win off of that. They just tried to brawl and to fight constantly.
Divide draft.
Yeah, the divide draft.
Yeah. So to kind of connect to the point that you're making right now, I think the problem why they were felt like they had to fight is they had such small windows to actually take any engagements because the lanes keep being pushed into Team Spirit. Undying did such a good job of controlling the mid area and like connecting to either sides where Spirit is going. So they kind of got like pushed into that mid area of the map themselves on Team Spirit because they didn't have too much room to move around. So whenever they did get the lanes out, it's like, okay, we have to fight right now. We need to get like one kill so we can get some breathing room. And that's where we see all these like very awkward engagements from Team Spirit.
Yeah. Also, one extra point that's completely on the most basic level. When Omni Knight wasn't picked by anyone, it was a trash tier hero for a year, maybe 2 years straight. I remember one tournament in which Secret picks it up specifically because of Void. Like, you just pick, so he doesn't do any amount of damage in these Chronospheres. And here in this patch, we actually see teams picking Void into Omni Knight over and over again. I'm not really sure I like that way too much. Like, you pop that Chrono, he pops his ulti, and that's it. You walk away. Specifically with this lineup, okay, when you have some I don't know, Queen of Pain, Invoker, some damage that can go through in that Chronosphere, regardless of Omni Knight being there or not. But when your other core is also physical damage in the form of Clinks, and you only have Miposhka, basically your only magic damage is Miposhka besides some bashes and whatnot. I think Omni Knight just counters your whole deal.
Yeah, I guess that is kind of the issue with Venge, right? Like, yes, you amplify the damage of Toronto, Tokyo, and your Toro, but you don't really offer much yourself. And they had this Omni Knight to kind of deal with that Chronosphere. Outside of the Chronosphere, this Void did not really have any control to help him get off his damage in the fight. So Tomorrow just ends up bossing him. And I was really kind of feeling the pain of picking Venge. You know, I feel like Venge is a really strong hero, but you just want to have something more active in the mid lane to go along with it. And I think Klinks is a rough mid laner in the best of times. I just wasn't really buying it this game around. I also don't like
they had the same problem as some of the other teams who have lost so far in the tournament. Too much single target damage, and they're playing against a Lycan. They just didn't have enough resources in the game to be able to deal with all the stuff that Undying had, like the units and then the healing, the damage reduction. You know, Undying had this Monkey King just completely boosted with the Heavenly Grace, the Lycan auras, you know, from the Dominator, the AC, the drums. Like, it's just too much for Team Spirit to deal with.
Saber Lycan, what a boss. I mean, you know, we criticized him when he was inside that Roche pit. They're like, oh, what's Saber Lycan doing here? Like, no, they were actually killing Yatoro in the backlines during that.
You know what? There's a really cool play that Spirit did that was so impressive. Like, after they killed that Lycan, there was like that 30-second window before Lycan respawns. So they predicted, according to where Team Undying were on the map, where he was going to TP to, and he's going to go farm. So they waited 20 seconds, then they smoked up, and then they ran across the map towards that triangle area. Toronto, Tokyo went ahead, looked at the tier 2 tower, waiting for the Lycan. As soon as he respawned, he TPs there, walks up the hill, instantly dies. Those are like the small plays that, you know, teams, when they don't have the superior draft, they need to make in order to come back into the game. And Spirit did a few of those really cool plays that allowed them to stay in this game this long as well. Like, these guys are incredibly talented. They just got to fix their drafts a bit.
They have been going for the Spirit Breaker a lot, haven't they? Do you feel like this is their vice? You know, something they really like playing, but probably shouldn't be?
Nah, they can continue playing the Spirit Breaker. Just make your draft a little bit more versatile, perhaps. If you have Clinks, perhaps getting a Void as well versus Omni Knight is not the best idea. Like Tiban said, they're mostly single target oriented. Also, you have to cover your bases. If you're picking Venge and Ancient Apparition, you're banning out the Beastmaster. Why aren't you banning out Lycan at the same time, right?
Yeah.
Like, these two heroes are probably the scariest. Same goes for Clinks. Like, these two heroes are just such a menace to deal with. We even saw Toronto Tokyo utilize his ultimate a couple of times to eat the creeps, but that can only get you so far. It doesn't win you the game. It's cute, but that's about it. So there's definitely, I believe that there's definitely space to improve when it comes to the drafting style of Team Spirit. This game was just way too difficult. Like, I'm talking about all these creep skips and whatnot. It's very difficult in a game such as this one. Basically, the only two heroes that could have done it, well, I take that back a little bit. You have Spirit Breaker, Clinks, and you have Void. He has a Maelstrom. Clinks has his Barrage. Spirit Breaker now with the charge just kills off a creep wave. Maybe they could have done it a little bit better, but I did notice a couple of situations in which Toronto Tokyo and Mira charges out. Toronto Tokyo follows him to a lane. The moment they clear a lane, they instantly have to TP because Undying are already converging on that spot. So I guess let's just praise Undying instead and say that they are really on point in versus PSG LGD as well.
Yeah, no, it's a very roundabout point, but in the end, yeah, I mean, it does come down to map awareness and control of certain areas which they prioritize, which any good team will do, and Undying certainly showing us that they are one of the best teams, at least in this event. but down in the lower bracket, you got to keep up that standard. And Team Spirit, as you said, they had those moments of brilliance. If this draft is more even, then I'm expecting a very, very even second game. But they got to make sure they have this early game sorted out. It's not even the early game on Team Spirit. It's more just like the overall fighting plan for them to sort out and make sure they are in the driver's seat. But yeah, there were a few moments where it looked like Team Spirit were coming back into this game. So, moving on to game number 2. Hopefully have that draft up very soon. What heroes do you want to see Team Spirit going for? Any comfort picks you want to see them pulling out in this series to stop themselves getting eliminated?
I'm not so sure about comfort picks, but I think they need a way to deal with this Lycan Beastmaster problem that's going to start arising in this tournament. I think it's going to be a lot more common for us to see those heroes, and even earlier in the drafts. I do want to see them having more lane shoving. I'm not the biggest fan of this Clinkz mid. It doesn't look that good to me. Like Clinkz as a carry, great. Give him farm, give him priority, that's okay. But as a mid laner, it feels like you're lacking something in your draft always. And that's always going to hurt you more than it's going to provide something, even though that's an incredibly strong and top tier hero right now.
Absolutely. I don't feel like it suits Toronto Tokyo's playstyle at all, really, as well. Like, he's known for his Magnus, he's known for his pucks, heroes which he can kind of explode on and also get very rich in the process of doing so. Clinkz only really hits one of those. It's not very, high mechanical skill. It's not very team fighty. That doesn't appeal to me as terms of, I think Toronto Tokyo is one of their strongest players, and you're not really enabling him with that playstyle. Their highest win rate heroes are actually Phoenix, Night Stalker, and Magnus on Team Spirit. Do you think they'll be pulling out either of these 3 in this series?
Yeah, one of those 3 could go through. I believe that Collapse on his Mars is also a force to be reckoned with, so that hero would be pretty solid. But this 1-2 combination, I mean, we figured this, 4 or 5 years ago, and you can't have 2 kind of semi-carries on mid lane and on safe lane. You should generally strive to pick a normal playmaker, and this connects to your point earlier. These Quops, Bat Riders, Linas, heroes that can actually dish out a ton of damage instantly and get out. Void Spirits, any sort of a spirit. Or you can go the other direction and pick a playmaker on safe lane. But here in this game, they're kind of stuck with a little bit of both, and it didn't truly gel. Especially, it doesn't gel when you're playing versus a high tempo lineup. When you're playing versus something that's not as high tempo, there is a power spike in a game in which you might take that rush and you might end the game before the hard carry of the enemy team even comes online. But in a game such as this one, when you're constantly behind, you never truly reach that peak in which you're justifying picking Void and Clinkz.
Let me give you my theory on this patch right now, okay? It's a new patch, right? And I think this also connects to why Tundra has been so successful as well. In a new patch, people are trying to figure out what works. So the best way to abuse that is just pick something not simple, but something that can push the tempo, not only in ganking sort of way, but take objectives. Make it so that your team is forced into playing something 5-man. Because in that way, if someone on the opponent team is not sure of what they should be doing, then they're going to be making more mistakes. And you can punish those mistakes even harder by having something that can take objectives.
Yeah, that's actually a very good point. I completely agree. We've seen that many times, right?
Exactly. That's why Leshrac, Lycan, Beastmaster, these kind of heroes seem to be having more success. And these are the heroes that Tundra especially seem to gravitate more towards right now.
Yeah. I mean, those heroes always feel like a spark of popularity at the start of most patches, but yeah, especially this one. We do have the draft now available, so let's get into it. But listen, I do want to ask, what's that purple and gold thing behind you? It keeps catching my eye. Is it a very fancy bag?
It's a Dota jacket, actually.
Oh, baller. I'll have to check that out next segment.
Yeah, I'll show you. I don't know. It's too dangerous to show on stream, but I can take a picture for you.
Thank you. All right, so we have ourselves a Night Stalker and a Bane banned out by Team Undying, recognizing the strength of these heroes and getting rid of them. Meanwhile, Team Spirit, they're going to get rid of the Kotl and one more hero. Why is everybody banning Kotl right now?
It's just a fear factor.
It's so good.
It's very good, but it's also the fear factor. And you saw Snaking, what he did in the last game. You also saw so many teams play him mid, off lane, and still crush.
Yeah.
Kotal is in a really, really decent spot right now.
It's so good. Like for 3 seconds, you can land this huge blast, plus your slow amplifies damage, magic damage, and your blast has just enough time to like land as well. And what Snaking did was he went for a vessel, which made it so that when you use a slow and you vessel someone, they can't blink either, which was incredibly good. And then you have the mid lane Kato build, which makes it so that you can never take the mid tower. It's constantly shoving lanes out, farming super fast in the jungle, gets like Dagon and all other disgusting magic damage items and just burst you.
I'll reveal the dirtiest secret. Do you guys remember when there was 1v1 still available to queue for? People would I would queue for warm-up like 5-6 games before a tournament or scrims, and people would ask you always SF. I would write yes and always take Kotal. Like, I don't know. I just enjoyed it quite a bit. Like no matter what they pick, they can never take your tower. That's as simple as it is. Plus, the build right now with the Null Tallies and the Dagon, so much damage and all amplified, like Demon said. What are we going to do about this Clinks, though? That's what Team Spirit is thinking about. We failed to win with it. What can we do against it?
They just need to make sure that they have sufficient amount of wave clear so that they don't need to feel forced to fight after every wave that they take out. And they need to consider the zoo guys, right? Something to deal with that. Preferably. I think Omni Sven is not bad against Clinks.
Yeah, I actually thought they were going to first pick Omni. Seeing Clinks negates most of his damage instantly. Why not? But they go with the Shadow Demon instead. Maybe they have a different idea for the Shadow Demon. Luna has been picked up a bit. Yeah.
I don't think you want to play Luna against Clinks, though.
Is it really that bad? Like you do have a lot of armor on her, or
you outrange and she just hits you. Like Clinks is really good at that single target damage.
Yeah, that's true.
It's very difficult. And Batrider picked up from Undying. Have we even seen a bad Batrider game? Oh right, there was that Frank Batrider game.
Let's not talk about
that
Frank game.
All the other Batrider games have been so good.
When you think about counters to Clinks, so far Bloodseeker, I believe, was banned out the most together with PL. And this time around, he does go through. So Clinks, he always likes to get in and out of fights, right? With his Invis, and Bloodseeker just ruptures you and you're pretty damn useless.
Percentage-based damage against a hero with ridiculously high HP pool as well.
And you get a setup with Shadow Demon, right? Like you have Disruption into Bloodright. It's not the greatest combination of skills ever, but it's solid. It can come in handy. Batrider versus Shadow Demon as well. Like you have this SD now with Disruption with your ultimate versus Bat, which is decent.
Are we going to see the Gale Force Bloodseeker combo again?
The ultimate.
He actually bought Gale Force yesterday. You know, the Wind Ranger?
Yeah.
He actually got it. Then I also went back and looked at it. It's actually 750 distance that you will move.
Yeah,
Damn.
if you just don't walk. I guess if you're stunned, but yeah.
No, the Gale Force moves you.
Yeah, but you can just walk against it.
True.
5 seconds remaining.
Have you ever been in a storm, Theban?
No.
Oh. Well, guess you wouldn't know that wind isn't unpenetrable then. Now we know.
Thank you, Nomad, for the lesson.
Thank you, Nomad.
All good. I feel like Bosnia has strong storms, do they?
You should make a documentary or do one of those Veritasium YouTube videos, you know, where you explain the wonders of this world, like storms,
that's my calling, isn't
and
it?
Rains, snow for the really.
So, guys, I was actually thinking they were gonna put the Shadow Demon and the Bloodseeker together in one lane. Now it could be a safe lane Shadow Demon Bloodseeker, right? And that's why they picked the Mirana. Because it doesn't make any sense to pick Mirana if you're not
5
putting your
seconds
Bloodseeker in the safe
remaining.
lane. Because Mirana Bloodseeker offlane sounds horrible. As like
It's not the setup
it's
that
not
you
much
usually
synergy.
want.
Yeah, exactly. Both heroes need a setup and they don't have it. But I do think SD Bloodseeker could be a combo. You just disruption, you drop the blood right.
My only question is, how strong is Shadow Demon Bloodseeker in that lane? And are we maybe overestimating the combination of spells, right? Like Disruption into Bloodright is solid, but Bloodright even got nerfed a bit here and there. So
Yeah.
If you ask me whether you're gonna have Shadow Demon or Mirana laning with Bloodseeker, then I'm gonna take the Shadow Demon.
Yeah, probably. I'm just thinking, if you're a Mirana, maybe in the lane you will not accomplish as much as SD, but you'll be able to do your Mirana stuff, right? Rotate behind that mid lane a little bit, maybe throw some arrows there, stack the hard camp around the stack the ancients. SD can do that as well to that point.
Last game, what I learned about Moon, why he picked Mirana, even though it wasn't like the most optimal pick, is because they just wanted a hero that can secure the Lycan's lane. So the thing about Mirana is, I play so many Mirana games, like you can make any lane go 50-50. Like you just don't lose lanes with that hero just because you can arrow the range creep. So worst case scenario, you go 50-50 in your lane. So they just needed a Lycan to have a decent lane, decent levels. Mirana leaves, and then Lycan eventually gets the Dami and does his Lycan things. So, and in this game, I think Team Spirit are just like picking this Mirana to also take it away from Undying. But like you said, it could be the same thing, just giving Bloodseeker, offlane Bloodseeker, a decent game to start, and then he can just kind of solo there.
Are we afraid of the... Wait, this is... Okay. Are we afraid of the Elder Titan at all here? It doesn't look like the scariest Elder Titan game. For Team Spirit, that is. You have ways of... Like, when I'm playing Elder Titan, as a support early on at least, I hate heroes that can either one way disable me or get away fast, like Mirana with leaps. But for the general plan, it's solid. You get that natural order together with the Clinks. We have, actually not Miposhka, but on Team Undying, we get that Disruptor too.
I am so surprised right now, guys, that Undying did not ban Storm out when they picked Bat Rider. I think every team banned Storm out, right?
Yeah.
When they see the bat.
No, but didn't it happen today even? We were calling for that Storm, calling for it, and then
the Lina came out.
And the Lina came out, exactly, yeah. So maybe
it wasn't
teams...
a good game.
Maybe teams, I mean, not maybe, 100% these teams are way ahead of me, but I would still value Storm over Lina, sorry.
This is a good Storm game here, because Elder Titan hates playing against Storm, Bat Rider can get caught, Clinks, he goes to split push a lane, you can jump from very far, dust him, pull him, get time for your team to catch up. You know what I want to see? Maybe a Spectre.
Ooh. This again, eh?
Team Spirit. Yeah. That could be legit. The only problem is like Spectre plus SD against a Bat Rider lane. That's really rough. But you get the idea, right? Like someone that can connect with the Storm. Okay, forget Spectre. Just someone who can connect with the Storm.
They banned out the PA, right? It's another hero that can reach the backlines really easily. But for me, right now, the Storm pick is so good that I don't even care what Team Spirit picks, as long as it's a carry. Just don't pick Crystal Maiden last pick and your draft is golden. Like, look, I mean, for real, look at this draft. You're playing into Clinks, Bat Rider, Elder Titan, and Disruptor. Just pick a hero that you want to jump on as Storm Spirit.
Yeah, it's a buffet of heroes, which he just gets to take his pick from.
Wait, hold on. Are you saying Crystal Maiden Aura can't buff up your carry Storm?
I take that back. Even Crystal Maiden can work here. There you go.
Literally unlosable. Team Spirit have won. Go next.
10 seconds remaining.
Well, Bloodseeker, I think there's a very high chance could just be the carry still. It provides a faster tempo. I think Team Spirit has learned that from the last game, that Undying is a very fast team. They like to pressure you. They like to take your objectives early on. So Team Spirit, they don't want to pick that Faceless Void kind of hero again who needs time to farm, who has a long cooldown. Oh my goodness, they got the Lycan.
Wow.
Yeah, but into the Bloodseeker as well, however. Can work, I suppose, but you rupture him, the doggy can't run around.
Yeah, that's true. I completely agree with that. Do you think a Sven would be nice here?
Banned out, sadly.
like they pick-
It's the last
Oh, is
ban
it?
from. Yeah.
Oh,
It,
right,
it,
right.
it was a great call, but they banned it out. What else? They banned out all the obvious ones, right?
Yeah, the Battle Fury hero and Sven.
Tough one. Yeah, I mean, Bloodseeker with Maelstrom, not horrible
Nice.
at dealing with
Okay,
it, and
so-
yeah, they'll go for the Mars with the offlaner. That gives you a bit more control for the Lycan, a bit more control for the Clinks. Yeah, I like this a lot.
Yeah. And this is actually a really good hero against Lycan because he can't just run out of the arena. You just go on him. You can hit the spear because he needs to transform into his Wolfie, and then
And you
he's
can
just gonna
bonk all
die.
of his summons, right, with the shield,
Yeah,
which is
you can
helpful.
bonk them all. So good.
No,
I don't know. I'm feeling Team Spirit all the way in this draft.
Yeah, completely agree.
Yeah, I like what they're putting down. I'm struggling to find ways into this one for Undying. Like, it just feels like a lot of their picks have been answered. Also, why is Elder Titan not looking at us? What did we do?
He turned his back to us. Our panel is so bad.
Yeah.
He doesn't even want to listen. He's like, you
Like,
fools, I'm going to
Trash
show
talking
you.
our draft? Get out of here.
Oh, and it's also Moon Meander playing Disruptor. Position 4 Disruptor. I've never really seen Position 4 Disruptor have too much success. I don't know when the last time that won a game, but yeah, I don't know. Team Spirit with that Storm pick, it just felt like a checkmate situation, and this Lycan needs to destroy his lane, but he's up against a Bloodseeker, so I'm not so sure that's going to be possible either.
Yeah, Bloodseeker absolutely got a lot stronger in laning with the last patch as well. So yeah, I mean, I think we're all going Team Spirit this time, which is worrying for Undying, but hopefully they can come out on top. We shall see. It's going to be a close one. Actually, what am I saying? I want a 3-game series. I'm hoping Team Spirit takes the victory here, but let's find out what will happen in this game. We've got a casting duo of Bkop and Mofarah to take us through this series.
Thank you very much, Nomad. I don't know if the entire panel going for Spirit is more worrying for Undying, or if Caster's Curse is a real thing and it's more worrying for Team Spirit.
Oh, it's
Honestly,
definitely more worrying for Team Spirit.
Seems to be the thing. You're muted, Mo.
Oh no, what have I done? I mean, the audience could hear me anyway. Yeah, it's definitely worse for Spirit. I have seen Spirit play a lot before. You know, I've been doing some work with Hellbear Smashers and things, and we've played against Spirit a lot. In like officials and stuff, in like I think it was D2CL and everything. They played in a best of 5 against them. When I saw the draft from game 1 with Spirit, it looks like a draft that could definitely work. Obviously, they're trying new things. It's a new patch and whatever. But this game 2 draft is like Spirit's bread and butter. They've got like Collapse Mars. They've got Toronto Tokyo on a Storm, which is a hero that they used to pick such like a huge amount, right, in the DPC and things. And then they kind of moved away from it a little bit, and it feels like whenever their backs are against the wall, they always just go back for this Storm. And you know, you've got Mira on Mofarah as well, one of the heroes they're well known for. So,
Mofarah for both sides.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what they can do, because I think if Spirit don't win this game, they'll be like, you know, we've played our heroes that we think we're best at. Fair enough.
Ooh, and they're walking right up onto the high ground. Yatoro is going to drop down that Blood Right. Got the silence on a Saberlight, but they're chasing, doing a lot of damage. Roche, deny me!
They got it.
30 seconds to battle.
Roche on it.
I'm seeing red.
Roche abides.
It's amazing.
Just like the dude.
Normally.
Easy deny there by Roche. 10 seconds till you'll have Yatoro back. First blood for Roche. Again, I think if a neutral or Roche gets first blood, it should come up in big letters above the screen, just like everybody else. Only fair. I mean, they've got, yeah, like you said, they're bread and butter.
Oh, I like that Sentry Ward blocked by Maposhka. I think, yeah, Mumiander knows that he's used a Sentry somewhere or a ward. He's assuming that it's on the high ground, but you're going to be there to block the camp. So, as Mira, have they dewarded both observers from the raid? No, they've got
dewarded,
one. Okay.
They definitely dewarded mid, but they did not deward the one in the jungle.
So Miposhka's like, oh, don't have to play A against Lycan this game. At least there's no wolves to worry about. And then they get Lycan again. He has to play Shadow Demon against Lycan, which probably isn't much better. And all of a sudden, yeah, it's very, very sad.
I will say, though, it is Moon Meander on Disruptor.
Yes.
Which will be interesting to see how that works out.
He has no regen left as well. Like, I don't really know what he's going to do here. I don't know what he has coming out on the courier, but with no mana left, it's a bit worrying.
And he's got a salve, that's it.
Starting with the boots first, not something we normally see on Disruptor, but I think he's worried about the chase potential and the combo from the Shadow Demon and the Bloodseeker.
Does he want to be able to get out with those boots from, say, a Disruption into a Bloodright, if possible? Or
Yeah,
even just
I
the
think
Bloodright
so.
in general?
I mean, even if you get hit by the Bloodright, you can just run away, right? So
We'll see how it goes. Right now, you do have Storm CSing well, but everybody else for the side of Undying is CSing quite well to start this one. They've got Bryle mid on this Bat Rider. See how Toronto Tokyo can do on this Storm, and if Bryle can play maybe emulating a bit of 9, diving tier 2s and getting kills. I know everybody's excited when that happens.
yeah, this Storm Bat matchup is very explosive. Like, the Bat obviously wants to be able to build up the stacks and then make a dive on the Storm, but the Storm has so much magic damage that the Bat has to be, pretty careful, especially if you end up under tower with the Pearl and the Remnants and whatnot. Nice career kill.
We haven't exactly seen a lot of comfort from Yatoro throughout the event thus far. Bloodright does land onto Saberlight. Gotta see what Yatoro can get done if he can show us the best of what he's got. Really popping that salve, and we'll continue to just stand and trade here with Yatoro for the moment. And Saberlight backing off the creep wave, standing in that Bloodright once again. And I think maybe if he had gone a bit north, he could have avoided that. But the question is, does he want to stick there if potentially the Shadow Demon's in?
So, Moon Meander unblocks the big camp as well. So at least the Bat Rider's going to have that available at some point soon.
Disruption, and now for the body blocks, a lot of damage here onto the Disruptor. And Moon Meander will go down for first blood to Miposhka.
Tomato has to be careful here.
Spear coming through bottom lane, and they'll get the kill into Tomato. They land the arrow on a Dubu. Do they want a +1? Can they get a +1? They do have the Mango on Mars and a spear in 2 seconds.
And it's not even like you can juke away if you're the Clinks as well, because they have the Bloodseeker vision globally.
Sleep on it too, Mira.
Jesus.
Taking a lot of damage, and now it's Collapse's turn to eat a right click.
Stupendous.
Spirit with a 1k net worth lead, even though the CS favors Undying, just because of these kills that have been coming through. Look at the difference in net worth in the supports as well.
It is a lot already.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Yatoro losing his courier again. This time the boots go down. A little bit shocked that he's lost that courier once more. Not really protecting it. And they get some lag there, at least for Team Spirit. So hopefully a quick pause, as we're always hoping for.
Do you think we're gonna get 12 games today, Bkop?
Don't say such.
Do you think it's gonna happen?
But yes, I do. I actually think we're gonna get 12.
Nice. Yeah, production are like, yeah, we're getting 12 games.
Because you've got the SA Derby coming next.
That's true.
Which is a derby to move on to go up against T1.
Hopefully we don't get Brazilian health officials interrupting that one. That's a football joke for anybody that gets that.
That was lame. This is gonna sting.
Yeah, I'm American. We already drew our first 2 World Cup games, so we're not going again. It's not going to happen. But as we've got this pause, anything you want to point out in particular about these lanes so far. Obviously, Team Spirit has a 1k lead. Netero, he's second on the net worth. He's lost his courier twice. This isn't the worst start for Saberlight at the moment.
No, he's doing okay. I think the biggest thing for Spirit is that Storm's having a good time, because there is a general lack of catch on Undying. You know, they have Lasso and they have Static Storm, but it's not like these click point reliable stuns necessarily. You know, the Batrider has to get in on the Storm. Might be difficult. And I think Moomiander probably not having the influence on the lane he would have hoped for up top, but I mean, it is definitely Spirit favoured with the spell combo from the Shadow Demon Bloodseeker.
Right.
Oh my god, the body block again.
Oh boy.
He's just got him.
Yeah, it is. He got the kill. Moomiander gone to Baboshka for the second time.
I will say, I think this is something that Shadow Demons have been getting much better at recently with these surrounds. Like, they, a lot of the Shadow Demons would go for like the disruptions when they're near trees or something, or like near the edges of cliffs and things, so they have the better chance to surround them.
We saw what you were talking about in the last game, where it was Shadow Demon and the Lycan trying to get that, or what was the last game? It was the last series.
Yeah,
where they were trying to get the surround with it.
It's impossible to get the surround with just the Shadow Demon illusions as well, unless you like you're next to a tree or something, or a cliff, right?
Right, and they were trying to get it with the Lycan Wolves and the Shadow Demon.
Well, Maposhka's trying to take the stacks here.
Ryle sitting and waiting, and there's another Shadow Poison coming out. 5 on a couple. They've got the disruption. Moomiander. He's only level 1 still. Goes into the Firefly and will start to steal the stack. Or take the stack. It's not really stealing. I guess he's stealing it away from the Shadow Demon. Tomato taking a lot of damage. Doobie trying to help. Starstorm comes down, and Tomato will survive. He's already got himself the Falcon Blade, so a little bit of mana regen, some health and damage for him there. But not working with boots, and only walking at about 290 movement speed. He's very susceptible to being taken out by this combo.
Yeah,
really, the only thing keeping him farming is the burning barrage.
They might go on Tomato.
Rebuke, Mira looking over. They land the spear. They should have this kill once again on Tomato, and they will. Collapse gets credit for it. Moomiander comes over once again. He's level 2, but he's holding a skill point for the moment.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Yeah, great kill from.
Get anything in return.
Great kill from Spirit, and that's the problem, right? And this is what we're talking about. Like Team Spirit, they look so comfortable on these heroes. With this, like Mars, Mirana, they've played this lane 1,000 times.
Radiant's middle tower.
Yeah, across DPC, across all the tournaments recently. And I think Team Spirit always look good when they play these like big teamfight heroes on Collapse, especially.
We've seen Collapse on Spirit Breaker, Venge, Mars. Certainly one he's felt the most comfortable on so far.
Yeah, and he has a level 6 now as well, with Toronto and Tokyo making the rotation.
Lightning in, and they will find the Elder Titan. Collapse gets the kill with the spear flying through. Another kill here, now 5-0 for Team Spirit.
Batrider taking ancient stacks here as well, but I mean, yeah, again, this is Spirit's bread and butter. Like, with the catapult as well, they should be able to finish off the tower. Looks like are they leaving the tower, actually? In the bot lane? Oh, he's made so many stacks on my Poshka, actually, wow. This is pretty terrifying.
There's a lot of potential gold here, and Radiant just have no idea. So let's watch as Bloodseeker gains a bunch of gold.
Yeah, he's going to shoot right up the net worth shot here.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Bottom lane, Ball Lightning, Vortex, Dubu, caught.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, the arrow!
Oh, the arrow! Hitting on a Moomiander. And they're gonna get this kill. Toronto, Tokyo with another one.
I mean, they are really taking over this game here. Honestly, like, Team Spirit are doing so much better in their laning stage than I thought they would. And Brow's going to come over and try and take the stacks, but...
He's going to start to burn it out, but they've also got the Shadow Poison from Maposhka.
They need Bryle to start moving around as well. Like, Bryle's the guy that's having the best game so far, and I think he's doing the right thing. He's coming to play up top side, and I think between the two ults of the Lycan and the Batrider, they need to make things happen. They are going to get the top tower on Undying, so that's something at least. But...
structures are fortified.
You're coming together, maybe looking to smoke as 3 here. Toronto, Tokyo is sitting mid, Mira coming over, and it looked like they wanted to smoke, but I'm not going to find an opportunity. Ooh. All right. Ryle's got himself a weak hallucination cure. Always nice to see those cosmetics. Sorry. I had to point it out. Big pull found here for the Clinks. 100%.
You can't get away from them.
Not even if I tried. Toronto Tokyo is going to fill up that bottle with the Illusion Rune. And so far, so good for Team Spirit. Lycan, he's starting to get some gold. Maybe looking to get involved a little bit later once he's got this Helm of the Overlord and building into it, trying to get that Vlad's piece, and then obviously that recipe, so still needing quite a bit of gold to finish it off, but he is being left pretty open as Bloodseeker had gone to the jungle and had continued to farm all those stacks. Meanwhile, the rest of the team is mid. We're going to get a tier 1.
With the catapult as well, they should get this. I mean, the stomp's going to slow it down, but Undying, no condition to fight here, really.
Glorious things.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Not exactly the high action game, but still Spirit, they're winning in all aspects in the moment.
Spirit are trying to make it a high action game. I'm not sure Undying are. But...
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Mira looking for an arrow, avoided by Moomiander, and Bryle is the one who gets hit.
It's the bat though.
And they're collapsing.
Yeah, Moon knows they're here.
Collapse.
I think Team Spirit are one of the best teams I see at utilizing this Moonlight Shadow as well. Oh.
Top. Going for the Bloodseeker. Blood right down. Collapses here. He's trying to land an arena to help save Yatoro. Flame Break. Burning him out, but the disruption is going to be saving this Bloodseeker from Aposhka, at least for a moment. They finally get the kill on a 1, but it looks like Saberlight will die to Mira. Just barely.
Only just... I mean, they get the kill on the Bloodseeker, and that's a combination of spells that I would have liked to have seen like 5 minutes ago, though, right? Well, maybe not that long ago, but...
And potentially a little bit earlier, right?
Mm-hmm. Moomiander on this Disruptor still...
Ooh, Static
waiting
Storm.
To see... Oh, okay.
And the Kinetic Field. They'll catch Maposhka. They should be able to get this kill. He's trying to go for the Disruption. His arms were moving, but the spell does not go off.
Well, I was about to say, we get to see what this Disruptor can really offer. But he shows us straight away what it can do.
And Moomiander's getting a little bit more priority in the farm. He's behind both supports on Spirit, however. He's trying to get into that Yules as quickly as he can.
I mean, Moomiander has played this Disruptor a decent amount before. I remember watching him play it in officials and things, but... There's not many 4 players that are willing to play Disruptor, I don't think.
Ball lightning all the way through, looking for Moomiander. They've got the Vortex, now the Kinetic Field. Earn placed on a Moomiander. He's trying to survive, and one more right click from Toronto Tokyo will do the damage to get the kill. Yeah, get a killing spree for Sora, and this is aggression from Spirit continuing.
I love this Lincoln's first from Toronto Tokyo as well. We've said they have a limited lack of catch on the Radiant side, and the main ways they're going to kill him is Lasso and potentially a glimpse into a Static Storm as well, right? So, if you... oh, nice arrow. If Lincoln's is able to cancel out both those kill threats, then I really struggle to see how they're going to deal with the Storm Spirit on Undying.
That lead is starting to extend. It was 2K for a little while, now up there towards 4K. Let's see what Undying can get done as they finally have this Maelstrom on Tomato. That'll help his farming prowess as he's still sitting about middle of the pack. You've got Toronto, Tokyo, top of the pack going for the early Lincolns. And that's to defend against the lasso, something that you said is one of the only ways that they're really going to be able to catch him.
Mira's looping around here. They know somebody's going to be in the area.
Ooh, arrow hits Saberlight behind Moonmeander. Moonmeander is good at dodging the arrows. The problem is they end up hitting a core. They're going to the shapeshift. They've got the glimpse, pulling Mira all the way back. Starstorm, the damage is out. They should be able to get the kill here onto the Mirana and will. Saberlight at least grabs that. I'd say it's drawing a lot of heroes from Undying. It is allowing Tomato to farm, but they only get one for the moment. It's level 4. There's the Rupture.
What can they do here? I mean, the shapeshift's about to run out anyway. They still have lasso. I don't think Undying are going to be afraid to fight again here.
Ball lightning coming through, and now the static storm. That's going to be placed onto the storm, but they can't get the kinetic field to land. It was very close to getting that storm stuck. Bryle is still moving forward. They've got the arena as well as the spear that's into the blood right. That's going to be the silence on a Bryle. That also hits on a Tomato, and now the damage is a little bit lacking, but they've got that big pull. Bryle starting to run away. Mira looking for an opportunity to throw and land an arrow. They're converging on the stairs. That might have been an opportunity to throw it as they had to group up and funnel in. However, well, don't get anything out of that. No lasso was used, and now Maposhka gets the gets killed. Saberlight gets him.
That's a good kill. Honestly, that was so unfortunate for Moonmeander. If that had worked, it would have been so good on the Disruptor with the Static Storm onto the Storm. He only just missed out on the kinetic field, taking slightly too long to form. Because as soon as that Storm's out of position and he is in the Static Storm, he dies really quickly. Like, they have good damage output, so... Team Spirit, not even though they have this lead, they're not filling me with massive amounts of confidence. You know, I still favour them moving forward, but...
It's been a little bit sloppy.
Yeah, slightly. Oh, there's the Helm of the Overlord on the Lycan, though.
And if I know who finishes that Helm of the Overlord, waiting for the Ancients to respawn, and he'll get himself an Ancient Thunderhide. BKB being built here for Bryle, so he doesn't have to worry about the blood right down on the ground, and Tomato doing the same.
They're smoking up. I think they have the
They're also
blink
going
on
into
Mars
Moonlight
now.
Shadow.
Right, so this is the big blink reveal for Team
Kinetic
Spirit.
field. Bryle might be the one who ends up getting caught. He's going up into the high ground. Toronto Tokyo spots him. He's actually spotting a couple of the heroes, and the spear misses from Collapse.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate. They are going to get this D-Ward here as well that Team Spirit just put down, so... Decent win there for Undying. They managed to dodge the big gank coming through. So, Yutoro working towards that BKB, only about 1,000 gold away or so.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
The Wolves get the mid-tier 1 as well for Undying.
Yeah, Saberlight doing everything he can to kind of keep this game in balance.
And I think Tomato is really starting to find his farm here as well. And I do worry for them they might struggle to deal with the Clinks. They have ways of limiting movement, though, in like the Shadow Demon Purge. They have the Rupture as well. So not all, you know, doom and gloom, but this Clink's such a huge amount of damage output can be achieved. They're going to go for the Glimpse here.
Leap and the Disruption save, a preemptive Static Storm on that, as well as a Sleep. Now they've got the Blink as well as the God's Rebuke. The Spear lands onto the Elder Giant. They're going to try and get the arrow to land, but it doesn't. Dubu goes down an Earth Splitter, and he's not dead just yet. And that is looking like it's at least going to be the kill on Dubu, but they've got the lasso onto the Storm. Do they have the damage coming in from Saberlight moving over? Not a lot of mana left on Toronto Tokyo, and he's forced the TP out. They only get the kill on Dubu.
The Shadow Demon.
Eruption, and Aposhka ends up dead to everything chasing from Saberlight again. Also, Saberlight losing his courier.
It's just the constant poke of all the zoo. Maposhka's like target number 1 every single fight. It's so sad to watch. But
yeah, they survive through it.
If there was anybody near Bryle there when he used the lasso on the Storm, maybe they could have found the kill, but with nobody in touching distance, yeah, Storm just zips away. No follow-up stuns.
bottom tower is under attack. Dire's structures are
Brigand's Blade as well as the Philosopher's Stone.
Yeah, I think this Philosopher's Stone for Radiant side could end up being huge. I think the Disruptor having that, it completely changes his game, right? Like, especially when they've had this really difficult start. Like, you want to work towards those bigger items on the Disruptor. You see he's going Yules first. Obviously really good against the Storm. He's going to have Lincolns, which is a bit of a problem. So the setup isn't going to be there for the Yules, but it's really good against other heroes as well.
But if you can pop the Lincolns to get to the lasso for Bryle, that might feel good. And he's probably going to go, what, Yules into the Ags, potentially.
Yeah, I would assume so. I mean, he might want to Blink or something instead. Could be really good. Because you want to be... You don't want to be showing in a fight, right? Because if you're showing on the Disruptor, then the Storm's going to go on you. Like, they want to kill you first every single time. So your positioning is really key. And it's almost BKB on Batrider as well.
There's that Lincolns.
And I do think this Lincolns is going to make Toronto Tokyo feel so safe, like, within the game, right? He can afford to play a little bit more aggressively. No, he's not going to get punished as much.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Mira coming over, and ooh, they're going to be spotted. Flame Break pushing Collapse over into the lasso. They've got Blood right down, but it's not going to matter. The kinetic field is there. They get the kind of Collapse. That's a big one to have. The control of Spirit with that arena no longer available with the dead Mars is pretty impactful.
Yeah, for sure. But that is a little bit worrying for Undying, though, that they only find the one. Yeah, and now Team Spirit are going to smoke and go anyway. Because without the lasso, Storm has even less to worry about, right? They can still look for pickoffs.
Gotta be careful, though. Static Storm's still available, and if you close in and funnel into the Roche Pit, that could be a problem. Sentry Ward taken away.
Yeah, well played by Tomato to break the smoke there.
We've got the vision up on the high ground.
Yeah, so Undying going to play just out of reach of that vision. Play around their own high ground, you'd imagine. Their own ward, sorry, I mean.
Arrow flies through. Not gonna land, but they've got the glimpse. And they do not have a disruption to save that, but they've got to connect. Got another gonna go over at Moomiander. Moomiander has the static storm, but he doesn't want to throw it down immediately. Saberlight TP's down, and Yantoro's gonna go after Dubu. They get the kill on a Moomiander at least. And they should find a +1 on this other support. Tomato not there to help, and the rest of the team was kind of split up too much for them to make anything of that. Now Roche is open. Both supports have buybacks, though.
Bryle instantly just TP's bot, though. He wants to start shoving in this bot lane to force somebody to react.
He comes out from the Shadow Demon.
Yeah, and they with the Elder Titan buyback, it's so difficult to take Roche. Like, the Titans are kind of the king of the pit because of the constant stall with the stomp. So, I think Spirit doing the right thing, respecting that.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Blink Dagger now picked up for the Shadow Demon. So he'll have a way to stay out and back and then look for the disruption where he wants it. Moomiander building into the Ags now that he's got this Yules flying out.
Courier has been killed.
Yes.
Ooh. Oh, not the tome. Oh no.
And the Windlace.
And the Windlace, that is true.
Come on.
It was awful you losing your tome though as a support.
Yeah.
In some games more than others, especially at the 10-minute tome as well, and you're waiting to get your level 6. Oh god. And he's going Ags on Moomiander, not the Blink.
Yep. And they're trying to get some extra control here from Tomato going into the Gleipnir. But that is a good, decent chunk of gold away. They found Bryle. Toronto Tokyo on to Bryle, who's trying to run. BKB gets popped, but the right-click damage is enough. And they'll still finish off the Batrider. So now not only is that a kill, but that is a waste of a BKB charge.
Yeah, I mean, in hindsight, you know, maybe he thinks, oh, maybe I should have BKB TP'd, but I mean, he honestly thought he was fine, which I can respect. It's so difficult to make that decision. Like, you can see how quickly he backed up, though, right? Like, he knew something was going to be coming. Just didn't expect it to be quite so quick from Toronto Tokyo. So, well played to him.
Team Spirit group up together. I will say, this net worth is not extending. It's shrinking. They were up 5-6K, right?
Yeah, but Undying have been finding some good pickoffs and things. Like, they're slowing the game down a lot, which is really good for them. If their laning stage had gone better, maybe they could have been a bit more aggressive on Undying, but they're reacting well to the situation. Oh, double smoke. Oh, no.
Oh! Toronto Tokyo, Lincoln's popped, but he's going to ball lightning right away. Do they still catch him? Ooh, he's dusted, and now
Orchid.
He's Orchided. They've got the lasso to come through, but there's the disruption. It's going to be enough for the save. The Earth Splitter flies in. They have the arena down around Saberlight with the BKB pop by Yatoro. They go after Saberlight. They've got the Vortex to stop the TP. They'll get the kill there onto the light, and a kill off Bryle. Yatoro gets the kill on a Bryle. They move over on a Moon Meander who try to TP out, but Maboshka is unavailable to disrupt him as it was on cooldown. And they do still get 2, and they throw an arrow into the pit, ready to try and go again. They have not dewarded this OBS on the high ground, which is actually just out of range of the sentry. So they'll have the vision up on the cliff. So we'll see if Undying can make anything happen. If somebody shows, maybe they just get hit with the ball lightning and the jump from the storm.
I mean, that was like best case scenario for Undying, though, right? Where they cancel the Lincolns with the Yules, and then they get the Orchid onto him before he zips away, and they lasso him. But because Maposhka's in the right place, even with the perfect case, perfect scenario, they still don't manage to kill the Storm. And I have a bad feeling that might be the story of this game. He's going to go Glipnir on the Clinks as well.
Yeah, he's trying to get some extra control here for his team, which I don't hate. Just whether or not they can follow it up. I think in that last fight, too, Saberlight kind of just got on by himself as Collapse had the arena around him.
Yeah, Collapse always finding these really strong openings, you have to say. Feels like they're always managing to get onto the backline. And normally you would assume that it would be the Storm that would manage that, but Collapse also doing a really good job.
They got Yatoro pretty low before, but they didn't kill him. Was able to back up into the safety of the Mars and high ground. It's going into the Abyssal after this Maelstrom. Sanjanyasha, BKB holding onto the Brigand Blade still. As Undying, I'm not too certain they really want to fight into this Aegis in the hands of Storm. But again, you're watching Bryle move around the map and really try to force rotations and alleviate pressure.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Maposhka just PTSD, constantly scared of wolves. Oh my god, where are they? Are they gonna get me?
There's Timbersaw, but there should be the wolves equivalent.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Tokyo on time, ready on this Aegis, and he's looking to go in and use it. I think they're gonna just make the move if Bryle stays too long. He does have the BKB, but that didn't matter last time. Moonlight Shadow, Bryle into the trees. Don't have the vision to catch Bryle. He doesn't have a blink dagger to get away, so they might know that he's close, and if he shows himself, he's dead. But Tomato, he's also here. They could get a little bit overconfident if Tomato's here as well. Bryle might show himself, and haven't seen anybody just yet. But finally, Toronto Tokyo is the one who shows first.
Do the Radiant have any neutral items that allow them to cancel Lincolns? Because if they do, it might be worth the Batrider taking it. I don't know.
Not yet.
Like, if they don't have any active items, that's a bit unfortunate. Like, tier 3s are going to be coming out now, so maybe they find one, but... Because that's what we saw from the Doom, was it yesterday? Where he found a Psychic Headband, and he kept using it to cancel Lincolns before the Doom.
They've just got to get these neutrals. Right now, all they have is the Blast Rig as well as the Mindbreaker.
Yeah, because if the
Ooh, Chanted Quiver.
If the Batrider does find a Psychic Headband, it could be huge. like for the implications of the game.
Ceremonial robe and
Oh no.
quickening charm, so they won't. That's unfortunate.
Yeah, that is unfortunate. But to not have any across all 3 tiers is, yeah.
Well, what would be really
I don't know if
your
there's any
options?
tier 1 or tier
Bullwhip,
2s, but yeah, bullwhips.
Bullwhip, and Psychic Headband. So you're really asking for 2 in
Regeneration.
I don't know. Yeah, don't do the odds, Bkop.
2 and 23 or something like that.
It's 50-50.
Ball Lightning
Tomato?
looking all the way through. Tomato spotted that. They're working with this Aegis for another 55 seconds.
Bottom tower is under
Undying, very aware of that timing, but they've got the disruption on the Tomato. They're not going to follow it up completely with an arena or anything just yet.
I'd like to see them get a gem on the Storm here as well, I think. Especially against the Clinks and like the Lycan Wolves and everything. I don't know if they have one on their team or not, but
Dire's bottom tower.
if anybody should hold it, probably the Storm. Yeah, we've talked about how good his game is. Okay, Miposhka has a gem
Has fallen.
on the Shadow Demon.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Which is interesting considering he sits back pretty far.
Shadows.
Yeah, but
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
it's still okay.
Dire's bottom tower.
Like, it's still really good to help protect him against the Lycan.
Oh gosh, Moon Meander just getting blown up by Toronto Tokyo. Now they're going to find themselves Bryo. They've got 4 heroes here, but the rest of Undying are going to show up. They've got the BKB pop by Tomato. They've got the silence out on Amira. Now they're going to look over. Saberlight will chase over Miposhka. He really does have a problem with Wolves. Mira, Miposhka both go down on the side of Spirit. Now they no longer have this Aegis in the hands of Toronto Tokyo. They did get the kill there on a Moon Meander, but they don't finish off. Bryo is able to TP back to the Radiant side and get into that base.
Yeah, good play by Undying. You know, the Aegis is running out. If there's ever going to be a time to fight, it would have been there. And yeah, he is holding the Storm, the gem now on the Storm.
Oh, right
Tomato?
on a Tomato!
Oh my god!
What are the odds?
He has a gem, remember, as well.
Stuck with him and found him.
This is what I'm telling you, though. Their Storm is absolutely terrifying.
He got into the trees. I'd have to see it again. I don't believe he saw him, but maybe catching tendencies.
Do you know what that is, Bkop? That's a vac bell.
Yeah, it really is. Dubu getting caught here by the arena as well as the spear. And he'll throw a sleep. It'll land. Miposhka, he's ready, though. He's got the blink as well as the disruption. There's no way that Dubu's getting out of this one.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
I think he has an Aetherlens now as well, I'm pretty sure. So he's actually pretty farmed. Ahead
he's
of
about
Mirror
to
in net
finish
worth,
off.
which is pretty rare.
You think with the amount of times Miposhka dies, because he's very much an assist kind of support, not a kill kind of support, but with every kill he gets, he's just rubbing his hands together as revenge, especially in this game.
I've never had so much power. Ooh.
They're smoking and coming over again. They might catch Saberlight, and they've caught him. And this is the guy that Miposhka really wants revenge on. And, well, Yatoro will get the kill, but Miposhka is certainly happy to get the assist.
You can still see the same thing. Like, Team Spirit, though, Thievon was talking about this last game. They're basically having to deal with their lanes 24/7. Like, Undying are doing a really good job of just constantly shoving them in. Because they don't really have the supports that can deal with the lanes, right? And if the supports on Team Spirit show in lanes, then the Batrider has really good catch, like there's the Disruptor to worry about. So it feels like Team Spirit, even though they're doing really well, they are playing chase a little bit.
Is under attack. Radiant structures
Bloodseeker's so farmed, though.
Quinks is getting there, though. Question is, will he get there quick enough? As Storm, he's also now got a 9-second BKB ready to rumble with.
Does he even need it? I was expecting him to go like a Shivas or something. Or like, maybe like a Hex could be really good this game as well. But
tower is under attack.
Meander getting closer and closer to that Ags. He's 1,200 gold away.
yeah, but
Where is he going to find the farm is the real question. Blink into the lasso. They'll find themselves Mira. Can they get the kill here onto the Mirana? So quick. It will land it. It will get a kill, and there's not much of a response from Team Spirit at the moment, but they are extending that net worth lead now to 10,000. Meanwhile, Roche is up in 2 minutes.
alright, my problem with Bkop is that even if they get the Ags on the Disruptor, right? How do they catch the storm with it? Moomiander basically has to go for some crazy big brain play where he throws down the static storm where the storm's going to zip, which in this late game scenario is not easy to do. I mean, we saw him do it earlier in the early game, but
gotta high IQ it.
Because even if they get the static storm, like, they still have the disruption on Maposhka to be able to save, right? Like, it's not a free kill.
It's going to be tough. Maybe the next few items really do help them out. They are pushing in the top lane into the tier 3. Again, it's forcing Spirit to be on Undying's agenda. Lycan about to have the AC. Tomato, like we said, he's going for the Scotty. Has enough for the point booster, but lacking on the ulti orb. Storm, though, finds himself Dubu, and, well, that's another kill onto the Elder Titan, who is now sitting at 1-6-4, and you've got Toronto Tokyo, who hasn't died yet, at 8-0-3.
He's getting close to that level 25 as well, so interesting to see what he takes. Is that the AC, I think, for the Saberlight? Lycan?
Blink Lasso coming through into Yatoro. The arena into the static storm, and now they get the BKB pop by Tomato. Rupture used on Bryle. He'll pop that BKB. He's trying to get away from Yatoro, but it's not going to work out with the Abyssal Blade being used. They get the kill on Moomiander as well as Bryle. They'll end up finishing off with Potion, but the ball lightning in from Toronto Tokyo. They've got the Vortex. They get the kill on a Saberlight. They've gotten themselves 4 heroes down to the side of Undying, looking for Tomato, who will just escape.
But he has 4,200 HP. Was that the Axe on Disruptor? Does he have it?
No, that was not. He's still 400 short.
I was going to say, because I think the Mars got the BKB off before he used the Static Storm anyway, so I don't think it would have made a difference, but I'm not 100% sure there.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Leipnir, damage out with the Burning Barrage, but Abyssal Blade and the Bloodright Earth Splitter coming through, not going to be enough damage, and now Tomato's caught and dead.
Okay.
He pushed up for a second, and that was a big mistake.
Maybe he thought he was going to have more time because of the Stomp, but great catch by Spirit. You have to be so respectful of the Storm. Like, if you ever push out slightly out of position, he's going to punish you.
They're in a Roche.
Yeah. Who do you give the Aegis to is the question, because, I mean, they could... The obvious choice is the Storm, but he's not dying anyway, you know? Like... Okay.
Sure.
You do give it to him.
Does he give the shard to the Bloodseeker? Yes. $21,000 net worth lead here for Team Spirit. The question is, can Undying hold? Ag's gold is ready for Storm, but he won't go for it. Gonna go Shiva's instead, and there's the Ags finished off for the Disruptor. See if that makes a big difference. They have the AC finished? No, Courier was dead on Saberlight. He's got 3,000 gold. If they killed Toronto Tokyo this game, I'd be shocked. I don't think I see him dying not just once now, but twice.
I just don't see how it happens. And we've been saying that ever since, like, the start of the game, it feels like.
Blink Lasso through onto the Marana once again, but they've got the Rupture as well as the Blood right down. They'll get Bryle low, but they get the kill on Amir. Now they're going to ball lightning and looking over for Bryle, who pops the BKB, trying to fight but can't. Yatoro gets the kill, I believe, with the Rupture. They go in and they get Toronto Tokyo for the first time, but they don't have this Batrider. They get the arena down around Tomato, who pops the BKB, trying to stand his ground, but the Abyssal Blade is used by Yatoro. They'll get right on top of Tomato for the moment. The kinetic field, it's not going to stop anybody. Now the Orchid, it lands on a Toronto Tokyo. They've got a Lotus Orb to purge off the silence, and now he'll ball lightning away. The sweep doesn't land. Team Spirit teetering on the edge, but they get the spear on a Tomato, and this might be the kill on Clinks that they need, but they've got themselves a Static Storm. Will they have the damage to follow it up? They've got the meter on these heroes, but they can't get Tomato to get the damage off, and he ends up dead. He'll buy back. Dubu low, Kinetic Field keeping Yatoro out of the fight for the moment with the BKB beam out by Toronto Tokyo, and now he'll ball lightning out of the low ground once again, but he doesn't have a lot of mana to work with. Kinetic Field around over on Yatoro. And buyback available on Dubu, but he's going to hold it for the time being. That was their one opportunity, I think, to get the kill on a Toronto Tokyo.
Toronto Tokyo is an absolute nutter, and I love it. That was madness. I mean, there was a really good option there. When they got the Storm Aegis, if Moomiander had been able to layer the Static Storm on top of the Aegis, they might have been able to kill him, but Collapse came in with a really good arena, which basically means that Moomiander can't get into the fight, right? Like, he can't get the Static Storm down because there's a big, massive arena just in the way. And they have a 27k lead now, but... yeah. It's a bit scary. I mean, Bloodseeker's 6-slide, right? So, I mean, he can replace Phase Boots with Swift Blink, but... he's about as strong as he's gonna get.
They're going to try and move over and find something. They have the Wolves scouting for them. Bryle maybe looking for the blink in. That's an arrow used on the Wolves. Gosh, double damage for Toronto Tokyo.
I dread to think what the XP difference is as well as the net worth. Because it must be huge.
It's about 45,000.
That's ridiculous.
Massive. All lightning all the way through. Not going to find anybody.
Oh, Timeless Relic Storm. I'm assuming he's going to go Axe next as well, but I'm not 100% sure. Yeah, he is. He queues it up straight away. Okay.
I mean, if they wait till Roche, they could potentially get it off the third Roche.
Yeah, they could actually. That's a good point. But a little way off yet.
Yeah.
Not going to happen for a while. Spirit are probably hoping to be able to close the game up before that third Roche, honestly, but they can be patient if they want. There's no rush.
And again, Tomato pushing out bottom. Bryle was doing it before. They switched jobs for the moment. Bryle does have that shard, so he's got multiple flame breaks to throw their way. Not that it's going to matter at the moment, but now they're going to look over as they've got themselves the lasso. Yatoro, who's lassoed up for the moment. They get themselves the BKB. Pop by Bryle. Toronto Tokyo is in a little bit deep, and he's got himself about half his mana pool to work with. They've got the Rupture out, as well as the arena down and around. Through these heroes, they get the kill on Dubu to follow it up. They've got themselves two dead on the side of Undying. Now they'll take it a third. The buyback comes in from Saberlight.
Yeah, Bryle has buyback here as well, and I think he's going to have to use it. This is what I was talking about, though. Like, Moomiander pops a Static Storm down, but he has to just go for it. Like, he has to guess where the storm's going to be, and it misses, unfortunately.
All lightning, vortex, arrow, all landing on a Moomiander. They get the kill. He's dead for 53 seconds without buyback. They'll buyback on Bryle, but it seems to be a little bit too late. A look to Glyph. Team Spirit have played perfectly throughout this game. Collapse turns, Saberlight trying to fight, Blood right down, and that's going to silence up both this Clinks as well as the Lycan. Get a bit of damage on the Collapse, but they just can't follow it up.
That's the closest they've got all game. They almost did it, and it was while one of their heroes was dead.
Stupendous.
Oh, double damage for the Storm. Good stuff. Did they get the Megas? I don't think they... Oh, no, there's bot racks.
No.
Anyway. Okay.
There's mid and bot racks.
I'll be honest, I thought they'd taken mid already. They're so far ahead, I just kind of assumed.
Okay.
So they took that ridiculous mid fight before, but they didn't hit any buildings at all, which is... I think that's very Spirit. That's very them. Definitely not a bad thing either, you know, like... They want to inflict the pain.
God, that experience is getting towards 60,000.
Yeah, I mean, they're stuck in their base, right, on the Radiant side for Undying, so... It's going to keep building as well towards the end of the game.
Nobody's even close to 25, really, except
That's
for
a good
Clinks.
item for the Radiant side. It's a good Batrider item. It's a good Disruptor item as well, potentially.
Shadows take us.
Scardy on the clinks as well. Oh dear.
Well, Umi enters, caught, spotted, killed. Toronto Tokyo getting his 26th Bloodstone charge, and that's right by the mid-tier 3, and that's exactly what they're going to want to go for. This is Spirit still on the perfect ley line. Ooh, Rupture from quite the distance. Now they're going to go in and try and get Toronto Tokyo to end this game. They've got themselves the last one, but there's the disruption saved from Aposhka. It's the end of the Static Storm. They've got themselves the arena down with the spear landing onto the Elder.
They got him!
The Toronto Tokyo. They get the kill to Brile, though. They end up trading Bat Rider. He's dead for 100 seconds. You've killed Toronto Tokyo, but now can you deal with Yatoro? No, you can't. It's a full team wipe here for the side of Team Spirit. They'll take the game. They'll push us to our third game 3. And it's so perfect from Team Spirit rolling over Undying in game number 2.
Honestly, Bkop, I think considering they were 37k behind when that fight started, the fact they killed the Storm, mental victory. I think Undying will be happy with that one. that was fine. But
didn't get your perfect game.
This oh my god, it's dark all of a sudden. Jesus, I didn't even realize. But yeah, again, like game 1, that game felt like a bit of an inevitability almost. Like it was building and building, it was coming. It felt like we could see how the game was going to go. And I think the big thing we need to talk about with this game, though, is that the laning stage went so well for Team Spirit. They did a really good job, especially with the Marza and the Morana. I think they were fantastic. So, yeah, I'm glad we get a game 3. I asked for it before. It's fantastic. But Undying, I really hope they make sure they pick themselves some form of catch next game, because otherwise Team Spirit are going to punish them exactly the same way again.
Well, now that they've walked into the restaurant, they've had their bread and butter. Hopefully, for all the Undying fans, they don't give up those kind of heroes again. But if you're a Team Spirit fan, you want more bread. Can you bring more bread? This is Olive Garden. Please, more breadsticks. So, well, we'll see who takes the third game. It's do or die time. We'll be back after the break. Stay right there. We'll see you in a second.
tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's
No blood for me.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Thought I could make a
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under Radiant's top tower is falling. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I love this part. Whoa, what'd I miss? Here I am. Monster kill.
Team Spirit find their fighting spirit in game number 2 and draw out the series to a 1-1, meaning we're going to get yet another game number 3. But, man, I mean, you guys said it was a free Storm game from the draft, and my god, was it a free Storm game. There was one fight there where Toronto Tokyo, he's on like 25% HP, 25% mana, and likes to jump into the enemy base and still, like, I didn't think he gets a kill. I think he's just being a maniac at that point. But, yeah, I mean, that guy is just absolutely crazy. But he was kind of given it on a silver platter. Like, Undying didn't have the answers for him, did they?
Yeah, for sure, no answers whatsoever. I'm stuck wondering what would have happened in that game yesterday if Storm was picked instead of Lina, right? Like if they just picked that Storm up, it was perfect. It was the same scenario, literally. But it wasn't only the Storm, right? Nomad and
Yeah.
The Bloodseeker was a menace. Saberlight's life was not easy.
No, funny enough, Saberlight was the one who was performing the best on their team. That goes to show how strong Lycan is as a hero, to be honest. The thing that bothered me the most from Team Undying is I'm a little bit worried. Yesterday I said these guys have a lot of strategies, but today they picked Moon Meander Disruptor. And I don't feel like this is one of his heroes, nor should it be like a position 4 hero. I feel like one wrong piece in your draft and everything just kind of falls apart, right? And that's what this Disruptor did. I think Team Spirit, they showcased their talents once again. And this time, they had a better draft than Team Undying. And you can see how dominant these guys are. They are absolutely fearless in the way that they play. They're just so aggressive. Every time the Storm had mana, all he was doing is just running at the opponents. Like, they're just running at Undying. He never stopped. I think Team Spirit, as long as they pick these very aggressive heroes, these fast heroes that can match up to Team Undying speed, they're going to take this series.
Yeah, Mana was pretty much kill juice this game for Toronto Tokyo. If he had it, he was going to go for someone, and Yatoro as well, just running around doing what he want. The one side effect of this was that it did enable like Brian and Sableye to kind of get a lot of kills on the back lines in some of the fights, but in the end, it didn't matter. You weren't dealing with the cores; they were still getting their kills, and that's going to mean that Team Spirit secure the victory in this game number 2, which means move on to game number 3. And these two teams, I mean, out of the two victories, like which was the more kind of impressive victory for you, Lizard?
I'm gonna sound like a Debbie Downer, but for me, the first game and the second one kind of show that team, even though Team Spirit, they're really talented, they kind of show that Team Undying is perhaps a better team. Even in the second game in which they got stomped, I still felt like if they're on the same level, the draft that Team Spirit had, let's just put it that they could have done it faster and cleaner. But
Okay.
That's all. But so the first game probably is a little bit more straightforward for me. This draft that Team Spirit have got here versus the draft that Team Undying has got, it plays itself. Like you're a Storm without a single counter, and Moon Meander on his position 4 is somehow struggling, scraping whatever he can find to buy that Aghanims. Meanwhile, Bloodseeker is not only banned always versus Klinks for a reason. They picked Lycan into him, right? They picked Lycan into him as well. So this Bloodseeker is having a blast.
But do you feel like this is because, let's say Mirana got taken away, something that they were planning to pick for themselves, and then that kind of just messed up the way that they wanted to draft? Like, I think it's connected with how Team Undying, like when they can play well, when they can succeed versus when they can, is if they can get their heroes that they know is actually good right now.
For sure, but you also have to, that's definitely what I agree with. We always have this one-dimensional way of thinking about drafts, and maybe someone is too deep by adding what bans happened as well, to give some more insight. But that's a very good point. However, I feel like Team Undying was just experimenting a little bit with the meta and picking up that Klinks very early on. Experimenting, actually not experimenting. They kind of went with the meta. Usually they're the ones that experiment a lot and pick all these Night Stalkers and whatnot, Gyrocopters 5. This time around, it was a bit more straightforward.
Certainly was. All right, let's look towards the future and have a look towards this third game here as both these teams ready up and get themselves into the draft for the third match between these two teams. I mean, you said you think Undying's the slightly stronger team, but, we can't ignore the fact that they just got pretty hard outdrafted by Team Spirit, and for me that's got to be a concern as well. What pitfalls do you think Undying need to look to avoid in this third draft 1437?
Mainly, I don't know. I know Moon. I know these guys very well. Like, just give him something that he's like actually good with, and he's gonna have very high impact, right? He's got like 2-3 heroes that he plays incredibly well. Get him one of those early, and if needs be, and then just play your regular game. The reason why Lizard says they're better teams because they do all their systematic things that they do is so crisp. As long as they can play their game. With the draft that they had, I didn't feel like they could play their game. Plus, they gave away Storm, big problem. Undying, never at any point were they able to play aggressively into Team Spirit's lineup, and that's a huge issue. And I also realized one more thing in that last game, guys. This Mars hero might be a huge counter to Klinks as well. That's something that we haven't really talked about because one, obviously you can't run away, but two, that Bulwark, very similar to Terrorblade, you can just soak up all of the Klinks damage. It's not going to be able to hit your teammates, and then there you have it. That's I think a perfect way to actually deal with him.
Yeah, the Burning Barrage can still do damage through both the arena and the Bulwark, but I mean, later on into the game, it doesn't really matter. It's all about like you need all the damage you can get, and especially for a hero like Klinks, that's all he is. That's all he's offering to the fight. And yeah, as you say, if the Mars can absorb some of that, then he's not going to feel quite as strong. So I don't know. Do you think we're going to see the Klinks really hotly contest in this third game? Because it hasn't really worked out for either team so far, has it?
Yeah, maybe it will, but I think even the three of us were coming to some conclusions and some ways of countering the Clinks. Every single game you learn something new and you see some different way of approaching the hero, and I'm certain the drafters and the teams are seeing the same patterns. Because of that, I believe it might lose on the tier list. It might drop down a little bit to maybe the second phase pick or something similar. But yeah, we'll see.
Interesting, because Tomato's been playing Clinks a lot in his pubs. You know, he's had 14 matches of Pudge, of Clinks in his pubs over the past month. And meanwhile, the side of Team Spirit, they don't actually play Clinks. Like, none of them play Clinks in pubs. They've only played it competitively, and that was like, I think, one game played by Toronto Tokyo with Clinks mid. Have you heard about this thing that all the Reddit is raging about called Smurfs Nomad? Yeah, Smurfs included in my research. I'm very thorough. You know, I've got Smurf detection systems. I hire people to go Smurf hunting for me as well. You know, they come back with a big bag of them and say, "Here you go. Here's all the Smurfs." Make sure I catch all those details.
Can you ship it out to? Never mind.
I'm keeping my Smurfs to myself. You're not getting your hands on my Smurfs, Lizard. They're mine. And we do now have the draft for game number 3, so let's get into it and see which direction this one goes in as we jump into the third and final decider. Winner of this game will go through in the lower bracket. Loser gets eliminated from the event, from the tournament. And they have that crushing knowledge, knowing that out of these 8 teams, they were one of the worst. And that is not something you want on your shoulders going into TI, which both of these teams aren't doing.
That's going to be a huge blow. That's for sure.
I don't want either of them to lose. Why can't we all just win and be happy?
It's life. This is their second life, actually, for both of these teams. I think it would hurt Undying more than it would hurt Team Spirit, because they were so close to just beating LGD, right?
Right.
Arguably the best team going into TI, and Undying were so close. So,
but that gives them something to hold on to. You know, that gives them something to say, like, hey.
Not really. At the end of the day, what matters is the W. No one cares about anything else.
Yeah, no one cares about almost.
It's true.
But
it's true.
Yeah, I feel like it might hurt them, but that's your profession. That's the game. You win and you lose. You get over it. Omni Knight banned out by Team Spirit and Vengeful by Undying. What else are we gonna see go away?
All right, so we got what's left, right? We got Clinks, Bat Rider, Keeper of the Light. These are the most common bans. IO in some situations, but neither of these teams are playing that. They would get rid of the Tidehunter, the big team fighter. Team Spirit hates playing against Tidehunter teams. They just and it fits Undying's playstyle, you know, just like
it's Saberlight, right? He plays it a lot.
Yeah.
Samirana is definitely a hero that I would like to see from Undying. That Kotal as well that you mentioned. Doable. Shadow Demon still in the pool. More often than not, we see Shadow Demon and Bane in these first phases.
Yeah, everyone's busy banning out Coddle, so they always make it through. They're like
Bat is still
supports,
in the pool,
but
so, yeah.
Not S tier. True. I'm not sure. I mean, I don't think we'll see Team Spirit going for the Clinks. They tried it once, didn't like it, put it back in the bin. And Night Stalker gets banned out. Yes, of course. Team Spirit, Night Stalker, devastating stuff. And a hero of the day, really, probably, I would say.
Yeah, I actually forgot about Night Stalker to mention him. He definitely feels like something ban-worthy now. Keeper of the Light, there it is. So, are we going to see the Clinks again?
That's the question, right?
Yeah.
Oh, Monkey King. There's the other one too. Undying did win their game with the Monkey King.
That's just a Bane. Keep it simple.
Okay, not bad. I mean, this is it could be Saberlight hero, Moon hero. Even Brawl can play it, but I don't think he will. Most likely 3 or 4. The thing about Bane, guys, is I'm not a huge fan of Bane against Keeper of the Light, though. You I mean, they don't really interact that well, but like the point of Keeper of the Light has all this lane shoving, and by picking this Bane first pick, you pretty much have to stack your team with lane shoving, or the waves are always going to be on your side of the map, and Undying's not going to be able to make too many plays.
Oh, this is good though. Yeah, both of these heroes for the side of Team Spirit, I like their opening way better. You already had me on their side because of the Kotal versus Bane. I agree with that, but now with the Bloodseeker versus Pangolier, it just looks a lot better.
Counter.
Yeah, just demote the Pango to 5 at this point. You can't actually have a Bane.
Yeah, it's gonna end up being a position 4 Pangolier here, I think.
It's just a very, very tough matchup for the Pango. They ban out the Mirana at least. They don't want to be playing into Bane Mirana and Moon Meander Mirana. It's been really strong the last couple of days, so makes sense.
From Team Undying's gameplay and the way that they like to play, it would have been better if they just banned out Vengeful Spirit and just if it's better if they gave away Venge and banned out Keeper of the Light, because Team Undying is so reliant on getting lanes out, playing fast, and like attacking your opponent as soon as you get the lanes out. So the more single target heroes your opponent has, it's better for you.
Yeah, that's a good point, actually. I feel like this Cuddle is a great answer to pretty much everything Team Undying likes to do. And the Bloodseeker, I mean, just looked so good last game. Really good game for it here as well. Both of these heroes hate playing against Blood. Yeah, really like what Team Spirit are doing here.
10 seconds remaining.
That's interesting. I never really thought of Team Spirit to be this team that can adapt and like learn their opponent's playstyle so quickly after one game. Like the way they switched their drafting from game 1 to game 2 is just
very impressive.
It does help that the thing that you switched into is very popular in CIS for the longest of times. These Bloodseeker kind of position 1 lineups are it's their bread and butter. So every like, you can't really say that every single carry player likes to play Bloodseeker, right? It's not a hero that's
exactly.
It's a simple hero, but it's not extremely popular. In CIS, I believe everyone plays it. It's just for some reason, I don't know. It's just popular hero.
It's a very good hero too. I think that's definitely a hero that every carry should be able to play right now. Just some games where you feel like, this is unwinnable for 2 reasons. Maybe they have a too hard of a carry, or maybe they play very fast. But Bloodseeker is like somewhere right in the middle, and he can just dominate the mid game so hard and just keep shutting down your opponent and just snowball off of that.
Yeah, it definitely feels much better now that he's returned to being a dominant force in lane. Like for a while, he was a little bit underwhelming in lane, and for a hero which needs to snowball pretty much to be as strong as possible, or at least needs to have a decent time in lane. To take away so much of his laning prowess before was pretty brutal. We didn't really see much, but now they've reverted a lot of those changes and given him a little bit of extra power in the laning phase. I'm sure we're going to see much more of him. It's made the hero way more viable. But how do you answer the hero? We've talked a lot about why the hero is good. What are good answers to Bloodseeker? Maybe the Mars?
Storm. I think Storm is a great pickup for Undying this game if they can get it. And Team Spirit didn't ban it out either. That's really good against Bloodseeker. It's good against Keeper of the Light. I mean, the hero just feels really good with the recent changes too. Like he's been, becoming better and better. He's got buffed in the last patch, and every game he's been played, I feel like he's done an excellent job.
5 seconds
True.
remaining.
They also banned out the Puck, which is good versus Pango, decent versus Storm as well because of Dreamcoil later on. But versus Bloodseeker, back to your point, Nomad, your question, burst damage did wonders before. I'm not quite sure it does the same now, like some Linas and whatnot. But I've seen that Bloodseeker cuts through a lot of tanky boys at the moment too. Like playing Morphling into Bloodseeker can be extremely difficult.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to
just
think
stuns
about
in general. Just being able to lock them down. There it is, Undying. This is the hero they needed right then and there. You didn't take that Storm there. I'm almost certain Team Spirit were picking it up next. And it's a huge mistake for Team Spirit to not respect Undying and believe that they're going to take Storm there and not ban it out themselves when they get the pick out of the ban phase.
What do you go for now, though? That's the question. You have one of these spirits still in the pool, like Void Spirit is available, but is there something better? They go for the other spirit. They go for the Ember. All right.
Yeah, this is the budget spirit right here, Ember Spirit.
Yeah, he's like really Storm, budget. Yeah,
he is.
He really is. Yeah.
Storm and Void are like on a whole nother level, and then here's your little brother.
So why take Ember over the Void Spirit then? What do you think Team Spirit's thinking is?
I have no idea, really. Like, the chains are nice versus Pango and Bane, I guess, but Void Spirit also brings a lot of control, and I would have rather pick... Okay, never mind. They just want to pick heroes that are weak, you know? They don't want to pick... Kotl and Bloodseeker are strong. They've been winning with them. Exactly. Now we make a point. You can steal grip from Bane, which is nice.
Yeah, Rolling Thunder, you know,
Rolling Thunder as well if he doesn't shield crash instantly. But
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, it's a Rubik.
I think Team Spirit are just having the time of their life. They just want to play whatever they feel. They don't care what the patch says or what the meta says. It's time to pave our own way. That's what they say. Ember and Rubik. I do believe though, like Ember has an easier time catching Storm than Void Spirit does.
But why not Lion or Shaman or something if you want to deal with the Storm? Like just get one of those Hex heroes.
Yeah,
Lion would.
Why not? Why not? I'm not sure.
Oh, you know what this is? This must be a Rubik safe lane, right? Position 5 and a Cod of position 4.
Okay.
Because if they put Rubik in the off lane against a Bane, it's an absolute disaster. Like Bane's gonna crush you. There's no way you can play that matchup.
Yeah, Bane is such a beastly laner right now, and they will go with Mars and Undying. So
Kado's good in the offlane against Bane because you can just shove the lane out, get the range creep for your team, keep putting pressure into send the creeps into the enemy tower so the Bane can't hit you. You just play with your ally, with your offlaner, and their offlane, and yeah, it's good.
Just get some combination with Kotl as well that enjoys when the lane is pushed in. Perhaps old school combos such as Sand King even come to my mind. You get some damage, some stun, some combination for team fights. Isn't that bad? Isn't really that commonly picked at the moment, but could be alright for Team Spirit.
I would like Bkop and Mofarah to watch out for something I like to call the Velodrome, because whenever Mars is picked into Bloodseeker, it doesn't become arena anymore. It becomes a velodrome, because whenever you jump in an arena to the Bloodseeker, he just starts running in circles trying to avoid the spear. And, he can't go anywhere, but he's just going to try and dodge spells by running around like a maniac. So I definitely think that's going to be happening.
Why am I imagining those motorcycles, that drive in a...
Yeah, those Sphere of Deaths or whatever they're called.
Yeah, it's Sphere of Death, exactly.
That's pretty much it.
Do you guys have any other ideas, like for offlane with Kotl? Like, my biggest two combos that I'm remembering, Sand King and Bristle, but Bristle doesn't enjoy playing versus Mars as well. You can turn him, and he probably isn't the best hero that Team Spirit needs here anyway.
Well, they're definitely going to need a stun, because Rubik lift and chains is not going to be enough to deal with Storm and everything else. And like, if you have to spend all your disables on Storm, right? How do you stop the Bane from gripping?
You're a Rubik. Lift one, steal grip another, use the third target, like...
Damn, this hero's so good.
Rubik, you don't underestimate this hero.
So they're definitely going to need some kind of like hard lockdown here for the last pick of Spirit. And they got 5 seconds left. They've used a lot of time earlier.
Magnus, Axe, Sand King, Spirit Breaker. Gyro. Okay,
so it's Bloodseeker offlane. Okay, cool.
Just from the heroes, I said. Right.
And that hero, I can't even say it's that good against Mars. Like, the lane could be alright, but it's still tough for a Gyrocopter to play.
10 seconds.
Bulwark Arena, very good against the Gyro. Doesn't give them that lockdown we were looking for. Team Spirit, very good start in the draft, but I'm worried now.
Just pick some kind of rough versus Bloodseeker, but a Lifestealer. We haven't seen him in a while, but Storm Spirit Bomb with the Lifestealer jumping on this Gyro. Or it's just Sven. Never mind. Pick the meta. Pick the simple one.
Sure. Go.
That was a confident pick too in that Sven. They did not take much time And there it is. The Moon's gonna play the 4 Pangolier. Yeah, I'm gonna go with Undying here, guys. I think the draft is solid. I know that the first 2 picks, like Undying, got a bit outpicked there with the Keeper and the Blood, but the follow-up picks from Team Spirit, I see where they're going with this. They want to fight. They want to play their own style, but they're gonna have to outplay Undying pretty hard to win this game.
Yatoro Gyro can be very scary, but I just feel like Sven just has the advantage in every way. Like, he farms faster. Gyrocopter hates those heroes which get on top of him. Sven can definitely do that with Warcry. You got the extra armor. Like, I just can't see it working. I can't see it. I mean, I can see it working, obviously. Like, there's hope for Team Spirit, but Undying just seems so much nicer in the heroes they picked. So I'm going Undying as well. Lizard, can you give us some hope for the CIS boys this game?
It's hard. My boys from my region are going to suffer, in my opinion, in this game. I completely agree with everything that you guys said. And remember, when we were calling for the picks, we said we just need a stun, right? We just need a stun. And then they last picked Gyro.
Homing missile.
Come on. Not gonna cut it, in my opinion. So I'm going with Team Undying as well.
Well, 3 for Undying, not looking good for Team Spirit. It's looking like it might be another very strong Storm game. Can Team Spirit change our minds and turn this game into a win and keep themselves in the tournament in the process? We'll find out with our lovely casters, Bkop and Mofarah.
Thank you, Nomad. Here, game number 3, ready to go. Mo, who got their bread and butter? Who got their breadsticks? They're free at Olive Garden. Not sponsored,
interesting, interesting last pick Gyrocopter moves the Bloodseeker to the off lane. Yeah, not 100% sold on that. I'm. Oh no, I'm muted on Discord again. Sorry, Bkop couldn't hear me. Oh, I'm having a rough day today, Bkop. Give me a break.
I can just guess what you said.
I'll say it again for you, but yeah, last pick Gyrocopter. I'm yet to be convinced. Okay. I'm willing to be convinced, but I think this Bloodseeker off lane. Not so sure. When I've seen it played recently, it hasn't looked so hot. So I'd probably favour... I'm going to go with Undying. I'm going to go with Undying.
Ooh.
I think coming into this series, they're the team I would have gone for and I would have backed. So, yeah.
That's all you got?
Yeah, Tomato on the Sven. Gonna 1 versus 5. That's the way it goes.
Okay. All right. You know what? That's fair enough.
That's my breakdown of it.
I'm down with that breakdown. Honestly, I didn't think that was what you were going to say when you were muted. I thought you were just being like, all right, we get it with the Olive Garden.
Oh, no. I let you have your moment, Bkop. It's fine.
Not a moment. It's just breadsticks.
Your way of life.
Yeah, come on. I've actually never been to an Olive Garden.
Oh, now it's coming out.
Seconds to battle.
So we'll see how this goes. Game number 3, do or die time. Makes it more exciting. Like, we had 2 game 3s in the upper bracket, but there's no fear of being eliminated from the tournament. This right here, there's fear. We've watched a lot of these elimination games in the past where teams play maybe a little bit more safe.
I will say I'm excited to see Moon Meander on something other than a Disruptor this time. Like something like this Pangolier that can roam around and cause a bit more chaos. I think more to look forward to for Undying. I'm a little bit worried for Spirit as well, that this Storm, I mean, we saw a good Storm Spirit last game, but I think it's a really good game for it. And we saw what Bryle could do yesterday on this hero. He's very potent. Good small cap block by Miposhka, obviously against these heroes like Storm. Very important. You want to minimize their farm as much as possible.
And we see we've seen Bryle go off with this Storm before. It feels like one of those comfort heroes for him. Miposhka trying to work with this Coddle with the Illuminate. That puts the Rubik into a 4 position, and we don't really see this hero all too often anymore.
Yeah, I think it's okay against the Storm. It gives you that instant disable in the lift that you're kind of after, right? Like, it's okay. And obviously, like the panel was saying, it's good against the Bane. You can steal grip. It's fine, but I've got a lot of games on this hero. It's my favourite, and it does feel a little bit lackluster at the moment. So I respect that Spirit have gone for it. Obviously, something they're very comfortable with, but again, need to be convinced. Same as the Bloodseeker.
Gyro 1 with Miposhka, 5 here on the Coddle. Let's see. Ooh.
It's a nice play.
Shield Crash again. Moomiander trying to output some damage here onto the Coddle, who will pop that salve, and then he'll illuminate over onto these neutrals and get a deny. So we've seen what Pangos can do early on with the 1-2. The second point in that Shield Crash feels like it could be overwhelming if you're not too careful. Even level 1.
We should say as well, Brian is absolutely crushing mid right now on this storm. He's destroying Toronto Tokyo, and it's not close. Like, Toronto Tokyo is saving up for the early bottle, and he has to bring out a salve early on because the lane's going so badly, which is going to delay his bottle even longer.
What China event was it that we were covering together that was the mids just continuing to go back and forth as Dubu getting chased down by Collapse, pops the salve, will survive, but the salve gets stopped pretty early. It was the China event that the mids were just constantly shipping out regen to themselves, not bottles. It was so nuts.
Absolutely no idea.
But now with bottles being so strong with the water runes, it's almost you can't do that anymore, or don't want to as much.
Yeah, unblocks his small camp as well, Bryle, so gonna have that to work with moving forward.
Ooh, Vortex, Slight, Toronto, Tokyo, taking some damage here from Bryle, and starting to catch up a little bit. All of a sudden, he's 12-1. Jumps up from what was 4-0.
Yeah, he's getting there. DB unblocks the small camp as well, so... Trying to take it, trying to use the Slight to dodge the Remnant damage, but unfortunately doesn't work there either.
Oof.
This...
Really
I was going to say, this top lane for Undying is not going well. And I think this is the power of the Keeper of the Light, though, right? I mean, we've been seeing a lot of, like, position 4 Keeper recently. But even the POS 5, like, they have this double range against double melee. I'd be interested to see what kind of build the Gyrocopter goes for, whether it's like the flat cannon build, or whether it's more points of Rocket Barrage.
Because in the past, we've seen the skipping of the Rocket Barrage completely, where it's just 0-4-4.
Yeah, it looks like Utoro's going flat cannon and stats, which I think is absolutely fine.
Yeah, he does it a little bit differently. Goes to it was the 0-1 or with stats, right?
Yeah, Mimian is just messing around here.
Ooh. Yeah. And this time he doesn't go to the swashbuckle. He's actually gone to the lucky shot if he can get that to go off. And one more shot, and there's the first blood, and the Bale with neutrals getting second blood.
Oh. Mirror.
Stormhammer, Brain Sap, the right click damage. Dubu's gonna get a kill there over bottom. And you get the first blood on your Pango. And you said the off lane's not really going that well, but mid and safe lane for Undying are.
Yeah, they're doing really well, the other two lanes. I mean, Bloodseeker's doing well bot lane though, right? He's doing okay. Yeah, I think... it wasn't just the first red as well on the Pango, it's the fact he denies himself to creeps.
He's got help from the mid. Gonna go, they've got the disarm. Do they want to dive it even further? Bryle had a sip left on the bottle, and the clarity doesn't go for it.
Yeah, pushing their advantage with the level 6 difference as well, where the Ember doesn't have it, but the Storm does. Good to see.
Mira.
Good ward deny as well.
Mira coming over, and we really haven't felt much from this Rubik yet, as Moomiander gets another kill, this time onto Miposhka. You know, one of these games he was dealing with the Wolves. This game, now he's dealing with the Pangolin. It's, you know, I don't think Miposhka will be visiting a zoo anytime soon.
No, I don't think so either. He's gonna stay well away.
Precious bounty.
Red's
trying to
finished.
take bottles up the DD. Now, I'd be interested to see when Brow decides to make his first rotation here, because Like, he hasn't got the active rune at 6 minutes, but does he want to try and make a move relatively early anyway? Or does he want to wait until that 8-minute rune potentially to get another active? I'm not 100% sure, but... let's have to see what he does. He's going for that Orchid first as well, we should say. Which is not particularly common this tournament. I think we've been seeing a lot of Kaya first.
If that ends up being the case. I like that the soaring on Storm's become a lot more popular. We've been seeing, who was it in the China event that was doing it every game?
We saw Emo doing it before. And then we were like, oh, this is really cool. And now everybody seems to be doing it. So I don't know whether Emo set a trend or something, or it was something that was coming through anyway, but...
So Storm leading the net worth at the moment, 3,100 gold overall, sitting at the top, and then Gyro Sven, as Sven and Bloodseeker kind of even themselves. And you can see Ember 400 gold behind of his lane opponent of the Storm, and Bryle just trying to get quickly into this Orchid. They've got the arena down, Maposhka dead once again. This time Saberlight gets the kill. That first arena used by Saberlight.
Yeah, easy to just get a kill, especially with the gyros off jungler. You might as well just drop the arena, get the kill.
So now
this is the 8-minute rune we were talking about here.
And he pops the double damage and just absolutely rips through Bryle. And now the rune was a regen rune that ended up getting bottled by Bryle as that fight went on.
And they had this amazing start to the game, especially in the mid lane on the Storm, right? And now the Ember's ahead of him in net worth. Like, these 2 active runes have helped Toronto Tokyo no end here.
And they've really kind of stabilized, and not only have they stabilized, they've taken an advantage for the moment for Team Spirit. And yeah, it's a couple deaths on Maposhka, 3 of the 4 that they had on this team, but for the moment, Spirit have put themselves in a decent spot. That being said, God Strength used over bottom. They're going to ball lightning, look for the Vortex. They'll catch themselves a kill and a collapse as Bloodseeker tries to get away, but unfortunately can't do so with the 3rd hero rotating bot.
I think they were really hoping that the Storm was going to TP back mid again, and they were going to try and go for another kill. But yeah, it ends up just going bot instead. So the support's time mid on the Spirit's side a little bit wasted.
Middle tower is under attack.
Amazing what you'll find laying around.
You're replacing some vision within the Radiant jungle. That's catching Bryle just farming up.
And it's that build again from the Gyrocopter, by the way, the Crystallis Rush. Trying to maximize the damage output as much as possible.
Was it Crystallis Rush into the Ags?
Yeah, I think he went Crystallis Ags Beekeeper.
Yeah. Mars going for the Blink Dagger. He's got Phase Boots as well as the Soul Ring, but Mars is not really farming that well. Saberlight, despite the fact that he got that kill on a Maposhka, it's been a bit of a slow build-up for him. He's currently 300 gold behind Collapse, so it's not the worst thing in the world, not the worst deficit. But you can see that Spirit, they have opened up the map for themselves, and now they've got this Crystallis for Yatoro coming out, and he's going into the Ags next.
Yeah, the Mars starting to run into the jungle as well. He's hunting here, and they see him under a ward, so Yatoro...
Now he's in trouble. Spear connects. Homing Missile coming out, but Bryle moving around and getting the kill with the help of Saberlight. They move over. They will slow down this Gyrocopter who did pick up that Crystallis, so...
That's a big kill, that one.
Yeah, that'll give away the fact that they have vision on that cliff. Arena ends up getting used now over bottom. They've caught Collapse, and they've got Dubu with a Fiend's Grip. He's just outside the range of the Blood Right, but now with the Telekinesis, they'll lift him up and slam him down. I don't know if that's going to help him, but he goes into the pitfall, and ooh, Spear missing. So Moon Meander, Saberlight need to run, but Moon Meander won't have the opportunity with the fact that they've got the Blood Right, Rolling Thunder, and the right clicks coming in from Collapse. These heroes come in, they save the life of the Bloodseeker, maybe even getting a +1 on Saberlight if he's not too careful. You have Slight and Searing Chains available, and now there's the Spear, and Rubik will be hit by that Nightmare.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, really well played by Team Spirit there. Bryle's starting to push in this mid lane, but yeah, I think the Bloodseeker is so tanky with this hood. Like, he has so much effective HP. If you look at the Radiant side, they don't have a huge amount of physical damage at the moment, right? So this hood, keeping the Bloodseeker alive. Good item choice. And they get the bot tier 1 as well. So lots of space for the Gyrocopter to open up and farm with, especially around that ancient area, which is where he's going to want to be playing.
So a 1k lead right now for Team Spirit, despite the fact that they're getting out killed. 3-1 at the moment. Obviously 6-2 total, but fractions, guys. Toronto Tokyo is up here top. Saberlight maybe looking to drop down an arena and get a spear, but that is a tough ask against this Ember. And ball lining away from Pryle with the TP. He escapes the hands of Toronto Tokyo as well as Collapse. They bring in the arena. They've got the spear that lands on a Collapse. The blood rate's down, but it's not going to silence up Saberlight. They bring in the rest. They've got the Rupture. Now Collapse getting low, but he's so tanky. He'll walk out of this. Dubu coming over. Sleight of Fist again from Toronto Tokyo and the Remnant back. Illuminate comes through and doesn't matter anybody.
Really well played. The Stolen Nightmare stops the Pango from rolling through with the Rolling Thunder. So, yeah, really well played by Mira. And Orchid's almost online on the Storm here, and I love that they're still looking for a kill, even though he's so close to the Orchid. Like, they don't want to play safe. They understand the timing of the kill is more important than having the item. Because they have the damage, just can't seem to quite find it at the moment.
Are scanning.
Might be able to catch themselves Yatra on the way back. The scan comes out from the Dire, recognizing that the jungle is safe, but the look over mid is Maposhka, Collapse, Mira, and Toronto Tokyo are here. They fall back, they've got the pig pull, and Yatoro is the one to the side that is farming, so they don't find anything on Undying, and Pryle will have that Orchid coming out. Do they smoke up once again?
I don't think so, right?
Pryle has the Orchid. He's going to show in lane, so it's no secret that he has it anymore. I guess the next timing would potentially be the Blink Dagger on the Mars, right?
Yeah, I think so. And I'm not sure what Pango's building, but he's pretty farmed, so Mumianda could be getting... Okay, he's not. He went over Corrosion Tranquils. Okay. Got lots of small items instead, which is fine.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
I think if you're Radiant side there, it's more about hitting the BKB timing on the Sven than anything relatively soon.
Right.
I think you want to hit something like a little bit further down the line, which means you want to slow down the game a little bit, but this Gyro is going to be so strong when he hits his item timings. So it might be a bit worrying for that.
Mumiander, Sleight of Fist Searing Chains with the Blood Right. Telekinesis, the lockdown is there, the Swashbuckle away. Spear pushing them back, and actually Mira's still on the bulwark. They'll throw down the arena, they get the kill on Mumiander. Now he's going to try and Remnant back, but he Remnants into the arena. They've got the Sun out on a Saberlight who will be hit by the Blood Right. He's low on health, Ball Lightning in, gets the Vortex out on a Collapse. That's a automatic committed and not a lot gained by Undying. They lose 2, and Spirit continue to roll through right now. They don't have any help from the Sven, really. And they still don't have that Blink on Saberlight, so the Blink Arena is just not a reality.
Yeah, good couple of kills. I think getting the Pango first is going to be really key, right? He's the big team fight for Undying, so if you can take that out straight away, the 5-on-5s are always going to be so much more difficult. Sorry.
Stupendous.
And they're going again. I really like this. They're just relentless with the pressure here.
Toronto Tokyo, Sleight of Fist, Searing Chains, Blood Right, Tomato. He's in some trouble. He's silenced up. They've got the Vortex as well as the Orchid onto Toronto Tokyo, but now the Nightmare that hits on a Collapse. They've got the damage to go and get the kill on a Dubu. He'll run in knowing he's dead, and it's a killing spree for Team Spirit, who continue to just play high tempo, high aggression, and they're trying to break down the walls and defenses of Undying, and right now, well, the supports are starting to break.
Yeah, and it looks like they're starting to set up towards top lane as well. I think Saberlight understands something's going on here, but he's going to try and push out another wave, and it might be the end of him. Nice toggle to stop the Spear Steal coming through.
Arena TP, and is the homing missile going to be in time? No, it won't.
Gets out there. Yeah, something good Mars players will do. You see Mira tips him. He's like, oh. Yeah, good Mars players, they will always toggle the bulwark after the spear usage against Rubik. Oh, Mumianda.
Ooh, getting a kill there.
He's very dead.
Under the Kaya Sanj has the Orbit Corrosion with the Phase Boots. Toronto Tokyo is having quite the game at the moment, 4-0-2. You can see Team Spirit now with this Ags on Yatoro as well as the Crystalist. They're pushing top. They're grouped up together.
Radiant's top tower is under
Yeah,
attack.
they understand how strong their Gyrocopter is. They understand how strong the Ember is as well. He's gone for this casual Sanj because, you know, especially with the Kotal as well, being able to keep him topped up with mana all the time. He can basically just play,
Searing
you know,
Chains.
non-stop.
This was on the potential Blink reveal, and now they've finally stolen the Spear. They're going to throw it over to the Mars. They've silenced him up. They get the kill and a collapse. They'll take it Saberlight. So the offlaners get traded. They look over to Tomato.
Good grip.
Fiend's Grip silence on a Toronto Tokyo. He bit off more than he could chew. They get the kill. It's Tomato who comes through with it. Doesn't even have God Strength on that, but the Rolling Thunder now hitting on a Maposhka. They find themselves Mirror. They get themselves a third kill onto the Rubik. Ball Lightning in. Maposhka gone. Double kill for Bryle. And a 4-for-1 trade in favor of Undying.
I think they had vision control that whole fight, right, as well on Undying. They had the ward on the cliff, I'm pretty sure. So they see everything the whole time as well. But just to the left on the high ground, I think they had a ward up there. But
Dire's top tower
yeah, really well played by Undying, and a great grip to find the Ember. I think that's the only way they kill him at the moment, right? Because of this casual Sanj, they have to drop everything on him.
Rupture on the Moon Meander.
TP.
Swashbuckle and dead. Oh, okay.
are fortified.
Okay, well, never mind.
Didn't have a TP.
Dire's
He has
top
pipe
tower
first,
is
the
under
Bloodseeker.
attack.
Oh.
Dire are scanning.
I would have thought like Atos or something would have been really good this game as well.
Brigand's Blade now for the Sven. Ring of Aqua for the Ember, who's finished off the Kaya, so that'll combine with the Kaya Sanj. Team's sitting pretty
good
close.
choice.
You've talked about how it's been a lot of one-sided games.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, it feels like we were saying it after the the game 2 ended right before off stream, but yeah, I was saying that there's been a lot of like good games, but they've been very like not back and forth.
Right.
Kind of like one team pushes forward their advantage and they never kind of lose it. So it feels like this is a close one though. So, and this is this is the kind of game that you want when these two teams feel like so evenly matched almost. You know, Undying probably favoured ever so slightly coming into the series, but I wouldn't say by a huge
Blink
amount.
Arena and the Spear's gonna miss. Saberlight not getting the advantage off that one, but the Rolling Thunder comes in. That's got the blood right down. That silences up Saberlight, but the God Strength being used here onto the Bloodseeker
grip on
with
the
the
Ember.
damage, and they get the kill on a collapse. They'll look over. They've got the Fiend's Grip. Do they have the damage to get the kill into Toronto Tokyo? He's trying to remnant away. Swashbuckle disarmed, in some trouble. Here comes Yatoro over from the side. Does he have the damage? Ooh, a lot of damage on a Moon Meander, and Mira gets credit for that kill. Toronto Tokyo survives it all.
That was pretty funny. You saw the Tomato on the Sven like move to the side because he understood what was coming. Moon Meander was like, "Nah, we'll be fine. We'll get him." Just instantly blows up. Look at that damage from the Ember, and he ends up surviving as well, which is such a big moment in the game potentially. You know, it's the small things that are going to make the difference here. Oh, DB sees the haste rune.
Haste.
And he picks it up. Mira's got this stolen war cry.
It's pretty good, honestly.
Yeah.
It's a good spot to have. I like that he's going Blink first as well on Mira. I mean, you see so many Rubiks that go like Aether Lens first, it feels like. And I think Blink Force is really strong on this area.
Searing Chains not once but twice, and there's the telekinesis into the Illuminate. Saberlight trying to leave, and he does get that bulwark off. Dubu.
It's like baiting him into just trying to steal Spear
Now
every
he's
time.
hit with the call down. Searing Chains, he's locked up, and he'll be killed off.
Can they look towards Roche now, potentially? I don't know how confident they feel, but Bryle doing a good job of pushing out the mid lane as well, though, at the same time.
Radiant structures are fortified.
So right now a 2K lead, they'll take the top tier 1. They have not backed off into Roche yet. You've got 4 until you've got Dubu back up, 6 until Saberlight.
This Ember Spirit build is going to be really defensive, though. He's going Kaya Sanj into Lincolns.
Trying to avoid that Fiend's Grip. You said that was one of the only things that really messes with him.
Yeah, it's not even that. It's like the pull on the Storm. It's the Sven stun. Yeah, just get rid of these disables. But it does mean that his damage output might be a little bit lacking. Obviously, he has the Chakra Magic from the Kotal to help with spell usage, but it's like physical damage and whatnot is going to be a bit lackluster.
Tower is under attack.
TPing
And
in.
more about
Smoke
and
from
more
Team
about taking
Spirit.
these long fights for the Ember with that kind of build. And there's the blink.
Survival and control the name of the game right now for the Ember. They've got Yatoro, who's got Ags, Crystallis, BKB going into the Daedalus Satanic next. They had TP top on Undying to smoke and maybe make a move, knowing that Spirit was near their triangle. Spirit have smoked themselves, but that's going to run out. Put right down mid, and there's the smoke. Still looking to make the move. They're going to ball landing in with the Stormhammer. They've got the call down coming in. Can they get anything from this? The arena's going to be down around on the 3. Collapse can't do anything with this with the BKB being popped.
Storm's dead.
They've got the Fiend's Grip on Yatoro. They're going to kill Namira as well as Maposhka. They take a Pry on Dubu. So it's a 2 for 2 so far. Moomiander stuck in place. He's ruptured for the moment. Shield crashes forward. He'll end up dead a little bit quicker, and that is to Collapse.
Yatoro did so much damage to that Storm. I don't know how he died so quickly, but
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
absolute madness. Great fight for Spirit, though. They find a big core kill, which I think is the obviously going to be the massive one here. When you're playing these mobile heroes like Storm and Ember, and it is good games for both of them, you know, any kill you can get on them feels great. We've seen what a free Storm game can do last time. So, right, keep that hero down as much as possible. And they're going to head into the Roche Pit. This is what we were saying before. When were they going to try and look for that timing?
In there for a second.
Okay, no, they're not. Never mind.
Don't fully commit. The scan is there, though, and that might draw them over. Got Mars over bottom. He doesn't have Arena for 13 more seconds. He's just trying to push in, potentially help get this tier 1 over in the bot lane, and now he's going to TP to the tier 2. Looking to get something to happen.
This Gyrocopter almost has Daedalus, and there's the instant stun on the Storm.
Yeah, they've got the stun onto the Storm, trying to get the kill here, and they will. Illuminate comes through. Maposhka gets the kill on the Bryon. They're going to Rolling Thunder, but Collapse had the Rupture on him, and he Rolling Thunders to his death. You've got the Rubik's Cube. Just Rolling Thundering.
That's a really good steal for the Rubik as well, because you can use Lift while you're rolling. So you can set up really well for like chain stuns and things. Feels pretty good. And Spirit definitely in the driving seat here.
It doesn't look like Undying are going to be able to steal this at all. Down 6,000 net worth now.
And this Gyrocopter really clicking here. I mean, they're going to smoke up, but it's just too late. The Roche is going to die. And you see all of a sudden they kind of stand still and they're like, what do we do now? What are we hoping for here?
They're hoping to get a kill. They're going to look over at Collapse, so at least get themselves the kill into the Bloodseeker. They got the Silence still onto the Sven. Yatoro wanting to chase. They've got a homing missile coming in.
He has Bkop available still on the Sven, so I think he should be fine here. But alright, they get a kill on the Bloodseeker. That's good, but my worry is now that the Ghost Strength that's out and everything, I think Spirit just go again when the Bloodseeker's up, right? They're going to look to fight straight away because they know there's no ult on the Sven. Be interesting to see if Undying try and do something here while the Bloodseeker's still dead, but it's going to be difficult to achieve.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
What's he building next on the Gyrocopter?
Gyro is going Satanic after finishing off this Daedalus, and they've, I believe, picked up a Crystallis on Sven. Yeah.
I mean, this Gyrocopter's a little bit ahead. It's farming really well at the moment. And this is the power of the flat cannon stats build, right? Just so much HP, you're so tanky and difficult to kill.
All into the stats, then 2-1-4-3.
Was that a Yasha? I think he actually had queued up on the Gyro there instead.
Yeah, he's eyeing it out.
So he's going S and Y most likely.
First, yeah. He's got that queued after the Satanic, so.
Yeah, I think against Bane.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
In particular, SMY always going to be good. Never a bad choice. Saber light. It's my small camp. mine.
Yeah, he's trying to get into a BKB, and so is the Storm desperately.
I mean, they desperately need their BKBs, though, right? At this point in the game, when you're playing against like this Cottle, especially the Ember with the chains.
Spear landing onto the gyro. They've got themselves the electric vortex, but now they've got the rolling Rubik's Cube coming in. The arena is around Yataro. He does have an Aegis to work with, and the damage from Tomato coming in and a collapse to get the kill into the Bloodseeker. They're taking the first life out of the hands of the Gyrocopter. Now the ball lightning as well as the silence onto the Rubik. They're trying to get the kill here on Amira. That should be a second. It will be, but they finally end up losing Saberlight. Toronto Tokyo moving forward. They've got the root on a Moomeander. Fiend's Grip from Dubu keeps Yataro out of the fight with the BKB still rolling on him, so he might be a little bit more scared to come in on this. They look over at Toronto Tokyo, who pops the illusion rune to help get himself a little bit of escape. They look over at Brow. The damage coming in, though, on a Tomato from Yataro is more than Tomato can output. The Remnant forward, Dubu with the Nightmare. Now the Searing Chains, they'll get themselves another onto the bait. They fought back on the Mars. Saberlight trying to make something happen. He's got the spear, and that will land onto the tower. Bryle with the follow-up lockdown. They've got themselves the Vortex as well as the Silence Spear. They have the damage to get the kill. They do just barely. Saberlight gets credit for the kill on a Toronto Tokyo, and Moomeander moving in on a Maposhka. Maposhka trying to run. A grenade thrown over onto the Kato. So Chakra Magic. They've got Saberlight. They'll land another spear and get the kill.
Really good fight. A bit of a mistake from Undying, where they used to sleep on the Ember, sorry, right? But they slept up the Sven for a split second while they were trying to go on the Ember because the Nightmare passed over instead of waking him up.
Right.
Because the pull doesn't do any damage, so it doesn't stop the Nightmare, right? But they get the kill in the end anyway. And that's what matters. It does cost them a Saberlight buyback, so not a cheap one necessarily, but
Ooh,
still
they
pretty
do get
good.
a Psychic Headband.
That's good on the
Undying. And it's going to be good because they want ways to break that Lincoln's.
Wait, who has a Lincoln's?
The Ember.
Oh, the Ember. Yeah, of course. Sorry. I guess that's pretty good, yeah.
We were talking about it before, right?
Yeah,
With Toronto Tokyo on the Storm.
I think it'll be difficult for the Bane to use that in that way, though, right? Because the Psychic Headband's not a particularly large cast range. It's okay, but yeah. If he ever gets in range of the Ember to cast Psychic Headband, unless he's like the Ember's going on him, then the Bane's probably going to die. The reason why I was talking about Gyrocopter's item build before, because I was wondering if he'd go for something like a Butterfly potentially against the Sven as well.
Ooh. BKB now picked up for the Storm. So Bryle will have a little bit more freedom here in these fights. Silver Edge being built for the Sven. They've used the smoke. They're going to blink in. They've got themselves spears, as well as the Construct and the BKB, but the Lotus Orb is there. They've got themselves the Electric Vortex. The arena is down. The BKB has gone off, but Yataro cannot get to the finish line on this one. He's going to die very early into the fight. They'll TP out the Sven. They'll start to escape, and Moomeander, oh, he'll swashbuckle away from the side of Team Spirit, who lose the Gyro but take the Bane.
Yeah, really good pick-off. I mean, it's not him not having Aegis anymore. He does die with the insane amounts of burst damage that the Radiant have. And you see with the end of the God Strength, they're going to try and carry on here. And at least see if they can find something else. Doesn't look like they're going to get anything, but well played by Undying. Like, the Gyrocopter does have to respect the Sven still, right? And
ooh.
good lift.
Blink Telekinesis. They've gotten the lockdown on a Saberlight. They were looking for the Sleight of Fist as well as the Searing Chase, but now they're going to Ball Lightning and find themselves a kill and a collapse. They get the kill on the Bloodseeker. Ball Lightning in. Maposhka's gone too. Want a +1 by killing off the Rubik. Mira, though, he's got Swashbuckle, Sleight of Fist, Searing Chains coming through on the Sven as well as the Pangolier.
I don't understand why Team Spirit are trying to fight without the Gyro. You know, like, there's no need for you to force an engagement there without your, you know, big hard hitter.
Stolen Stormhammer, some extra lockdown there for Mira if he can leave, and he will.
It's a good steal. Especially because of the big cast range that Rubik has. Like, makes any sudden steal feel much better. Do you see what I mean about the Ember build, though? Like, he has this Kaya Sanjin to Lincoln, so it feels like he isn't really doing a huge amount of damage anymore.
Right.
Like, he needs this Aghanim as quickly as possible, really, so he actually feels like he's a threat in the fights. Because otherwise, they can kind of just ignore him and go for the Gyro the whole time instead. Which is going to get much harder when he has the Satanic. we should point out. But
I don't see Moomiander being the observer ward here. Something is that Moomiander or Arteezy.
Yes.
He said the words.
it is NA. Bkop.
It is. And he's still just standing there. There we go. Finally blinks down.
Great game though. Like, we said it before, but it's been that close one that we were hoping for. And you can tell that it's an elimination game as well, right? Because both teams are kind of a little bit more afraid to make mistakes than they were in the game 1 and 2.
Mm-hmm. And that's something we alluded to in the beginning of the game, knowing that it's an elimination.
Yes.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
TP skirting away.
Just barely. It's turned into a 3k lead here for Team Spirit. Scan lands and it's on to Sven.
Spirit, yeah, they had this big lead before, as you can see, but Undying been doing a really good job to get themselves back into that game. That kill on the gyrocopter before was obviously the big one. Is he close to the Satanic yet? Because he is still like 2,000 gold ahead of the Sven. So if you can survive that initial burst that the Sven has with the Satanic on the gyro, then they don't really have great sustained damage on the Undying side, like throughout the whole fight.
He's trying to get himself a Satanic. Meanwhile, Telekinesis comes through. They've got the arena. That's going to be around onto the Rubik. Mira, well, he'll end up stealing Swashbuckle. He's trying to escape, and I believe he swashbuckled into the walls of the arena, but they get the kill on the Duber. They'll throw down the call down.
No, they trade 1 for 1. I think good play by Mira, though, to initiate the fight in the first place. Like, if the Bane's going to step up like that, you have to try and punish him. Like, especially hold your defensive ward on the high ground as well. Because at least if a fight does kick off there, that they have the vision to play around.
And that's knowing that Mira is willing to give up his own life just to get that kill. And
yeah,
punish.
I mean, obviously he would have liked to have just been able to pick off the Bane and then get out again. But... And there's the Satanic on the Sven. I wonder what he goes for next. I do think if one of the... Yeah, the gyro's queued up the butterfly now. This is kind of what I was hoping for before, but he has the effective HP for it to be of use now.
Sven's got the Swift Blink queued up, and Gyro's got the butterfly. Ember going Ags.
He's probably going to realize that he needs the MKB.
Ooh, they have looked over and found Moomiander. They're going to steal the Rolling Thunder again. Yes. Another really good one to take, and it's not one that gets used immediately, so they can kind of play around that option.
Big win for Team Spirit. Because when he uses the Rolling Thunder, like, what's their answer? Right, the only real physical damage, like we said before, is the Sven, and they have the Fiend's Grip, but are you going to use that on a Rubik? I don't think so.
Spirit, let's see if they can start to bring back this game into their favor. They had played the first 20 minutes or so quite well, and now they need to kind of keep up with their lead as both teams go for a smoke, with Roche being back up in 15 seconds. The winner of this fight most likely gets Roche.
And they're both swapping the high grounds right now.
Either team has scan.
Spirit are going to set up the vision. Mira on the low ground. Leave your Spirit here. You really want to play around your own vision. You don't want to push up too far.
And they're going to push up very far. The arena's going to be a miss from Saberlight immediately into the Rolling Thunder. Now they're going to look over the Bloodseeker with the Lotus Orb. He'll be okay for now, but the Rolling Thunder finally hits on to Collapse. They've got the Rupture that hits Moomiander. The Rolling Thunder coming through and hitting onto the Sven. They've got the Telekinesis to lock him up. They're looking for the Remnant to go over on the Storm Spirit. They get the kill on Moomiander as well as trade Mira. Fiend's Grip out onto Toronto, Tokyo. They're trying to destroy two cities at once. They've got the Vortex coming through, and they won't get Toronto, Tokyo, or the Gyro yet. They'll instead lose Dubu. Remnant forward, Searing Chain, Saberlight in trouble. Sleight of Fist from Toronto, Tokyo. He's got the help from Yatoro, and they should be able to get the kill here onto the Mars. The right-click damage coming in, and they'll finally finish off Saberlight. taking out a third.
Yeah, and you can see the problem. Like they have this grip, amazing grip on the Ember, but because the Sven's not within touching distance, their damage is just so lacking. Like even this Storm with a decent amount of net worth he has just doesn't do enough because of the such tanky build from the Ember.
Played very well from Spirit to gain back a lot of that lead, and they're going to go to the high ground.
They're going to force the Saberlight buyback here, and if you look at its net worth, he's already really struggling. So if he is forced to use this here, he's going to be so far behind.
Right now, I think they're looking at conceding at least the top set of racks. Bottom and mid are pushing out. Rosh is not taken, and Yatoro will set up, posture, take the top set of racks, and then most likely the team will back up and look towards Rosh.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
So, what's on the Rosh this time? Is it the second Rosh, I think, right?
Yeah, so the shard is available.
I don't know if the Rubik has one, but it's pretty good on him.
He doesn't have one yet.
Could potentially give it to the Keeper of the Light as well if he doesn't have one. The recall, pretty good.
This is going to be too slow of a movement from Undying if they're looking to go and get near this.
It feels like there's 2 times in a row they smoke and it's slightly too late, right? Good chains.
Spotting Dubu, and they have the vision. They're going to spot him. They've got the BKB being popped by Bryle, but Bryle taking a lot of damage from Yatoro. He needs to be very careful and finally start to turn this around. They've got Tomato going in with the Satanic and the right-click damage coming on into Yatoro. But Yatoro, your Satanic, it's not better than mine because I've got the team around me, and I'll get the kill on Tomato and Moo Meander. They'll also finish off Dubu. Undying on their last leg.
The race car. Yeah, and the thing is, even if Sven buys back here, he's not going to have the God Strength available, so... is it really worth it? You saw the power of the Butterfly, though, in that fight. The Sven not able to stand his ground whatsoever. Even when both carriers have got their Satanics on.
Blink, Mira, Telekinesis coming in, and now they're going to ball lightning, make something happen. 3-man Vortex with the spear coming through. Now they'll look and get Maposhka. They'll buy back on Tomato. They've taken out both supports. They'll buy back on Rubik, and now they're looking to go after Saberlight. They finish off the Mars. Collapse getting low, but the right-click damage just isn't enough. He doesn't have the God Strength. He's used the Satanic already, and they're going to lose Tomato for the second time. He's dead for 2 minutes. Ball lightning over, looking for Toronto Tokyo. Finishes off Dulu with the Sleight of Fist. Remnant Bryle in some trouble. They've got the call down. Triple kill for Toronto Tokyo. Make it. Oh, not a 4-kill, ultra kill there for Toronto Tokyo. But there it is. There's the full team wipe. Team Spirit will cut the journey of Undying short here, and they will move on to the second round of the lower bracket, eliminating Undying.
Yeah, a bit of a really good game. It's been really close. You could tell they were, the nerves were showing potentially on both sides, but I mean, Undying are going to be, like we said before the series started, and I think Theben touched on it, they're going to be bitterly disappointed. Their first international event, it's their chance to show why they deserve to be at TI and everything, and show the world what they've been missing, because we don't get to watch a lot of these NA teams playing these international competitions until the major comes around. So, yeah, they'll be really, really gutted, but, there's lots of room for them to grow. They've only just got to boot camp, so there's lots of time for them to work on themselves as well. I don't think, they have things to look at and stuff, but they gave themselves a decent chance of winning both series, I think, especially the one against LGD. So not all, panic, arms up in the air or anything.
It's definitely not panic. It's not the greatest feeling to flunk out on your first international tournament of the year, but it's something to grow with and something that they might learn from going into TI. Could be a big learning experience for them, these 2 big losses. So, well, we'll see, what the panel has to say about that, not only about this series, but the last one of the day coming up, which is that South American Derby. But we'll go over to the panel, send it your way. Take it away, guys.
A disappointing performance from Undying, but a huge turnout for the books for the side of Team Spirit as they take the victory here and continue their journey through this tournament with a huge brawl of a game. Team Spirit, I mean, they didn't really miss a beat in that game, but I gotta say, I hate to focus on negatives after a game like that, because Team Spirit definitely deserved that win, but this was not the same Team Undying we saw yesterday, was it, Theben?
Yeah, they really weren't. I guess today, especially in that last game, the nerves got the best of them. Maybe they got shook after game 2, although it was a pretty clear outdraft from our perspective. This game, I really felt like they were in control, especially from the laning stage. And all of a sudden, like Brau just dies. I think because he didn't get his runes, maybe he was a little bit tilted, and that kind of gave like Toronto Tokyo a game. And Team Spirit, these guys are ruthless, man. The way that they play, like they just care about getting their heroes, what they're comfortable with. You know, they just play the game out, play normally, and whenever they find any openings, they just attack. Like I was saying earlier, if they can play like a fast lineup, I think they're gonna beat Team Undying, and they kind of did have that fast lineup. I just felt like Team Undying, maybe the nerves got the best of them, right? It's the first time they're playing together on LAN, and they could have played so much better. They could have been a bit more aggressive. They could have planned a few better smokes, in my opinion, especially to try and get some pressure onto this gyrocopter. I think they were doing too many solo actions overall.
Listen, I mean, it's not the Team Undying we were hoping to see for this game. But Team Spirit, you know, they looked in good spirits. I mean, are you excited to see this team playing this fast? And do you think if they continue on this pace, they'll be able to take some more wins coming through this lower bracket now?
Yeah, they definitely did accomplish exactly what we said they would, right? All three of us, we stated that their draft is amazing and that they're gonna win this game like 90%, right?
Yeah,
yeah,
definitely.
But I was surprised. They pull out this Bloodseeker first in the last game, then in this one as well, they switched up to position 3, and it still does a lot. Plus, they have a Rubik on their team, and it doesn't matter. They outperformed this game. I still stick to what we said before. What I said before, I believe that Team Undying's draft looks way easier maybe to comprehend. But in hindsight, you can definitely see the amount of damage the Team Spirit is bringing just by levels alone, nothing more, no items. Surpasses the one that Team Undying can dish out even with items by quite a bit, quite a margin. I think that's one of the reasons why Team Spirit had an advantage here, or at least seemingly had an advantage, besides just completely playing like a pub. They had these super aggressive heroes and they had fun with them, and sometimes that's all you need to lift up your spirits and to take that W.
Yeah, I think that's a great point, playing like a pub. Like in the game versus LGD, you know, LGD were trying to do their best to kind of create chaos. I think Undying, they stuck to the book in that game. You know, they stuck to what they knew and loved, and they're, you know, even when they're on the back foot, everything seemed very structured. It seemed like they were knowing what they were doing. This game felt so chaotic to me. Like, there was a particular fight where they tried to go on the gyro and the Ember at the same time, and like to start the fight, you know, Saberlight just jumped the gun with the arena, trying to catch the Bloodseeker. Didn't work out, unfortunately, and yeah, just everyone just on a different kind of level at some point there, and no one really synergizing with one another. It's a really sad exit from the tournament for them. I'm quite disappointed to see them leaving this way, because I actually had them pinned to be, you know, top 2, top 3. But alas, it was not the case. They end up dropping out without a single win under their belt, at least a single series win under their belt. So yeah, goodbye Undying, but hello Team Spirit. You know, these guys, they're going for the run. They're going for that lower bracket run of glory right now. And this is where their momentum starts. CIS teams, you know, always love to have a bit of momentum behind them. And whoever's up next against them is going to feel very, very scared indeed. But talking about what's coming up next, we have, of course, got the SA Smackdown on the cards, the lower bracket best of 3. It's Thunder Predator versus SG Esports coming up just around the corner after this short break.
Dire's turret has been killed. Top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
With honor.
Time is money.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
See nature's blasted core.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Is under attack.
Normally. Normally.
Ground where you an abomination.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower is fortified. Radiant's bottom barracks are under attack. Radiant's bottom barracks has fallen. Radiant's bottom barracks has fallen. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen. Radiant's top barracks has fallen. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's curse.
No blood for you. Come over here. Where's the body? Taste.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Thought I could make a deal.
Dire's bottom tower is under Radiant's top tower has fallen. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I love this part. Whoa, what'd I miss? Here I am. Monster kill.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I didn't realize.
Double damage empowers
I did not think it
Hello and welcome back to the OGA Dota pit, where we are now down to our 4th and final series of the day, and it is heating up in here in more ways than one, as we have the SA Smackdown. The two SA teams unfortunately did get relegated immediately down to the lower bracket, and now if they want to stand a chance of keeping their heads above the water in this tournament and win their prize of that $275,000 tournament, then they will need to take down each other. Yeah, it's a rough spot to be in, that is for sure. Thunder Predator, SG Esports have to fight it out for their chance to play against T1 in this lower bracket. Guys, I mean, what are we expecting from these two teams?
You know what, Nomad? I was casting these guys for the entire 2 DPC seasons, okay? I had high expectations, especially for Thunder Predator. But as of right now, they have disappointed me ever since they've arrived in Europe. Well, look on the bright side. At least one of them is going to get their first series win while they're boot camping in Europe.
Maybe it's the jet lag, you know, they still didn't get over it. So it can be very problematic. Actually,
how long has it been? A month?
Man, in Singapore during the major, the jet lag held me throughout the whole tournament. Like the 10, 14, 15 days of the tournament, I had jet lag. And I'm sure Thunder Predator did not have that problem during the Singapore major because they were extremely strong. That was probably one of their strongest showing recently. And I'm just waiting for them to recreate the same magic. I remember them playing Wind Ranger mid, some Leshrac, safe lane and whatnot, and it was pretty solid, but I haven't seen that kind of magic since.
Are you I think you just contradicted yourself there, Lizard.
Did I?
Yeah, you're like, oh, maybe they're jet lagged, but then they performed so well in Singapore.
No. I said I was jet lagged in Singapore, but they weren't. I sucked, they didn't. But right now they're not doing that well. So, and it's probably, I'm not sure. Is it? It's kind of in the middle, isn't it? Like Thunder Predator, they're Peruvians. So going to Singapore, coming to Romania. Romania should be further away, I would say.
Yeah,
geography.
Slightly west.
Slightly, right?
I don't know. The Pacific Ocean's pretty big.
Let's stop, guys. We're embarrassing ourselves. Move on. Next.
Next, well, I mean, there's nothing after this. It's just this series. But yeah, I mean, these two teams obviously they've played against each other quite a lot in the past. I mean, what is their track record against each other like, Theban?
Well, Thunder Predator wrecked SG throughout the DP season. SG they were not doing good at all. Season 1, season 2, they had some roster changes. There were a lot of people who critiqued them for that. But when it came to the TI qualifiers, they made a miracle run by figuring out the patch faster than everybody else, and that's how they're here now going to TI. That being said, I do believe Thunder Predator is the better team, but because of the new patch and all the growing pains that TP is going through, I'm not really sure like where they're matching up anymore.
Yeah, it's hard. It's new patch. These guys haven't faced each other in a while, so it's going to be very interesting to watch these two teams battle it out. Let's get straight into the draft then, as it is now live, so we can jump into it. Game number 1 of SG Esports versus Thunder Predator, starting right now.
It's going to be a bit difficult.
I was going to ask, are we expecting these teams to very much follow the meta, or are we expecting one team to maybe branch out a little bit more than the other?
Sorry, say again?
Are we expecting both of these teams to follow the meta, or are we expecting one team to perhaps branch out a little bit more?
Maybe Thunder Predator should branch out a little bit. Like, if you remember yesterday, they lost to a Pudge. They had some difficulties in their games versus Fnatic. So maybe they can mix things up a little bit, go with something a little bit crazier. They were playing your standard run-of-the-mill Sven +1, like casual dotes. Meanwhile, teams like Tundra, they're playing 5 cores and then just switching things up the way they need it at the moment. So, Fear is coaching Thunder Predator. Am I correct? I think so. So
he is.
Yeah, so I'm sure that he has figured something out, and Venge already looks good. Like a really good opening for TP.
Yep, we've seen this hero have quite a lot of success already, and we've seen it fail. I mean, this
10
hero needs to
seconds
have a team which kind of works with her, right?
5 seconds
Yeah.
remaining.
What works with her though? We've seen some clinks. Any hero that needs some sort of a save is decent for Thunder Predator. Meanwhile, SG Omni Sven, yeah,
There it
of
is.
course. Tell me,
be
why
ready
do you
for it.
like Omni and Sven, Nomad?
Big man with sword, made bigger, hit things. Ugh.
Big sword, big. Do you like the sword or do you like when he's carrying that? I don't even know what it is. It just makes this
5
thud.
seconds remaining.
It doesn't slash. It kind of thumps.
Ooh, club.
You know what I mean?
Me
The
like club.
Yeah.
Club go bonk. Sven, Omni, straightforward. We've seen it a bunch of times already. We know what's going to be done. And Thunder Predator's answer is the Batrider.
Dire team ban.
A little bit scary versus Evelyn's Grace, but overall great. Like we've seen Batrider accomplish a lot throughout this tournament. It also hasn't been banned. Usually he's banned first phase, instantly
Radiant
TP.
team
They
ban.
cover themselves with the Bkop, maybe some Storm and Lina coming up as bans. Meanwhile, SG Sports just with the Undying. Whenever Omni Knight and Sven are picked, not always, but you see this Undying ban very often. There goes Storm.
The thing is, these teams both understand each other very well too. I assume they also practice against each other because sometimes teams they don't like to play against SA teams or
10 seconds
other
remaining.
teams that they may think are weak. So even though they are
5
here right
seconds
now in
remaining.
Europe and they're playing, they might still be playing against each other. They understand what each other's play, and that's why we might be seeing some more different bans, I guess you would say.
Mm-hmm. So far, what stands out the most? It's the Undying, right? That's it. The rest of these heroes kind of similar. Maybe Pango as well is not as highly regarded and not banned in the first stage.
Yeah, there are a few heroes which I was expecting to see a bit more gameplay, and we haven't really seen a whole lot of so far. Definitely the Undying is probably the top of that list. I was expecting that hero to be very popular, but haven't really seen it at all, to be honest.
Well, speaking of heroes that we haven't seen at all, how about Slark? That hero is played so much in pubs, and then it did get nerfed a little bit
5 seconds
after its
remaining.
buffs, but it's still very strong, yet we have not seen a single Slark game yet.
He's been banned quite a bit, though. I've seen him banned quite a few times. When Klinks is picked and when Sven is picked, like these two heroes, usually you see the Slark banned out. Not perhaps 90% of the games that we've covered, but it had its fair chunk.
And TA Hoodwink, not massively tweaked over the last patch, but completely fallen out of popularity.
Dire team
Yeah,
ban.
that's actually also very true. TA, I can kind of see it, but Hoodwink, that hero was all the rage just a few weeks back.
Yeah. Had a dreadful win rate in those two recent tournaments in OGA China and in ESL Fall. I'm pretty sure that hero did not perform well when it was picked up, so I guess it's just been figured out. It's one of those things where teams have just learned how to play into it.
Yeah.
Just kill it, lol.
It was also nerfed, right? And right now, because it's a new patch, like people want to play the stuff that's been buffed. They want to figure those things out. Because some of these heroes that have been buffed, they were already decent in the last patch, and then now they're like too strong.
10 seconds
Nobody wants to
remaining.
keep doing the same thing and figuring out later that
5
you're doing the same
seconds
thing and then
remaining.
losing because it's just not good anymore.
That's true.
Two supports that went through that are usually either banned or picked in the first stage are Shadow Demon and Bane. Maybe Thunder Predator can decide to go for that Bane. Not the biggest fan of it right here, right now. I was thinking which one of these two will SG actually snatch, and they go with the SD. For TP right now, for Thunder Predator, what will they get on their 4 and 5? If we're considering this Vengeful to be offlane even, which I am, I guess it's 3, right? They go with Standard
seems
Phoenix.
likely. Okay.
Dusk.
Phoenix
Oh.
and the Tusk, finally.
Oh.
Finally. Thunder Predator
This is,
favorite.
Was it one of their favorites in the DPC as well? Because at the major, they loved this Tusk.
Yeah. Moose
Moose
just
10
tough.
seconds
Tusk.
remaining.
Pango, Windrange, like he just loves playing those heroes.
5
Earth Spirit,
seconds remaining.
the melee guys. So that's gonna be a position 5 Phoenix and SG with this Shadow Demon Omni Knight. I think this Barret is gonna have a horrible time in this game.
Yeah, that's two heroes which are very, very good against him. And this was the same combo which we saw Sven absolutely rock with earlier on as well. The Omni Shadow Demon support duo. You know, you can't have too many saves with Sven on your team.
Oh, do you guys remember the stat that I gave yesterday about SG Esports?
Yeah, they won 3 games at ESL
Sven and Omni, right?
With Omni Sven, right?
Yep. Yeah. And I'm surprised Thunder Predator actually gave them the Omni Sven again.
It's pretty insane.
Like, even though that's SG's one-trick pony draft at the moment.
Radiant team ban.
Well, they did lose yesterday with their one-trick pony draft, right? So maybe because of that, Thunder Predator is like, okay.
Yeah, but who did they lose to, though, right?
Yeah, that's also very true.
Yep. They lost to the champions. Maybe even the best team of the tournament right now. So, I mean, if you're preparing for a team, you most of the time you don't want to give your opponent the best thing that they have, right?
Remaining.
That's why it feels a bit weird just to, Omni and Sven. Although Bloodseeker and Clinks are great heroes, but this is like a combo.
Yep. Over the past month, it's been picked up 10 times, the Sven Omni. Only boasting a 60% win rate, but still not bad.
And the fact that they snatched Shadow Demon afterwards. Like, we've actually seen SD picked up versus Omni and Sven quite a few times. Because of the Purge, the Disruption, it works versus both of them, versus the Warcry, versus Omni Knight spells.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, TP, they just like their own stuff. They just go with the full comfort zone.
Yeah, that's good. It's good, but then with a bit of a new meta twist in there as well. The Vengeful Spirit as well.
5 seconds remaining.
Like a nice
That's a
little
lot
lemon.
of damage. Yeah, that's a lot of damage coming out from that off lane. Tusk plus Venge can be problematic even for a Sven Omni. Yeah.
Radiant team ban.
Also, keep in mind that Tusk is. You don't really like leaving Vengeful on the lane alone. You want to be babysitting her like 24/7 if that's offlane Venge. But he could leave and gank that Invoker together with Batrider, and he will. If I remember correctly, this Tusk was controlling every single rune every single time. Just the way they play.
Remaining.
Yeah, that's kind of like the NA playstyle in general. Started with Quincy Crew, who just abused the hell out of runes, just bringing all the supports to the runes, and it kind of just like moved on to the other, SA and NA, because they're always playing against each other.
Mm-hmm.
But I was wondering, did the 5 MS nerf to Invoker really make him fall out of favor? Because last patch there was a lot of Invokers, to be honest.
Yeah, I think it was a popularity of the Void as well, right? Like that combination is kind of buffing his pick rate a bit. But no, I definitely see what you mean. I don't know why the hero is so unpicked.
Mm-hmm. I mean, right now, SG pick it for the buff. The Alacrity onto the Sven, boost them with the Heavenly Grace as well. This Sven is going to be a big boy. It doesn't even matter he's a Sven, even if they do have the Phoenix Egg. Like, he's going to be able to kill that egg too.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah. Costabile has been playing so much Sven, so I feel quite confident that this strategy should reasonably pay off.
Oh, that's a nice Void pick, though. Really nice.
Yeah.
You have the Chrono the egg. There's enough damage in the Chronosphere. Unlike that last game when we had the Faceless Void and Clinks and Venge. This time around, you do have damage in it. Not a massive amount, but a really decent team fight.
Yeah, we're definitely going to want to see a shard from the Phoenix so you can use the Sunray as well while egging. Because apart from the Phoenix, there isn't other damage, right?
Yep. Wait, is that...
Yeah,
that's still the shard? Like, I play so much Phoenix and I can't... I think it is. Yeah, I'll just Google it. Yeah, it is. It is.
Do you think we've got damage issues on Thunder Predator, though?
Somewhat.
I think so. They're like so reliant on the Batrider starting the fight with napalms and developing, and they don't really have any burst damage, do they? Which is kind of worrying because that gives so much time for Shadow Demon to be able to disrupt Omni Knight to be able to save.
Need some big chronos, that's what I'm going to say. And SG Esports going to rip out the Mars. Here he comes. The big boy himself going to round off this draft. So, yeah, I mean, all eggs in the Sven basket plus Mars on the sidelines going to be played by Turvo. That's looking pretty scary from SG Esports. Meanwhile, Thunder Predator, a bit of everything, but no real like huge damage. You know, you've just got the Chronosphere and the egg in the team fights. Will it be enough? Tell me, Theban, will it be enough?
Well, it's gonna come down to Leo style and what happens in the mid lane against ADR. Because we saw yesterday ADR, he got crushed by Batrider. But if Leo style can do the same thing and he can dominate the mid lane and start to bleed out into the other lanes, that's great. If not, I really feel like SG got the superior draft right now.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, we'll see if Leo Style can perform with Batrider the same way 9 did, right? But I don't mind Thunder Predator's draft. I actually like it a little bit better. Definitely this Sven can out-farm the Void. By the time Void gets his Maelstrom and whatnot, Sven is already picking up his juicy stacks that Shadow Demon is making. I'm trying to counter my own point and make myself move into the other direction, but I'm still staying with Thunder Predator. I like the Phoenix Chrono combination. It can work.
Fair enough. Yep, the good team fighting. I mean, if it were just down to the drafts, I would go for SG Esports. The Sven hero is very, very scary. However, I think Thunder Predator, you know, they know this team inside and out. They've been battering them for 2 seasons straight now. Is that going to change in this tournament? I don't think so. So I'm going to go for Thunder Predator as well. And we'll hand it over to our casters, who will be Bkop and Mofarah.
Thank you very much, Nomad. Coming into the final series of the day, Thunder Predator SG Esports. Seems like they're leaning a little bit Thunder Predator on the panel side. Oh, any thoughts this time? Discord unmuted, ready to go?
I was ready. I double checked about 5 times. It's fine. I think I would personally go with SG. I mean, these 2 teams are probably the teams I know the least about. I watched some South American games and things, but if Theban tells me that Thunder Predator, they've been crushing SG all the time, then I have to believe the man himself, don't I? But yeah, I think draft alone, I would definitely favour SG. I think this Invoker is really strong. I agree with the panel. I'm surprised it's just disappeared completely. But yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what they can do with it as well, because both teams, I think, did not have good performances yesterday. So it's at least one America from NA and SA is going through to the last 6. Because Undying, unfortunately, also gone. And one of these teams also going to be leaving.
Yeah, so... I'm trying to find the other American team. Said what, one American and... Oh, you said one American, one South American
No,
team.
I mean, at least one America team will go through. So, like, between the 2 regions,
30 seconds to
at least we'll have a team going through.
Oh,
from NASA,
in the north
right?
And combined.
Yeah,
cheating.
I don't know,
Right.
Bkop, I know it's been a long day, and we're definitely going to have 12 games. That's what we decided earlier. But you gotta get with it, all right? Come on.
I'm getting with it. I'm hip.
Bkop, it's a new series, all right? Focus. Okay?
Hey, sorry.
All right, you ready? Okay. Yeah, I'm a little bit worried for Thunder Predator. The panel we were talking about earlier, their damage output might be slightly lacking. Moves on this Tusk, though, is so good. So...
probably tag team already. On some damage at KJ and Costa Bile. I want to say, yeah, we've seen Moose rock and roll with this Tusk before.
Oh,
obviously the panel had been talking about it, but the major, I almost like have memories ingrained in my mind of it.
Yeah, I'm sure ADR's been practicing this matchup in lobbies ever since this beatdown yesterday he received from Tundra. So he's going to be ready here against this.
You'd hope. You'd really hope.
This top lane has so much kill potential with the Tusk and the Venge, especially when they hit their level 2.
Tag team snowball, or even maybe going tag team shards.
Yeah, and having the wave of terror for the extra minus armor that works with the tag team as well.
Radiant's curse.
Yep.
So much physical damage. Obviously, when Sven, if he gets his level 2 first with the war cry, that will help massively. And it looks like they are trying to push in the wave to get their level 2. So recognizing that they do need to hit that one first.
They're about to get it on Costa BOA, but as they push it in, it's under the tower. They can get these denies. Oh, no. There's the level 2, at least for Costa BOA, not KJ just yet.
So as long as he has the war cry available, the kill potential, at least for now, should not really be there.
It's an extra 6 armor, but you're also doing... I guess with the slow, maybe they could get the kill, but it's only probably possible if Costa BOA is already taking a bit more damage.
I'll say as well that playing this Batrider against Quest 6 Invoker is pretty difficult.
They found the core potentially. Icarus dive, that level 2 is there, and first blood for MJZ. And he's also going to swipe himself a water rune and take it away from potentially the Invoker of ADR.
Yeah, Invoker not really a bottle hero, right? So it doesn't matter massively.
Frank getting run down, and I think they played aggressively. Purification comes out. Frank might die and will die in this top lane of KJ.
Did that Purification hit?
It didn't look like it did.
Well, either way, they get the kill. So it doesn't really matter. Bot lane, though, they find MJZ.
Yeah, they'll get MJZ. Shards thrown out on the Costa BOA again. He doesn't have Warcry for the moment. It's on a 32-second cooldown. Maybe if they kept the aggression up on Thunder Predator, they can make something happen. Already edging towards a 1,000 net worth lead for SG Esports.
Yeah, they're playing really well so far. I think, as you can see, 4D are having a much better time mid as well, but their laning stage going really strong here. The panel mentioned, like, this Sven Omni's their bread and butter, right? So in these elimination games, whenever they get given the chance to pick it, they're going to play it. Until people start banning it, they're going to keep picking it. And they need to prove that they've got it in them to be able to make this work again. New tournament.
Potentially the end of a tournament.
They're going to win Bkop. It's my prediction. They're fine. Don't worry.
Who's now level 3. So he's gone shards as well as the tag team. Let's see what else he wants to go for. And it will be a 1-1-1 build for him. Just trying to have that extra bit of lockdown.
Yeah, I think the 1-1-1's pretty standard on Tusk, unless you really want the kill potential for the tag team. But in this lane, it's not really there, like we said, because of the war cry.
There's the war cry, magic missile. They're holding on this snowball, and they're going to have it, but Costa BOA will survive with the stick. Never in doubt.
And KJ goes and picks up the water rune in the mid lane, and he goes and picks up the bounty rune as well. So this bottle refill for the Batrider not going to be there.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
And he's going to pass over a salve to the Sven. So, Costa BOA, who's not exactly enjoying his time top, is surviving with his time top. Meanwhile, it's Phoenix who is in trouble. God's Rebuke hits as the Icarus dives away. And MJZ, well, he's got that salve. He's got 2 salves, actually. One for him, potentially one for MNZ. So this is not a fun time for him over bottom.
It's difficult for the Shadow Demon to even like stack up the poisons in the first
Magic
place.
Missile again.
Oh, hang on.
Wave of Terror, Purification. They're going to try and go in on Costa BOA once again. But Moose, he doesn't have the mana for Shards or Snowball.
They're going to keep
Storm
going.
Hammer thrown onto the Venge. He's got Magic Missile one more time. Heavenly Grace, Snowball comes out. Costa BOA getting low. He'll fall. KJ trying to get the trade. The body box from Moose. Oh, Purification. But it will end with Moose getting a double kill.
I don't know my own strength.
Yeah, I think slowing down the Sven as well helps massively here. Need to try and get as much out of this lane as they can. We've seen a few lanes today where the Venge hasn't had the best time. So,
All about getting that Axe.
Yeah, I guess it doesn't really matter, does it? Nice spear.
Spear and ADR here. MNZ, a wise choice in terms of where he wanted to time walk to. Icarus dive, and these heroes are trying to get to MNZ, but they just can't.
Yeah, I like the attempted rotation from the Invoker. It doesn't end up working, unfortunately, because it doesn't have enough points in the quest for the Cold Snap and whatnot. But it's like a good try. If they kill the Void there, it's such a big swing in the game. But look at the net worths of the cores, though, in this game. SG, this is again, Pano mentioned, they make the stacks for the Sven. If the Sven's able to get ahead of the Void like he should with this big stack gold increase, they're going to be feeling really good.
And right now, there's no vision on that for Thunder Predator to know that that's going on. Delacour spots MJZ. He's placed down a ward, and I assume MJZ is going to assume that it's there. We'll see if they're able to get the Sentry. Icarus dive, 4 stacks, and Taba might just throw a spear with 5 stacks of the Shadow Poison. Drops an Arena, and oh god, Phoenix just surviving with 20 health. Another Shadow Poison, that one doesn't land, and he skirts away by the feathers of his coat.
I like that he has a Fairy Fire as well, but he's like, I'll be fine. Oh my god.
Never in doubt, I don't care.
He did the maths. He's fine.
Tornado EMP on a Leo style.
Losing all
He's
that
already
mana.
low on mana, yeah. Well, he's low on mana anyway.
It's so horrible to play against. You just go for those BOTs first, though. Outstanding on the back rider.
Void finally surpassing the Sven for a second, but again, that's pre-stacks, those juicy stacks.
I hate that. I hate the Kid Invoker voice lines. That's so annoying.
Oh gosh. 8 EMP again, no more mana. And it's certainly way better for ADR.
Yeah, for sure. He's going to get a bottle refill mid, though, on the back rider, which is something.
Chrono available for the Faceless Void. Not really much synergy.
What, for the Chrono?
For the egg. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they have, like, Wave of Terror and stuff, which is nice to help, and, like, the Batrider can throw a Flame Break in or whatever, but what made me laugh is on the battle, Lizard was like, what a great Void pick. And earlier he was like, why do people keep picking Void into Omni? I don't know. Come on, Lizard. You gotta stick to your word. Die on the hill.
Level 6 here for Frank. He's going into the Ags, and he will be getting those treads. Meanwhile, this time... Oh, Snowball. All right. Cheeky move there by Moose to avoid the EMP. Stacks just keep getting bigger. Could you imagine if Batrider snuck that in?
Yeah, I think the
Sven's able to steal that.
Is the Sven starting to head over soon to take the stacks as well, I'd imagine, right? Towards those Ancients and things.
He is towards top. Can you get this big stack?
He's just trying to push the wave out and farm now at this point, right?
2, 3, 4, 5. I think 5 stack.
I think it's
6 stack, maybe.
4. And I think they're both a 4. Oh, maybe it is a 5 on the Ancients.
It's massive. A lot of creeps there.
Are they going to invade here? Oh my god, if the Batrider takes this. The Sven's coming in as well.
If they could catch the Sven and get this... Oh boy, he's starting to steal it. Sven's coming over, pops the God Strength. He's really not wanting that to happen.
Yeah, he takes a few of them away. Oh my
Shadow
god,
Demon in some trouble, though. The damage on the Theolacour with the Walrus Punch coming out. They get the kill on the Theolacour, and now they're going to look over at Moose. God Strength pop, Flame Break keeping him alive. He's also got shards to block him out if he wants. Tornado comes in. That lands on MJZ as well as Leo Style. They've got themselves the EMP down as well as the Spear. They get the kill on a Leo Style and MJZ. It's a double kill for Coast to BOA, and he's got the stacks.
Yeah, he gets some of the stack. He gets the, like, 400 gold or whatever it's from the double kill. And look at his net worth now in the game. Like, Costabile is... Yeah, he's so far in front. I thought he was going to use the rest of the God Strength to clear through the Ancients. But he decided not to. He decided to try and fight instead. And at the start, I thought that was going to be a mistake. But, I mean, if you look at Radiant's side, they can't take the Ancient stack away from him, right? So you might as well just save it. There's no rush.
Unless they get the Batrider over and really, like, 5-man protect it.
It takes so long for them to... Like,
he's going to go for it. He doesn't have God Strength, but he still goes through it pretty quickly.
Yeah, with the Heavenly Grace giving the extra strength as well.
And from 5,100 to probably 6,100.
I'll be more than that. It's like 6,400, I think.
Yeah.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Oh,
Yeah.
close.
Wow.
Are fortified.
Yeah, but you went over, so I technically get the victory on
Jim
that.
Price is right, is it?
Yeah. Snowball all the way through with the core, but this is putting him right next to KJ and ADR. Who's in some trouble. He's got Shard, he's got the pig pole, he's trying to run. The tornado comes in though, and that will finish off the pig tusk man.
They are going
half
to
pig,
get
half tusk.
Are they going to get the tower? They might get denied here.
Oh, yeah, it got denied.
Has been denied. Radiant's bottom tower.
Oh,
Sven taking a lot of damage, goes to Melee on the run.
oh my
Frank's got the
goodness, he's
swap.
still
They've got the Heavenly
alive.
Grace though, so he's not gonna die. And that was Lasso committed to that. Now they're looking over. Sunray, Magic Missile, and KJ. Does he even die? No! They've got the disruption this time. Flame Break, right clicks, Heavenly Grace once again, and nobody's dying on SG.
You have to say, playing against double defensive supports is one of the most annoying things in Dota. Because like you have to go on both of them at the same time, and if you don't, that's exactly what happens. Like they just end up saving each other the whole time. Madness. So they get the DD on the Invoker on the way to his Spirit Vessel. Getting pretty close, to be fair. You know, Invoker, not a hero that farms particularly quickly without the Midas.
Boy's got it. Maelstrom coming out.
Yeah, I'll say the Void's farming okay. Like, he's had a decent amount of space. Like, since all this brawling's just been going on around him.
They do have Supernova. Maybe they could get that first combo. ADR coming over to the high ground. He's got the double damage. Now Moo's in trouble. He'll snowball over to the mid camp there. AJ hit with the time dilation. Shards block him in. Shadow Poison coming through. Tavo, he has the gold for the Blink Dagger already. Like, this is going to be dangerous.
Yeah, they want to get the bot tier 1 here, though. I mean, with the Sven and the... Oh, he doesn't have Alacrity yet, actually, does he, on the Invoker? So just the normal Sven hits for now, but they are going to get the tower. They're scanning, and they see the scan activate on the Batrider TP.
Ooh, Sunray, Flame Break, Tornado coming in. That's going to land onto Frank. And they're trying to get this kill on Tavo. I think they're trying to get it without committing the Chronosphere, but he's got the Heavenly Grace. There's the Magic Missile. 2 stacks of the Sticky Napalm. Right clicks in. They'll finally kill Tavo. Eluded the Chronosphere, but the right click's coming through, and they've got the disruption, but is that going to line him up for the Supernova? No, he's out of range, but they've got the lasso, the Magic Missile.
Might turn here.
And the control that they have is just not enough. They'll look over at MNC. Snowball saved for now. So saves on saves on saves, and the time walk out with the Walrus Punch to get the kill to KJ. That's going to be 2 down on the side of SG Esports. And Thunder Predator don't lose anything, surprisingly enough. But they do not kill that Sven.
I mean, Moose has to buy back, right? And that's the big thing. So he does save his Void, which is fantastic, but he does have to buy back into the game. So they lose a decent amount of net worth just from the buyback, but still a big win.
Yeah, and on that second go-around, they just didn't lose anything, which... It was almost on the edge of really crumbling for Thunder Predator.
Yeah.
They lose the Void, he loses momentum. There, though, oh, he gets something out of it. The problem is, again, if you're not going for both supports, they've just got so much to save.
I mean, both teams have so much save, right? Like, there's a Venge Tusk on one team, and a Phoenix as well. It's kind of a bit of a save with the Sunray heal. Not really at this point in the game, but later on. Yeah, and Shadow Demon Omni on the other team. It's pretty ridiculous.
Sven is just not slowing down.
No. And that's why the Void death means even more. Like you were saying, because the Sven farms so much faster than the Void, like, one death on that hero means he's going to fall so far behind. Like, you can't afford to be dying at all on the Faceless at this point in the game. They see the Phoenix.
They've got God Strength. They could go for Roche. They know there's no Supernova. There's no Chrono, and Void's kind of living life in a precarious position. So is MJZ, and they'll just God Strength, go towards the tier 1, maybe even have enough time to get themselves Roche.
I mean, he does tank the gank for the Void, though, right? That's the biggest thing there. Void was farming the Ancients. If the Phoenix wasn't there in position to save with the Smoke Break, then I think the Void would have ended up dying.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
What's the Invoker building after the Vessel? Do we know?
Ooh, Batrider. He is in trouble, and he might just be dead. With the rotations coming in from Tavo and having that Blink Dagger, they've got the Blink as well as the Arena, the Land, the Spear, they'll get the kill. It's very easy for them. They've got a lot of movement.
And they're TPing bot straight away on the Invoker. They know that Moose is in the bot jungle somewhere. They seem heading over here.
1,600 gold away from that Ags.
They're getting there. But like we said earlier, the Venge is like not really a hero until you get the Axe, right? Before that, your net worth isn't in invested items. It's all in like these small components and things that don't really offer a huge amount. When you get the Ags, you have this massive power spike in the game. Like treads into a 4,200 gold item doesn't happen very often on any other heroes.
Right. Echo Saber in a moment for MNZ. Still though, he's now 3k behind this Sven.
Radiant are scanning.
Oh.
Walrus Punch
ADR?
and finding the Invoker ADR. He is, well, inside the shards.
Oh my god, he's still
He just
alive.
can't get the kill. He got the disarm on both, and now they're going to lose Moose.
What a sick play by ADR. That was really cool.
Into the deafening blast, and just he disarms them both.
And that's the dieback.
He was almost dead.
Tusk as well, the second death after the buyback, so he's going to be dead for a long time.
And they've got God Strength. They'll go right through the tier 2 tower.
Yeah, I think this is definitely the right play here.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Alacrity up as well now.
Radiant structures are fortified. Dire are scanning.
No sorceries avail.
Dire's top tower. is
Actually
under
not going to
attack.
commit for the tower. They're going to wait for the wave, I assume. But they
God
should
Strength half duration.
I mean, they should be able to finish this tower off, so... You know, without the glyph anymore, they're in a good position. They've got good vision down.
Is under attack. Dire's top tower is under Radiant's bottom tower has
The Sven grows ever stronger, Bkop.
Yeah. Still, Void staying within
Dire's
3-ish
middle
K?
tower is under attack.
No, he's 4k down.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Gan's Blade, I believe, for both sides. Yeah.
I haven't been able to use that item yet. I haven't had a chance to play much Dota recently. Like, I played a few games of this patch, but... There's still some things I want to try and stuff, just to,
Dire's
you know,
top
see what they're
tower
like.
is under attack.
Ready for a fight.
Got BKB now on the Bat Rider. They're about to have BKB available on the Sven, so this is... I don't know if MJZ really even gets an egg off unless they really have control with the Chronosphere. Or if that's even going to matter.
Yeah, the Void has to be so careful as well. Like, the amount of burst damage that can come out from this Sven when he gets his items. Like, this Void is a tanky hero, but he can die so quickly. Yes, they have the save potential, but... You know, Alacrity Sven with God Strength, when he gets the BKB and they can't really stop him, they're going to be very reliant on the Tusk and the Venge being, you know, quick with their fingers. And there it is. I think this is a big time for SG. I'd like to see them smoke here, and it looks like they will.
Dire's bottom tower is
The
under
BKB
attack.
timing on Sven is always such a huge one. If they can get a pick off around the Roche pit, it'd be huge. I think the Void's TPing away here, yeah, and they know it's coming, so they're going to start heading into the pit.
Dire's middle tower is
Can you
under
go
attack.
in, though?
I
I just don't...
think they should
I don't
try and
think
like
so.
force it of some sort, yeah. There's no reason not to, but I mean, Thunder Predator are coming over. They don't have Chrono
Oh.
because the Void TP'd all the way to the bot lane. So without the Chrono,
Sean has fallen
not going to be able to contest.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
I was wondering whether they give the Aegis to the Sven or somebody else, but they do give it to him.
Dire's middle tower has been denied.
Yo, Style TPing away. He's picked up for Costa BI.
Is that the Axe on the
Dire's
Venge?
bottom tower is under
Yeah,
attack.
It is. This time not 8k behind.
Only 5k.
Yeah. We'll see what the significance ends up being.
The armor of omniscience.
I mean, they need to find a way of getting onto the backline and killing the Omni and the SD. If they don't deal with those two, the Sven is going to be
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
absolute nuisance. Because he gets all these buffs to work with. Moose is pretty cool
Coming
as well.
over, and there's the swap.
Okay.
They'll find through a core. They'll take out the Shadow Demon. He's there for 30 seconds, but I just don't think that they can grab for more.
No, the SG should know to evacuate the immediate area. I say that. Doesn't care, apparently.
I don't think he thinks he can die twice, and he's picked up a Crystallis now.
Okay, so
he is working with about 4,500 more gold than this Void. He's just farming ever so quickly.
Yeah.
And Void is looking for a BKB, and he's not disassembling the Echo Saber to get it.
Oh yeah, that's interesting actually. Yeah, it goes for the disassembled component first. They're so scared. You can see him even leaving the Ancients. He doesn't know where they are.
Real Style heading bottom, going into the Aether Lens. They get the top tier 1.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
We'll say if they kill the Sven, the rest of the net worth on the team isn't exactly fantastic.
No, and there's something I was going to mention about the Invoker. He's not going back for Midas either. He's going straight BKB. So they're kind of like all in on this timing around the Sven. But if it doesn't go well, there's not a fantastic plan B. And you have to remember that Thunder Predator have really good team fights, so the chance for them to take like a good 5-on-5 is there.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Vision is down for the Dire side.
Yeah, both teams just
In this
holding their
Radiant
high ground
triangle.
ward. The difference is that SG are going to be able to push the tier 2 tower in, so...
Ooh, interesting choice. They've switched off the BKB for the Faceless Void, and he's going into a Sanj and Yasha instead.
Interesting. Okay. That's alright.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
That ward spot MNZ? I don't think so. But they're giving up the top tier 2 for it, which opens up the... Well, already opened up the outpost with the bottom tier 2 going down.
Yeah, I don't think they're
really
gonna...
gambling on all or nothing, because if they lose a fight, they're losing their high ground.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to want to like move across the map here to fight into the Radiant Vision either. Like, Thunder Predator are trying to bait them into a fight here. Because they know that SG are going to be thirsty for it. But SG holding their ground right now. They're just picking out the mid-tier 2. They're like, guys, if they don't want to come and fight us, we'll just carry on taking their buildings.
And right now, it's about a minute and 9 seconds left on this Aegis. Fighting into this is potentially dangerous, and yeah, the tier 2 looking like it's just going to drop. They'll put some pressure for a split second, take out the creeps, but all of SG are there waiting to blink in arena and finish it all up.
Yeah, if Frank can get a good swap off over onto the right-hand side here, that might be their entry into the fight, but it's
Away
not
from
easy.
everybody.
Sven not really the guy you want to go on first, especially with the Aegis.
And he'll back away. He's got 35 seconds remaining on this Aegis. Timings are going to be massive here, but Kostabile is going to get that tier 2, so no more outer towers remain. And he's also picked up a Shadow Blade.
Is that the whole Silver Edge coming out?
Radiant's top
Yes.
tower is under attack.
Okay. It's nice to see that this Crystallis has like another option now, rather than just Daedalus every game, which is what it was last patch. Like, and I know Silver Edge is being picked up a huge amount now instead, but we do still see Daedalus sometimes.
This should expire, and it will. $7K advantage for SG Sports. It will bottle up this haste on Leo Style, trying to make something happen now with a Blink Dagger. He was going Aether Lens and decides to go to the Blink to have that lasso capability. Moose is also still trying to build a Blink. He's only level 9.
Yeah, he hasn't really been able to achieve anything, though, after the buyback. Like, he fell really far behind in gold, and they've kind of just been sitting under that ward for, like, the last 5 minutes, it feels like. So, Frank's still just standing there. They don't see anybody on the side of SG, so they just want to hold their vision. You can see even Moose is afraid to last it under the tower because he doesn't know if they're pushing in the top lane.
Be fearless.
Satanic next for the Sven.
Grenade as well.
really going to a standstill, at least for one side, really. Thunder Predator.
I mean, it's a slow-paced game, which, you know, on paper, everybody's like, oh my god, South America always just run at each other and everything. It's not what we would have expected coming into the series for it to be this slow, right? But,
with the time that they've had for SG, it's kind of recovered everybody else's net worth, where what it looked like just Sven had gold, now it's not really that way.
yeah, it's the tower gold, though, isn't it? From those tier 2s as well that helps. Not just that, but it does give them that little bit of a boost. And Shadow Demon almost has the blink as well. So going to be very important against the Chrono, obviously, and the Lasso as well.
Void trying to finish off a Mjolnir if he can. They're coming over, and the ward battle continues. They don't jump on Frank immediately, but they do get MNZ. MNZ time walks out of the arena. They get the kill to Frank. They're going to look over. The illusion is just, oh, is it taken out? They got the swap. Icarus dive, Supernova in a decent spot. They have the lasso coming into KJ, and now the tornado through that lands on MNZ. The rest of SG are going to try and leave, but the Supernova hits onto the Shadow Demon. They have the follow-up, but the disruption is there. Blink, Spear coming through.
Oh my God.
There's the Chrono. Does he have the damage? The Spear Vessel's on the right click's coming through. Do they have the control afterwards with the BKB? No, they don't. They've taken out both supports. It's the biggest opportunity here for the side of Thunder Predators. They get the buyback coming in from the Phoenix, but the BKB's been popped by ADR. Now Sunray run on top of Tabo. They'll burn him out. Can they get a bash on the ADR? No, they can't. They still don't kill the Sven. They don't kill the Invoker, but it is about equal. I mean, a lot more gold's going to Thunder Predator overall, but they did buy back on the Phoenix.
I think the biggest thing about that fight, they managed to kill the ward that SG put on the high ground before the fight starts. It's like the Venge dies and the Death and the Ag's Illusion dies straight away afterwards, but they have full vision control apart from that.
Oh boy, Moose.
Ooh.
He is looking...
He's okay.
Potentially dead.
And also Sven getting out there at the end is a big deal as well. Like, if they're able to kill the Sven, it gives this Void entry back into the game where he can catch up in net worth.
That being said, he did survive the Void. Now he's going Nullifier.
I mean, did you see him kill the Phoenix, though? I mean, he almost, like, 3-shot the Void or something as well. So, you know, it looks good, but they do still have to be really careful. Elven Tunic on the Sven, very good here as well. Oh, and one for the Void, too. Interesting they give the ceremonial robe to the Tusk and not the Phoenix.
Radiant are scanning.
Psychic Headband now for Thunder Predator. They know that Chrono's on cooldown for another 34 seconds, or they know it's on cooldown. The question is how long, if they got the numbers right. I'm surprised Void... he's holding Blast Rig.
It's pretty good against the Sven, though, right?
And he's holding a casual ulti orb, not finishing off the Mjolnir yet. And he's not looking like he's going to buy out on the recipe. Because he's looking to go Nullifier instead.
I'm assuming he will finish off the Mjolnir if he's picked up the Hyperstone,
Radiant's
right?
top tower is under attack.
Sorry, was it Hyperstone you said?
Ulti orb,
Ulti orb, sorry, not Hyperstone. Not sure.
Actually, he's got the ulti orb casually, and he's got the...
Oh, they give him the tome to get to level 20, though, on the Void as well.
Why does he have just a casual... I'm trying to figure this out.
I'm assuming he was going to go for Skadi or something, but he decides he needs to nullify more against the Omni. So he's just changed his mind with his Iron Build. It just means he's just got this casual ultimate orb, which is, you know, not efficient, but it is what it is. It's fine.
So he had Mjolnir queued up, then he picked up the ulti orb. He's also got the Sanjin Yasha, so maybe he's looking to...
No. I don't think so.
And yeah, and he goes back to Skadi. He's queuing up 100 things right now.
Yeah, I think the Skadi and the Nullifier are both good. Obviously, the Nullifier is kind of not really what he wants to buy, but it feels like it's something that he might need to buy anyway at some point. just because of how difficult this Omni can be to deal with. But Thunder
Sorry, I
Predator
confused you, by the way.
Sorry?
I confused you, by the way, by making my own mistake and confusing Ulti Orb and Hyperstone for a split second.
That's fine, don't
And
worry.
then you were like, Hyperstone? I was like, yeah.
Love Hyperstone, me. Thunder Predator, they're holding this game pretty well, though. Like,
They are, yeah. It's been at 8K.
and they're going to smoke up. I really like this. I think they can afford to be aggressive. Like, they want to try and take the initiative.
No way.
Are they going to go for this?
I don't know. Can they go for this? Can they really make a play like that?
I thought they
I don't
were
know
gonna
if they
look for
know
a
that
kill,
SG's
but-
right there. The second Shadow Poison comes in. I think you got to bail, right? Well, going north is a risky proposition.
Both teams holding their high ground. How many times have we seen this before? They need to deal with their lanes at some point, Thunder Predator, top lane especially. So I think you see that's why SG coming in round, because they know that somebody's probably going to have to defend here at some point. Thunder Predator see the DD, though. And they're going to bottle that one up, ready for the fight. This could be the difference maker for Thunder Predator, this DD rune.
Sunstrike into the pit again. They go to another smoke, but they're going high ground right into this team. At least that's what the markup is.
I think you wrap round from the left, potentially.
It's tough. Shadow Demon's in a decent spot to stop that. They have this ward and high ground vision. It's tough to make a move in there.
The thing is, though, SG knew it was happening because this top lane was pushing into the tier 3 tower and nobody was defending. So they know that there's probably a smoke going on here and they're going to be careful.
Now Costabile draws out his own marker. He's trying to get into a Swift Link. He's almost there. He's almost 10,000 net worth in front of the Faceless Void.
He is a Sven, though, right? Like,
is the difference maker here.
it's not just a Sven, it's a Sven with this really good start to the game as well, so you do expect him to have this big lead.
And now they've got the Scotty, which could be big if they could use it with this double damage. Maybe they could find something.
It's such a tense game, though. You know, who would have thought
Teetering
that
on the edge, for sure.
this series would have been the one that would have had... I think it's probably the least kills at this point in the game, right?
It's like, is this going to be...
What are you-
smoke
What are
from
you
SG.
humming about now?
I was looking at SG. They were grouping up like they wanted to smoke for a second, got real close to each other, and just basically were like, all right, guys, get away from me.
Yeah, we go.
Now they've got the smoke. There it is.
So you knew.
Illusion.
Smoke
yeah,
or ulti orb. How long does the vision linger on Sunstrike?
I think they think that's a double illusion, so they're going to head into the pit here. SG are wrapping all the way round from behind, though. This is a really great move.
Oh, Phoenix. He's going to spot this, but there's the arena, avoids the spear. They're going to get away on this Venge. Magic Missile comes out onto the Sven. They go to the corner. That's going to be on the Shadow Demon. They're going to go to the Shadow Demon looking over at the Invoker. They end up losing the Venge, but Venge, he's got that second life. Not for long. Stormhammer takes him out. This is the Supernova going off. They get the kill on the ADR. They're going to buy back on the Shadow Demon with the BKB as well as the Guardian Angel coming in. Spear hitting. Void in trouble. Snowball through. And now, can they get anything from this? They've got the break. Oh, they get the kill onto the Void. He's going to be dead for 80 seconds. They'll take out Moose. Sunstrike coming in, not going to land as the Venge back into the fight and looking to leave. The buyback comes out from Moose. MJC doesn't have that Supernova anymore, but they get the blink as well as the spear. They'll get the kill onto the Venge.
It's going to be a dieback.
Take him out. He's got the illusion, not anymore.
Really great move by SG. Honestly, I thought that fight was going to go so poorly for them at the start because Theo Lacour just dies straight away, right? And they don't get the Omni spells off at the start. And the egg goes off and they manage to get this like BKB piercing disable on the Sven with the egg popping. But it's still just not enough. They don't have the damage to be able to deal with him. Because with the Satanic, he just goes all the way back to 100% health again.
And it goes back to Leo style now, wanting to push out these creep waves. Get the Aegis, and they'll give the shard,
Invoker,
I believe, to Sven. Yeah, he's holding it. He's got the Swift Blink on Sven now, too.
I like that they give the Aegis to Invoker, though. Like, the Invoker's just as important to the Sven as anything else, just because of the alacrity, right? So because the Sven's so difficult to kill, you might as well give it to your other core, who's not reliant on the ult. So, like, on the second life, it's still really strong on the Invoker. His spells are Yeah, really key. And Sven's not going to get much stronger than this.
So if they can deal with him,
yeah, if they can ride out the wave,
it's going to be tough. They don't have Chrono for another 30 seconds, and I feel like that was their best opportunity.
This shard on the Void's going to be huge, though. We've seen how much this can do. Having that, like in that last fight, for example, when he jumps down to the low ground and the Sven blinks in to follow him, he could have just backtracked back to the high ground again, right? And the Sven wouldn't have been able to do anything.
Yeah, I use that reverse time walk, try and survive it.
Nice little stats at the top of your screen there.
Tower is under attack.
25 or level 25 for the Sven, so he's going to be hitting that much harder.
Oh, that's terrifying.
I will say they bought back on Invoker, and now they got to kill him twice though, but Shadow Demon bought back. So maybe if they find a pickoff, they can get something to happen. Uh-oh, Frank is going to be very much in trouble. They get the arena down, and they're going to time walk out. 50 seconds without this Venge. And they just know how to handle this. They've got the disruption, but they're going to continue to pull him. MNZ needs to be careful with BKB being popped by Tabo. They don't have the arena, but they're going to go in with the God Strength, and they just two-tap this Phoenix. He does have Supernova. They have the Glyph. They'll try to defend. They don't have Lasso anymore, but they do have the Chronosphere.
There's a wave coming as well, so Backdoor's about to disappear here. Oh my god, that damage.
Flame Break, Sticky Napalm, Heavenly Grace will make sure that doesn't matter anymore.
Are they really going to keep going?
With that Cold Snap, they're going to go for the tier 3 over bottom. Look to lock this up. They've got the Daedalus now. Flame Break once again, dealing with an Aegis on ADR. They really don't have much to stop him, and now they're going to buy back on this Phoenix, but they use the Walrus Punch. Moose, they lay down the Shard. They've got the Dust. Costa BLA's been dusted up. And now they'll start to back away as everybody is up here for the side of Thunder Predator, and Thunder Predator want to make a last-ditch effort go.
Yeah, this is their time to fight. There's no God Strength, so they have to try and make something happen here. Even if the fight doesn't go badly, this is the best chance they'll have. They need to try and hunt.
Just not going to catch anybody.
Yeah,
he can find the Invoker by himself bottom, but he's already TP'd out.
That's tough. Look at the net worth difference now between the top two. This Sven is so huge. My goodness.
Yeah, Thunder Predator have held on. They just haven't pulled back.
I think 92% is more than I would have said for the Dire side. It's like we've said, the Radiant still do have really good team fight. They're just lacking damage output, I think, at this point. Like, this Sven has so much HP. If you can't burst him from 100 to 0, he's just going to Satanic, right?
Oh boy. MNZ needs to be careful. I think he might just be dead here. They've got no help for him. Oh, the swap. I say no help. Time walks out. Now the stun comes out on the coast of BO. He was away from his team. That was a smart spear, but there's the Stormhammer as well as the Yules. Frank trying to run, but he's slowed up thanks to the Shadow Demon. They've got the Heavenly Grace, and that stun lasts for no seconds. So another stun comes out from the Venge Illusion. He'd rather himself die than, obviously, the Void die, who doesn't have buyback at the moment.
It's only the Venge, though, they get, and there's not a huge amount of time left on the God Strength, so I don't know how good this is for SG.
Swap in. Lasso. Chrono, but okay. There's the Deafening Blast. The Supernova goes off, and now they've got the Guardian Angel. They already got the Kona moves. They're going to take out MJZ, and this is looking over already. That Chrono and that control, it was well off.
Radiant's middle barracks are under attack.
Well, they said that if they just cast all their spells on the same point, that the Sven might die. And unfortunately, they pulled him out the Chrono. So sometimes you gotta channel your spells and so you don't use them all at once. But even without God Strength, this Sven now hits like an absolute truck. That Void's like, get off my building. Joke, please don't hurt me.
Magic Missile, 4 stacks of Sticky Napalm now gone. Now it's Megas.
Yeah, and so the thing is now, like, they can be patient if they want an SG. We've said this a few times today. They can wait for the Roche if they really want. Timeless Relic for the Invoker. Hell yeah. Telescope for one of the supports. Also hell yeah. Leveler for the Sven. Do you know what that is?
Do I know what a leveler is?
I was going to say that's also hell yeah, but...
Oh, okay. I was gonna say. I mean, I know I got the ulti orb wrong, but come on, man.
Yeah, I wasn't throwing you under the bus being like, oh my god, Bkop doesn't know what a leveler does. Maybe you don't. You know, I wouldn't call you out for it though.
It's the one that silences, right?
Yeah. Oh my god.
Oy, 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 oy. MNZ.
Oh,
And now he knows.
Our scanner.
They see the Ghost Walk
Ooh,
effect
did they
as well.
spot that?
Oh, I don't think they knows that. He's gonna get away. Close though. Squeaky bum time.
Blink Arena. Frank again. Well, he's going to be caught. So is Moose, potentially. He is going to snowball. They've got the lasso onto the Mars. They hit the Walrus Punch on the Costa Beal. He's popped the God Strength, and he just popped it. They go after the Mars. They've got Theo Lacour coming over with the Disruption. They find the illusion from the Venge. Tavo trying to survive. Taking a lot of damage. Sunray on him. Burning out. Finally dead, but does that buyback. Chronosphere onto the Sven.
Oh,
and
the
damage on the Deafening Blast. They've got the Guardian Angel to follow it up. They just can never kill this Sven. He's literally unkillable, except for the one time he died. Don't think about that. But they're going to go forward ADR with the help of the rest of the team. They're not even going to buy back on the Mars. They've got the time dilation. They're trying to get this kill on the Costa Beal, but it's very difficult, and he's got Satanic, so he'll heal back to full.
Do you just back off here and wait for the Roche? Or okay, they're just going to go for it. No Chrono available.
I don't think they can kill him.
Yeah, no Chrono. It's going to be incredibly difficult. They don't have Egg either. Okay, so they just get the tier 4, then they back off. I think that's a smart play. Like, there's no reason to throw the game here. To make some stupid decision where you accidentally die Fountain or something, you know? Like the minute
Void went like Axe.
Sorry, say that again.
What if Void went like Axe?
I think he really needs this Nullifier. And then he can go mental.
Boy. Boy. Oh boy.
Oh dear. Well, he's definitely not going mental now. Maybe the wrong way, but... Lasso?
Okay. Lasso onto the Invoker, and he is going to die. Dead for 100 seconds. And he doesn't have buyback.
Yeah, that's a good pick off. Like we said, and this is what I mean.
Trying to not buy back.
It is easy to make mistakes like this when they have good catch on Radiant side, like Swap and Lasso, so you gotta be careful.
Oh boy. Sven's hunting. Oh, the Swap brought him closer. Oh gosh, MJZ, he doesn't have buyback, and now they're gonna go after Frank.
Void needs to buyback.
They're gonna look over. They've got themselves the Refresher Orb, and the Refresher Orb is gonna bring the Venn diagram of Mars Arenas. They're stuck in the arena for now. The throne is open. They'll go to the Walrus Punch. They'll buy back on the Void. He doesn't have Chronosphere. Storm Hammer hits on a Moose. Time walk forward. And now Sven. Oh, Heavenly Grace right-clicking in. Do they have anything to stop this? No, they don't. And they will call GG after the throne falls. And SG will take game number 1.
Yeah, a little bit of a delayed buyback at the end, but I don't think it really matters in the end. I mean, SG in full control. Again, this is another one of these games where it's just, it felt like one team, they had this good lead and they never really let it slip. And it's a lot of controlled, like, concise play we've seen today. SG, that was much better from them. You know, last time they played this Omni Sven was against Tundra yesterday, and they kind of got rolled over. So it was nice to see them, like, sticking to their strats that they knew and that they played well with, and, you know, got them the result this time. So Thunder Predator, never really got going this game, unfortunately. They had some decent moments, but...
Yeah. So they held. That was it. And they never...
They did.
They held on, and then eventually... You know, you're down to 10 fingers, 2 fingers on each hand, and then 1 finger, and eventually you just fall. And that's the end of that. So SG take game 1 pretty convincingly so. And, well, can they eliminate Thunder Predator, or are we going to the 4th game 3 of the day? We'll find out after this break, as we'll go into game 2 afterwards. Stay right there. We'll be right back.
under attack. Radiant's
Well, how the turns have tabled. SG get their revenge on Thunder Predator and take game number 1. Will they turn it into a full turnaround series and beat Thunder Predator at last? Don't know. I mean, that was a pretty good game from them, though. That Sven, man. My God, I haven't seen a fat hero in a very long time.
Did you change your shirt, Nomad?
No.
Did he?
Oh, I thought I did. But yeah,
Probably
I mean,
should. I
he had this Sven had the freest game of his life, right? His lane was great. There wasn't anything that can actually contest him. And then on the side of TP, they didn't have any burst damage. No one can really make any ganks happen. Batrider was getting countered. So yeah, I mean, I hope he had a free farm game because this was literally perfect. I don't think TP did anything to draft something that can actually stop him in this game.
Look at these two icons as well. On one side, you have this Chad Sven with his sword behind his neck. On the other, Void is screeching Ree. Yeah, that's what he was
you can't
doing.
just get Heavenly Grace and not take any damage.
Yeah, he's that Wojak guy, just crying with red
he really
eyes.
is.
I don't know. It's just so difficult to play versus Sven Omni, apparently. Every time they even try and get on top of him, what happens? It's either Omni or SD saving, and then he just gets out. The amount of stacks that he had, if you're a Void, you're working, you're collecting that hard-earned last-hit money to buy yourself a Maelstrom so you can farm. Meanwhile, Sven, what's up? Shows up to the jungle with level 4 cleave, gets everything and leaves.
Not only that, but he's farming his big stack. All of a sudden, a Batrider flies into his big stack. Oh, I'll kill this guy as well. And then, like, a support comes along. Oh, yeah, I'll get another kill. That stack, which they tried to contest, turned into, like, Sven getting, like, almost all of the stack, plus 2 kills as well. So I don't think that's how you're supposed to contest stacks. You're not supposed to offer your body up as substitute.
And he's also getting a free 38 strength from his Omni Knight. So there you have it. There's
cool.
actually nothing that TP could have really done to stop the Sven in this game, I think. You don't have, again, I keep going back to the same topic. You don't have damage. You don't have any burst damage. The way that you play TP's lineup is you need so many items before you can contest them. And that's not good because then the Sven's just going to farm a lot faster than you, hit his timings, take Roshan, and you're like still trying to finish your first 2 items in the game.
And you have these displacement catch sort of abilities, but no burst damage to follow them up. And if you don't burst the target down when you're playing versus Omni and SD, they will be saved, and then afterwards you either pop the Satanic or ulti from Guardian Angel, Heavenly Grace, whatever. So I like the Venge and Bat. Maybe it was not the greatest combo with Phoenix and Tusk. Not sure. Maybe some Lina was necessary, some Lion, something similar. But overall, Omni and Sven are the real problem. It's not Thunder Predator's draft, let's be real. Like, this combination, Theban has been calling for it for quite some time, and it's obvious why.
Yeah, I don't think TP is going to allow them to have this Omni Sven anymore. Or at least they'll ban out the Omni Knight. Let them have the Sven. That's all right. Just take away the save hero. I think it really hurts TP's playstyle. And I want them to actually play their playstyle, to be honest. Which is pick aggressive heroes, have damage, be able to run at your opponent, be able to play on the enemy safe lane, not this sit back and farm Dota. Like, TP has never been successful sitting back and farming.
You want to know what my favorite lane is right now? Which they should definitely do. It's SAPPHIRE.
Wait, hold on. Oh, why'd you have to?
Sorry, I ruined it for you. You're slow on the pickup. I mean, you just pop tag team and little shredder and then shred people. It's hilarious. I mean, outside the laning phase, doesn't really do much, but it's a very funny lane, so they could try that if they wanted. Also, the Tuskags is really good as well. Like I've actually had professional players tell me that they think the Tuskags is actually extremely underrated, and we'll see some more play in the future. So maybe give Moose a bit more farm. That's all I'm saying.
You can replace Coach Fear.
No. I don't think anyone wants that. What are you guys thinking for game number 2? Are we going to see Thunder Predators go all in and pick like the highest damage heroes they can possibly think of?
I want to see them switch things up a little bit and move away from the standard stuff. The things that allowed them to have a good run at the Singapore Major were pretty much thinking out of the box and picking different stuff, picking different heroes they were so out of the meta back then, and they did make it work for themselves. Maybe they can, find some flair once again and go back to that craziness, chaotic dotes.
I think that's got to be the case. All right, let's get into the draft for the second game of this best of 3 series down in the lower bracket here at the OGA Dota pit. It is SG Esports versus Thunder Predator, the South America Smackdown. Which team will be dropping out of the tournament in the first round, and which team will make it through to the next round of gameplay to face off against T1? Now we're going to have the Omni banned out by Thunder Predator and the Venge as well. The double respect bans. You got to love it. SG answer with the Clinks.
Well, I guess they kind of had an idea in mind, right? Like, they expected Omni to be banned in at least one of the games, and here it is, and their backup plan is now the Clinks.
10 seconds remaining.
And we have seen Clinks suffer today. I think teams have figured him out. Let's see if Thunder Predator can recreate the Prophet, Spectre, Lycan, whatnot kind of a lineup. Something tells me they might just go for that Bat Rider. It's in the pool. What else is there? Shadow Demon.
Mars was pretty cool too, right?
Mars, yeah. They go with the bat.
It worked so well.
Little bird told me.
So the Bat Rider. Oh, go ahead.
I did want to say there was one fight where I actually understood Leo's style, where I understood the Bat Rider as the direct answer to the Omni Knight Sven, and that was a fight where he was able to jump the back lines, kill both the Shadow Demon and the Omni Knight, and kind of, cut off the resource lines of SG Esports. Unfortunately, in that fight, that was the one where ADR was still able to TP out. They couldn't quite finish the job on him, so they kept that momentum going on SG Esports. It was unfortunate, but it kind of showed that was the plan. But turning that plan into reality was very, very difficult. You need fantastic vision if you want to play Bat Rider in that way, and when you don't have much map control, that's very, very difficult.
10 seconds remaining.
The second Ancient that we see in this tournament, Ancient Apparition, that is, he really suffered today when played versus the Lycan. Same goes versus any sort of summons. But